Chapter 1 The Return. Ancestor, the Unmaster is returned. Ancestor, he has come back. Asem wattage and resonant voice erupted from the gatekeeper of Marquis of Zhenjiang's residence, followed by a flurry of activity among the servants in the outer courtyard. Madame Jiang was leading the ladies of the Marquisate in Titan Garden enjoying a performance, when suddenly, an old matron rushed in, her face streaked with tears. The mix of sorrow and excitement in her cries was profoundly touching, and before Song Wan could gather her thoughts, she saw 12 figures enter from outside. The man among them was still and slender, his brochure passwords retained the appearance of a handsome and raffined young gentleman, the youthful shyness had faded, replaced with a resolute demeanor and cold composure characteristic of a mature like a blade sheathed, concealing its sharpness. Madame Jiang rushed forward and embraced her grandson tightly. The man murmured soothing words to his grandmother, but when he lifted his gaze and saw Song Wan, he paused in surprise. Song Wan performed a respectful bow, her heart swirling with myriad thoughts. The Jiang and Song family enjoyed long-standing friendship, and she had known Jiang Xingjian for 12 years, having been betrothed to him since childhood. From the geopsics, as he began to adorn in domestic skills, she had been diligently instructed with ephemeral matron enthusiasm of a proper woman, in preparation for her future rarely as a member of Jiang family. Yet, none could have foreseen that 6 years ago Jiang Xingjian and Marquis of Zhenjiang had perished while delivering supplies to the border, ambushed by enemy forces. She had thus become the unjust widow in the capital. At the tender age of 11 or 12, she had married into the Marquis of Zhenjiang chiseled, clutching the spiritable of Jiang Xingjian, and now, after 6 years of mourning, her husband had unexpectedly returned accompanied by a woman. Sure Wanglan sitteth woman standing a short distance away, the nuco mare was strikingly beautiful, with lively cat-like as and a delicate figure clad in a soft, green silkon that swept the ground, as simply white jade hairpin adorned her hair, giving her a Carmen Gandalf full appearance. She averted her gaze, remaining silent. Let the our mother have a look at you. Madame Jiang, breathless from tears, clung to Jiang Xingjian, while the old matriarch wept quietly beside them. Seeing that with them in such distress, Song Wan pointed to a maid, instructing her to fetch the household physician. After years of hardship and exposure, with no servant to attend to you, your grandmother truly wonders you have been dear this 6 years. Madame Jiang wiped her tears and continued, Wainer, war still so young born at the widow of widowhood, caring for both our mother and for so long no thadio have returned, my heart can familiarist, if I want Doris Ban could bless me with a great grandchild, my life will be complete. As spoke, Madame Jiang placed Song Wan into Jiang Xingjian's, his movement stiffened slightly, and Song Wan said inwardly, withdrawing her hand. Grandmother, you speak too heavily, my husband just returned and must be where I perhaps you should rest first, and you and mother should also calm yourselves. Gently patting Madame Jiang's back, Song Wan added, Yo havia hysteria of our trouble our emotions should not swing so drastically. Having said this, shuddered to Jiang Xingjian, my husband, after your long journey you have to freshen up, however, I would bear amiss not to attend to your live ligest. Hurton remained divan and composed, but Jiang Xingjian felt a disquiet in her apparent detachment. Hello Kejapatcher Wan, scrutinizing her closely, the last time had met was on the day depart to the capital, when she had come to be him farewell. At the time Song Wan had just crossed into her teens, Harry Othulfus framed beard foxcloak, radiating innocence. The Song family, a household famed for its literary heritage, hadn't still in her a strong sense of decorum and divinate such engage, she spoke of feminine virtues, endearing herself to him. He had thought that after 6 years, the memory of that tender girl would have faded, yet seeing her no, altos memoria surged back to him. The face he remembered, nestled in a cloak coffer, had blossomed into an exquisite beauty, far surpassing his recollections. Even though Jiang Xingjian had known her to beloved in childhood, he was taken aback by her striking beauty now that she had matured. Xingjianjij. The soft, sweet voice of the girl interrupted his reverie. Jiang Xingjian turned to Silin Jiayue, nervously fidgeting, here he is fixed in him. Regaining his composure, he introduced her to Thega third family, Thesis Miss Lin, who ensured my affair return from the border. Lin Jiayu was imed displeased with the brevity of his introduction, with a bright smile, Shichimadan, I am Lin Jiayu you conculm Jiayue. The girl pressed her lips together, her smile revealing dimples that added to her charm. However, her smile faltered almost immediately as Herolized Nuna responded to her. Jiang Xingjian's mother cast irascible onglance, filled with subtle disdain. Lin Jiayo's face flushed a deep crimson, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Miss Lin, I hope you are well. Song Wan's calm words alleviated the tension, and Lin Jiayu looked at her with gratitude. Dressed in simply white mourning attire, devoid of any adornments, Song Wan soon embellished beauty exuded a serene elegance, like a gentle breeze caressing autumn waters. White aerobics intuited her waist, and Lin Jiayu suddenly recalled a enough poetry, shoulders like jade, waist like silk. Song Wan's delicate features, framed by her long, darker secured with a wooden hairpin, reveal a day glimpse of fairest, glowing softly beneath the fabric, stirring a flutter of admiration even in another woman. Lin Jiayu bit her lip, glancing anxiously at Jiang Xingjian. The Inuwatao Rancho Yen Pavilion are with the no Cupid. I wonder where me husband would prefer to accommodate Miss Lin? Inuwatao was the west quarters in the outer courtyard, while Shoyan Pavilion lay within the inner courtyard. Jiang Xingjian understood that Song Wan was inquiring about Lin Jiayu's status. Furrowing his brow slightly, hello Kidatha bewildered Lin Jiayu in final aside, let us arrange for Miss Lin to stay in Shoyan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Madame Jiang frowned slightly, while Jiang Xingjian's mother cast a disapproving glance at Lin Jiayu. Song Wan nodded and instructed a nearby maid, prepare Shoyan Pavilion for Miss Lin's stay. Chapter 2 Hairpin and Skirt. The Marquis of Zhenjiang held a hereditary title, and Jiang Xingjian was meant to be the last in line. However, following the tragic demise of his father at the border, the current emperor, moved by compassion for Jiang family's misfortunes, graciously allowed the Marquisate to pass to another generation. Yet, Jiang Xingjian waste the legitimity hieroft Marquis of Xingyang alvad hair were severe legitimity since they had not matured enough to claim a position when the Marquis bazed away, leaving the tide unisign. With Jiang Xingjian's return, has stood poised to inherit the tide and becominu figure of prominence at capital. Such joyous news would typically warrant a visit to the palace to express gratitude and inform Song family. However, the emperor, along with the imperial concubine and Song Wan's relatives, had retreated to the summer palace, thus delaying gone a formal audience. Upon entering Song Wan chamber, Jiang Xingjian found her engrossed in writing, presumably a letter to Song Lan and Song Fu hairpin excellent, surveying the room. Ideally, Song Wan should have a reside in the May courtyard of Lanting, but perhaps out of fate to avoid disturbing his remnants, she had chosen to stay in the eastern side of the May courtyard. In Longstanding, the room was sparsely furnished, with onleo aligned with books, and the sole decorative featureruisero of wooden zodiac carvings in the windowsill. Jiang Xingjian raised any eyebrows slightly. He approached and picked upon tea carvings, noting the clumsy craftsmanship and thoroughness that were still visible. However, perhaps due to frequent handling, the carving shad become smooth and glossy to the touch. A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind as he turned to look at Song Wan, only to find her ears as light lifeless, as if touched by a hint of crimson. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze and after a moment, had placed the carving back in its original position. You still keep this, here marked. At these words, Song Wan cheeks flushed even more, yet she remained silent. For reason she could not articulate, seeing her in such a state of stirredavagi, indescribable feeling within Jiang Xingjian the tumult of emotions within him coalesced into simple, subdued acknowledgement of her impending marriage. Song Wan amid momentarily listened, and after a long pause, Chefanella spoke, a husband married beautiful caneth evitua husbands, Jiang and Song family is rebound to friendship, and their marriage was arranged before our births. For sake of Song family's reputation and my own honor, I have a buton path to follow. She lifted her gazette to meet Jiang Xingjian's, leaving him with words, Euthus to nothis, before resuming her letter. Jiang Xingjian's return was significant for both families, and she needed to inform her father and brothers. With a few swift strokes, Song Wan finished her letter, sealed it, and handed it to a waiting maid to deliver. Jiang Xingjian lingered in the room, and both were at a loss for words, leaving the atmosphere somewhat tense. Fortunately, a large, sleek furred cat bounded into the room, its robust form bringing gas my Song Wan's face, her expression brightened like the thawing of winter snow illuminating the entire Longxiang's high. The half-taken mute and nuzzled its furry head against Song Wan, prompting her to call for the maid to bring some meat broth. Have some more, she encouraged. Meow. On set the cat finished eating, it rolled over, exposinged off the white belly for Song Wan to stroke, and if it found her touch unpleasant it would protest with a few indignant meows. Jiang Xingjian found the scene amusing when suddenly Hang entered, pulling aside the beaded curtain. Master, Miss Lin requests an audience. Song Wan paused herpeting while Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow and stepped outside. Lin Jiu stood at the door, curious like peering inside, but flankhead bike welder limitron sande a girl with hair style done a maidsman. She felt awkward and turned her head away with a pout. When Jiang Xingjian emerged, he found her lip fiddling with her fingers, displaying a rather impatient demeanor. Xingjian she greeted, her face lighting up with a smile. The Marquisate is indeed lavish and extravagant, fitting for nobility. But what do you mother Kaliwir Willie Odelmeyer Nami Xingjian, surely that cannot be your crewy name? Jiang is my jiva name, Xingjian is me courtesy name, he replied, noticing through him thin your gaze, which soft and Edistone is theory anything you find uncomfortable, if you feel inconvenienced, I can have my grandmother send a couple of maids to tentoya. None im no accustomed to having some me own wait on me closely. Seeing her reluctancy to engage, Lin Jiu blinked playfully, and never expected your household would have such a beautiful wife. Had in on earlier you wouldn't favor return ed with you, after all, and tend to devoted to person for life, and have anoint Restein intruding you pananathers marriage as a third party. Jiang Xingjian fell silent, unsure of how to respond. His reaction left Lin Jiu slightly dissatisfied, but she couldn't help but admire the handsome, poised man before her, and thus refrained from speaking too harshly. Tell me, do the promises you made him before still hold true, she asked. Jiang Xingjian nodded, of course. At the time, had been aware if Song family would honor the marriage contract, especially after uncovering the truth behind his father's demise. Ash contemplated, Lin Jiu continued, that's good to hear, it makes my long journey to the capital worthwhile. She gazed at Jiang Xingjian, lightly brushing her hand against these in a seemingly casual manner, actually, Javia's malfavortoesque. Earlier one of teammates from the old lady Sid delivered some clothing and jewelry, inviting me to join you for tonight's banquet. However, the garments are far too ostentatious as her bright green or vividred, it did not wish to wear them, could you assist main finding a different dress? I can have a so me own note of the embroidery room to make you ways it, Hefford. Lin Jiu with her lip, buffle fadea shardly in a time, Isio your wife you wearing some methink with simple kinti abarawidris from airform? Jiang Xingjian frowned in displeasure. His grandmother would never allow Lin Jiu to wear anything grid understood here intention saltul. Xingjianjij? The girl's lips pressed together, curva slightly flushed. Thinking of Furby and Golan without parents softened Jiang Xingjian shirt. You understand, half analysade. With that, Heritor Ned to Longxiang's high. Song Wan wasted a thickate with a bright light-colored fabric ball while her maid Hang was stood at the beaded carton. Upon seeing Jiang Xingjian return, she disdainfully nudged her sister Hangxi with her chin. Hangxi shot the regularly and approached Song Wan to pick up the plump cat. On Sathikatwaskone, a subtle melancholy crossed Song Wan's face. Jiang Xingjian spoke, Jiao wishes to borrow a dress from my I hope it's not to make trouble? Why don't Miss Lin simply ask for it herself? Song Wan's to know what school has headdressed the situation. Jiao Song Wan's wet nurse, stood nearby, noticing her mistress' frosty demeanor and quickly interjected, Master's return is indeed a momentous occasion, but until today, Thaladar Mainson morning, hair wardrobe ice filled with simple Germanshoku churithum for esteemed guests, if Shareto Borobromia, it will be slightoer. If that young lady does mind, we have a summon eliminated dresses in the embroidery room, perhaps I could fetch an Eforiadosi? Jiang Xingjian observed Song Wan's cold expression, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, simple German serenita problem, butitis ultimately inappropriate for Giauedo worthy servants' clothing. Chapter 3 Tongue and lip. Song Wan displayed little reaction, yet Jiao Mama and the maidservants in the same room grew increasingly displeased. After all, their young lady was the daughter of a high-ranking official, having married and remained a widow for many years, and now, by the grace of heaven, her husband had returned from the dead. How could such a spectacle unfold? Hengwu pursed her lips, about to speak, but was interrupted by Song Wan. Hengji, take the young master to the dressing room. Hengji nodded and led Jiang Xingjian out. As the two departed, Hengwu immediately placed her hands on her hips and began to scold. What nonsense is this, Jiaue, merely a disrespectful little vixen, yet the young master treats her like a treasure, showering her with affection? The attire of a servant does not suit her, I see she is even beneath a servant, she knows not the meanings of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. Miss, you must not have heard what that little fox spirit spoke to the young master outside. She told the young master she desires to be a pair for eternity. What does she think of herself? In broad daylight, she brazenly reveals her name to a man, and without proper engagement, she goes home with him. Such frivolity is even beneath a common servant girl. Hengwu rolled up her sleeves, growing more furious. In good families, which young lady would dare engage in such scandalous behavior? To act in such a sordid manner is no different from consorting with a man openly. Even if she were to be carried in a bridal sedan one day, it would be a case of illicit relations preceding lawful marriage, a disgrace unfit for any respectable family, let alone our Marquisate. Miss, are you truly going to allow the young master to elevate that lowly creature? Hearing Hengwu's breathless indignation, Song Wan helplessly pressed her forehead. Jiao Mama, who was both Song Wan's wet nurse and her governess, immediately reprimanded Hengwu. What nonsense are you spouting? You know well that woman hails from a lowly background and is unworthy of our young lady's status. How can you let her feel jealous over such a person? What kind of lady would she become? Moreover, it has been customary for men to take concubines, such is the norm, yet here you are, trying to incite our young lady into becoming a scorned jealous woman? What difference is there between a jealous wife and a homewrecker? Such unseemly remarks should not be uttered in the presence of our young lady. Hengwu, already feeling stifled, was further incensed by Jiao Mama's scolding, feeling it was unjust for her lady. A gentleman does not speak ill of others. Let us not discuss such matters again. Song Wan's calm statement quelled the argument between the two. Jiao Mama shot Hengwu a glare before lifting her chin and turning towards the door. Seeing this, Hengwu bit her lip and fell silent. After all, the Marquisate was not the Song residence, one could not speak freely here. If she were to err in her words or actions, it would only bring shame to her lady for her inability to control her servants. Noticing Hengwu still fuming, Song Wan smiled and said, What are you puffing about here? If you find it dull, go play with the golden tiger and the embroidered ball, just be careful not to let him escape the courtyard. It would not do to frighten the old lady's pet parrot. Hengwu understood her lady's concern for her and, after bowing respectfully, quietly withdrew, yet her mind was not on playing with the golden tiger. Instead, she hurried to the main bedroom's dressing room. She could not allow the young master to gift the lady's possessions to that little vixen. Upon arriving at the dressing room, she saw Jiang Xingjian pointing at a pale coral-colored dress with silver embroidery and dark floral patterns, declaring it unsuitable. This will not do. Before Hengji could respond, Hengwu snatched the dress back and hung it in the wardrobe once more. Did the young master not notice that this entire cabinet is filled with plain garments, and this dress is the only exception? Our lady has been widowed before reaching maturity, and she may never wear colors or use makeup out of compassion. The old lady gifted her this set of attire on what should have been a grand coming-of-age ceremony. All these years, the madam has yet to let her wear it. You still wish to take it away? Jiang Xingjian felt displeased at being contradicted by a mere maid. Just as he was about to retort, Hengji interjected, Hengwu was simply impatient. Do not hold it against her, young master. It is not as severe as she claims. Neglecting our esteemed guests would be far more disrespectful. Hengji retrieved the dress from among the plain garments and took out the only set of jewelry from Song Wan's adornment box to present to Jiang Xingjian. A woman requires time to prepare. You should hurry along, young master. The maidservants behind Jiang Xingjian took the garments, and the two departed. Hengwu, seeing her sister hand over their lady's belongings, exclaimed in frustration, Do you think the young master has developed some ulterior motive, hence your bias towards that vixen? Hengji's face flushed at her words, and she playfully poked Hengwu's forehead. In the past, I refused to believe Jiao Mama's words about your lack of wit, yet now I see the truth. I had my reasons for giving that dress to the young master. Why do you shout? Hurry back and help our lady with her hair and attire. Even as they returned to the fragrance chamber, Hengwu continued to mutter about how their lady had no clothing to wear aside from plain garments. Even while preparing Song Wan's hair, her small mouth kept flapping like a frying bean. Song Wan smiled, waving her hand to dismiss the two to allow her to change alone. Once the room fell silent, she sat on the mat, lost in thought. Hengwu was right. Jiang Xingjian knew that was her coming-of-age dress, the only one suitable for receiving guests besides the plain garments, yet he still presented it to Lin Jiayue. Outside, the sun blazed high in the sky, but Song Wan found the fragrance chamber excessively quiet and empty. She rose and seated herself at the window ledge, gazing at a row of wooden zodiac carvings nearby, gently pushing one over with her delicate, fair fingers. Jiang Xingjian returned to the estate. That evening, the old lady of the Jiang family had invited both the eastern and western courts, gathering all members of the Jiang family, both legitimate and illegitimate, to the Fook Hall for a banquet. Although it was well known that Song Wan had previously lived as a widow, she could not appear in public dressed in plain garments on such a celebratory occasion. Selecting a simple long robe, she then took a pale yellow embroidered peony soft gauze coat from Hengji's wardrobe to wear over it. Although it still appeared somewhat subdued, it was far less oppressive than before. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she casually took 2 floral hairpins adorned with pearls from Hengji's adornment box and pinned them in her hair. When Hengji entered the room and saw her lady's appearance, she could not help but feel teary-eyed. Their lady had been pampered in the Song residence for over a decade, but since marrying Jiang Yi, she had endured so much hardship. How could anyone swallow such bitterness? Is it that seeing me wear your attire has moved you to tears? Noticing Hengji secretly wiping her tears, Song Wan gently comforted, in the future, I shall gift you an entire set of gold-studded jade decorations. How does that sound? Our lady has a knack for teasing her maidservants. Hengji laughed, yet her heart felt heavier. Song Wan understood her concern but was unsure how to comfort her, finally speaking softly after a long well, I know your intentions, but the Marquisate is not akin to one's own home. In the lawn courtyard, with hundreds of servants, there is much chatter. You must keep an eye on Hengwu and prevent her from giving anyone cause to gossip. Should she be caught in a misstep, I may not be able to bear the consequences. Hengji nodded, understanding her meaning. A woman marrying out signifies a departure from her maternal family, requiring her to live under the scrutiny of her husband's family. If her husband respected her, she could manage to live somewhat decently. However, given how her young master had elevated Lin Jiayue today, it seemed their lady would face further trials ahead. As Hengji pondered this, a most irreverent thought suddenly crossed her mind. Chapter 4 of the portal. The Fua Hall, belonging to the venerable old Madame Jiang, is the most prestigious location within the entire Jiang Marquisate. Centrally situated, it boasts not only an unparalleled position but also expansive grounds. Although the younger generation of the Marquisate frequently visits for morning and evening salutations, the current gathering, which brings together both the legitimate and illegitimate branches of the family, is indeed a rare sight. As the legitimate eldest daughter-in-law of the Marquisate, Song Wan understands that it is her duty to assist her mother-in-law in managing such an occasion, thus she arrives at the earliest hour. Upon entering old Madame Jiang's courtyard, she encounters other younger members of the family who have come to pay their respects. Observing the handsome young men and charming young women within, old Madame Jiang feels a genuine delight swell in her heart. The foremost among them is my grandson, Jiang Yan, who is 2 years younger than heir. He is well-behaved and courteous, unlike the other lads who are often unruly and irksome. The youngest one here is Jiang On, who has just turned 10 and is already quite mature, though he is not as refined as his 2 elder brothers. These 3 young ladies are your 3rd, 5th, and 6th younger sisters. In the future, you must take them under your wing. If they can cultivate a temperament as gentle and soft as yours, I shall rest easy. Song Wan smiles in agreement and then turns to observe Jiang Xingjian's younger siblings. In her previous years of widowhood, she seldom had the opportunity to interact with the male members of the household, and thus, after 6 years of marriage into the Marquisate, she is not particularly familiar with Jiang Xingjian's siblings, having only exchanged a few words with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, 2 years younger than Jiang Xingjian, has reached the age of maturity, yet old Madame Jiang did not mention his courtesy name, suggesting his birthday has not yet arrived. Greetings to my sister-in-law. Greetings to you, second brother. Third sister, fourth brother, fifth sister, sixth sister. Song Wan reciprocates the greetings and gestures for Hengwu to bring forth a large lacquered tray adorned with auspicious items to distribute among the children. As Jiang Yan receives his red envelope, he glances at Song Wan before quickly lowering his gaze. Inside, the family members are engaged in lively conversation when a sudden commotion arises outside. Looking out, Song Wan sees Jiang Xingjian accompanied by Lin Jiayue arriving at Fua Hall. Lin Jiayue is adorned in her exquisite pale coral silk robe, embroidered with silver thread. The elegance of her attire is complemented by jewelry that is equally understated and refined, yet it does not quite suit her youthful age. Although the children are young, having been born into a noble family, they exhibit an understanding of propriety far beyond that of ordinary folk. As soon as the two entered, they fell silent. Lin Jiayue, undeterred by the sudden quiet, gracefully approaches old Madame Jiang with a gentle smile. Jiang Xingjian seems to encourage her to bond with the elder, settling himself nearby in support. Finding their actions somewhat displeasing, Song Wan steps aside with Hengji and Hengwu, quietly admiring the flowers and plants in the old lady's chamber. Sister-in-law. Song Wan looks up to see Jiang Yan standing beside her. She offers a slight smile and gestures for him to take a seat beside her. Jiang Yan halts a step away, gazing at the poised and radiant woman before him, her starry eyes seemingly filled with reproach. A wave of warmth surges through him, igniting a fervor that makes his hands tremble slightly, yet, he is accustomed to restraint, suppressing the excitement coursing through his veins, allowing it to manifest only as a tender whisper on his lips. Sister-in-law, Song Wan nods with a smile, her demeanor clearly exhibiting a hint of distance. Jiang Yan remains unfazed, averting his gaze and speaking in a barely audible voice imbued with a subtle hoarseness. This year, as I reach maturity, I ought to select a courtesy name. Recently, I've been contemplating the name Yuqi. What does my sister-in-law think? Taken aback, Song Wan struggles to comprehend why Jiang Yan would bring this up with her. Yuqi, she softly repeats, causing Jiang Yan's heart to jolt, before he reveals a meticulously restrained smile. What topics are you and my younger brother discussing? Jiang Xingjian, having approached unnoticed, scrutinizes Jiang Yan with a discerning eye, reflecting on the considerable changes he has undergone. When he left the estate years ago, Jiang Yan was merely a boy of 12 or 13, mature beyond his years but lacking the composure he now possesses, clad in a purple-gold patterned robe with arrow sleeves, and wearing dark boots. His hair is elegantly tied with a silver hairpin, presenting a remarkably dapper appearance. However, his pallor reveals a certain fragility, and while he initially exudes an air of cultured refinement, Jiang Xingjian discerns a hint of ambition and unexplainable fervor in his ink-black eyes. Your complexion is flushed. Are you unwell? Jiang Xingjian raises an eyebrow, his expression indifferent. Jiang Yan bows slightly. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I am quite well. It is merely the crowded atmosphere inside that prompted me to seek a breath of fresh air. Their conversation carries an air of congeniality, seemingly embodying the ideal brotherly bond, yet Song Wan suddenly considers that, had Jiang Xingjian not returned, the title of Marquis of Jiangyang would inevitably fall to Jiang Yan, a prospect that now seems utterly impossible. The thought of potential disputes within the household in the future leaves her feeling somewhat disenchanted. Please converse with my husband and younger brother. I shall assist my mother in preparing the meal. With little desire to engage in further pleasantries, Song Wan departs for the inner hall. Within, old Madame Jiang, Jiang Mother, and Lin Jiayue are present. Jiang Mother, observing Lin Jiayue's attire, is filled with both anger and urgency. Having descended from a line of military generals, she was seldom educated in the nuances of etiquette, and it was only after marrying into the Marquisate that she cultivated a semblance of decorum, unlike the composed patience exhibited by old Madame Jiang and Song Wan. Casting a cold glare at Lin Jiayue, she inquires, "Did not the elder lady provide you with garments? Why then do you choose to wear Song Wan's ceremonial attire?" Lin Jiayue, unfamiliar with the significance of the ceremonial dress, suspects that her own garment carries some weighty provenance. Her sole intent is to prove to Jiang Xingjian that she holds a place of greater importance in his heart than that of his formerly acknowledged wife, entirely disregarding the potential affront to old Madame Jiang and Jiang Mother. Thus, Lin Jiayue responds with a forced smile, "The garments gifted by old Madame Jiang are indeed splendid, but they do not fit me well. Brother Xingjian kindly assisted me in acquiring a new set. Before the elder lady, you speak so casually. One wonders what manner of upbringing you have received." Jiang Mother frowns at Lin Jiayue, her displeasure mounting. Sensing her mistress's discontent, a nearby maid steps forward. It is hardly Lin Jiayue's fault. Coming from a humble background, she is simply unaware of our household's customs. There is no need for concern, madam. When I first entered the household, I too was oblivious to such etiquette. In time, I learned from the elder ladies. After a day of forced smiles, Lin Jiayue can no longer contain herself. She looks at the maid with a cold smirk. Though my family may not be of the highest pedigree, we are a hidden lineage of the Huaxia, so it is only natural that you are unfamiliar with us. However, I cannot accept being labeled as humble or lowly. At that moment, Song Wan enters the inner hall, dressed in her usual understated elegance, yet radiating a dignified aura that sets her apart from ordinary folk. Lin Jiayue, feeling stifled, takes a deep breath, forcing a smile as she remarks, "My family specializes in various ingenious arts, benefiting both the gentry and the commoners. Jiang Xingjian invited me to the Marquisate precisely because he recognizes my talents and specifically requested my presence." Chapter 5. The round room. After Lin Jiayue finished speaking, she felt a surge of satisfaction within her heart, believing that the others would regard her with newfound respect. To her surprise, Madame Jiang merely cast a glance in her direction, offering no further response. "Grandmother, mother, it is time to take our seats." Upon Song Wan's entrance, a multitude of individuals, along with their maids and attendants, departed. It was only then that Lin Jiayue, her face flushed, let out a cold huff. When the maidservant attending Jiang Xingjian came to find her, Lin Jiayue followed her into the main hall. The opulence of the Marquis's residence exceeded her wildest imaginings. A single banquet table was laden with over 100 exquisite delicacies, adorned with countless pieces of gold, silver, and porcelain. She inwardly marveled, yet could not help but mutter a few words of disdain regarding the extravagance and indulgence. "Miss Lin, please follow me this way." "What is your name?" The maidservant respectfully replied, "Huaisu," and guided Lin Jiayue to the table. To the left of the old matriarch sat Madame Jiang, and to her right was Jiang Xingjian, while Song Wan did not occupy the seat beside him but rather took her place next to Madame Jiang. Noticing that no one sat beside Jiang Xingjian, Lin Jiayue seized the opportunity to sit down, only to find herself the center of attention, with countless pairs of eyes scrutinizing her, making her feel as though she were sitting on needles. Huaisu's face turned crimson as she realized Lin Jiayue's blatant disregard for propriety. Leaning closer, she whispered, "This is Lord Yan's seat. Miss Lin, please follow me." Lin Jiayue hesitated, glancing at Jiang Xingjian. While he might overlook minor infractions, such breaches of decorum were not to be trifled with, even by the esteemed matriarch. Jiang Xingjian frowned, an unmistakable hint of displeasure crossing his features. Realizing she had no choice, Lin Jiayue reluctantly rose, trailing behind Huaisu. Just when she thought she would be seated beside Song Wan, Huaisu instead led her to a position nearly opposite the main seat. Even if she were oblivious to the Marquis's etiquette, she understood that this location was tantamount to the lowest rank at the table. Lin Jiayue gritted her teeth, her entire face aflame, unsure whether her embarrassment or indignation was more overwhelming. When they reached their designated spots, she attempted to sit down, only to be halted by Huaisu's gentle grip. Turning to unleash her frustration, she was met with Huaisu's subtle gesture urging her to remain silent. Lin Jiayue raised her gaze and observed that everyone was seated according to their rank, causing her heart to tighten as she clenched her teeth, waiting for those beside her to settle before finally taking her place. Before she could even stabilize herself in the chair, Huaisu lightly tapped her back. Having bottled up her frustrations for the entire evening, Lin Jiayue felt herself on the brink of collapse and abruptly shook off Huaisu's hand. A nearby young girl, no more than 10, cast her a surprised glance. Lin Jiayue realized that her actions must have appeared quite outlandish among these young ladies, yet she was too weary to care. Resolutely, she picked up her chopsticks to serve herself some food, only to hesitate as she glanced around the table, noticing that, aside from her, none of the other 20-odd ladies had moved their chopsticks. A jolt of anxiety coursed through her, and she sheepishly withdrew her hand. It was only due to her previous experiences with dining that she felt compelled to observe the others' behaviors. After a thorough assessment, her discomfort deepened. She noticed the young girl beside her barely perched on the edge of her chair, her gaze not directed at the food before her but rather slightly turned towards the old matriarch. It became clear why Huaisu had nudged her earlier. Her posture was indeed improper. Upon closer inspection, she realized that all the ladies were seated in the same manner. Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together, her expression icy, but ultimately, the awkwardness within her compelled her to lean forward slightly, conforming to the expected posture. The Marquis' dining hall was filled with 20 or so noble ladies, accompanied by their attentive maidservants and the young girls serving the dishes, resulting in a constant bustle of over 100 individuals. Yet, not a single cough or clink of utensils could be heard. The dining atmosphere was eerily silent, making Lin Jiayue feel increasingly uneasy. Moreover, she was not accustomed to such rigid decorum, and after merely sitting for a while, she began to feel weary and lightheaded. Having traveled with Jiang Xingjian for several days, the revelation of his existing wife upon arriving at the Marquis' residence, combined with the exhausting events of the day, left her utterly drained. Now, faced with a table laden with exquisite delicacies, her hunger became nearly unbearable. Stealing a glance at Song Wan, who seemed to be enjoying her meal, Lin Jiayue felt a momentary relaxation and raised her chopsticks to grasp a dish, uncertain whether it was pig trotter or elbow meat. Just as she placed it in her bowl, the young girl beside her cast another astonished look her way. That single glance nearly provoked an outburst from Lin Jiayue. There is no need to adhere so strictly to the rules when dining with family. Simply enjoy yourselves, spoke the old matriarch. Yet, rather than feeling comforted, Lin Jiayue was engulfed by a sense of shame, as if her actions had been laid bare. Gritting her teeth, she hesitated for a moment, forcing the last shred of dignity as she brought the chopsticks to her mouth. The meat was tender and fragrant, boasting a unique flavor, yet it felt as though she were chewing on wax. After a single bite, she found herself unable to consume any more, her focus entirely on observing Song Wan. She noticed that from the moment they began dining, Song Wan had not touched a single dish. Every plate was presented to the old matriarch first, only after she had tasted the dishes would the maidservants, equipped with delicately inlaid silver chopsticks and spoons, serve a few dishes into the small bowls of the other noble ladies. Aside from the serving maidens and Song Wan, no one else dared to reach for the food. Lin Jiayue watched in disbelief as all the ladies took only a few bites before setting down their chopsticks, as if there were an unspoken rule governing the quantity of food one could consume. A sharp pang of indignation lodged itself in her heart, particularly when she observed the servant bypassing the dish she had attempted to serve herself, her frustration reaching its zenith, persisting even until the meal concluded. "Grandmother, tea for you." After the meal, Song Wan remained by the old matriarch's side, attending to her as she sipped her tea, while Jiang Xingjian accompanied Jiang Yan and the other younger brothers to see off their uncles in the western courtyard. With the male guests absent, the atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably. The old matriarch took a delicate sip from the tea that Song Wan had offered and remarked with a smile, "Is this tea brewed with plum water?" Madame Jiang responded, "Indeed, grandmother possesses keen insight. I had just been about to mention it. This is indeed plum water, gathered by water from the snow on the plum blossoms last winter. It not only carries the fragrance of the plum but is also clearer and smoother than ordinary spring water," the old matriarch explained. Understanding that Waner had lived a solitary life, spending her days reading and praying, with no children of her own and little opportunity to leave the courtyard, the old matriarch felt a wave of sympathy. Seeing Lin Jiayue following closely behind Jiang Xingjian, she could not help but feel displeased. Turning to her head maid Baiju, she ordered, "Go, have the storeroom send red candles and joyful bedding to the lawn courtyard. It looks dreary and uninviting." After issuing her command, the old matriarch turned to Song Wan and said, "Now that Ear has returned, your mother and I shall ensure you no longer face any grievances. Today, you and Ear shall complete your nuptials, and in the future, when you bear a son or daughter, the Marquis' residence shall truly be under your dominion." Upon hearing these words, Song Wan's face flushed crimson. She first appeared somewhat embarrassed, then her brow slightly furrowed and thought. Chapter 6 Threats. Grandmother knows that you have always been well-mannered, but as a young woman, it is only natural that you cannot be too distant from your own husband. Now that Ear has returned, you should take this opportunity tonight to be affectionate with him. Song Wan felt her cheeks flush deeper at the words of old lady Jiang. Seeing her look of shyness, the elderly matron gently nudged her twice. Go find Ear. What is the point of spending the entire day with us old folk?" Mother Jiang also smiled and nodded, urging Song Wan to seek out Jiang Xingjian. Just as she turned past the verdant jade screen, Song Wan overheard Mother Jiang speaking to Madame Jiang. "That girl from the Lin family is truly laughable. Her mannerisms and speech exude an air of pretentiousness, yet she dares to boast about her descent from a reclusive clan. I would like to know which clan behaves so rudely and which young lady is so lacking in self-respect." Old lady Jiang sighed softly. Although that woman lacks a gentle demeanor and displays a somewhat affected demeanor, she is indeed a bit frivolous, yet, you should not make things difficult for her. After all, she was brought back by Ear. It would be quite unfortunate if you two were to mar your relationship over such a trifling matter. After 6 years apart. As Song Wan stepped outside, she remained oblivious to what the two continued to discuss. Outside the door, Lin Jiayue, Jiang Xingjian, and Jiang Yan stood together. As Song Wan entered the main hall, she heard Lin Jiayue speak with a smile that was not quite a smile. "The rules of the Marquis' residence are rather excessive, it seems. Is it because there are so many rules that everyone can only nibble at their chopsticks before leaving the table? Jiang Xingjian and Jiang Yan frowned in unison, and even the several matrons in the courtyard wore looks of disdain. They had never encountered a young lady who spoke so coarsely. Seeing the reactions of those present, Lin Jiayue felt increasingly uncomfortable. She looked at Jiang Xingjian and declared, "Jiang Yi, I did not come back to the Marquis' residence to be mistreated." The name Jiang Yi caused everyone to widen their eyes. Jiang Yan even looked at her with a hint of interest. However, upon noticing Song Wan standing behind with a pale face, he restrained himself. After a moment's thought, he took half a step back, allowing Lin Jiayue and Jiang Xingjian to pass through. "You little wretch, how dare you address the young master by name?" A plump matron stepped forward. "Who taught you to call people by name, in the entire Marquis' residence, aside from the old lady and the madam, who else can be called by name? Where did you learn such manners? Men and women should not be acquainted without a matchmaker. Do you not understand such basic principles? Your ignorance of etiquette should not cause trouble for our young master." Li Mama, Lin Jiayue, infuriated by the scolding, was just about to ask Jiang Xingjian to deal with the servant when she saw him conversing amiably with the matron. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in her eyes. The matron, upon seeing this, let out a cold snort, prancing about without shame. "You," Lin Jiayue rolled up her sleeves, her eyes red as she looked at Jiang Xingjian. "Jiang Yi, tell me, am I allowed to address you by name or not?" Jiang Xingjian remained silent, but Jiang Yan interjected, "Etiquette states that one should refer to a person by their courtesy name to show respect. One may call their father by name, but to others, one should use their courtesy name. A young lady certainly cannot address her elder brother by name. Such behavior is akin to an insult." Li Mama nodded repeatedly at these words. Any young lady from a respectable family would understand this principle. Even if the young master wishes to protect you, one cannot disregard ancestral customs. Brother Xingjian, but with tears rolling down her cheeks, Lin Jiayue gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Jiang Xingjian frowned, wanting to pursue her, but was stopped by Li Mama. "Master, what are you doing?" Jiang Xingjian replied, "Her ignorance of manners is my failure to teach her. I will instruct her in the future." "I will need your assistance then." With that, he sought out Lin Jiayue. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow at the pair's retreating figures. "Thank you for your hard work today." Mama Song Wan emerged from the room. Li Mama attempted to pay her respects but was halted. "You are both the dowry of the madam and the wet nurse of the young master. I cannot accept this courtesy." Li Mama replied, "Please do not say such things. It would be too much for an old woman. Mother has had several cups of tea tonight. I imagine she will be busy later. Please take care of yourself and do not exhaust yourself with every little task. If you become tired, simply call on the younger ones for help. Do not overexert yourself." Song Wan gestured for Hengji to give Li Mama a couple of silver coins and cheerfully suggested that she go fetch some cold drinks to combat the recent heat. Li Mama beamed as she accepted them, expressing her gratitude profusely. "The young mistress is kind-hearted and gentle. Everyone in the residence knows this. No wonder the old lady and madam praise you endlessly. Those from small households truly cannot compare to even a single strand of your hair." Song Wan smiled and instructed Hengwu to escort Li Mama back to Mother Jiang's Jisheng courtyard. Afterward, she nodded at Jiang Yan before heading towards the Lanting courtyard with Hengji. Jiang Yan observed her untroubled expression, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Xingjian or Lin Jiayue, and felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a simple, elegant white handkerchief lying on the ground. In the Marquis' residence, only Song Wan used plain handkerchiefs. He stared at the handkerchief for a long while before instructing a little maid dressed in a stone blue brocade skirt, "The young lady Yi has dropped something. Please wash it clean and deliver it to her." Courtyard. The little maid nodded blankly, her face flushed. At the banquet, Jiang Yan had consumed a few cups of wine. Although he usually had a decent tolerance, today he felt a bit dizzy after just 3 or 5 cups. Not only was his chest ablaze with excitement, but his head also hummed with noise, a graceful figure flitting through his mind repeatedly, disturbing his peace. After finally returning to Yuling's studio, Jiang Yan removed his outer robe and lay directly on the Luohan bed in the second hall. Second master, Jiang Yan opened his eyes to see Qingjai holding a cloth soaked in hot water to cleanse his face, and he sat up. "Did I just fall asleep?" Qingjai respectfully replied, "You returned and fell asleep, but it was not for long." "Is there something?" Jiang Yan took the cloth and wiped his face, and as he lowered his hand, he noticed the small embroidered characters at the corner of the cloth, lost in thought for some reason. While half kneeling to collect the basin and cloth, handing the items to a second-rank maid in the room, Qingjai remarked while assisting Jiang Yan with his clothing, "A servant from the outer courtyard has come, claiming there is something important for the master. I asked him several times, but he would not say. It seems it must be quite urgent, which is why I called you to wake. Send him to the study." Jiang Yan frowned and dressed himself before heading to the study. Not long after sitting down, a thin, restless servant entered, his eyes darting nervously. Upon entering the room, he pulled out an oiled paper package from his bosom and placed it on the writing desk. The servant grinned. "Though young master Yi is a legitimate heir of the Marquis' residence, my family has relied on second master for support these past few years. Without you, I would not know where I would be. This favor has been etched in my heart, and now I finally have the opportunity to repay second master. It is truly not in vain for my loyalty." As Jiang Yan looked at the filthy oil paper, a corner of soft, pure white was visible, causing his veins to throb and his forehead to pound painfully. Chapter 7. Silencing. He raised his hand to press against his brow. His long fingers, with distinctly prominent knuckles, resembled jade, causing the servant to look on with quiet envy. Just a pair of hands sufficed to reveal the man's opulence and noble air. "Pray tell, how do you intend to repay me?" Jiang Yan leaned back, his tone laced with a hint of languor. He did not even glance at the servant, yet his gaze repeatedly swept over that patch of pure white. In response to the second master's words, "I can only say that during these 6 years, you have managed the Marquis' residence with not only hardship but also diligence. Why should Lord E, upon his return, effortlessly reclaim a title? It is clear that these years, it has been you who has borne the burden of the household. Now that the title is about to be conferred, it is truly regrettable that Lord E has intervened. Jiang Yan chuckled lazily. You merely believe that after holding the Marquisate for 6 years, I stand a better chance than my brother, and you wish to use this to rise swiftly. There is no need to dress it up so grandiosely. Upon seeing the bothersome oil paper, Jiang Yan appeared unable to bear it. He extended 2 fingers and deftly drew out a handkerchief that still bore a faint fragrance of cold plum blossoms. Truly worthy of the second master, your actions are remarkably decisive. Jiang Yan paid no heed to the servant's flattery and merely set the handkerchief aside with care. Speak plainly. I have no time to waste with you. Noticing Jiang Yan's impatience, the servant hastily replied, I have contemplated this matter. Lord E will soon submit his request for the title. He is rightfully entitled to inherit it as the legitimate heir of the Marquisate. However, I cannot abide by this injustice, hence I have devised a means to hinder his smooth succession. It is well known that the eldest lady was raised by her aunt, Princess Yun. For all these years, Princess Yun has cherished her above all else. Should anything untoward happen to the eldest lady within the residence, Lord E will undoubtedly be implicated. Jiang Yan raised his head, unable to suppress a trace of derision. Go on. My thought is that if the eldest lady were discovered to be involved with someone in secret and consequently faced punishment, it might incite Princess Yun's wrath. And if, in the future, Princess Yun were to uncover that all of this was orchestrated by Lord E, merely to clear the path for the young lady he has brought back to the residence, what do you think would ensue? I venture to guess? Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, as though genuinely contemplating the scene of Princess Yun's fury directed at Jiang Xingjian. The servant's face was alight with glee, as if he could already envision himself commanding the winds, becoming the foremost figure by the side of the Marquis of Cheng'an. You seem a bit too eager. Which household do you hail from? Jiang Yan stood up, took the plain handkerchief from the table, and walked over to the washstand to gently wash it. The servant observed, perplexed, yet still replied, I am not a native of the residence. I was purchased by the chief steward 2 years ago. I typically serve in the attendant quarters and am quite familiar with the other servants. After cleaning the handkerchief, Jiang Yan removed all the renowned writing instruments from the pen rack and set them aside to dry. What is your relation to that 4th-rank maid from today? The servant responded, she is my sister. The chief steward, being kind-hearted, allowed us both to enter the residence together, ensuring we have some semblance of support. Jiang Yan bent slightly, meticulously smoothing out the creases of the handkerchief until there were no traces left before standing upright. He approached the treasure pavilion, retrieved a bronze incense burner the size of a soccer ball adorned with dragon patterns, and, with a swift motion, brought it crashing down upon the back of the servant's head. A resounding thud echoed as the man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Casting the bronze incense burner aside, Jiang Yan summoned Xingjian to enter. Second, upon seeing the pool of blood on the floor, Xingjian was struck with terror, her soul seemingly fleeing, yet she dared not utter a sound, merely pressing her palm against her mouth. Jiang Yan, washing his hands, instructed, handle this with care. There is another 4th-rank maid in the old lady's court who is related to him, find a pretext to sell her off. I understand, Xingjian replied, retrieving a soft cloth from the room to wipe away the crimson stain on the ground. Jiang Yan, however, remained utterly indifferent to the presence of a corpse in the study. He simply took the handkerchief from the pen rack, carefully folded it, and held it in his palm. Returning to his chamber, Jiang Yan extracted a white jade box from the bottom layer of his desk and placed the handkerchief inside. His thoughts remained inscrutable, and Yuling's studio was as tranquil as ever, while Lawn Courtyard was bustling with activity that evening. The bright red wedding candles, embroidered with mandarin ducks, the scarlet wedding blankets, pomegranate red curtains, dawn pink porcelainwares, and even the silver basin and bucket adorned with red silk, were all continuously delivered to Lawn Courtyard. Song Wan observed the crowded main hall, her expression wooden as she directed Hongji, Hongwu, and Xiangqiao to move things into the room. The occupants of Lawn Courtyard, aside from Granny Zhao, wore little semblance of joy. Miss, the bedding. Song Wan gently stroked the golden striped tiger lying on its back and spoke softly, there is no need to change it. Just leave it in the kitchen. Miss, Granny Zhao exclaimed, clutching the wedding blanket, her brow furrowed, today marks the day you consummate your marriage with the master, how can you not change the wedding bedding? If the master sees it later, he might think you harbor some discontent. With that, she took it upon herself to arrange the bedding in the bridal chamber. Song Wan suspected Jiang Xingjian would not come tonight, and thus, she was disinclined to dampen the wet nurse's spirits. The little maidservants in the room, seeing their mistress silent, followed Granny Zhao's lead and began to carry the lavish red bedding into the inner chamber. Just as they were entering, they encountered Jiang Xingjian. The room filled with maidservants and matrons stepped forward to pay their respects, while Song Wan remained seated on the beauty couch, clutching the languid golden-striped tiger, not moving an inch. Master, the little maid, holding the red quilt, found the room fragrant with floral-scented wedding candles. Jiang Xingjian turned to look at Song Wan, only to find her dressed in a moon-white gauze robe, sitting quietly without a hint of intention to share the bed with him. His gaze darkened, suspicion blossoming within him, but he lightly brushed aside his garments and sat down before Song Wan, his brow furrowed as if he wished to say something, yet, whether it was the surrounding red silk casting an amorous ambience or the warm-scented wedding candles inducing a sense of haze, the words he intended to utter suddenly faltered on his lips. He sat too close, his tall figure emanating a strong sense of pressure, causing Song Wan to instinctively clutch the golden-striped tiger tighter. A delicate flush crept onto her cheeks, and the fair skin of her neck bore a faint pink hue. This bashful and alluring demeanor stirred something within Jiang Xingjian. Suddenly, he recalled the days 6 years prior when he left the capital. He had asked her to see him off under the pretense of his mother's name, and before departing, he gently inserted a hand-carved white jade plum blossom hairpin into her hair. At that time, Song Wan had looked much the same, her face a picture of shyness, yet she adhered to propriety, not daring to draw near him. Die in his memory, she appeared both obedient and somewhat stubborn, like a child yearning for sweets yet too shy to ask. The golden-striped tiger, now held tightly, whimpered in protest, prompting Song Wan to place it gently on the bedding. Jiang Xingjian cast a glance at the embroidered cat bed beside the pillow, his brow furrowing in consternation. Is it resting here? Song Wan stood up, distancing herself from Jiang Xingjian, and replied coolly, Does my husband have something to say to me? Jiang Xingjian replied, This is my room. Am I not allowed to be here? Seeing Song Wan remain silent, he composed himself and stated earnestly, Indeed, I have matters to discuss with you. Jia Yu is unfamiliar with the etiquette of the Marquisate and is unaware of the usual courtesies. Since you have nothing pressing, why not teach her how to conduct herself properly? Chapter 8 The Sour Grapes. Upon hearing this, Song Wan remarked, It is getting late, my husband should rest early. Tomorrow morning, we must pay our respects to grandmother. Having spoken, she instructed Hong Wu to fetch water and help her remove her makeup, thereafter paying no further heed to Jiang Xingjian. Having encountered a rebuff, he felt disinclined to press the matter further and departed the main chamber with a palpable air of displeasure. Once her makeup was removed and her hair unbound, Song Wan leaned against the vibrant crimson cushion, lost in thought. Meow, the golden-striped tiger cat leaped onto her lap, seemingly attuned to her mood, nuzzling against her with a tilted head. Its fluffy head rubbed against her palm, occasionally nudging her hand with its warm little nose. Have you finished the meat paste, or do you wish for my company and play? The golden-striped tiger appeared almost sentient, as though it understood her words, letting out a series of soft meows in response. After years of companionship, a certain understanding had developed between them. Song Wan gently patted the cat's pudgy paws and cradled it in her arms. The golden-striped tiger settled comfortably and began to purr softly, drifting into slumber. Song Wan smiled as she ran her fingertips through its fur, quietly listening to the rhythmic purring. The turmoil in her heart dissipated with each gentle rumble, and she turned her gaze to a row of wooden carvings placed on the windowsill. Casually, she picked one up and handed it to Hong Wu, saying, Dispose of it. Hong Wu was taken aback. Miss, you have always treasured this, give it to me. Hong Ji swiftly took the carving from Hong Wu's hand and dashed outside, casually tossing it into the flower bed. As she beheld the now missing carving, a slight pang tugged at Song Wan's heart, yet the warmth emanating from the golden-striped tiger in her embrace inexplicably comforted her. The following morning, she arose early, allowing the Hong sisters to assist her with her attire and hair. Just as she was applying her makeup, a kindly matron arrived at the courtyard seeking an audience. Granny How, you have come so early, the matron smiled. The embroidery room has the measurements for the eldest lady. I thought, given how the eldest lady often wears simple attire, she lacks a few vibrant garments, thus, I had the girls work overnight to prepare several sets, and the old lady and madam have granted us access to the storeroom to select the finest fabrics for the eldest lady. Hong Ji accepted the clothing and shoes, instructing Hong Wu to fetch some coins from within. You have worked hard. Please take this to the embroiderers to treat them to some tea and perhaps some fruits to soothe their spirits. The matron smiled as she accepted the coins, leaving behind a few pieces of fabric that Song Wan had chosen before taking her leave. The time spent attending to these matters caused a slight delay for the group as they exited, and by the time they reached the courtyard, Jiang Xingjian was already waiting there. My husband, I apologize for the wait, Song Wan said, with a slight bow, halting a half-step behind Jiang Xingjian. Please, you may proceed first. Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, harboring some dissatisfaction towards her overly polite yet distant demeanor, but noting the hour was already late, he refrained from commenting further. The morning and evening salutations were a requisite duty for every younger member of the Ho residence, and should they encounter the elderly matriarch's invitation for a meal, it could delay them until the hour of the snake. Lin Jiayue had been waiting in the embroidery pavilion for quite some time without sight of the two, and her jealousy simmered as she observed Jiang Xingjian returning alongside Song Wan, their contrasting elegance, his handsome demeanor and her gentle beauty, provoking a twinge of bitterness within her. Xingjian Gij, she called out loudly as soon as they passed through the drooping flower gate. Huaisu glanced at her with a sigh of resignation. Xingjian Gij, do you have any plans today? If not, why not take me to the capital for a stroll, she suggested, feeling stifled after a day spent in the Ho residence, especially with Huaisu constantly advising her on this and that. Just as Jiang Xingjian extricated himself from Lin Jiayue's grasp, Song Wan had already retreated to the main courtyard. He pressed his fingers against his temples, casting a glance at Huaisu. If Miss has no matters to attend to, perhaps it would be better for a servant to accompany you in the residence. What? Am I not permitted to go outside? Huaisu replied, in truth, women of the inner court are not encouraged to expose themselves in public, and there are indeed rules against women peering through the main gate without cause. Such traditions passed down from our ancestors must not be broken. Lin Jiayue's expression stiffened, and she sneered, Are you suggesting that all the women in the Ho residence are confined within the courtyard? If there are no pressing matters, that is indeed the case. Xingjian Gij, Lin Jiayue pouted, glancing at Jiang Xingjian, you truly cannot accompany me outside? What if I simply wish to go out today? Jiang Xingjian offered no reply, while Huaisu interjected, if Miss Lin wishes to leave the estate, it is not impossible. However, the rules within the Ho residence are numerous. The old lady and madam are not inclined to permit frivolous behavior, and for the sake of the other women in the residence, should you leave, it may be difficult for you to re-enter the inner quarters. Ha! Lin Jiayue scoffed, you speak of the rules of the Ho residence as if you are the master, yet here you are, a mere servant, speaking out of turn before your mistress has even voiced her opinion. Huaisu replied, it was indeed my transgression. With that, she stepped back behind Jiang Xingjian and fell silent. Lin Jiayue, however, failed to perceive any hint of remorse in her demeanor. Jiang Xingjian, feeling vexed, remarked, Huaisu originally served in the old lady's quarters, her status is naturally not that of an ordinary servant. In principle, Huaisu was Jiang Xingjian's personal maid, and she should have been elevated to the status of a concubine. However, due to the abrupt changes within the household when Jiang Xingjian departed, that status had not been formally recognized, and it was now awkward to bring it up. If one were to consider the hierarchy, Lin Jiayue ought to address her as sister. Yet, Huaisu had always handled matters with discretion and had no desire to engage in jealousy or rivalry, thus she remained reticent. Noticing Lin Jiayue biting her lip, looking aggrieved, Jiang Xingjian said, since you find it uncomfortable to reside in the Ho residence, I could purchase a house for you outside. I do not want that. If she were to leave the Ho residence, would she not truly become a concubine? Lin Jiayue's eyes reddened. Does Xingjian Gage no longer wish for that recipe for fire weapons? Jiang Xingjian glanced at her, choosing not to revisit the matter of purchasing an external residence. Let this farce come to a close. Having been away from the capital for 6 years, there were indeed many matters to attend to. After instructing Huaisu to continue teaching Lin Jiayue the rules of the Ho residence, he departed to visit friends. Understanding that Lin Jiayue held no affection for her, Huaisu summoned the two maidservants, Shi and Lingyun. Today, the madam has summoned me for a matter. You two accompany Miss Lin and attend to her needs. They nodded in agreement, and Huaisu proceeded to seek out Lady Jiang. One is left, yet two have arrived to keep watch, Lin Jiayue thought to herself, feeling vexed, and she sought out a place to sit down. She wished to offer her some advice but was halted by Lingyun. The two were second-tier maidservants serving Jiang Xingjian, and they had been quite busy, now tasked with overseeing a troublemaker like Lin Jiayue, which naturally bred discontent. Seeing that the courtyard was devoid of others, Lingyun grew lazy and slipped into the rockery to cool off. She instructed her to keep an eye on Lin Jiayue while attending to other matters herself. After lounging in the corridor for most of the day, Lin Jiayue finally felt a bit more at ease. She was just about to return to her room for some water to stave off the heat when she spotted a plump orange cat sauntering unsteadily down the corridor. The cat's round cheeks and large eyes rendered it exceedingly adorable. Delighted at the sight of the golden-striped tiger, Lin Jiayue hurried over to scoop it into her arms, intending to bring it back to her room, only to see Lingyun emerge from the rockery. Miss Lin, that is the eldest lady's beloved pet, cherished for many years, often cradled in her arms. Please be cautious not to hurt it. Her previously uplifted mood plummeted at once, and Lin Jiayue's expression darkened as she retorted, why is it that what she raises is off limits for me to touch? Chapter 9. Poisoning? I did not mean it that way, Lingyun remarked, extending her arms to embrace the golden-striped tiger. However, Lin Jiayue sidestepped, evading her. I merely wish to play with it indoors for a while before returning it. The golden-striped tiger, heavy and docile in her arms, exuded a familiarity that stirred within Lin Jiayue an impulse to weep. Upon returning to her chamber, she instructed someone to prepare chicken breast, tearing it into pieces to feed the tiger nestled in a bamboo basket. That cold and distant woman seems to have cared for you quite well. It appears she is not as unapproachable as she pretends to be. The tiger emitted a soft whoop, swishing its tail as if in response to Lin Jiayue. Yet you are rather dirty, I wonder where you have been playing. Lin Jiayue took a warm cloth to clean the little creature, noticing a faint fishy odor emanating from its mouth. She gasped in surprise, you didn't go to the pond to catch fish, did you? Eating raw fish can lead to parasites. Momentarily hesitating, she was reluctant to touch the golden-striped tiger again. At that moment, two young girls, around 8 or 9 years old, approached, clad in indigo dresses and sporting servant hairstyles. Lin Jiayue recognized them as low-ranking maids of the Marquis residence and inquired, where has Lingyun gone? I just saw Sister Lingyun heading towards the main courtyard. Are you looking for her, Miss Lin? Upon hearing that Lingyun had gone to report, Lin Jiayue's face turned ashen with anger. She pointed at the little maid, is there a veterinarian in the estate? Yes, there is. Both the east and west gates housed stables, and the Marquis horses were exceptional steeds, worth more than 100 servants combined, naturally necessitating the presence of specialized veterinarians. The little maid, unaware of Lin Jiayue's intentions, obediently replied, the veterinarians are in the outer courtyard, only the young servants can go there. If you wish to see them, you must ask the master first, as I do not have the authority to admit anyone into the inner courtyard. Never mind that. Surely you can fetch me something? Lin Jiayue rolled her eyes, and upon seeing the maid nod, she continued, please find me some external, safe deworming medicine and bring it back. I understand. The little maid dashed off to seek out the overseeing matron, returning shortly with the requested items. Very well, you may go now. The maid, pursing her lips, noticed that Lin Jiayue neither offered a reward nor uttered a kind word, leaving with a sense of grievance. Given your master's pitiable state, I shall assist in expelling the parasites. After all, she may very well end up relying on you for companionship, living a life of solitude. Lin Jiayue opened the paper packet, inspecting the white powder within, feeling a tinge of concern. While she was aware that pets required deworming, the specifics of the procedure eluded her comprehension. The golden-striped tiger, catching the scent of the powder, began to fidget restlessly, attempting to escape, only to be firmly held by Lin Jiayue. Do not think me overly harsh. I do not wish to be so, but I cannot risk my own romantic prospects out of pity for her. When I first met Jiang Xingjian, he was a virtuous bachelor. Who could have known that your master would inexplicably marry a deceased man? Lin Jiayue muttered, applying some of the powder directly onto the golden-striped tiger. This should suffice, yes? The feline, highly sensitive to scents, began to lick the powder off its fur vigorously, prompting Lin Jiayue to panic. Do not lick that off. If you ingest it, you may poison yourself. As the tiger licked with increasing fervor, Lin Jiayue hurriedly placed it into a copper basin to wash it clean. However, as she continued, she noticed the little creature gasping for breath, its body stiffening gradually, sending her into a deeper state of alarm as she rinsed it off. It was only when the cat began to foam at the mouth that she cried out in despair, "Someone, quickly!" Jiang Xingjian had just returned from outside the residence when he saw Lin Jiayue rushing out, holding the drenched golden-striped tiger. "Jiang Yi, please save it." "Save it?" Jiang Xingjian frowned. "What has happened? What did it ingest?" "I do not know, I merely saw it was infested with parasites and thought to deworm it, but I never expected it would ingest the medicine. I specifically asked the veterinarian for something safe and low in toxicity. I truly do not understand how it has come to this." Lin Jiayue trembled with panic, her hands quaking as she held the golden-striped tiger. Jiang Xingjian offered some words of comfort and instructed the servants in the courtyard to fetch the estate's physician. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayue was in a state of distress when she spotted Hengwu approaching from a distance, ringing a bell and calling for the tiger. "Please summon Hengwu." Hengwu, led by the little maid, arrived to find the golden-striped tiger soaked and foaming at the mouth, her face paling in terror as she burst into tears. "Sister, sister! Come quickly and see the golden-striped tiger." Hengwu cradled the tiger in her arms, racing madly towards the main courtyard. In recent years, the young mistress had been driven to madness by the solitude of widowhood, largely due to the companionship of the golden-striped tiger. The little creature was remarkably perceptive and adept at bringing joy. Without it, the years spent confined in the fragrant chamber would have been unbearable. Although the young mistress had never voiced it, she regarded the golden-striped tiger as her own child. Should it perish, one could only imagine the depths of her sorrow. As Hengwu cried out for Song Wan, when Song Wan took the golden-striped tiger from her, the little creature had already begun to convulse. "What happened?" "The master said it ingested some kind of medicine, and the physician has been summoned." Song Wan, holding the foaming tiger, trembled in panic. As Jiang Xingjian entered the room, he could not help but reach out to steady her, feeling a pang of sympathy at her precarious state. "Forgive me, I did not mean to. I only wished to show her out." Song Wan's sharp command caused Lin Jiayue to be pushed outside by Hengji. Jiang Xingjian frowned at the scene but swallowed his words upon seeing the crimson hue in Song Wan's eyes. Once a plump and imposing creature, the golden-striped tiger now lay pitifully in Song Wan's embrace, drenched and utterly disheveled. Its limbs had grown rigid, yet its large, round orange eyes still blinked. It gasped for breath, struggling increasingly. Song Wan instinctively tightened her hold, tears streaming down her face onto the little creature. "Meow!" The feeble cry pierced Song Wan's heart, prompting her to press her cheek against the tiger's small face, softly comforting. "Do not fear, dear little tiger. Mother is here." The kitten strained to extend its tiny paw, yearning to touch Song Wan's face. However, before it could lift its limb, it began to convulse uncontrollably. Tears welled in the tiger's eyes, its large, glistening gaze fixed on Song Wan, as though it had words to convey but was unable to articulate them. "Miss, the estate physician has arrived. Let him examine the tiger." Xiang Cao dragged the physician into the courtyard, disregarding the propriety of gender as she shouted for the matron on duty to relay the message. However, she had not awaited her mistress but instead found Hengji emerging. "Please, sir, you must return." The golden-striped tiger, Hengji's voice trembled, barely concealing her tears. Chapter 10. The lowly concubine. The maidservants in the courtyard averted their gazes, but Lin Jiayue wept, exclaiming, "I did not know it would come to this. I truly did not foresee such an outcome." Xiang Cao shot her a fierce glare and retreated into the house in a few swift steps. Inside, Song Wan still clutched the golden-threaded tiger tightly, while Hengwu stood by with reddened eyes, refraining from offering any counsel. "Mississippi." Hengji brought over an anmo box, within which lay a small mattress and a bell that Song Wan had personally sewn, each corner adorned with the embroidered characters of the golden-threaded tiger. Jiang Xingjian, witnessing the room full of maidservants calling out "Miss," felt a twinge of displeasure but chose to keep his thoughts to himself. He could hardly fathom the life Song Wan had endured over the past 6 years. In her tender years, a girl of 18 to 29 ought to bask in the care of her father and brothers, and the affection of her husband, yet, she remained solitary and widowed, keeping the company of a mere beast, which indeed made her situation somewhat pitiable. "Do not be sorrowful. When the time comes, I shall find you an identical one," Jiang Xingjian stated. His words, though intended to console, prompted Song Wan to turn her head away, refusing to meet his gaze any longer. After a prolonged silence, she choked back tears while cradling the now stiff and cold body, saying, "See the master out." Having been ordered to leave, Jiang Xingjian rose and approached the intricately carved window, where he caught sight of Lin Jiayue sitting outside, covering her face in tears. He halted, murmuring, "Jiayue did not act with malice. I inquired with the maid who delivered the medicine, and it was she who misunderstood Jiayue's intentions, fetching the deworming medication for horses from the stables. The master has been busy all day. It would be best for you to return to Xiuyan Pavilion and rest." Hengji stood before him, blocking his view entirely. Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow, noting the red-rimmed eyes of the girls in the room, and had no choice but to suppress the anger boiling within him. Once he departed, Song Wan, under the comfort of Xiang Cao, placed the golden-threaded tiger into the nanmo box. Miss, please do not cry, Jiao Mama, with reddened eyes, spoke up, your husband's return is a cause for great joy. You must not shed tears in front of others. At best, you will earn a reputation for being ungrateful. At worst, you may invite ill fortune. If word reaches the ears of the matriarch and the lady, it will only worsen. Those who know will say the miss is kind-hearted, while those who do not might concoct unflattering tales about your husband's return. Let the miss have a moment to herself. You all take your leave. Hangji ushered everyone out of the bedroom, and only in solitude could Song Wan shed her tears freely. She placed the sutras in eulogy she had written for the golden-threaded tiger, along with the little creature's toys and freshly dried fish from the kitchen, into the box, along with the unfinished small jacket she had sewn some days prior. As darkness enveloped the sky, Jiao Mama urged her to have dinner repeatedly, prompting her to finally close the box and instruct Hengji to bury the golden-threaded tiger in the flowerbed beneath her window. Leaning against the window, Song Wan numbly observed as her sisters filled the grave with earth. Upon seeing the remaining 11 wooden carvings, she casually tossed 3 out of the window. The following day, Song Wan awaited at the courtyard gate early. Jiang Xingjian, noticing her demeanor remained unperturbed, save for slightly reddened eyelids, could not help but sigh inwardly, acknowledging the grace instilled in her by the Song family. Please, my husband, take the lead, Song Wan said, bowing to invite Jiang Xingjian first as they approached the Fuhuang Hall. Suddenly, she remarked, a few days ago, you mentioned wanting Lin Jiayue to learn more about etiquette. Was that said in earnest? Naturally. Jiang Xingjian felt somewhat embarrassed by the numerous awkward moments caused by Lin Jiayue's lack of decorum. Wanner understands, she replied. After paying respects to the matriarch and Zhang's mother, the matriarch broached the subject of the golden-threaded tiger. It is truly a tragedy. Such a pity for that small creature. It has departed, and you were granted only these few years together. Wanner, do remember not to grieve excessively. Your health is of utmost importance. Grandmother speaks wisely. Wanner understands. Zhang's mother, upon hearing this, expressed her indignation. Isn't it indeed a tragedy? How could someone from such humble beginnings not control her own actions? If she finds a piece of clothing or a cat appealing, her shallow judgment is truly beyond my comprehension. Jiang Xingjian remained silent, and Song Wan interjected, since Lin Jiayue has entered the Marquis's residence, it is inappropriate for her to continue residing as an outsider. Such conduct, which neither grants her a proper status nor respects the boundaries of propriety, would only tarnish the reputation of the Marquis's household if it were to spread. Zhang's mother nodded in agreement. Your words carry merit. Though my husband has not bestowed Lin Jiayue with a title, as the legitimate wife, I cannot turn a blind eye to her continued impropriety. Song Wan raised her head and calmly stated, by rights, Lin Jiayue, having saved you, ought to be granted a higher status. However, given that there was no formal engagement, only a private arrangement, before she could finish, Zhang's mother frowned. A higher status, a woman who has debased herself so, still desires a high position? If women of such loose morals were to enter the Marquis's residence and be granted high status, what kind of household would that become? Jiang Xingjian had not anticipated Song Wan would abruptly bring up the subject of taking a concubine. He was caught off guard and found himself unable to refute her. He indeed bore a fault in his private conduct with Lin Jiayue, and he could not say much more. Were it not for Song Wan, he could easily persuade his grandmother and mother to allow him to marry Lin Jiayue, but now, discussing it further would only further tarnish Jiayue's reputation. Thus, Wanner believes it would be best to seize this opportunity, given the joy of your return, to address the matter of taking a concubine simultaneously. It would certainly add to the festivities. From her sleeve, Song Wan produced 2 thin invitations, upon which the names and birth dates of the women were inscribed. Now that we have taken in Lin Jiayue, it is time to bestow Huaisu with her proper status. The matriarch sighed, very well, let it be done. Huaisu has waited no less patiently than Wanner. In noble families, it was customary for young ladies to follow this path. Song Wan handed the 2 invitations to Zhang's mother, who, upon reading them, felt elated. There is no denying Wanner's virtue. Ear must have accrued great fortune in several lifetimes to marry such a worthy spouse. Zhang's mother continued, according to custom, Huaisu could be elevated to the status of a concubine, but as she hails from the matriarch's household, it would be improper to assign her such a lowly rank. I propose we elevate Huaisu to the status of a favored concubine. What does Wanner think? Song Wan replied, Huaisu's gentle nature and meticulous demeanor align perfectly with mother's intentions. Zhang's mother nodded with a smile. This Lin Jiayue has proven herself lacking in virtue. She is hardly fit for a lofty position. If we were to grant her the status of a favored concubine, would that not imply that Huaisu's character is on par with hers? That will not do, that will not do. Zhang's mother waved her hand, passing the invitations to the attendant beside her. Let us promote Huaisu to the status of a favored concubine and accept Lin Jiayue as a lowly concubine. Both shall receive the same monthly allowance, in accordance with the household's previous practices. Mother, Jiang Xingjian looked at her disapprovingly, but Zhang's mother merely smiled, asserting that men should not interfere in matters of the inner court, thus dismissing him. Women from humble backgrounds often believed they could rely on a man's favor to undermine the legitimate wife, not realizing that in noble marriages, the considerations were not solely about one individual. She had previously been disinclined to contest with Lin Jiayue, thinking that despite her reckless behavior, it ultimately did not affect her. Only yesterday did she realize her compassion was misplaced. Lin Jiayue's declaration of a lifetime spent with one person was both shameless and laughable. Glancing at Jiang Xingjian's expression, Song Wan pondered whether she had yet to mention her true intentions for today, feeling a pang of sympathy. With this thought in mind, Song Wan spoke softly, Grandmother, Mother, Wanner has one more request. Chapter 11 Non-willingness. What is there to discuss about asking or not asking? Just speak plainly with grandmother. Song Wan's voice was soft as she began. Since Miss Lin is now a member of the Ho residence, her conduct must adhere to the established decorum rather than the reckless freedom of the past. I wish to request grandmother and mother to appoint a couple of individuals to instruct Huaisu and Miss Lin in the ways of proper ladylike behavior. Madame Jiang remarked, "Wanner speaks wisely." In the past, when there were no formal ties, it was difficult to address such matters, but now that she has become a legitimate partner of Ear, any further scandal would bring disgrace to our household. Old Madame Jiang nodded in agreement, though her thoughts were elsewhere, and she casually remarked to Jiang Xingjian that girl-less mannerisms are indeed inappropriate. We must arrange a few governesses to teach her the proper conduct. However, I cannot spare too many from my side, so perhaps we can have Li from the Qi family assist you? The other two can come from your mother's quarters. This way, we can honor your mother's sentiments without being overly strict. If all four governesses were to come from the old Madame's quarters, it might raise suspicions of meddling in his affairs. Jiang Xingjian understood his grandmother's good intentions and softly agreed. The old madam secretly nodded, turning her gaze to the compliant Song Wan beside her. You are aware that your mother's health has suffered greatly due to her longing for her son over these past years, and our household has lacked a capable hand to shoulder its burdens. Now that Ear has returned, you need not remain confined to the courtyard. I propose to entrust you with the management of our estate. You shall not be overburdened, for I will always be here alongside your mother. Indeed, Wanner, with your assistance, your mother will be relieved of some of her burdens. Entrusting the household's authority to Song Wan was a means of compensating Jiang Xingjian for bringing people back and also a way to soothe the Song family. Song Wan understood that she could not refuse this responsibility, so she nodded in agreement. With Jiang Xingjian's return, both the old madam and Madame Jiang grew increasingly fond of Song Wan. Just as she accepted the management of household affairs, the old madam instructed the stewardess to bring the household tablets for her. If there is anything you do not comprehend, feel free to consult Jiang Fu's wife. Wan or understands. Receiving the tablets, Song Wan handed the exquisite treasure box inlaid with enamel and mother-of-pearl to Hong Ji. After dining at Fua Hall, Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan headed to Lanting Courtyard. They maintained a prolonged silence until they reached the courtyard gate, at which point Jiang Xingjian spoke. Jiayu poses no threat to you. Why rush to label her as a concubine? Song Wan raised an eyebrow but remained silent. In the future, when titles are conferred, I will elevate Jiayu to the status of a secondary wife. Song Wan smiled faintly. Your husband has been away for many years. One can imagine the traditions and etiquette have faded from his mind. Not to mention, Miss Lin has already tarnished her reputation by being involved with you. It is utterly impossible for her to become a secondary wife of the Ho residence. Moreover, today grandmother and mother have personally decided her position. How could you change it later? Occasional lapses in the rules of the capital do not signify much, but if even the virtue of filial piety is neglected, it would surely bring shame to the ancestors of the Changyang Ho family. As they conversed, Jiang Fu's wife approached with a group of stewardesses in the distance. Upon noticing this, Song Wan lowered her gaze, saying, for the sake of a concubine, sacrificing one's dignity is a trivial matter, but the century-old reputation of the Changyang Ho residence and my Song family must not be tarnished. I implore you, husband, do not bring disgrace upon our families. Jiayu. Before he could finish, Song Wan turned to greet the stewardesses. Jiang Xingjian, unable to articulate that her status was not ordinary, found the enchanting figure before him had already departed. He frowned, remaining silent, harboring a deep-seated frustration. In just a day, Song Wan had disrupted his plans, and as Jiang Xingjian pressed his fingers to his temples, he contemplated how to inform Lin Jiayu of the situation. Upon entering the room, he was suddenly embraced. The young girl tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, her voice soft and tender. Brother Xingjian, do you know that every time you are with other women, it pains my heart indescribably? We had agreed that upon returning to the capital, you would become my wife, yet now there is a legitimate wife here, like a great Buddha, overshadowing me. What am I to become? Had I known this would be the case, I would have preferred to remain at Suwa, rather than face the situation. Jiang Xingjian pulled Lin Jiayu away, feeling that her actions were indeed inappropriate. In the past, when they were outside, Lin Jiayu had relied on her youth and occasionally displayed some girlish charm, but such indiscreet behavior would have been unthinkable, and now, perhaps due to her inner turmoil, she felt compelled to seek closeness with him to validate their bond. However, Jiang Xingjian pressed his fingers to his forehead, feeling quite weary. Grandmother has arranged for a governess for you. Someone will come today to teach you the customs of the Ho residence. You must pay attention during their instruction. If you continue to act recklessly as you do now, you will likely suffer in the future. Upon hearing the term governess, Lin Jiayu's expression stiffened. I do not wish to learn those stifling rules that suppress one's nature. Do you wish for me to become like that wooden Buddha? Jiang Xingjian feigned ignorance. If you wish to remain in the Ho residence, you must learn these customs, and Song Wan is my legitimate wife, the future matriarch of Changyang Ho residence. Even if you do not wish to address her as madam, you cannot be so disrespectful. Lin Jiayu stood up, her previous sweetness and charm entirely vanished. Just because she holds a title, she must take precedence over me? Brother Xingjian, today, grandmother has already entered your name and birthdate into the household register. You will henceforth be a concubine of this household, and Song Wan will indeed take precedence. A concubine? I refuse to accept that role. On what grounds can they write my name in the register? I do not even know my own birthdate. How can they decide my fate? I cannot possibly become a concubine. Brother Xingjian, you know I want to be yours forever. Jiang Xingjian felt a headache coming on from Lin Jiayu's protests. If you do not wish to be a concubine, I will send you out of the residence today. Lin Jiayu bit her lip, filled with reluctance. She genuinely liked Jiang Xingjian. A man of noble birth, handsome, upright, and possessing gentlemanly manners. She was uncertain if she would encounter such a man again, and even if she did, she might not feel the same way. Lin Jiayu lowered her head, biting her lip in hesitation. Though she would be a concubine, could she not eventually be elevated to the main wife? As long as she held Jiang Xingjian's heart tightly, she did not believe she could be outdone by a woman as wooden as Song Wan. You know I cannot bear to leave you, nor will I depart from the whole residence. You are merely taking advantage of my affection for you to bully me. Tears streamed down Lin Jiayu's face, and upon seeing this, Jiang Xingjian sighed softly. In the future, when I inherit the title, I will elevate you to the status of a secondary wife. You need not worry. Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Jiayu silently pondered. The words of men were hardly dependable. Chapter 12. The second house. Having reassured Lin Jiayu, Jiang Xingjian stepped out of the rear courtyard. He was not a man of lewd inclinations, yet he could not help but feel that Confucius' saying, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture, resonated with an alarming accuracy at that moment. Lin Jiayu's tearful entreaties had left him vexed, and then there was Song Wan. The thought of Song Wan brought to mind her yesterday, clutching the golden-striped tiger, caught in a state of wanting to cry but holding back. Her eyes, a tempest of anger and grievance, mingled with a heartache tinged with sorrow, conveyed a sentiment that was neither pure anger nor mere sulking, stirring a tremor deep within him. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow. Is my brother unwell? Upon encountering Jiang Yan, Jiang Xingjian retorted, have you just returned from outside? Jiang Yan nodded in affirmation and stood respectfully to the side, his demeanor radiating deference. The whole residence, a family steeped in officialdom and literary pursuits, upheld the utmost principles of propriety and decorum. Jiang Xingjian and he were not only separated by status but also by age. Jiang Yan, aware of his elder brother's disdain for the uncouth, had long practiced restraint and decorum, striving to embody the ideal gentleman of ages past. Even before Jiang Xingjian, he maintained an air of composure, harboring genuine respect for this elder brother. Jiang Xingjian gazed at the youth before him and, with a sudden sigh, inquired, I find myself somewhat troubled. Would you accompany me for a stroll? As they approached the White Jade Bridge, Jiang Xingjian remarked, you have borne much hardship these past years. My brother speaks too highly, Jiang Yan replied. Jiang Xingjian turned to see Jiang Yan's expression devoid of any fluctuation, contemplating whether his half-brother was either indifferent to titles or possessed of profound cunning. His impulsive invitation to walk together now felt rather hollow, leaving him with little to say. After a brief pause, he broached the subject of Song Wan. Yesterday, that cat in your sister-in-law's chamber was poisoned. She, the golden-striped tiger, is dead? What happened? Jiang Yan's tone rose slightly, prompting a subtle arch of Jiang Xingjian's brow, for he was taken aback by how Jiang Yan had come to know the cat's name. You are familiar with that cat? Jiang Yan lifted his gaze, his dark eyes seeming unusually bright. Jiang Xingjian was suddenly reminded of the moment he had seen him at the Fuhua Hall, where a similar unsettling fervor had emanated from him. However, that gleam in his eyes flickered out before he could ponder it further. My brother may be unaware, but that cat is quite renowned in the estate, and the golden-striped tiger was sent from concubine Lu to your sister-in-law's chamber. Concubine Lu, Jiang Yan's mother, silenced Jiang Xingjian's further comments as the conversation lapsed, yet Jiang Yan seemed to find renewed interest and inquired about the cat's condition. Jiang Xingjian, left with no alternative, recounted how Lin Jiayu had inadvertently harmed the golden-striped tiger. Though Jiang Yan listened with a gentle smile, his fists clenched tighter behind him. She had cared for the golden-striped tiger as if it were her own offspring, and now it lay slain by that frivolous woman. He could only imagine the depths of her sorrow. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed, his eyes instinctively narrowing. Jiang Xingjian assumed he was displeased with Lin Jiayu's actions and, feeling somewhat guilty, said, Jiayu, I did not mean it. It truly was a misunderstanding. My brother should not voice such sentiments to his younger brother, Jiang Yan replied, pursing his lips, as if he had something to say but could not find the words. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested he would return to Yuling's studio shortly. Half a stick of incense later, Jiang Yan approached carrying a bamboo basket. The cat in my courtyard just had kittens. My brother may offer one to your sister-in-law as an apology. Inside the bamboo basket, a yellow and white kitten mewed incessantly, a tiny creature no larger than a palm, yet it possessed a loud voice that did not relent. Jiang Xingjian lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck. It appears quite healthy. Jiang Yan silently took the kitten from him, carefully placing it back on the soft cushion within the basket, then covering it with an indigo square cloth. Observing his meticulousness, Jiang Xingjian chuckled softly. There is no need to be so cautious. This creature is rather resilient. After all, it is still young. It is best to handle it gently. Handing the bamboo basket back to Jiang Xingjian, Jiang Yan lowered his gaze and remarked, I know my brother did not intend to bring outsiders into the residence, yet for both public and private reasons, the dignity of the legitimate wife of the whole residence must not be diminished in the slightest. Jiang Xingjian, cradling the still meowing kitten, fell momentarily silent. In the eyes of everyone in the whole residence, be it his grandmother, mother, Jiang Yan, or even the servants, he was seen as that shameless man who favored concubines over his wife, lacking any sense of propriety. He wished to defend himself but found no words to articulate his grievances. After a moment of hesitation, finally, he managed to voice, as the elder brother, I am aware of my responsibilities, before he made his way to the lantern courtyard with the bamboo basket and kitten in hand. Jiang Yan watched his brother's retreating figure, a wave of helplessness and envy washing over him. Second young master. A servant called softly from behind, but Jiang Yan, feeling dispirited, had lost his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingjian returned to the lantern courtyard, where Song Wan was still engaged in discussions with the stewardess. After a brief contemplation, he carried the bamboo basket to the study. Inside the study, Huaisu was organizing the books on the desk and stood to receive him upon seeing the bamboo basket. Be careful not to drop it. After a brief pause, he added, and do not let Jiayu see it. Huaisu nodded, gently placing the kitten on the soft couch in the study and instructing Cie to fetch a plate of meat soup from the small kitchen. Only when dinner time arrived did the stewardesses begin to leave the Lanting courtyard one after another. Jiang Xingjian, holding the now well-fed and deeply slumbering kitten, strode towards the main chamber of the Lanting courtyard. The master has arrived, the maid on watch announced, prompting the second tier maid to seek out Hengji and Hengwu. By the time Jiang Xingjian entered the room, Song Wan had changed into her outer robe. Standing at the threshold of their chamber to greet him, Jiang Xingjian glanced at the desk cluttered with accounts and disordered abacuses, frowning. Are there discrepancies in the household accounts? It is somewhat problematic. If my husband has no pressing matters, perhaps we could review them together after the meal, she replied. Jiang Xingjian nodded. Once they were finished dining, he handed the bamboo basket to Song Wan, saying, "This kitten. I share in the responsibility for the golden-striped tiger's poisoning. I present this little one to you as a gesture of apology." Feeling a twinge of guilt, his tone was somewhat subdued. Holding the bamboo basket somewhat awkwardly, Song Wan gently lifted the soft cover. Inside, the fluffy little creature lay sound asleep, its exposed belly and tiny pink paws sprawled comfortably on the cushion. However, rather than appearing pleased, Song Wan's expression grew somber as she recalled the golden-striped tiger. This kitten bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden-striped tiger in its youth. Song Wan extended her finger to gently poke its belly before adjusting the cushion beneath it. The cushion was made of indigo shoe brocade, though not particularly valuable. The light pattern fabric held significance, as it was adorned with a peacock motif embroidered by Jiang Xingjian's hand a few days prior. After the embroidery was completed, he had gifted her a plain piece, to which she had sent back a colorful pearl box inlaid with silver wires. Thus, this kitten was indeed a gift from Jiang Yan. Chapter 13 Differentiation. As Song Wanzheng was lost in thought, Hengwu entered, delicately balancing a Xianyao porcelain plate. Behind her followed a maidservant bustling about to set the table. In no time, they had arranged a sumptuous spread. Song Wanzheng instructed Hengji to tend to the cat and seated herself beside Jiang Xingjian. The table was adorned with 6 palm-sized jade lotus leaf plates, 2 white jade soup bowls, and 16 delicate pink and white saucers. The main dishes included 4 hot and 2 cold options: sautéed tripe, chicken with bamboo shoots, fish maw stewed with ham, and wild mushrooms with chicken, complemented by a cold dish of seasoned sour vegetables and fresh bamboo shoots with red oil. Preferring a lighter flavor, Song Wanzheng had a special shrimp and fresh bamboo shoot soup prepared just for her, while Jiang Xingjian was served a pigeon soup with dried scallops. The 4 small dishes in the roux kiln saucers contained an assortment of 4 types of pastries, dried fruits, candied delicacies, and light snacks. As Jiang Xingjian savored a crab dumpling, its delicate sweetness and fresh flavor revealed the chef's remarkable skill. Throughout their meal, the couple exchanged no words, their movements graceful and silent. After taking just a few bites, Song Wanzheng indicated she had finished, yet Jiang Xingjian, adhering to decorum, refrained from placing his chopsticks down first. The ingrained propriety of those around him was evident, and as he surveyed the table laden with delicacies, his mind drifted to the embarrassment of Lin Jiayue during the recent banquet at the Marquis' residence. From a prestigious family, both men and women were raised to uphold strict etiquette, distinguishing their lives from the common folk. Their consumption was limited, with small portions yet exquisite quality, a rule they adhered to since birth. Not to mention, individuals of Song Wanzheng's noble status, even a first-class maid in the Lanting courtyard, would be well aware of such standards. Suddenly, Jiang Xingjian found his appetite waning. He set down his chopsticks and took a clean napkin from a maidservant beside him. After wiping his hands, green bamboo and fragrant herbs were brought in along with a mouthwash bowl. After rinsing their mouths, Jiang Xingjian approached Song Wanzheng's writing desk and casually flipped through the household accounts, categorized into approximately 30 to 40 volumes. The more he examined, the more furrowed his brow became. Song Wanzheng remarked, "Since the Marquis and my husband departed, the Marquis' residence has fallen into disarray. Now, 6 years have passed, and the household affairs are numerous. Compared to the past, the expenditures remain unchanged, yet the income has diminished by more than half." Furthermore, Song Wanzheng paused, retrieving a red-covered ledger from beneath the desk and handing it to Jiang Xingjian. Since imperial concubine Jiang entered the palace, the expenses for managing affairs within the palace have become substantial. Although the facade of the Marquis' residence remains, it can no longer be sustained internally. Jiang Xingjian's elder sister, Jiang Man, had entered the palace 7 years ago as a concubine while pregnant with the emperor's child. Over these years, the funds spent on managing the inner palace and the Marquis' funeral had depleted a significant portion of the household's wealth. However, the Marquis' residence had some savings, and while it could not be compared to its heyday, it was still relatively manageable compared to other official families. Yet, it could only be described as barely sufficient. With more than 1,000 servants in the Marquis' residence, even the ordinary costs of food and drink were staggering, not to mention the need to accommodate 2 important figures in the palace without neglect. During festive seasons, when social obligations and tributes were required, the money flowed like water. If this situation persisted for another 3 to 5 years, the current tenuous honor would be unsustainable. While Song Wanzheng sensed the difficulties faced by the Marquis' residence, she had not anticipated the situation to be so dire. Jiang Xingjian inquired, how could the income from the estates have decreased so significantly in recent years? The most prosperous estates and fields have recently been managed by the eunuch Duan from the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, Song Wanzheng replied, somewhat embarrassed. The relationship between the Yang Marquis' residence and the Song family had become rather delicate in recent years. Her aunt was currently favored as the empress, while Jiang Xingjian's elder sister had entered the palace and soon became pregnant with the 5th prince. After the news of the Marquis and Jiang Xingjian's tragic fate at the border reached the capital, the emperor promoted Jiang Man from the rank of concubine. In the early years, when the country was weak, the emperor had appointed the least favored 2nd prince as heir apparent. Before he turned 5, he was sent to a neighboring country as a hostage. After 12 years of captivity, he returned to court as a mere shell of his former self, now paralyzed in the Eastern Palace for 8 years. Had it not been for the public outcry against stripping him of his title, the emperor might have long relegated him to commoner status. The first prince was born of the empress. Without the hostage situation, the title of heir would have been rightfully his originally. He only needed to wait for the heir's demise to ascend the throne, but the first prince's incompetence made him ill-suited for such responsibility. The third prince was the offspring of her aunt and had just celebrated his 9th birthday, while the fourth prince had died young. As Song Wan lowered her gaze, her hand paused while flipping through the ledger. Since ancient times, wealth had stirred ambition, especially when it came to supreme power. She doubted that the Song family harbored no aspirations for that position, especially given her father's evident ambition reflected in her brother's name. She glanced at Jiang Xingjian, and they instinctively averted their gazes from one another. After a moment, Jiang Xingjian said, "I know you prefer tranquility and have little patience for these trivial matters, yet household affairs will inevitably burden you. As for external dealings, now that I have safely returned to the residence, it is unnecessary to trouble you with them any longer." Song Wan replied, "Thank you, my husband, for your consideration." She meticulously organized the red-covered ledgers and handed them to Jiang Xingjian. The so-called external dealings merely pertained to imperial concubine Jiang and the fifth prince, and she was more than willing to relinquish that responsibility. As the two sat in silence, Hengwu entered with a furious expression, exclaiming, "Master, Madame Lin from the Shoyan Pavilion seeks your presence. She has sent her maid to urge you multiple times, so it must be of great urgency." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian's brow furrowed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The conduct of those in the household was lacking decorum, reflecting poorly on him. "Go back and tell Madame Lin that I am discussing important matters with my wife." Hengwu bowed respectfully and departed. "Since we mention Madame Lin, I have something to discuss with my husband," Song Wan said. "The concubines in the household receive a monthly allowance of 1 tael of silver, and 2 maidservants are responsible for managing personal clothing and accessories, along with 4 women for cleaning and laundry. Huaisu is entitled to this allowance, while the arrangement for Miss Lin can be adjusted accordingly. Do you have any objections, my husband?" If Lin Jiayue had not so brazenly intruded into the main chamber multiple times, Jiang Xingjian might have offered some remarks, but now he felt embarrassed to speak. "Since the lady is following the household's regulations, I naturally have no objections." Song Wan continued, "While there are still vacant rooms in Lanting Courtyard, they require renovation after being closed for 6 years before anyone can reside there. Given Huaisu's altered status, she cannot continue living with the lower servants. Therefore, I plan to arrange for her to stay in the Shoyan Pavilion. What do you think, my husband?" "That is inappropriate." "Then I will vacate the Longshan studio for Huaisu." "That is even more inappropriate." Jiang Xingjian frowned. Song Wan had entered the Marquis' residence as a widow 6 years ago, and everyone in the capital was aware of it. Bringing Jiayue back to the capital was already a highly undignified act, and openly shaming the Song family would be no different. If she were to give her former residence to another concubine, even out of consideration for the Song family's reputation, the emperor would be compelled to question him upon his return from summer retreat. Moreover, he could not bear the reputation of a man who favored a concubine over his wife, nor could he afford to be labeled as foolishly indulgent. "Arrange it as you see fit," Jiang Xingjian said before rising to leave. Song Wan, wise as she was, would not demean herself by quarreling with Jiayue. She merely needed to place the dignity of the Marquis' residence and the Song family's reputation, along with his own, at the forefront, and he would naturally distance himself from Lin Jiayue. With just a declaration of a lifetime of togetherness, she could easily bestow upon Jiayue the title of a mere concubine, while sending Huaisu to the Shoyan Pavilion, thus effortlessly creating a divide between the two without employing any underhanded tactics. She had been clever since childhood, adept at striking at the heart of the matter, and managing affairs within the inner quarters came naturally to her. Jiang Xingjian could only smile helplessly, though the smile quickly faded. Chapter 14 Concubine. As Jiang Xingjian departed, Song Wan resumed her ablutions and changed her attire before returning to her accounts, though the little cat awoke and mewed incessantly. "Do you miss your mother?" Cradling the feline in her palm, Song Wan gently soothed it, unsure whether the cat had exhausted its cries or felt secure, as it promptly fell asleep once more in her hand. She placed it upon a soft cushion and, taking up needle and thread, deftly fashioned a cloth bell to adorn its neck. Inside the bell, she tucked some calming silver herb, and indeed, once the cat donned it, it became markedly quieter. Summoning Hengji, she tenderly caressed the fluffy creature, saying, "Tomorrow, it shall be returned to the second household Xingjai. Just inform them that I currently have neither the time nor the energy to care for it." Though she spoke of her inability to nurture it, her actions were imbued with tenderness. Hengji, observing this, felt a pang of sympathy. "If the young lady wishes to keep it, why not? I assure you, I shall take excellent care of it and will ensure that no mishap like the last occurs again. It is not merely a matter of careful supervision." Gazing at the cat's slumbering form, Song Wan felt a twinge of sorrow. In recent days, she seemed to still glimpse the shadow of the golden-striped tiger. During her drowsy nights, she would even feel as though the tiger was nestled beside her. Her reluctance to part with the golden-striped tiger was genuine, yet she did not wish to seek out another cat to replace it. 6 years of companionship cannot simply be substituted at will. You are aware of how possessive the golden-striped tiger was. Should it learn that I have taken in a new feline, it would surely become enraged. Song Wan fiddled with the cloth bell on the kitten, suppressing her heartache. The untimely demise of the golden-striped tiger had been met with indifference from its perpetrator, who had merely claimed ignorance for a couple of days before ceasing to mention it entirely. Jiang Xingjian, too, seemed unperturbed, for in the vastness of the marquis's residence, who besides her and Hangji would concern themselves with the life or death of a mere cat? If even they hastily sought a new feline, it would be a grave disservice to the memory of the golden-striped tiger. Take good care of it, do not let it catch a chill. Having given her instructions, Song Wan returned to her accounts. The following day, Hangji carried the little kitten to the second household. Before she could reach Qingjai, she encountered Jiang Yan, who was returning from paying respects at Fawutang. Upon seeing her with the bamboo basket, his brows furrowed slightly. I greet you, second master Yan. What brings you here with that? Hangji replied, my lady has instructed me that she currently lacks the time to care for it, and so I must express her gratitude for your kindness, second master. While it was not customary for Song Wan's personal maid to return the cat, Jiang Yan understood that she did not trust Jiang Xingjian, fearing he might harm another innocent life. The thought that Song Wan placed more faith in him than in her own husband made Jiang Yan's heart flutter, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. In a husky voice, he inquired, does your sister-in-law dislike it? Hangji shook her head, her tone laced with melancholy. My lady is concerned for the golden-striped tiger. Seeing this one would only bring her heartache, which is why she has decided to return it to you. She understands that this cat will find greater peace in the second household. Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed with excitement, though his voice remained steady. Convey to your sister-in-law that she need not worry. Nothing will go amiss under my watch. Hangji expresses my lady's gratitude to you, second master. She handed the bamboo basket to a maid behind Jiang Yan, bowed, and then departed from Yuling's high. Jiang Yan, cradling the basket, returned to his chamber. As he retrieved the cat, he gazed into its amber eyes and smiled faintly. You are quite fortunate. Removing the simple cloth bell, he was momentarily lost in thought as he observed the neat, tight stitches. The bell emitted a faint herbal fragrance, crafted rather casually, clearly not the handiwork of a mere maid. Jiang Yan held it delicately in his palm, feeling quite pleased as he addressed the cat. You belong to me now. After toying with it for a while, he reluctantly placed it into a white jade box, where it nestled alongside an old book and a plain handkerchief, his eyes softening with tenderness. When Qingjai entered the room, she found him reclining against a pear-wood armchair, his brows and eyes betraying an unusual contentment. Second master, Lady Lu requests an audience. I shall not see her. Upon hearing the name Lu, Jiang Yan's expression turned cold, but before he could utter another word, a piercing female voice rang out from outside. A beautiful, alluring middle-aged woman strode in, her waist twisting as though it might snap, adorned with numerous hairpins that clinked noisily, causing Jiang Yan to squint in irritation. How dare you, you heartless wretch, block your own mother outside the courtyard? Even if you have grown wings and gained some power, you still crawled out from my womb, did you not? In recent years, you have increasingly disregarded me, and now those worthless maidservants in this courtyard dare to defecate on my head? As soon as Lu entered, she unleashed a torrent of insults, her foul language prompting frowns from Jiang Yan and the maids present. She had assumed that Jiang Yan's ascension to nobility was a foregone conclusion, unaware that a long-vanquished spectre had suddenly returned to life. The fortune she believed was hers had slipped through her fingers, leaving her sleepless and restless. What vexed her further was her failed attempts to consult her son for strategies. Having been obstructed for 3 days, had she not clawed at the face of the maid on duty today, she might not have gained entry. You coward, you have plenty of ways to deal with me. Why do you not? Qingjai cleared her throat softly. Madam, be cautious with your words. Lu shot her a fierce glare and retorted, you little harlot, who are you to criticize me? What right do you have to assert yourself in my courtyard? Jiang Yan gestured for Qingjai and the maids to leave, pressing his fingers against his temples, as his earlier good mood evaporated. Why should they leave? What is there they cannot hear? You spend your days absorbed in who knows what. Do you intend to let Jiang Xingjian the deadbeat inherit the marquisate unopposed? Jiang Yan scoffed, he is the legitimate eldest son of the marquis. His claim to the title is entirely justifiable. Not only do I harbor no such ambitions regarding the marquisate, but even if I were to inherit the title of City Yang Marquis in the future, what concern is it of yours? You heartless, ungrateful bastard. You crawled out from my womb, and yet I cannot bask in the light of my own child? As Lu spoke, she reached out with her crimson-tipped fingers to claw Jiang Yan's face. Since the marquis's passing, she had grown accustomed to throwing tantrums in the courtyard, and although she knew Jiang Yan despised her, she relied on her status as his biological mother to make outrageous demands. Yet, she had never anticipated that she could no longer manipulate him as she had in his childhood. Just as her hand reached out, Jiang Yan seized her wrist with a vice-like grip. What kind of mother are you? Since time immemorial, which concubine has dared to call herself the mother of a son? Jiang Yan's grip tightened painfully around Lu's wrist, causing her to flinch in terror at the fierceness in his gaze, leaving her at a loss for words. In the future, do not appear before me without cause. Remain in the residence and play your role as a concubine. Should you provoke me again, do not blame me for dealing with Lu Qingxiang. You dare, what do you intend to do to your uncle? Jiang Yan gripped Lu's short, crimson nails and forcibly broke them off, causing her to wail in agony, which he silenced by stuffing a white porcelain teacup into her mouth. Uncle? Even if I dared to call for him, who knows if he would recognize me as his nephew? Jiang Yan snorted coldly, pushing Lu out the door. Before long, Su Mian entered. Second master, there is an uproar in the first household. Chapter 15. Background. What is happening? Jiang Yan inquired, his brow furrowed. Su Mian replied, I overheard the housemaid say that the young lady brought back by the master has caused a commotion in the Shoyin pavilion. Go find a maid in Jiang Xing's room and seek an excuse to take a look. Su Mian complied and proceeded to the lawn courtyard. A number of maids and matrons had gathered in front of the Xiuyan pavilion, as Lin Jiayue had learned that Huaisu was also elevated to the status of a concubine, and her rank surpassed that of Lin Jiayue, which incited the uproar. Is this how the Marquis' household treats a benefactor? Unaccountably marrying in a widow, and now bringing in a servant to humiliate me? Lady Lin, your words are indeed amusing. Where do you find the audacity? The speaker was Qi Shun's wife, the stewardess of the attendants, who had originally been assigned by old Madame Jiang to instruct Lin Jiayue, and she had been quite pleased with the arrangement. Jiang Xingjian's rise to nobility was inevitable, and the fact that he could bring Lin Jiayue back despite the pressures from both families indicated that she was greatly favored. Highborn ladies like Song Wan would undoubtedly be matched with the personnel of the Song family upon marriage, making it difficult for women like them to ingratiate themselves with the mistress. She had thought to establish a good rapport with Lin Jiayue, hoping to benefit from her favor in the future, yet little did she know that the girl was a fool. A girl from a humble background, if she were pure and innocent, we could still afford her a modicum of respect. But what are you? Even the lowly maidservants in our household know to avoid the male relatives, yet here you are, at such a tender age, already losing your virtue. Truly, you have brought shame upon your ancestors. You speak nonsense. When did I lose my virtue? Lin Jiayue exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. In recent days, both the masters and the servants in the household had looked down upon her, their disdainful glances were impossible to disguise. They claimed that she was involved in debauchery with Jiang Xingjian, and she had endured countless slanderous remarks. Heaven knows she had not even kissed him. Oh, heavens, how much more do you wish to disgrace me? A young lady without a match or engagement, mingling with men, what further disgrace could there be? What mingling? When have I ever mingled with him? As she spoke, the matrons and the curious young maids all scoffed, some even stifling laughter behind their hands. A wave of panic surged within Lin Jiayue as she realized the root of the issue. Reflecting on the phrases she had heard most frequently, without a match and unknown name, Lin Jiayue suddenly understood that her innocent interactions were perceived by these people as a loss of virtue, a descent into debauchery. For the women of the Marquis' household, merely conversing with a man could be deemed as losing one's chastity. Lin Jiayue felt a deafening buzz in her head, a wave of dizziness nearly causing her to falter. Jiang Xingjian's wet nurse, Granny Li, stepped in to mediate. Enough, what kind of decorum is this? Everyone, return to your duties. She shooed away the onlookers and approached Lin Jiayue, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Although you have erred gravely, you are still a lady of the Marquis' household. Learn the rules and serve your master and mistress well, you might yet atone for your mistakes. Serve them, in your dreams. She, an educated woman with her own hands and feet, was expected to bow down? Lin Jiayue had no intention of complying, but before she could retort, Granny Li pinched her waist, twisting it painfully. Having never endured such humiliation, the sharp pain in her side compelled Lin Jiayue to retaliate. Unable to contain her anger, she rolled up her sleeve and slapped Granny Li across the face. Hongwu, who had been secretly peeking from behind the faux mountain in the Xiuyan pavilion, was nearly struck dumb by the scene. She covered her mouth, glanced at Granny Li, then at Lin Jiayue, and swiftly made her escape back to the main courtyard of Lan. Miss, Mississippi. What is the fuss about? The mistress is resting at noon. Hongwu raised a finger to her lips and quietly led Hongji into Song Wan's silk-draped resting chamber. Miss, are you asleep? Song Wan lifted the pomegranate red embroidered curtain and softly inquired, not yet, what is it? Seeing her rise, Hongji knelt to help her change into the indoor thick-soled slippers and fetched a begonia-colored gauze robe for her to don. Song Wan smiled as she opened the jade and gold inlaid comb box on the dressing table, selecting a crescent-shaped comb adorned with lotus patterns and a round-toothed hairpin to hand to her. Hongji took a small piece of osmanthus oil, warming it in her palm before gently rubbing it, and soon a faint floral fragrance filled the room. Noticing Hongwu was catching her breath, Song Wan offered her a cup of tea to help her recover. Once her breathing steadied, Hongwu spoke, Miss, that Lin concubine is quite remarkable. She swung her arm, mimicking Lin Jiayue's earlier action, with a loud slap across Granny Li's cheek. It was such a force that the servant rushed back here in fright. Ah! Hongji gasped, dropping the comb from her hands, while even Song Wan was momentarily stunned. The incident was so shocking that words failed to capture its essence. Aside from those coarse matrons in the household, the last time I heard of someone striking another was over a decade ago, when a performer from the third branch of the family was jealous and struck a maid. I had thought that Lin concubine's humble origins were inconsequential, but now I fear it may not be so. Song Wan frowned, pondering how Jiang Xingjian had become entangled with Lin Jiayue. In affluent and etiquette-loving households like the Marquis and the Song family, neither men nor women of noble birth would engage in such disgraceful behavior. The reputation of a family is paramount. Since the founding of their lineage, they have abhorred the presence of any who would bring shame upon them. No master, regardless of their inner thoughts, would openly chastise their servants or resort to such blatant humiliation. Noble ladies, accustomed to the etiquette of their station, treated their subordinates with kindness rather than disdain. Even in the strictest family traditions, there would be a principle of leniency towards those of lower status. If one branch were to produce an unruly member, the entire family of daughters would suffer the repercussions. Such occurrences were indeed rare. Moreover, Granny Li's status was significantly different. Not only was she a wet nurse to Jiang Xingjian, but she had also been part of his mother's dowry. The bond of nurturing and half-motherly affection meant that she would need to temper her behavior even in the presence of Jiang Xingjian, let alone resort to violence. Even the Marquis, when alive, would not dare to act with such arrogance. Song Wan, Hongwu, and Hangji exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. After a while, Song Wan finally said, that Lin concubine's actions are beyond the pale, you must not involve yourselves. From today on, avoid the Xiuyan Pavilion at all costs. Huaisa resided in the Xiuyan Pavilion. If any issues arose, she would discuss them with Jiang Xingjian herself. If the bond of marriage between them was already tenuous, and should Lin Jiayue cause further strain, it would only complicate matters for both the Jiang and Song families. While the three of them were conversing, Lu Zhu quietly entered after making inquiries. Liu Zhu said, "The mistress has sent over a dozen maids and matrons to the Xiuyan Pavilion." Song Wan pursed her lips, contemplating that Lin Jiayue might indeed face some difficulties. Chapter 16. Suffering. Lin Jiayue had never anticipated that she would suffer such an immense loss due to a mere slap. After striking the old scoundrel surnamedly, she was forcibly dragged into a room by the other matrons of Xiuyan Pavilion. These women were accustomed to laborious tasks, their strength formidable, rendering her unable to escape or even muster the energy to utter a curse. A soft cloth was stuffed into her mouth, while other matrons stood by, holding an assortment of delicate yet disquieting objects. Lin concubine is indeed fortunate. These items were specially crafted by our ancestors when the family was founded, and for a century, no one has had the privilege to use them, remarked matronly, selecting a pale yellow jade ruler from a lacquered fan-shaped tray. The ruler was slender and long, broad at the front and tapering towards the back, translucent and polished to a sheen. As Lin Jiayue struggled and stammered, matronly commanded, "Release Lin concubine." "You old hag, I dare you to lay a finger on me," Lin Jiayue retorted, her fear palpable, yet she was resolute that these servants would not dare to harm her. "Jiang Xingjian treats me with utmost courtesy, never uttering a harsh word. What could your lot possibly do to me?" Chishuan, one of the servants, chuckled derisively. "The master and mistress show kindness to their subordinates, even offering a few comforting words to those who tend to the night fragrances. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have earned the master's favor. And you should know that you are not permitted to address the master so casually," matronly added with a smile. "Since it seems you are unaware of the proper decorum, let us begin by correcting your loose tongue and impertinent behavior." She retrieved a soft cloth from a rosewood washstand, soaked it in cool water, and wrapped it around the rhino horn ruler. As she approached Lin Jiayue, the latter's fear intensified. "Fear not, Lin concubine, the rhino horn ruler is thin and wrapped in a cool cloth, although it may sting, it will not leave marks or truly harm you." No sooner had she spoken than a sharp crack echoed, and Lin Jiayue felt a sudden pain in her cheek. The thin, resilient object struck her face, causing it to flush with heat, yet the cool cloth only served to trap the sensation beneath her skin. The dual pain and pressure rendered her gums and tongue numb. Crack! With another swift stroke, matronly recited, "A virtuous woman speaks with restraint, uttering no absurdities, engaging not in frivolous matters, remaining untainted, and avoiding suspicion. Crack. Uphold the virtues of a woman, maintain poise, speak succinctly, be diligent in your duties, and exhibit grace and elegance. Speak aloud." With her limbs firmly pinned down, Lin Jiayue gritted her teeth, determined not to yield. Matronly's cold laughter accompanied her repetitive incantation, each recitation met with a resounding crack. Having served beside Zhang's matron since childhood and lived in the Liang household for 15 years, followed by over 20 years in the Marquis' residence, she had never encountered a master who spoke harshly to her. Now, being slapped by a mere junior consort felt like a total loss of dignity after decades of service. Though she had looked down upon Lin Jiayue in the past, she had never considered how to make her life difficult. Now, it was uncertain how far this lesson in decorum would extend. Pure and steadfast, the path of self-discipline, pure and steadfast, Lin Jiayue could not withstand the relentless strikes and eventually began to relent. Seeing her compliance, matronly coldly huffed, "Come here, Lin concubine, and learn the proper etiquette of standing and sitting." She discarded the ruler, signaling a young maid with her hair tied up to help Lin Jiayue change her clothes. The maid hastily stripped Lin Jiayue of her garments, leaving her feeling humiliated yet powerless to resist. The newly donned attire felt rigid, as though starched with an unknown substance, causing her discomfort. Then, another matron approached, brandishing an embroidered needle, swiftly pinning it to Lin Jiayue's dress. Matronly produced a slender rattan cane and coldly instructed, "Follow my lead, Lin concubine, and learn the proper motions of greeting." Lin Jiayue felt her teeth go numb, yet she had no choice but to mimic matronly. The garments clung to her like iron plates, and any misstep resulted in sharp needles piercing her skin. After just a few steps, she was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the pain. Crack! The slender cane struck her leg. "Do not sway your skirt." Crack! "Do not look back." Crack! "Do not lift your lips." Crack! "Walk lightly, with grace, hands by your side, and speak softly until the witching hour." Lin Jiayue suddenly awoke from a fitful sleep, exclaiming, "The principles of standing must be upheld, solely for the sake of purity." Coming to her senses, she could not help but weep softly. Cough, "Lin concubine, would you like some tea?" "And no need." With reddened eyes, Lin Jiayue lay back under the covers, her disdain for the Marquis' residence reaching an unprecedented height. The intricately carved bed, heavy and exquisite, encompassed a vanity and small table, with dozens of delicate wooden boxes within, designed for the user to store various intricate items. Upon her first sight of it, she had been enamored, even allowing herself to envision the lavish bed in the lawn courtyard, imagining its splendor. Yet, just outside the bed was the embroidered couch for the night watchmaid, ostensibly to provide close care, but in reality, she would be reminded at every turn the maid slept outside the embroidered couch, beyond which lay the quarters of the coarse servant girls, and further still, the elderly matrons. If she were to utter a word in her sleep, it would surely spread like wildfire by morning. Gazing at the azure canopy above her, Lin Jiayue bit down on her quilt, weeping silently. Half dreaming, half awake, she endured a night of torment. Before dawn had even broken, matronly shoved her awake. Having barely survived yesterday, she fantasized about Jiang Xingjian coming to seek her, envisioning him as a heroic figure stepping through clouds of color to rescue her from despair. Yet, Matron Li's piercing gaze saw through her thoughts. Matron Li scoffed. Are you expecting the master to appear, Lin concubine? Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together in silence. Ha, let me speak candidly, such foolish hopes are unnecessary. The current emperor and consort Jiang have returned to the palace for respite, and the master and mistress left for the palace at dawn to pay respects. Even if they return, they will first visit the Song residence to see family. They will not be back for at least 3 to 5 days. Lin Jiayue's expression turned ashen with shock, and Matron Li observed her reaction. The mistress is fortunate. Lin concubine should pray early for the master and mistress to bear a son. Otherwise, consuming too much of this contraceptive will make conception difficult in the future. Though a concubine's offspring must be sent to the legitimate mother for nurturing, if you behave well and earnestly plead with the mistress, she may yet show mercy. Lin Jiayue bit her lip, a crimson mark blooming where her teeth had sunk in. Here she was, suffering for Jiang Xingjian, while he was in the palace with Song Wan. Even returning to the Song residence, Lin Jiayue's heart shattered with resentment, yet she was unaware that Song Wan was not faring any better within the palace. Chapter 17. Entering the palace just past the hour of the tiger, Song Wan rose to prepare her attire for the imperial audience. Your hairdressing skills are unparalleled, there is no need to exert yourself so. Seeing that Lu Zhu had spent an entire sleepless night entwining her hair with fragrant herbs, Song Wan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Lu Zhu smiled and replied, it has been far too long since I have styled hair, my hands have grown rather clumsy. Fortunately, with Xiang Chao assisting me through the night, I have managed to regain some of my touch. As she spoke, Lu Zhu dipped a white jade spoon into a drop of jasmine essence, applying it to her wrist and gently rubbing it until the fragrance wafted through the air. She then lifted Song Wan's hair and began to weave it with care. I have chosen the morning cloud bun for you, Mississippi. Although tradition dictates that one should wear the peony crown when entering the palace, our household lacks the appropriate headpieces and accessories to support such opulence. Though the matriarch and Lady Jiang have sent several sets, they are abundant in wealth yet lacking in vitality. With her eyes half closed and feeling somewhat drowsy, Song Wan replied, very well, Lu Zhu, I shall leave it to your discretion. She understood the predicament Lu Zhu faced. The Marquisate was currently financially strained, and most of the jewelry and adornments sent by the matriarch and Lady Jiang were part of their dowries. While they held considerable value, they lacked the freshness of style, and their colors and designs were not particularly suited to her. Moreover, as one who married into the Marquisate as a widow, Song Wan's dowry had been devoid of jewelry, cosmetics, or even a single bolt of fabric in her preferred hue. Although Jiang Xingjian's return to the capital should have prompted the Song family to provide her with a new dowry, her father and brothers had gone to the mountain villa to escape the summer heat, causing the matter to be delayed. Miss, how does it look? Lu Zhu gently called out to Song Wan, who raised her head to regard her reflection in the bronze mirror, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. After wearing a simple bun for 6 years, I find myself somewhat ill at ease with this elaborate hairstyle adorned with hairpins. In the mirror, the young woman appeared resplendent, her beauty accentuated by the golden begonia flower hairpiece and the ruby hairpin adorned with green gemstones. Her skin was as fair as snow, and even with minimal makeup, she outshone the peonies and medicinal herbs filling the room. Song Wan pressed her lips together, her eyes curving into a subtly restrained smile. You are truly beautiful, Mississippi. Hung Ji and Hang Wu entered the room with garments in hand, and upon seeing Song Wan adorned, they too were momentarily struck with astonishment. She had chosen a crimson dress embroidered with silver and azure patterns, fitting for her as a newlywed, donning red as a celebration of her status. Once her attire was properly arranged, dawn had begun to break. Jiang Xingjian awaited her in the courtyard, dressed in a matching crimson attire. With Hang Ji's support, Song Wan approached gracefully, and the sight of the two together evoked a sense of natural harmony, as if they were destined to be. Madam, please. Jiang Xingjian lifted the green brocade curtain of the small sedan chair, and after Song Wan returned his greeting, she entered. As she lowered the curtain, she noticed the flush of red blooming from behind Jiang Xingjian's ear to his neck. Song Wan pressed her lips together, a hint of shyness creeping across her face. The four matrons carried the sedan chair to the flower-draped gate, where another empty chair awaited the accompanying maidservants. After Hung Ji and Hang Wu settled into it, the four matrons withdrew, and 8 well-built, nimble young servants approached from another direction. Upon reaching the Marquisate's corner gate, the matrons held up a blue gauze curtain, creating a veil-like barrier. Only then did Hung Ji and Hang Wu assist Song Wan in mounting the carriage. Jiang Xingjian sat inside, extending his hand to steady her. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Song Wan placed her hand gently in his palm. The carriage's cramped space and their elaborate attire made it inevitable for their knees to brush against one another. Jiang Xingjian felt the heat of the day, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his brow as he lifted a corner of the soft gauze to seek a breath of fresh air. Song Wan's eyelashes fluttered, her palms resting on her knees growing warm from nervousness. The palace's protocols were complex, and they had arrived early to await the imperial edict. When the emperor's decree finally arrived, Jiang Xingjian felt as though his inner garments were close to bursting. As he dismounted the carriage, he reached out to assist Song Wan. Their palms met, the heat between them palpable, causing both to instinctively withdraw. Madame Jiang Xingjian's throat tightened, and he coughed lightly to alleviate the awkwardness. While Song Wan remained inside the carriage, Hung Ji, seeing the situation, moved to assist her, but Jiang Xingjian was quicker, wrapping an arm around Song Wan's slender waist and half embracing her as he helped her down. They had never been this close before. The fragrance of the young woman enveloped him, a delicate floral scent mixing with his own cool aroma, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Upon landing, Jiang Xingjian immediately withdrew his hand. Hongji looked up and saw that both Song Wan and Jiang Xingjian appeared as if they had just emerged from a fragrant steamer, both flushed from head to toe, and the color on Song Wan's earlobe seemed as if it might drip blood. At this moment, Jiang Xingjian had not yet been conferred his title and remained a commoner. The emperor's summons for the two of them to enter the palace was likely a gesture of sympathy towards his subjects. After a few inquiries regarding the events of the day, the emperor offered them some gold, silver, and jewels as a token of comfort before attending to state affairs. Thus, Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan first made their way to the Changqing Palace of concubine Yun. Inside, upon spotting Song Wan, Song Yuning was overcome with emotion and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I pay my respects to you, concubine Yun. Quickly rise, my dear. Your aunt cannot bear to see you perform such a grand gesture." Concubine Yun hurriedly descended and enveloped Song Wan in her embrace, tenderly stroking her back. Though she was 7 years older than Song Wan, their bond was akin to that of a mother and daughter. As a child, Song Wan had been obedient and understanding, which brought joy to concubine Yun, who had taken her into her own courtyard. However, since Song Wan's marriage into the Marquisate, they had not seen each other for 6 long years. Concubine Yun held Song Wan tightly, her voice thick with emotion. The two women embraced warmly, reminiscing, while Jiang Xingjian stood by, offering his company until concubine Yun grew concerned that Song Wan might ruin her makeup with tears and decided to change the subject. "Come, see what your aunt has prepared for you," a female attendant beside concubine Yun announced, and shortly thereafter, a procession of over a dozen eunuchs entered, carrying 6 or 7 large chests of considerable height. Concubine Yun opened each one in turn, revealing an array of jewelry, fabrics, and other items she had carefully collected for Song Wan over the years. "Every time I came across these, I wished to save them for you. I thought even if you had no use for them now, they would be beneficial in the future." Her words faltered, yet Jiang Xingjian understood her intent. These items were meant for Song Wan's eventual burial. "But now, it seems all is well, and your aunt's efforts have not been in vain." Song Wan attempted to decline, but concubine Yun insisted, "This is nothing. I have something truly special to gift you both." Concubine Yun continued, "This is something I specially requested from the Taoist priest Erhuan. Once you return to the Marquisate, hang it in your chamber for good fortune." As Song Wan received the painting from the attendant, believing it to be the work of a renowned artist, she opened it without suspicion. Standing beside her, Jiang Xingjian held the scroll lightly to assist her, and upon seeing the contents, both turned crimson. The painting depicted a pair of divine children, the boy holding a rosy peach and the girl grasping lotus leaves and flowers, nestled closely together in a delightful manner. The artist recaptured their expressions and forms perfectly, a work destined to be treasured through generations. However, in her fluster, Song Wan hastily closed the painting, forgetting that Jiang Xingjian still supported the bottom of the scroll, nearly tearing the artwork in her haste. Observing this, Jiang Xingjian calmly grasped Song Wan's hand, offering silent reassurance before he carefully tucked away the image of the harmonious couple. The image of the harmonious couple was essential for the wedding night, symbolizing joy and unity, as well as the hopes for wealth and numerous offspring. As Jiang Xingjian held the picture in his hand, a sudden itch arose in his throat. Chapter 18. A blood feud. Upon exiting the Changqing Palace, Song Wan felt her cheeks still flush with warmth, a sense of unease enveloping her. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingjian seemed either forgetful or indifferent, as he continued to hold her hand without releasing it. Song Wan understood her aunt's intentions. Jiang Xingjian had already taken 2 concubines, yet their union had not been consummated. Should a legitimate son emerge from the Marquis's residence, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Her aunt, feeling compassion for her, wished to shield her and her future children from distress. However, Song Wan cast her gaze down at their entwined hands, her heart muddled with unarticulated emotions. Had he not ventured to the frontier, or had he not crossed paths with Lin Jiayue, they might have harmonized beautifully as a respectful couple. Yet now, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. A sharp pang of sorrow gripped her, prompting her to gently attempt to withdraw her hand. Yet, as she stirred her fingers, Jiang Xingjian's grip tightened around her. The man neither turned nor spoke, merely holding her hand with increasing firmness. "My husband," Jiang Xingjian halted, and the attendants, Hangji and Hengwu, as well as the eunuch sent by the favored consort Yun to attend to Song Wan, also paused. "Is the location for the incense burner in the eastern part of the main courtyard still vacant?" Song Wan nodded absent-mindedly. Jiang Xingjian's expression hardened as he pursed his lips. It could indeed accommodate a renowned piece. A flurry of anxiety crossed Song Wan's face, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, her youthful demeanor tinged with a hint of foolishness. Jiang Xingjian suppressed his burgeoning delight and led Song Wan towards the Yanqing Palace of Consort Jiang. It was only upon entering the palace gates that Song Wan regained a semblance of composure. The Yanqing Palace was eerily quiet, starkly contrasting the vibrant atmosphere of the Changqing Palace. "The Empress has been awaiting you for quite some time." A steward eunuch from the Changqing Palace finally arrived. Jiang Xingjian, still holding Song Wan's hand, prepared to see his sister, but the eunuch interjected, "Madam Jiang, please take your time. A few days ago, the Astronomical Bureau reported that the Empress has been unwell and cannot receive those born in the year of the rabbit, snake, goat, or dog. To avoid any potential disturbance, it would be best for you to wait in the small garden." Jiang Xingjian frowned, while Song Wan sighed silently, and the eunuch from Changqing Palace squinted his eyes. "My husband, please go ahead. Do not keep the Empress waiting." Song Wan gently released their linked hands, smiling as she stood outside the Yanqing Palace. Jiang Xingjian, still concerned, instructed the eunuch to take good care of her before he proceeded alone to meet Jiang Man. Inside the sleeping quarters, Jiang Man donned a gown of crescent moon white satin, her only adornment a silver bat hairpin embellished with pearls. Though not as plain as when Song Wan was in mourning, her appearance was still strikingly understated for the palace. Inside the chamber, only a couple of Jiang Man's trusted confidants were present. Sister. Jiang Man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You have endured much these past years. It is my brother's inadequacy that has prevented me from alleviating your burdens. Jiang Man extended her slender fingers, their cherry-pink nails glistening with a radiant sheen. A waiting maid supported her as she approached Jiang Xingjian. Is the weapon in that woman's hand truly as formidable as claimed, capable of moving mountains and parting seas? My brother has witnessed its power. It is indeed considerable. Jiang Man covered her mouth. Your years of strategizing at the frontier have not been in vain. With this person and this weapon, our father's vengeance shall surely be avenged. Jiang Xingjian bit his lip, his complexion paling slightly. Jiang Man possessed sharp features, her countenance exuding a rare spirit among women. In terms of mere appearance, she lacked the delicate charm of Song Yuning by a fraction, and the gentleness by two, yet her unparalleled eyes held an allure that was captivating. Those eyes, bright and expressive, even when coldly observing, bore an irresistible charm that hinted at unspoken desires. In a world rife with deception, she had grown increasingly perceptive of human nature, especially toward her brother, whom she had watched grow. One glance was all it took for her to discern Jiang Xingjian's thoughts. You wish to ask why I did not inform you of Song Wan's marriage into the Marquis' household? Jiang Xingjian straightened his back, his limbs stiffening slightly. Follow me. They moved to a secluded inner chamber, where Jiang Man shifted aside a small altar dedicated to the white jade guanyin, revealing a hidden tablet behind it. Kneel. Jiang Xingjian gazed at their father's name and, without hesitation, knelt down. Years ago, when I was with child, you and father were promptly dispatched to the frontier to transport supplies. This task should not have fallen upon you both, should it? Indeed. Father has passed, the Marquisate has rapidly declined, the eldest prince is morally lacking, and the crown prince has been incapacitated for years. The birth of Qianshun poses the greatest threat, does it not? Yes. Jiang Man's eyes glistened with tears. We both know the truth. Without external support, a prince is as a boat adrift in turbulent waters, unable to navigate even in calm winds. Do not deceive yourself, brother, do not pretend you cannot perceive Song Lanan's ambitions, Song Yuning's schemes, nor the identity of those who conspired against you and father. Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Sister knows you harbor feelings for Song Wan. The palace lanterns, the wooden carvings, the bracelets you gifted her in your youth, I was there with you crafting each one. I know you have long awaited the day you could take her as your bride. But what of it? The vengeance for our father's murder cannot be forgotten. If you must place blame, direct it toward her fate, for being born into the Song family. If you must be resentful, let it be for the ambitions of Song Lanan and Song Yuning. Jiang Man grasped Jiang Xingjian's shoulders, her grip so fierce that her fingernail broke, yet she remained unaware. The maid beside her stepped forward but was dismissed with a wave of Jiang Man's hand. If one day the Song household faces ruin, leaving only Song Wan behind, I shall permit you to be with her. Yet, if Song Lanan and Song Yuning remain unscathed, I will not hesitate to sacrifice her if the occasion demands. Jiang Xingjian shut his eyes in anguish, and after a moment, spoke in a low voice, Sister, I know what I must do. Seeing his resolve, Jiang Man felt a pang of reluctance yet gently patted his shoulder. The siblings resumed their conversation, seemingly oblivious to Song Wan still waiting outside the hall. Song Wan stood outside the Yanqing palace, feeling faint from the sun's rays, while the eunuch tasked with attending her anxiously paced. Madam Jiang, you should return to the Changqing palace with me. That cannot be. Song Wan smiled. If I were to leave without the empress's permission, it would be deemed disrespectful to the imperial consort. I am aware of your kind heart, yet I cannot bear to remain here under the scorching sun. Looking up at the garden of the Yanqing palace, Song Wan pointed toward a rockery. Would it not be better for you to accompany me there for a stroll, to seek refuge from the heat? The eunuch had no reason to refuse and hurriedly led Song Wan to the shaded area of the garden. However, before they could enter, they overheard rustling in a corner, where a group of young eunuchs was bullying a beleaguered sweeper eunuch. Taking delight in his misfortune, Song Wan observed the figure on the ground, her brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 19. Hand in hand, little scoundrels, do you think you can run amok? The eunuch from Changqing palace shouted fiercely at a group of bullies, causing them to scatter like leaves in the wind. With a dismissive curl of his lip, he muttered about Jiang Fei's lack of control over her subordinates before stepping forward to assist the fallen individual. Are you all right? I am unscathed. The eunuch, stooped and severely hunched, wore the most tattered and inferior garments of a palace eunuch, so grimy and worn that they were almost unbearable to behold. Even his ankles and wrists were exposed, suggesting that no one had bothered to provide him with fresh attire. The hierarchies within the palace were starkly different. Those fortunate enough to catch the eye of a noble master might ascend to greatness, while the unfortunate, dull-witted, and unremarkable found their existence akin to a living hell. Song Wan gazed at the exposed skin of the eunuch's hands and feet, her heart filled with compassion. His hands were marred with bruises and countless small wounds, and the backs and palms bore the scars of recurrent frostbite, clearly indicating a life of relentless suffering. Such injuries she had only previously encountered in medical texts. Where do you serve, and how did you come to be here? The young eunuch replied, I am called Zhirong. Today, I was sent by Lord Wang of the Eastern Palace to fetch some items from Lord Sheng in the Yanqing Palace. Hearing this, the eunuch from Changxing Palace explained, "It seems these rascals have sent him to collect money after losing a wager, and thus he was attacked." Upon seeing the bullied eunuch nodding in agreement, Song Wan instructed Hengwu to give him 2 taels of silver. "If you truly have nowhere to go within the palace, you may seek my aunt in Changxing Palace." The scars upon him were genuine, and his manner of speech lacked the usual smoothness of palace eunuchs. In such a setting, he would undoubtedly struggle to thrive, while Changxing Palace would not mind an additional lowly eunuch. For Jirong, it could very well mean the preservation of his life. However, to her surprise, he simply shook his head in a daze. "I serve in the Eastern Palace." "Little scoundrel, why do you refuse a toast while opting for punishment?" Song Wan smiled gently. "It matters not. As long as he has a place to stay, I also hold the crown prince in esteem. There is nothing wrong with the Eastern Palace." Upon hearing these words, both Jirong and the eunuchs beside Song Wan were momentarily taken aback. The master of the Eastern Palace had been paralyzed for half a year, rendering the crown prince's position largely ceremonial. Even among the eunuchs, mentioning the Eastern Palace often elicited disdain, so it was surprising that a noble lady like Song Wan would express respect for the crown prince. After all, he had been sent to a neighboring country as a hostage at the age of 5 and returned as a broken man, leaving him with little presence in the palace. The third prince, bored of her aunt, was the favored candidate for the next crown prince. After finishing her words, Song Wan turned to leave, but Jirong murmured, "Why respect the crown prince?" Song Wan replied with a smile, "The sovereign is the father of heaven and the mother of the earth, and the crown prince, being the son of the emperor, naturally shares in the blessings of the celestial lineage. They have safeguarded the realm and its people for many years, thus, I hold the crown prince in respect." Jirong watched as Song Wan departed, astonishment filling his heart. He returned to the Eastern Palace, which resembled a desolate cold palace, devoid of warmth and filled with languid eunuchs and maidens. "Where have you been? That thing inside has urinated on the couch again. Hurry and clean it up." A maid seated in front of the Eastern Palace's sleeping quarters barked at him upon his return. Jirong stepped inside. The bright yellow chambers of the crown prince were permeated with a foul stench. Approaching the golden couch, he looked upon the crown prince, whose cheeks were sunken and whose body was emaciated, and remarked, "It is not for naught that one suffers. There are still those who remember your contributions." Such talk of blessings and longevity was merely a facade. The state was weak, and sending a 5-year-old child as a hostage to a neighboring country was a profound humiliation. The current emperor had exchanged the crown prince's life for a decade of peace, yet upon his return, he was met not with honor but scorn and disdain. As long as the crown prince lived, the entire court, from the monarch to the ministers, bore the stigma of incompetence. As long as the crown prince did not die, the unbearable truth of a childless sacrifice for the stability of the realm would never be forgotten. Thus, no one dared to claim that the 12 years of peace were due to the crown prince, nor would anyone utter a word of respect for him. Jirong looked at the crown prince, whose eyes were clouded and whose mouth emitted unconscious wheezes, and he helped him up, deftly changing the bedding underneath him. The world awaited the crown prince's demise, yet he had stubbornly endured for 8 years. Were it not for the fact that the third prince was still young and the first prince was unfit for responsibility, the emperor might have hastened to remove the crown prince from the court to alleviate his own shame. Song Wan's words had not only shocked Jirong but had also struck a chord with the eunuch from Changxing Palace. "Madam, please refrain from mentioning that one in the future." Seeing him gesture toward the east, Song Wan nodded with a smile. Once the farce had passed, they strolled through the small garden of Yanqing Palace, and before leaving, she had yet to lay eyes on Jiang Fei. As Jiang Xingjian emerged, Song Wan respectfully bowed towards Jiang Fei within the flower-laden window. "Song Wan is indeed commendable." Jiang Man, fiddling with her broken nails, remained expressionless, while a maid beside her remarked, "The Lord has admired the Song family's daughter since childhood. If the lady finds Song Wan commendable, why not allow them to be together?" "Why?" Jiang Man sighed, "Because Song Yunqing bore the third prince, the Song family has obstructed my path." Old Marquis affairs at the border. Jiang Man raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with ambition. "Whether or not my father was harmed by the Song family is of little consequence. What matters is that one day the third prince and my sure will inevitably clash. The outcome remains uncertain. I cannot allow Ir to harbor even the slightest concern or soft-heartedness. Better to endure short pain than long suffering. If the two are destined for an unfavorable conclusion, it would be best if it had never begun." Jiang Man spoke softly as she watched Jiang Xingjian's retreating figure, leaving only after he had exited the hall. Upon seeing Jiang Xingjian emerge from Yanqing Palace, Song Wan noticed that his expression had dulled somewhat. Far from the warmth he had previously exhibited, disappointment and a sense of helplessness washed over her. Jiang Xingjian walked ahead with a stoic countenance, his eyes betraying a struggle and pain. He knew Song Wan was innocent but also recognized her connection to the Song family. Without the schemes of the Song family, there would be no Song Wan's prosperity. Sensitive and perceptive, Song Wan understood that his cold demeanor was likely a result of something Jiang Fei had said. Gathering her courage, she resolved not to allow this distance to persist between them. Her cheeks flushed, she pressed her lips together and hurried a few steps forward. After gazing at Jiang Xingjian's hand for a long while, she finally summoned the courage to gently grasp it. To her dismay, Jiang Xingjian's arm stiffened, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook her off and did not look back. Chapter 20. The elder brother Awan? Mother. Song Wan, just regaining her senses, realized that she had returned to the Song residence. She had been so immersed in her feelings of shame and regret that she had not even noticed Mrs. Song sitting before her. With a warm smile, Mrs. Song asked, "Why do you appear so lost in thought? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps it is just the heat today, the sun has made me a bit faint." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Song immediately instructed a nearby maid to fetch some ice syrup for her. Song Wan took a sip after receiving it but set it aside. You should have visited the Marquis residence these past few days, but I have been so busy preparing your dowry that I completely overlooked your return today. Your father has not seen him in quite a while. I imagine they will wish to converse for some time. If you truly feel unwell, you may return to your room to rest. Nothing in your quarters has been disturbed. Song Wan shyly smiled. I am not so delicate, mother, you need not worry. That is good to hear. Mrs. Song was Song Wan's maternal aunt. After Song Wan's mother passed away, her father married a concubine from the Su family, both to strengthen the marital ties between the Song and Su families and to better care for her elder brother and herself. However, upon Mrs. Song's arrival, Song Fu had already surpassed the age for the education of women in the inner quarters, and she had been taken to her own courtyard by her aunt. Thus, over the years, her relationship with Mrs. Song had been rather indifferent, lacking in deep affection. At a loss for words, Mrs. Song eventually stated, I shall have the steward bring your dowry list, so you can check for any discrepancies. Before long, the steward from the Song residence entered, holding a yellow pearwood box. Mrs. Song opened it and handed it to Song Wan for her perusal. Upon a brief glance, Song Wan found nothing amiss. Not only was her mother's dowry intact within, but there were also several prime shops, 2 estates in the outskirts of the capital, and 200 acres of fertile land included. In the capital, such a dowry was indeed quite remarkable. I appreciate your efforts these past few days, mother. Not at all, it is my duty. After their exchange, silence fell between them. In the past, Song Wan would not have been so disengaged, but her heart was now troubled, her thoughts swirling chaotically, leaving her disinclined to engage in pleasantries. It was not until the steward sought out Mrs. Song that she urged Song Wan to return to her courtyard for a rest, which relieved them both somewhat. Upon exiting the courtyard, Song Wan saw a man standing beneath the corridor, seemingly waiting for her. The man had long brows that met at the temples, his cold and proud eyes exuding an air of aloofness. After a moment of observation, Song Wan recognized him as her elder brother, Song Fu. Turning his head, Song Fu noticed her staring blankly at him and could not help but reveal a hint of gentle amusement. Ah Wan, come here. He beckoned, and Song Wan hurriedly stepped forward. I pay my respects to my elder brother. Upon seeing Song Fu, she suddenly felt a surge of grievance, her voice laced with an imperceptible quiver. Song Fu scrutinized her face closely, remaining silent for a while. In his memories, she was still the little girl who adored sweet cakes. If he returned home from the academy without bringing her some treats, she would look at him with a pitiful expression. Today, there was a semblance of that, yet it felt different. In the past, if she felt wronged, she would confide in him immediately, but now she merely lowered her head, fearful that he might discern her feelings. Furrowing his brows, Song Fu finally spoke, Xingjian has returned. Your situation at the Marquis residence is not as it was before. Remember to conduct yourself with grace, be kind to others, show respect to your elders, and avoid conflicts with your sisters-in-law. After just a few sentences, he noticed Song Wan's eyes reddening, prompting him to halt abruptly. With her eyes glistening, Song Wan managed a light laugh. Where did you hear such words, brother? Your tone resembles that of an elderly matron from the inner quarters. Song Fu paused momentarily, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was concerned that without a mother to guide her, she might lack knowledge of the intricate affairs of the inner quarters, and thus he had racked his brain to offer her some advice, only to receive this unexpected reaction. I know nothing of the matters of the inner quarters, Wanner is well aware. His words, I know nothing, nearly brought tears to Song Wan's eyes. Song Fu, understanding her discomfort at the Marquis residence, felt helpless as an elder brother to intervene in matters concerning her husband's family. After a long pause, he finally said, there is a vacancy in the Ministry of Personnel. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be entering the ministry this year. Having served last year as a supervisor at the Imperial Academy, according to their father's plans, he would remain in obscurity for several years before being promoted to the Central Secretariat. With their father's backing, he could ascend smoothly. However, he would have to remain discreet for many years, concealing his talents. Observing the redness in Song Wan's eyes, Song Fu frowned slightly. The path to the Central Secretariat was too slow. While he could bide his time for over a decade, Song Wan could not afford to wait. The Song family had 2 sons and 3 daughters. Although Song Wan was the eldest legitimate daughter, she was not her father's only daughter. Moreover, the alliance with the Jiang Yang Marquis family was precarious. Though the current turmoil had yet to surface, he could perceive the undercurrents beneath the calm. Should factions arise in the future, the Song family might not fully safeguard her. In just a few moments, Song Fu overturned years of preparation regarding Song Laman. The Ministry of Personnel is the foremost among the 6 ministries. Where could there possibly be a vacancy? Are you implying that I have been ignorant of worldly affairs for 6 years, leaving Wanner to fend for herself? How could father permit you to join the Ministry of Personnel? Song Wan softly replied, brother, do not overthink it. I am doing quite well at the Marquis residence. The matriarch and the mistress treat me as if I were their own daughter, and my husband is gentle and considerate. Our bond is as deep as childhood friends. It is simply that I have missed you dearly after so many years. She was unaware of how her father planned to arrange matters for her with her brother, but she was certain he would not send him to the Ministry of Personnel. Indeed, while the ministry wielded real power, it was not easily accessible. His remarks seemed to stem from concern that she was not faring well, prompting him to hastily seek a position in the ministry to lend her support. Yet how could she be so selfish? Brother, focus on following father's arrangements, do not concern yourself with matters of men. Song Fu lightly tapped her head with his curled finger, and upon seeing her shield her head, he chuckled and retrieved a small wooden box from his robe. This is a portion of your dowry I have prepared. Opening it, Song Wan found it filled to the brim with silver notes, some were for 1,000 taels, some for 100, and even 250 tael notes. Her nose tinged with emotion as she murmured, "The household only provides 2 taels of silver per month, and yet this box contains 3 or 4,000 taels. How long did you save to gather this?" Song Fu frowned. "Why do you ask such things? It is yours now, just accept it. It must be what you have saved since childhood." Song Fu glanced at her. "You must have some money on hand while residing in someone else's household for peace of mind." Song Wan held the wooden box tightly, her lips pressed together, fearing that a stray tear might escape her eyes. Song Fu reached out to stroke her hair, sighing gently, "As a man, I will find my own means of acquiring silver. It is not something for you, as a woman of the inner quarters, to compare with. Brother seeks nothing else. I only wish for your well-being." As the siblings shared a tender moment, Jiang Xingjian coughed lightly from afar, prompting Song Fu to retract his hand. Chapter 21 Struggle, my lord. Upon seeing Jiang Xingjian approaching, Song Wanjiao greeted him with a gentle smile. "Have you spoken with father?" "Indeed." Song Fu nodded, noticing the sweet smile gracing Song Wan's face. He couldn't help but chuckle. "There are many rules in the palace. You two must be weary after a long day. Why not rest in the courtyard? In the evening, we shall indulge in a drink together." "As you advise, elder brother." Jiang Xingjian watched as Song Fu departed, and the smiles of the couple gradually faded. They walked in silence, with Song Wan tightly clutching the small box gifted to her by Song Fu, her heart feeling considerably lighter. After leaving the palace, the feelings of shame and grievance that had lingered in her heart, along with the faint emotions of unreciprocated affection and the pangs of rejection, dissipated upon seeing her brother. "Miss, the courtyard is quite tidy. It seems the residence is regularly cleaned. The bedding has also been replaced with new ones. If you are fatigued, you may rest in the inner chamber for a while." Upon entering the courtyard where Song Wan had resided during her childhood, Hangji glanced around. The sisters had grown up in this very place, and returning to their old haunts inevitably brought them joy. The bamboo bell you hung yourself back in the day still hangs in the corridor. Song Wan glanced at the faded bell and smiled softly. Since he had released her hand, she had not taken the initiative to approach him again. Jiang Xingjian felt a twinge of discomfort as he observed that neither of the three paid him any mind after entering the courtyard. Once Song Wan entered the room, he too inexplicably quickened his pace. However, as soon as he stepped into her childhood chamber, both of them froze at the doorway. Having been away for 6 years, Song Wan could no longer recall what items were stored within. Now, seeing these familiar objects again, she felt a sense of disorientation, as if people had changed and things had transformed. In her boudoir, traces of Jiang Xingjian were evident everywhere. The two had been betrothed since childhood. Even before she could articulate her words clearly, she knew that her future husband was named Jiang Yi. The Song and Jiang families were close allies, and they exchanged gifts during festive occasions. When they were young, Jiang Xingjian delighted in presenting her with small tokens, be it a calligraphy book, a clay figurine, or a string of porcelain beads. Though these gifts were not particularly extravagant, they were mostly exquisite and delicate, and she cherished them dearly. The set of zodiac wooden carvings she brought to the Jiang residence was especially dear to her heart. 12 pieces, for each year. He carved for 3 years while she treasured them for 9, witnessing the transformation from clumsy childhood whimsy to remarkable craftsmanship. This hairpin, the youthful boudoir, radiated warmth and playfulness, with gauzy curtains in shades of pale yellow or moonlight blue, occasionally adorned by 1 or 2 pieces of pink and white porcelain that lent an air of elegance and freshness, starkly contrasting with her solitary life in the Jiang residence's Longxiang studio. The most prominent feature in the room was a mother-of-pearl dressing table, upon which rested a white jade plum blossom hairpin, accompanied by a matching mother-of-pearl stand. Song Wan's complexion paled, a twinge of regret washing over her for allowing Jiang Xingjian into her private space. Why did you not take this hairpin to the Jiang residence? On the day of her departure from the capital, he had personally placed this meticulously carved plum blossom hairpin on her head. Originally intended as a birthday gift for that year, Jiang Xingjian, fearing he might not return in time, had presented it to her early, and now, as he touched the warm white jade, his heart momentarily constricted. Even now, he could still feel the exhilaration he experienced that day. A widow should maintain her dignity and keep her surroundings pure. Such items cannot accompany her to the Jiang residence. Song Wan retrieved the white jade hairpin from his hand and, after rummaging beneath the dressing table, found a red velvet brocade box to place it in. Noticing Jiang Xingjian's gaze upon her, she hesitated briefly before withdrawing her hand that was about to return the hairpin to the dressing table, turning instead to hand it to Hengji. "Miss, the bedding has been aired out. Would you like to rest? Prepare it." Having risen before dawn to enter the palace and subsequently being left in the small garden for the better part of the day by consort Jiang, Song Wan felt utterly exhausted. Observing Jiang Xingjian's evident interest in her boudoir, she allowed him to explore while she retreated to the gauzy curtains for a brief rest. Jiang Xingjian turned around, only to see a slender figure beneath the gauze, delicately removing her hair ornaments. The young lady's figure was enchanting and graceful. He felt a rush of warmth to his face and swiftly averted his gaze. Hengji and Hengwu, noticing that he neither exited nor seemed inclined to rest, found themselves in a quandary. "You may leave." Jiang Xingjian lowered his voice, dismissing the two. The room was left with only him and Song Wan, who, it seemed, was utterly fatigued. Soon, soft breaths filled the air as she drifted off to sleep. Jiang Xingjian smiled faintly, though his expression quickly darkened as he pondered something. Having just met Song Lanan, he found himself repeatedly questioned about why he had not returned for 6 years and what he had been doing at the border. Jiang Xingjian felt as if he were a thief, feeling guilty yet compelled to tread carefully. The fleeting thoughts that had arisen were dispelled by this notion, and he gazed at Song Wan, who lay sleeping behind the gauze, her eyes slowly closing. Mississippi. Song Wan, still drowsy, struggled to comprehend the time when Hengji roused her. The Lord wishes to return to the Jiang residence. He has asked me to help you with your grooming. How long have I slept? Hengji lowered her gaze, not yet half an hour. Song Wan frowned at Jiang Xingjian, seated on the embroidery stool, suddenly feeling an urge to send him back alone. Very well, assist me with my grooming. Hengji tidied her hair and makeup once more, and after changing into the dress delivered by Song Fu, Song Wan accompanied Jiang Xingjian to bid farewell to his parents and brothers. The residence has prepared food and drink. Why not finish before heading back? After all, we are merely 2 streets apart, and it won't make us late. Song Fu urged them to stay, but Jiang Xingjian replied, there are pressing matters at the Jiang residence. Currently, Awan oversees the household affairs and cannot be absent. The members of the Song family felt reassured upon hearing this, and Song Fu instructed the servants to prepare a carriage, transporting all of Song Wan's belongings and dowry to the Jiang residence. Hengji and Hengwu carried numerous items as well, and with the gifts from consort Yun, Song Wan's possessions today were enough to rival a significant portion of the Jiang estate. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, she began to catalog her items, meticulously recording the gifts bestowed by consort Yun alongside her dowry. The detailed dowry list needed to be submitted for registration in the household archives, and the Lanting courtyard required a storage room for these items. The myriad of tasks was not insignificant. By the time Song Wan had finished her work with the maids in the Lanting courtyard, night had fallen, rendering it impossible to see her fingers. Miss, everything is in order, except for one item. What is missing? The harmonious immortals painting bestowed by the consort. Hearing this, Song Wan's face flushed red, for she knew that aside from Jiang Xingjian, no one would dare claim such an item. Her complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, leaving her increasingly bewildered by his intentions. Very well, let the painting be recorded. How Jiang Xingjian chooses to handle it is his business. Song Wan was uncertain of Jiang Xingjian's motives regarding the harmonious immortals painting, yet he himself was equally in the dark. He stared at the painting spread across the desk, his expression so somber that it seemed capable of dripping water. He never wished to develop feelings for Song Wan, yet. Jiang Xingjian rubbed his face vigorously, feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 22. Managing the household. Upon meeting her elder brother, Song Wan felt a surge of confidence within her, prompting her to refrain from pondering Jiang Xingjian's thoughts. Currently, she was preoccupied with overseeing the household affairs, rendering her utterly engrossed in her duties. After paying her respects to the matriarch early in the morning, the stewardess of the estate approached her for guidance. You have all worked hard. Please allow me to change my attire before we begin, she said. Hengwu prepared tea and snacks, and the stewardesses had only seen Song Wan once on the day of the initial handover. Now, with several days having passed without any significant actions from her, they began to perceive her, despite her noble lineage, as still quite young, which inevitably led to a touch of condescension among them. Observing Hengwu's respectful demeanor towards them, they recalled Song Wan's inherent kindness and gentle disposition, causing the initial awe they had felt to wane somewhat. A girl of merely a few years past her teens, who had never managed a household before, would surely need to rely on them heavily. They exchanged glances, their faces revealing a sense of relaxed satisfaction. When Song Wan emerged, she found them engaged in lively chatter and merriment. In a soft voice, she remarked, I apologize for my tardiness. I appreciate your patience. Oh, it is nothing, madam, you are a person of importance, and we are more than willing to wait, one of the women replied, still chewing on a snack as she spoke, to which Song Wan responded with a warm smile. These past few days have been busy, and I have not had the opportunity to discuss the household matters with you all. Today, I find myself at fault for not doing so sooner. She gestured for the standing stewardess to take a seat while she settled into the main position. Hengji presented her with a cup of osmanthus tea and a thick stack of account ledgers. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at her authoritative stance. Managing a household requires more than just an imposing presence. If she were to conduct herself appropriately, perhaps they would regard her with a modicum of respect and deference. Conversely, should she display weakness, they would surely revert to their previous insincere ways. They had been seasoned members of the household for generations, and a mere new bride could hardly command their respect. Jiang Fu's wife, being in charge of the inner chambers, was the first to speak. Madam, you are undoubtedly busy. Since you have summoned us today, we presume you have some directives for us. Now that everyone is present, we await your instructions. Song Wan smiled. There is nothing of great consequence, however, as you are aware, the current state of the whole residence is not what it once was. With expenses exceeding income, I am contemplating the reduction of unnecessary expenditures. Indeed, madam speaks wisely, our household is certainly not as it used to be, Jiang Fu's wife remarked, observing Song Wan's calm demeanor, then shifted the topic, yet, as a noble family, we must maintain certain standards and protocols. If we were to compromise our dignity for the sake of frugality, would that not be a loss of face? In noble families, whether in clothing, provisions, or travel arrangements, strict regulations govern expenditures. No prominent male heir would dare to flaunt the family's reputation by indulging in extravagance. Should they reach a point where they could no longer uphold their dignity, outsiders would perceive the whole residence as crumbling and in decline. Such a simple truth was not lost on Song Wan. She regarded Jiang Fu's wife with a gentle smile. You worry too much, that is not what I meant. Jiang Fu's wife offered an awkward smile, and Song Wan did not press her further. Times have changed. While we cannot overlook daily expenses, there are certainly areas where we can cut back. She casually opened one of the ledgers and pointed to the entries. Each household's kitchen prepares similar provisions daily. For instance, both my mother's Jiangxiang courtyard and the matriarch's Feuertang have been providing milk, yet the matriarch has never favored its strong odor. My mother's Lanting courtyard also prepares wuchang fish daily, which, while delicious, I know neither my elder brother nor I particularly enjoy, and we rarely see it served. The stewardess responsible for the kitchen procurement quickly interjected, Madam may not be aware, but even if these items are not often served, it is essential that the kitchen be prepared should the masters suddenly desire them. Thus, there are certain items that, while not used daily, cannot be omitted. There is nothing that cannot be omitted, Song Wan replied, her tone remaining warm. From today onward, the purchases for the Feuertang, Jiangxiang courtyard, and Lanting courtyard shall be unified under the directives of the main kitchen. Should the masters wish for something, they will notify the main kitchen a day in advance, and it shall be procured accordingly. Madam, this as she spoke, the stewardess effectively stripped away the conveniences enjoyed by the matriarch and the lady of the house, leaving the other courtyards unsure of how to proceed. This was clearly an attempt to assert dominance, and as subordinates, they dared not protest. The stewardess retreated. Feeling disheartened, Song Wan paid them no mind, scanning the previous menus and purchase lists, roughly calculating that she could save a substantial amount up to 70 or 80 taels a day. The snacks provided for the elder and second master's rooms shall also be discontinued. The stewardess in charge of Yuling study appeared troubled. This, without provisions in the small kitchens and now eliminating snacks, it may not be appropriate. The elder and second masters have come of age and seldom remain in the residence during the day. Who are these 10 taels of snacks intended for? The stewardess fell silent, and Song Wan continued to sift through the ledgers, eliminating various unnecessary expenses. Initially, the stewardesses had not regarded her with much seriousness, but now they began to realize that she was not one to be easily deceived. After all, those seemingly insignificant expenditures had previously been overlooked by both the matriarch and the lady of the house. However, upon reflection, they recognized that such accumulation, while minor, could indeed amount to a considerable sum over time. While it may not resolve immediate financial crises, consistent frugality could alleviate a significant burden in the long run. Some astute stewardesses began to harbor respect for her, yet others resented the loss of their benefits. Hangxi glanced around at the others, then looked down at Song Wan's dark circles, feeling a pang of sympathy. Her young mistress had been sleepless for several days, tirelessly poring over these ledgers, meticulously examining every tael of silver to identify areas for potential savings. After several days of effort, not once had the elder master come to the main courtyard to offer a kind word to her. Hangxi felt it was unjust for Song Wan and silently resented Jiang Xingjian's cold demeanor. There are only a few areas that require alteration in the household's customary practices. Is there anything else you wish to address, madam? Song Wan replied, there are still a few matters. The stewardess's expressions darkened slightly, yet they dared only to murmur among themselves. Lu Shan's wife, Lin Liangao's wife, and Zhang Chongqing's wife. I am here. 3 stewardesses, clad in silks and satin, stepped forward, trembling as they asked, what directives do you have for us, madam? Directives? I would not presume to give orders. However, I have noticed some discrepancies in the accounts these past few days and thought to address them all at once today. Song Wan produced several receipts from the household and the reports submitted a few months prior. In February of this year, we reported 30 bolts of blue silk for the repair of the gentlemen's carriages, and last month, we reported 12 bolts of 8-petal brocade for the refurbishment of the black cover. Yet, the receipts do not specify the colors, and after much searching in the storeroom, I discovered that we are short 12 bolts of plum green. With a slight smile, Song Wan continued, according to palace regulations, the whole family is to use blue covers for their sedan chairs, as well as blue canopies and green curtains. The plum green does not comply with palace standards. Upon hearing this, Lin Liangao's wife collapsed to her knees. Chapter 23 A punishment of the servants. Oh, the old servant deserves to die. My poor eyesight has led me to commit such a blunder, yet fortunately, the esteemed lady possesses sharp vision and has uncovered this oversight. The matron fiercely slapped her own face, the resounding slap startling the others into a more subdued demeanor. Since the error has been made, it would be prudent to rectify the accounts rather than resorting to such measures. Song Wan instructed Hong Wu to assist the matron to her feet, then turned to Zhang Changqing's wife and inquired, you are the daughter-in-law of the steward in the outer court, are you not? Indeed, esteemed lady, she replied. R does not subscribe to the notion that a woman's virtue lies in her ignorance of letters. Thus, the young ladies of each court are literate and often engage in the arts of writing and painting. However, daughters in the inner chambers do not receive the same daily education as the young masters and are burdened with more responsibilities in the evenings. Yet I have observed that the young ladies expend far more on stationery than all the young masters combined. Just this year, you have reported 4 ingots of the antique Zuyatang ink. Jiang Changqing's wife offered a sheepish smile. The esteemed lady, in her former widowhood, may be unaware of the affairs of but our young ladies are not akin to those in other households in the capital. While the daughters of other houses indulge in needlework and weaving, ours have a greater affinity for reading and painting. Take for example the third young lady of the second branch. She is particularly fond of painting fish, birds, and beasts, hence it is only natural that the consumption of paper and ink would surpass that of the young masters. Seeing Song Wan remain silent, she grew bolder. The lady is benevolent, treating all in the equally, whether they be legitimate or illegitimate children. If the young ladies take pleasure in the arts, it would be unreasonable to deny them the necessary supplies, would it not? Now that the esteemed lady has spoken, I shall pay heed in the future. However, I cannot help but wonder if the young ladies may perceive the esteemed lady's actions as somewhat excessive, for in the past, the mistress would never withhold resources from the daughters of the lesser branches. Her voice grew louder, prompting Song Wan to respond coolly, the antique Zuyatang ink is of moderate value. It is not the finest in the, yet a single ingot is worth 30 to 40 taels of silver, you may not be aware, but this ink is made from tung oil and scented materials, resulting in a brighter sheen but a lighter hue. The paintings of several young ladies in the Jiang Song Wan extracted 2 landscape paintings from a white porcelain jar, unfolding them and presenting them to the matron. These 2 pieces possess a profound ink color yet lack elegance, primarily due to their insufficient gloss, which is characteristic of pine soot ink. Although both types of ink are smooth and refined, the differences are indeed significant. Perhaps the old servant has made an error. I shall return to verify the receipts and reconcile the accounts. Song Wan nodded. It is essential to clarify these matters. Upon hearing this, Lu Shun's wife could no longer contain herself. The esteemed lady is astute. The accounts I submitted have always been accurate. Within there were many cunning servants. Following the sudden demise of the matriarch's son and grandson 6 years ago, her health deteriorated significantly, and Jiang's lady was rather oblivious, seldom concerning herself with such trivialities. Initially, the old matriarch's authority kept them in check, but as time passed, they discerned the disposition of the lady of the house and were unable to resist temptation. Even those who were prudent found themselves tempted, witnessing their peers profiting without consequence. Little did they anticipate that today, they would be caught by a young mistress. Several had come to witness the spectacle, eager to observe Song Wan falter under their scrutiny, intending to concoct further tales to amuse the servants of the inner chambers. However, now they found themselves drenched in cold sweat. There truly is no error, Song Wan remarked with a faint smile at Lu Shun's wife. However, your handwriting on the receipts leaves much to be desired. I found it rather challenging to decipher. In response to the esteemed lady, I shall diligently practice my writing and ensure it does not appear thus in the future. Very well, you may leave now. The group of servants stood apprehensively, their ears perked up to hear Song Wan's directives. She regarded the 2 individuals who had initially been in error and spoke gently. You 2 have been responsible for various repairs in the outer court and managing the storerooms in the inner court. You have indeed endured considerable hardship. It would not be fair to burden you further, so I shall assign you to lighter duties. After Zhang's wife reconciles the accounts, she shall be transferred to Jishan Courtyard as a steward, while Lin Liang's family will be assigned to the tea room. Song Wan redistributed the roles of several matrons, reshuffling the critical management positions within the inner court of the. These matrons had long been entrenched in their positions, familiar with the ins and outs of and while not all were complicit in wrongdoing, many had certainly turned a blind eye. Now that chaos had erupted, it might serve to curb some of the malfeasance. Hearing this, Jiang Xingjian's wife let out a wail. Esteemed lady, I acknowledge my faults. I have indeed been careless, but I assure you there will be no repeat. What kind of place is Jishan Courtyard? It is where sick maids and concubines, as well as young mourners, are sent to recuperate, forever shrouded in gloom and devoid of any opportunity for gain. Though she does not dare to tamper with the accounts, she could typically have her husband procure extra stationery from the scribe's office, attributing it to the young ladies' names, thus earning dozens of taels of silver each month, a sum that could equal her 2 years' worth of allowance. How could she bear to part with such a fortune? Please, esteemed lady, spare me this once. I shall devote myself to serving you henceforth. Jiang Chongqing's wife continued to wail. I am too old to go to Jishan Courtyard. Considering my years of service to the old matriarch and the lady, grant me this opportunity. Song Wan furrowed her brow. You make a valid point. Your age indeed makes it unsuitable for you to manage affairs at Jishan Courtyard. Indeed, the matron was elated at Song Wan's youth and compassion, only to see her retrieve a wooden box from the table and produce a contract of servitude, handing it back to her. Given your age, it is time to allow you to return home to enjoy your later years. Today, I shall exercise mercy on behalf of my grandmother and permit you to return home. Esteemed lady, I was wrong. I shall go to Jishan Courtyard. I do not wish to return home. I beseech you, my family and children are all in and have been for generations. Where else would you have me go? Song Wan nodded at Hongwu, who retrieved 5 or 6 contracts of servitude. You have served long enough. If you are so reluctant to leave your family, then you may return home with your children and grandchildren. In families of affluence and propriety, selling off servants is a notion that does not exist. Even in the event of a significant transgression, they merely return the contracts of servitude to grant freedom. However, for those who have spent their lives in possessing dignity and reputation, this is a fate more unbearable than death. The is known for its leniency, never harshly punishing servants. Even the most lowly steward enjoys a standard of living far superior to that of impoverished officials. Moreover, their children and nephews benefit from this prosperity. Should any of them catch the eye of the head of the household, it is not inconceivable that they might receive an official post, thereby transforming their fortunes. If a daughter were to serve as a first-class maid like Hongwu or Hangji, it would be akin to a boon from their ancestors, as they might one day rise to the status of a concubine or mistress. Jiang Xingjian's wife, contemplating her youngest daughter's bright visage, let out a heart-wrenching cry, her lament more sincere than before. The other matrons in the room, witnessing her being taken away, trembled in fear, their legs quaking at the thought of Song Wan's piercing gaze falling upon them. Chapter 24, Confusion. Master Liang. Replying to my esteemed lady, this servant is here. Noticing the worry etched upon her face, Song Wan inquired, I have heard that your elderly mother fell ill some days ago and has yet to recover. Is this true? Replying to my esteemed lady, my mother is in good health. I have not returned home recently and have not been negligent in my duties. You have misunderstood my intentions. Song Wan accepted a piece of red velvet cloth handed to her by Hung Ji and casually unfolded it. I have a half-root of ginseng aged over 50 years in my quarters, a gift from the old lady. If you do not mind, you may take it back to nourish your mother. Old Lady Liang bent her knees and knelt on the ground. Thank you, esteemed lady. The servant expresses gratitude on behalf of my parents. Hung Ji stepped forward to assist her up, saying, do not be so humble. Our lady is well aware of everyone's hard work. What is due to you shall not be lessened. Madame Jiang's countenance darkened upon hearing this. As the chief stewardess of the inner court, although Song Wan had not spoken ill of her today, her previous actions had been a series of slaps to her face. Yet, she could not harbor any resentment, for she felt both admiration and respect. Old Madame Zhou. This servant is here. Upon seeing her bow respectfully, Song Wan gently remarked, I have heard that your grandson can recognize over 100 characters at the tender age of 5? Madame Zhou nodded. Song Wan continued, this child possesses some talent, and I thought it a pity to let such a gift go to waste. Perhaps we could send him to our clan academy to study alongside the young masters of the household. Who knows, he might even become a top scholar in the future. Her grandson was the apple of Madame Zhou's eye. If the child were merely mischievous, it would be one thing, but now that fortune had graced him with remarkable talent, she naturally harbored high hopes. If her grandson were to truly become a scholar, she would gladly embrace death at that moment. Madame Zhou knelt before Song Wan, without a second thought, and bowed 3 times. Esteemed lady, please show your mercy. This servant shall diligently follow your lead and serve with utmost loyalty. Song Wan helped her up, chuckling that it was a trivial matter unworthy of such reverence. You all are aware of the current situation in the lawn courtyard. It has been quite quiet, and naturally, the number of maidservants has diminished. Now that the master has returned, new faces have graced the courtyard, leading to a slight shortage of hands. I am not yet familiar with the staff here, so I will need a few of you to select some clever and capable maidservants to assist. If any of you have suitable candidates, or daughters or granddaughters at home who fit the bill, do send them to see Hung Ji. The group of matrons exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with joy. Gaining entry into the master's courtyard was no easy feat, especially the lawn courtyard. Once inside, there would be an opportunity to serve the master closely, and with enough skill, one might even find themselves in the master's chambers one day. They were all born into servitude, having served in the Marquis' household for generations. What family did not have a daughter or granddaughter? If even one could form a connection with the master, the entire family would rise to newfound heights. Several matrons were eager to take action, already calculating their choices in their minds. Seeing their enthusiasm, Song Wan's smile deepened. The tasks of the coarse maidservants and the maidens are the most taxing, yet their monthly pay is somewhat meager. I intend to increase their monthly wages by 51, provide each with a set of cotton clothing during the winter months of November, December, and January, and a light skirt during the summer months of June, July, and August. Additionally, I will distribute an extra 2 taels for the winter and summer seasons, allowing them to purchase some fruits and charcoal. Esteemed lady, you are so benevolent. A throng of matrons rushed forward to praise Song Wan, who merely smiled faintly, not taking their words to heart. Madame Jiang. Yes, this servant is here. What orders does my esteemed lady have? Song Wan bore no resentment, rather, she appeared apologetic. You have endured much during the years the master was absent. My lady, you flatter me, it is my duty. What duty is there? Hung Ji presented a wooden box, which Song Wan handed to her. You and Jiang Bo have dedicated your lives to the Marquis' household. Ultimately, it is the Marquis who owes you. Madame Jiang opened the box, revealing a letter of recommendation. Your youngest son, Jiang Yukai, grew up alongside the master. Given that the master has returned, it would be natural for him to be placed by his side. However, both the old lady and I believe that would be beneath his talents, so we had someone draft a letter of recommendation to propose him for a position as a deputy in the dyeing bureau. The position is modest, yet it is still an official title. Madame Jiang clutched the letter, her eyes wide with emotion. Esteemed lady, this servant. Song Wan smiled gently, patting her hand. With no pressing matters remaining, Song Wan gave a few brief instructions and sent the matrons away. Once the room fell quiet, she noticed Jiang Xingjian standing in the corner, having been there for an unknown length of time. Song Wan fell into a momentary daze. Is there something you need, my husband? Jiang Xingjian shook his head and sat beside her. In truth, he had come today due to concern. He had thought that if Song Wan faced difficulties with the troublesome servants, he could step in to support her. However, he was taken aback to find that in just half a day, she had managed to bring those matrons to heel without a word of dissent. First, she established her authority with a firm hand, then dismantled the collusion among the household servants, restoring a balance of power. After resolving the issue of those who had been hoarding resources in the inner courtyard, she took control of the lawn courtyard. If the maidservants wished to gain the master's favor, they would have to obediently follow her lead and willingly submit to her guidance. As for the kindness extended to the lowest-ranking maidservants, Jiang Xingjian smiled faintly, knowing that it would not take long for the entire Marquis' household, with its thousands of servants, to learn that the esteemed lady was benevolent and kind-hearted. Jiang Xingjian tapped his fingers thoughtfully, realizing that if he were to manage the household, he could hardly do better than Song Wan and I. In the midst of their conversation, he had never seen the decisive and commanding side of Song Wan before. Now, witnessing it for the first time, it inevitably reshaped his previous impressions of her. You, my lord, esteemed lady. Shai entered from outside, greeting the two before continuing, "My lord, concubine Lin is ill and wishes for you to visit her." Jiang Xingjian pursed his lips, suddenly recalling that he had not seen Lin Jiayue for several days. He glanced at Song Wan, only to find her half-closed eyes, appearing drowsy and on the verge of sleep. "Madam, please rest for now, I shall return later." Song Wan opened her eyes, offering a distant smile as she returned to her chamber with Heng Ji and Heng Wu. After attending to her needs, the two exited the room quietly. The rose-scented pillow beneath her neck exuded a delicate fragrance, fresh yet not overpowering, vibrant and rich. In the past, Song Wan had adored this scent, but today it merely heightened her sense of unease, leaving her unable to find tranquility. Having barely reclined for a short while, she sat up abruptly. The previous night had brought rain, and Heng Ji had returned the zodiac wooden carvings to the room now. 8 wooden figures were neatly arranged along the edge of the embroidered couch. Song Wan's eyes reddened as she caressed each one, her expression growing increasingly bewildered. Chapter 25. Longing. As Jiang Xingjian arrived at Shoyan Pavilion, he beheld Lin Jiayue, who was indeed gravely ill. Xingjian Gij. Lin Jiayue lay upon the couch, her cheeks flushed with fever, and in just a few days, she had grown notably gaunt. Her cat-like eyes appeared even larger, glistening with moisture that tugged at Jiang Xingjian's heartstrings. "How did you fall ill so suddenly?" Lin Jiayue bit her lip, gazing at him with eyes brimming with unshed tears. Having endured days of insufficient food and restless nights, subjected to beatings and scoldings by day and plagued by fears at night, how could she not succumb to illness? Before meeting Jiang Xingjian, she had even harbored resentment towards him, yet upon seeing him again, Lin Jiayue realized just how deeply she cherished him. "Jiang Xingjian, I'm here." Suddenly, Lin Jiayue broke down in tears. "I like you, do you know that? It is because I like you that I have endured so much suffering, but do you see it? Because I like you, I journeyed from Su River to the capital. Because I like you, I remained in the Marquis' residence to learn those rules. Because I like you, I am willing to endure this humiliation. But Jiang Xingjian, do you truly deserve my affection?" The fever had rendered her body achingly painful, and Lin Jiayue licked her parched, taut cheeks, which bore no visible marks of injury, yet her sobs grew more intense. The thin yet resilient ruler used for punishment, wrapped in a wet cloth, left no trace on her skin, but each night she suffered from nerve pain, toothaches, headaches, and aches all over her body. No matter how diligently she learned the rules, she could never become the refined lady that Song Wan was. Even if Granny Li taught her for a decade or even a century, she could not transform into the noblewoman they demanded. "I do like you, but I cannot spend my entire life, Jiang Xingjian, living in such a coerced existence." "Jiang Xingjian, where have you been these past few days? Where were you when I was ill and in torment? Were you with Song Wan?" "Jiang Xingjian, I truly cannot endure life in the Marquis' residence. I regret it, I regret it." Lin Jiayue struggled to sit up, her scalding tears falling into Jiang Xingjian's palm, searing his heart. "Jiayue, I'm sorry, I did not mean to neglect you." Jiang Xingjian wrapped his arms around Lin Jiayue's waist, lifting her into his embrace. The girl in his arms was burning with fever, her skin flushed abnormally, and though she wept silently, she would occasionally let out soft sobs. Lin Jiayue, usually lively and boisterous, had never appeared so fragile. Gently laying her back down into the quilt, Jiang Xingjian frowned and said, "Why did Jiayue fall ill to this extent without seeking the residence's physician?" "The physician is waiting in the courtyard, but Aunt Lin said that until she sees the master, she will not allow him to enter." Jiang Xingjian glanced at the girl beneath the covers, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Let him in." The physician prescribed medicine for Lin Jiayue, and after administering it, she finally fell into a peaceful slumber. It was not until the dead of night that she stirred awake. "Are you awake?" Lin Jiayue responded with a nasal hum. Jiang Xingjian lifted the bed curtain and sat beside her. Lin Jiayue turned away, avoiding his gaze, yet could not suppress her tears. "I am sorry for making you suffer." She buried her head into the quilt, biting her lip to release her anguish. Jiang Xingjian pulled her close, holding her tightly in his embrace. He gazed blankly at a point in front of him and spoke softly, "I know you have feelings for me, and I feel the same. But the Jiang and Song families are bound by marriage. Song Wan has lived in the Marquis' residence as a widow for 6 years, and everyone in the capital is aware that the Marquis' household will not take another wife." Lin Jiayue appeared to struggle, but Jiang Xingjian tightened his embrace. "I promise you, I will do everything in my power to give you what you desire." "Are you suggesting that I could also aspire to the position of the Marquis' legitimate wife?" Jiang Xingjian fell silent, neither affirming nor denying. Lin Jiayue waited long for him to speak, her heart growing heavy. "Are you merely toying with my emotions, or do you truly have plans? Can I still trust you?" "Trust me." Jiang Xingjian gently caressed her hair, soothing her with tender words. "I will move into Shoyan Pavilion tomorrow. As a scion of a noble family, whether male or female, they are all supported by their entire clan, bearing the weight of their family's rise and fall. It is inconceivable for them to forsake the safety of their clan for personal desires. Moreover, the vendetta for a slain father cannot be forgotten, and conflicts are inevitable. Only one of the Jiang or Song families can prevail. Regardless of who triumphs in the future, he would ensure Song Wan's safety, protecting her as a tribute to their childhood bond. This, he believed, was all he could do. As Jiang Xingjian pondered this, a sudden ache pierced his heart. He was certain that had Awan been in his position, she would have made the same choice. After all, those born into noble families are seldom free to choose, let alone pursue romantic entanglements. After soothing Lin Jiayue to sleep, Jiang Xingjian retreated to his study. The painting of the Immortals of Harmony, sent by Consort Yun, was carefully stored in a brocade box. Jiang Xingjian withdrew it and studied it for a long time, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Master." Ling Yun entered, carrying a brass basin. After Jiang Xingjian instructed her to place it on the floor, he added, "Tomorrow, move my belongings to Xiuyan Pavilion." Ling Yun looked up in surprise, seeing that his mind was made up. She could only acquiesce in silence. Jiang Xingjian still held the painting in his hands, scrutinizing it before picking up a candle from the table and igniting the edge. The flames swiftly reduced the artwork to ashes. A treasured masterpiece now vanished into smoke. Chapter 26, Shame, Mississippi. As Song Wan had just risen, she noticed Hung Ji standing by the embroidered couch, her expression grim, observing the maids in the room, who were as silent as the grave. She smiled and inquired, "What troubles the Lord?" Last night, the Lord had Ling Yun deliver his personal belongings to the Xiuyan Pavilion. This morning, even the bedding and his personal maid have been moved there. Mississippi. Hong Wu's eyes were reddened, large tears hanging in her gaze, though she dared not weep. The Lord is being far too oppressive. Her mistress was the legitimate wife, carried into the Marquis's residence in a grand sedan chair, having properly honored the ancestral rites. The Song family had not yet fallen from grace. How dare the Marquis's household humiliate them to such an extent? Although there were families in the capital that cherished their concubines, it was unheard of for any lord to forsake his legitimate wife in favor of a mistress. If this were to be disclosed, outsiders might speculate that their miss possessed some affliction or was of unseemly appearance. "Miss, what does the Lord mean by this? Is he preemptively guarding against you bearing the Marquis's heir, to make way for that little harlot's child?" Mississippi. "Enough, Hong Wu, your clamor is giving me a headache," Song Wan said with a smile meant to soothe her, though her countenance was decidedly pallid. Hong Ji's eyes were similarly red, her tone filled with indignation. "On that day in the palace, the Lord clearly stated he would consummate with you, even mentioning hanging the He-Ershin painting. What is he doing now? Did Madame Lin say something to him?" Xiang Chao gritted her teeth, declaring, "This cannot continue. I shall seek out the old lady, yet if she also turns a blind eye, I will go directly to the master today." Before Xiang Chao could rush out, Song Wan called out to her. "What would you say to the old lady? Would you have her pressure him into consummating our marriage? Wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Miss, what are we to do now? If that little harlot bears a legitimate son, what will become of you? A legitimate son is still a son of lesser status. We could always adopt a child from the clan." Seeing both women with reddened eyes, Song Wan smiled gently. "Let us prepare ourselves. If we tarry any longer, we shall miss our appointment." With four maids gazing at her with wide, anxious eyes, Song Wan initially maintained a facade of cheerfulness. However, noticing their lack of attention to her, a flicker of unease crossed her face. The book spoke of a husband as heaven itself. Heaven cannot be defied, nor can one part from their husband, yet there was no guidance on how to navigate her unique predicament. Her mother had not imparted such lessons, and she dared not confide in her aunt, while her father and brothers, despite their kindness, would never entertain a daughter returning home to lament her domestic affairs. Dressed in a white gown when she entered the Marquis's residence, no elder had advised her on how to interact with her husband in the days that followed. She could only rely on her own wits. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Song Wan pressed her lips together slightly. After finishing her grooming, Song Wan, along with Hung Ji and Hong Wu, exited the room, where Jiang Xingjian awaited her in the courtyard, as he always did. For reasons unknown, she suddenly recalled the day she had taken the initiative to grasp his hand, only to be rebuffed. The familiar sensation of shame washed over her, rendering her limbs stiff and her throat tight. In her 18 years of life, she had never felt such self-loathing for her actions that day. Standing 2 paces behind Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan composed herself, her heart heavy with discomfort. "Please, husband, you first." Noticing the distance between them, Jiang Xingjian's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He took a step forward, prompting Song Wan to instinctively retreat a step back. An unfamiliar unease settled over him. "Your grandmother must be waiting. It would be ill-advised to delay." Having spoken, she positioned herself behind him. Jiang Xingjian paused momentarily in silence before turning towards the residence of old Madame Jiang, the Fuhengtang. Though Song Wan had assumed control over household affairs, the true authority within the Marquisate still resided with old Madame Jiang. While established customs could be adhered to, matters such as increasing the monthly wages for the servants or allowing them to return home required the old lady's approval. Song Wan had forewarned her of these matters, yet when it came time for execution, she still needed to report to old Madame Jiang. The exchange of information had consumed precious time, and Jiang Xingjian, standing beside her, noticed her voice had grown hoarse from speaking. He casually offered her a cup of tea. As she beheld his outstretched hand, Song Wan momentarily froze, hesitating to accept. Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow, and after a brief contemplation, he placed the teacup on the table. Though she had no desire to drink, the watchful gazes of old Madame Jiang and Jiang Mu compelled her to blush slightly and take a small sip. "What occupies your thoughts? You seem so lost in reverie," Lin Jiayue remarked, observing Jiang Xingjian's distracted demeanor upon his return from Fuhengtang. Jiang Xingjian regained his composure but refrained from mentioning that he found Song Wan's behavior today to be rather peculiar and inscrutable. "You have been poring over the accounts all morning. Is there a matter troubling you? Perhaps you could share it with me, and I might offer a suggestion." Jiang Xingjian thought of her crafty ideas and, wishing to keep her engaged, recounted the recent state of affairs in the household, along with a few outcomes of Song Wan's prior decisions. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiayue took the ledger and retrieved a slender charcoal stick wrapped in layers of cloth from the room, swiftly calculating on paper. "My heavens, the Marquisate is currently in dire straits. How can such meager income sustain such significant expenditures? At this rate, we shall be bankrupt in a few years." Jiang Xingjian smiled lightly. "Indeed." Lin Jiayue's lips curled slightly. "I have a way to turn a profit." "Do you believe me?" You have a plan? Of course, but, I shan't divulge it. Lin Jiayue dropped the charcoal stick, her expression a mix of jest and seriousness. Since the Marquisate is not under my purview, and given how much faith the old lady and the mistress place in the main courtyard, let them devise their own solutions. Jiang Xingjian smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. What, do you doubt my ability to turn a profit? Or do you think Song Wan is doing splendidly? Her tone rose slightly, prompting Jiang Xingjian to respond, you are still recovering, perhaps you should rest. Lin Jiayue supported her chin with one hand, her round eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Xingjian. Do you know what it means to increase revenue and reduce expenditures? A wise ruler must carefully nurture harmony, conserve resources, and expand sources, weighing them judiciously. Jiang Xingjian set down the ledger, asking, this phrase is from Xuanzi's Rich Nation chapter. Why do you suddenly bring this up? Lin Jiayue hesitated, somewhat taken aback. She had always thought the concept of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure stemmed from modern economic theory, and hearing Jiang Xingjian reference it made her feel slightly awkward. Subsequently, Lin Jiayue scoffed, you know, that Song Wan likely has no idea of this, right? If she were aware, how could she come up with such foolish methods? Rather than cutting expenses, one should seek to increase revenue. Moreover, given her paltry efforts to save a few coins, when could she ever hope to fill the Marquisate's coffers? Chapter 27 is Spirit and Integrity. Jiang Xingjian chuckled lightly, lowering his head to fiddle with the abacus. Lin Jiayue, dissatisfied with his actions, abruptly pressed down on the beads, causing Jiang Xingjian to furrow his brow, though he ultimately refrained from expressing his irritation. Do you not believe that I have a way to generate revenue for the Marquisate? Provoked by Jiang Xingjian's indifferent demeanor, Lin Jiayue retorted, I have managed several shops, after all. While my experience may not surpass others, I certainly possess more acumen than a sheltered lady who rarely steps beyond the confines of her home. Jiang Xingjian inhaled deeply, let us not speak of this again. It is unbecoming for a woman to venture into public affairs, much less engage in commerce. Why should a woman be barred from matters of trade? Throughout our journey from Suwa to the capital, we have seen many women walking about, not to mention the numerous vendors selling milk and rice flour on the streets. Noble women differ fundamentally from commoners. Remember this distinction. Noticing his impatience with her insistence on these rules, Lin Jiayue pouted, yet upon meeting Jiang Xingjian's gaze, she suddenly recalled how Mama Li had once struck her with a horn ruler for her playful expressions. Feeling inexplicably vexed, she toyed with the charcoal stick in her hand and finally could not hold back. I actually have a brilliant idea that could earn the Marquisate a fortune. The Marquisate could establish a brothel, thereby gathering the most beautiful women from across the land. I could help them gain notoriety, attracting the attention of all the men in the capital, who would lavishly spend to catch a glimpse of them. A brothel not only generates profit but can also serve as a source of intelligence, given the myriad of individuals passing through high officials and common folk alike. This way, the Marquisate would have access to all the significant happenings and gossip in the capital, and selling such information could yield substantial profits. Of course, the brothel must be positioned as refined. It cannot cater to just anyone enough. Jiang Xingjian slammed his palm on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Jiayue blinked innocently, what is the matter? You may leave. The attendants in the room, taken aback and disdainful, retreated, their expressions still showing shock as they exited. Jiang Xingjian pressed his fingers to his temples, frustration evident on his face. Do you truly understand what you are saying? What is the issue? Was it not reasonable for someone of her status to consider establishing a brothel? Why was Jiang Xingjian reacting so vehemently? To exchange physical allure for the Marquisate's wealth and honor would be preferable to seeing it crumble tomorrow. Such vulgar and disgraceful notions should never be uttered again. Lin Jiayue's face flushed crimson. I did not propose that those women engage in any such activities. I merely suggested creating a space for officials to unwind, to listen to music and enjoy performances. Jiang Xingjian felt a throbbing headache. As a woman, how can you speak so freely of brothels and fleshly pursuits? What lessons has Mama Li imparted to you? Such a morally corrupt enterprise. His grip tightened around the brush, and in that moment, Jiang Xingjian comprehended why his grandmother and mother held reservations about Lin Jiayue. He had always thought her overly spirited, lacking in decorum yet pure of heart, her seemingly intimate gestures not born of lewdness but rather genuine affection. However, her unabashed talk of establishing a brothel revealed a fundamental lack of integrity. Jiang Xingjian's jaw clenched, and after a long pause, he declared, wealth and honor obtained through such means are as insubstantial as clouds. I shall not speak further. Lin Jiayue, undeterred, repeatedly insisted that she did not mean for the women to engage in such trades. Frustrated by her persistence, Jiang Xingjian replied, in the previous dynasty, officials were notorious for their indulgences in courtesans, leading to a laxity in governance. Thus, in our time, brothels are state-run, with all the women being relatives of those convicted of serious crimes. Our laws explicitly prohibit officials from consorting with courtesans. Whether at public or private banquets, those who seek companionship from singers face 2 years of hard labor and 80 lashes. For officials, the penalty for engaging with courtesans is akin to murder. Even if pardoned, they remain dismissed from their posts. What you say about gaining insight into all matters, great and small, and capturing the capital's gossip, do you not realize that uttering even a hint of this could brand the Marquisate with treasonous accusations? Surveillance and intelligence gathering regarding the misconduct of officials is the purview of the Eastern Depot. Why should the Marquisate overstep its bounds? Lin Jiayue, before you speak so recklessly, can you not consider the safety of the thousands associated with the Marquisate? Jiang Xingjian's face was ashen, his pent-up fury suffocating him with no outlet. I am sorry. I did not mean to. I truly do not understand. I merely observed how others conduct themselves, and I thought it could be acceptable for the next few days. I will have Huaisu instruct you on what is appropriate to say and what is not. You are still unwell, prioritize your health. With that, Jiang Xingjian swept away, leaving Lin Jiayue choked with emotion. I truly did not mean it, I only wished to assist you. Jiang Xingjian paused but did not halt his steps. He made his way to the main courtyard of Lanting, where Hengji and Hengwu were sunbathing books in the garden. Upon his arrival, both lowered their heads, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Despite the maid's treatment, Jiang Xingjian felt an inexplicable lightness wash over him as he entered the main courtyard. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped inside. Song Wan was reading in the study, a plate of red bean pastries beside her. Jiang Xingjian noticed that the top piece was missing a small semicircle, indicating she had sampled it earlier. He cleared his throat, dismissing the fleeting discomfort. Is there something you need, husband? Song Wan set aside her book, rising to offer him the principal seat in the study. Nothing of consequence. Noticing his somber demeanor, it was clear he was somewhat displeased, yet she refrained from probing further. After pouring tea and placing it beside Jiang Xingjian, she was about to seek out other tasks when he said, There are indeed matters I wish to discuss with you. Concerning affairs in the Marquisate? She turned to sit down but did not take a seat beside him. Jiang Xingjian's fists clenched slightly as he quietly replied, Someone has suggested that the Marquisate explore new avenues for revenue. Is that all? Yes. If that is the case, your reaction seems disproportionate. Is it because the proposed venture lacks stability? Jiang Xingjian did not respond. He merely gazed at Song Wan, feeling his anxiety and turmoil dissipate in her presence. He suddenly found himself curious about her perspective on this matter of generating revenue. What would you suggest, if given the opportunity, for the Marquisate to pursue? Song Wan pondered for a moment before responding, Where virtue lies, there too will the world converge. I believe profit follows suit. If one seeks to engage in ventures that yield long-term benefits, they must inevitably involve alleviating the suffering of others, resolving their difficulties, and assisting those in distress. At her words, Jiang Xingjian's heart trembled. He mused that a woman's integrity should indeed embody such principles. Chapter 28 of the marriage. Since we are on the subject today, I have some words I wish to share with my husband, Song Wan remarked. The is not like an ordinary household. The transient gains and losses do not resolve the root of the problem. Whether we seek to expand our sources or curtail our expenditures, it is ultimately not the most pressing concern. Having gone several days without sleep, she had contemplated countless possibilities regarding the Jiang and Song families, and finally devised a comprehensive strategy to safeguard their foundation. People often say that wealth and nobility are as sweet as honey, yet I perceive them as sharp as frost. Rich and noble they may be, but that does not guarantee safety. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Xingjian understood what Song Wan meant. The power of the Jiang concubines and the princes resembled blooming flowers adorned with brocade, a fierce fire sizzling in oil. It appeared splendid but could collapse at any moment. Whether they could preserve their lives remained uncertain, let alone their livelihoods. Moreover, the crown prince had been hanging on for years, with the potential for sudden demise looming, and the struggle for imperial power was on the verge of eruption. Thus, safeguarding the foundations of both families was of utmost importance. Jiang Xingjian was anxious about this but could not conceive a viable solution. Preserving the clan's foundation was no simple task. He lifted his head, eager to understand Song Wan's thoughts. The foundation of a clan is none other than the gathering of descendants, the thriving offspring. In that case, even if the were to encounter any misfortune in the future, as long as the roots and descendants remain, the ancestral bloodline would still be preserved. Jiang Xingjian remarked, As long as the ancestral tomb remains, the clan will not disperse. Even if the ancestral tomb stands, it must still be supported. If it loses its immense wealth, the descendants may lack the means for offerings, and over time, neglect will inevitably ensue. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow, fully aware that Song Wan was absolutely correct. Does the lady have a plan? Song Wan replied, Although the is gradually declining, it still has the capacity to purchase ancestral fields. If the clan possesses stable assets, it can prevent the Jiang bloodline from scattering and ensure a place to reside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze towards Song Wan becoming increasingly serious. While ancestral fields could indeed preserve the ancestral sacrifices throughout the seasons, more importantly, the laws of the court explicitly state that tomb fields are exempt from confiscation. Thus, even if the fifth prince were to fall, and the Jiang clan faced exile or confiscation, the ancestral fields would remain untouched. Moreover, possessing land would ensure that the clan would not starve. Jiang Xingjian's fingertips trembled slightly. What Song Wan said today was a final consideration for the. Secondly, we must provide opportunities for the clan's youth to learn reading and writing, to understand honor and disgrace, and to grasp reason. Clan school. Song Wan looked at Jiang Xingjian, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Jiang Xingjian felt his heart racing. The Jiang family's two branches, both legitimate and illegitimate, boasted over 100 male descendants. As long as they could preserve one household, allowing them a roof over their heads and food to fill their bellies, and enabling the boys to study and understand human affairs, the clan would not be deemed fallen. There might even be a chance for resurgence. His hands could not help but tremble, and his gaze towards Song Wan deepened. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his intense stare, Song Wan smiled lightly, stating that she had other matters to attend to, before gracefully departing. Jiang Xingjian felt a heavy weight lift from his heart and sought someone to handle the ancestral field matters. Little did he know, his recent worries revolved around how to preserve the foundation of the clan. This temporary financial imbalance was hardly a concern. Upon leaving the lawn courtyard, he hurried towards the Yuling study. Upon learning of his visit, Jiang Yan felt a touch of surprise. While they were not exactly adversaries, their relationship was hardly one of brotherly affection. What guidance does my elder brother offer? After conveying the matters regarding the ancestral fields and clan school to Jiang Yan, Jiang Xingjian said, "This is a significant issue for the clan, and I thought to consult you on it. Over the years, you have managed the— Do you know which branch's youth possess commendable character and can be entrusted with the management of finances and supplies?" Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, understanding the importance of the matter. He carefully considered a few individuals and briefly shared their backgrounds with Jiang Xingjian, only to sigh, "Elder brother's foresight and meticulousness are truly admirable." "It is not solely my own thoughts," Jiang Xingjian smiled faintly, "it is your sister-in-law who has considered this thoroughly and shared it with me today." At the mention of Song Wan, Jiang Yan felt a stirring in his throat, a tingling sensation in his fingertips. He spoke in a hushed tone, "Sister-in-law is indeed wise, a true paragon among women." Watching Jiang Xingjian smile with pride, Jiang Yan felt a pang of envy. That person was too noble and beautiful, so much so that even if he believed Jiang Xingjian was unappreciative, he could not muster any inappropriate thoughts. As for Wan, the smile lingered at the corners of his lips, but Jiang Xingjian suppressed it, turning to Jiang Yan and saying, "You are of marriageable age this year. It is time to consider your marriage. I feel guilty for delaying it." Jiang Yan's marriage should not have lingered this long without resolution, but being a son of a concubine complicated matters, especially with the potential for inheriting the title. Thus, he faced difficulties in choosing a bride of suitable status. Those of higher birth did not regard him, while those of lower status were looked down upon by leading to the current stalemate. Now that he had returned to the residence, the situation was even more troublesome. "I am unsure what kind of young lady you prefer. If there is someone you are fond of, feel free to discuss it with your sister-in-law. She often interacts with the daughters of noble families and can surely assist you in making a suitable choice." Jiang Yan smiled warmly, "If I could find a lady like my sister-in-law, it would be perfect." Jiang Xingjian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. After laughing, he murmured, "A woman like Wan is likely hard to find." Jiang Yan's smile faded slightly, his gaze growing deeper. "If you have the time, do speak with her. Having her help in discerning would surely be beneficial." "I understand, brother." Although Jiang Yan's marriage should not have fallen upon Song Wan's shoulders, the old matriarch of the Jiang family only cared about the resurrected Jiang Xingjian, while Jiang's mother was not one to intervene. Though Jiang Yan had a biological mother, she was merely a concubine, her status in the household inferior to that of a head servant. Thus, the responsibility eventually fell to Song Wan. Consequently, when Jiang Yan approached her, she was not surprised. "Had it not been for your command, I would not have dared to trouble sister-in-law. I hope she does not take offense." Jiang Xingjian's discussions regarding the clan school and ancestral fields had taken him away from Song Wan, yet Jiang Yan waited patiently in the front courtyard of the Fuhong Hall for quite some time, without a trace of impatience. How could it be considered a disturbance? "You speak too gravely, little uncle." Song Wan stood nearby, seemingly contemplating suitable candidates among the noble young ladies, while Jiang Yan quietly stayed by her side, watching the elongated shadows on the ground with a faint smile. As he gazed, he suddenly took a step closer. The two figures on the ground merged with his movement, appearing as if they were entwined, their heads close together, whispering sweet nothings. Jiang Yan stared, his smile becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. "I have not attended a banquet in ages. While I have thought of a few suitable candidates, I am unaware of the young ladies' characters. If little uncle is not in a hurry, allow me a couple more days to ponder and meet them. After all, this concerns marriage, it cannot be rushed." Hearing Song Wan's gentle voice, Jiang Yan lifted his head, his eyes filled with affection. He looked into Song Wan's eyes and softly said, "I will rely entirely on sister-in-law's judgment." Chapter 29 of the invitation. "Miss, this is the invitation sent to you by the Qi family." "Which Qi family?" Hengji lowered her gaze to inspect the invitation in her hand and replied, "The current head is Qi Luan, the grandson of the late Duke of Li. This invitation comes from his legitimate grandson's wife." Song Wan took the invitation and pondered over the name for a while before saying, "No wonder it sounded familiar. I must have encountered her before my debut. If I recall correctly, she is the daughter of a secondary branch of the Zhengjiang prince's residence, isn't she?" Song Wan frowned slightly in acknowledgement. Hengji remarked, "The Qi family does have noble origins. However, since the late duke's passing, there have been no outstanding descendants, leading to their gradual decline. It is indeed lamentable that the legitimate grandson is now intermarrying with a branch of the Zhengjiang prince's house." Hengwu leaned in closer and said, "Is she sending this invitation today because Miss has hinted at arranging marriage meetings for several young gentlemen of our household?" "That seems likely," Song Wan replied with a smile. "Although the Qi family boasts high status, they are not particularly impressive now. The second master, despite being of a secondary lineage, is not a suitable match for the Qi family. Please find a way to return this invitation on my behalf. I recall that the Qi family has a legitimate daughter who just came of age this year." Zhao Momo, who was tidying Song Wan's clothes in another room, interjected upon hearing Hengwu's words, "Even a legitimate daughter would not suffice. No matter how virtuous she may be, Miss cannot accept this marriage for the second master." "Why not?" Hengwu queried, perplexed. "Is it not commonly said that one should marry low and high?" The young lady from the Sun family, whom Miss favored previously, has a father who was merely a 5th-rank East Pavilion scholar, which is a far cry from the Chi family. Upon hearing this, Song Wan rested her chin on her hand and laughed. Oh, silly Hengwu, that is certainly a different matter. Though Master Sun holds only a 5th-rank title, his legitimate brother achieved the degree of Jinshi before reaching adulthood, and his maternal uncle currently serves in the Ministry of War. Furthermore, although the East Pavilion scholar's rank is low, he is a close minister to the cabinet, a legitimate official. The Sun family's daughter has secured a tutor from the Wang family of Taizong, indicating that the Sun and Wang families have connections. Song Wan blinked. This Wang family, oh dear, miss, I cannot bear to hear such talk. It leaves my head spinning. Zhao Momo, holding a soft quilt, protested, even an old woman like me, who knows little of such matters, understands that a Chi family daughter is not a suitable match for the second master. Why not? Is there something wrong with the Chi family daughter? Zhao Momo gave her a gentle slap on the back. What nonsense, how can you tarnish the reputation of a respectable young lady? You clearly lack understanding. You have grown tall but remain foolish. Go ask your elder sister. After being rebuked by Zhao Momo, Hengwu huffed and turned to Hengji for clarification. Hengji smiled and explained, the Sun family may be of lower rank, yet they wield real power, while the Chi family only boasts a glorious lineage. If Miss were to choose such a family for the second master, people would either say Our Lady has poor judgment or malicious intent, belittling the second master. Ah, no wonder Miss has been perusing various family registries these past few days. She has indeed been contemplating deeply. Hengwu noticed the dark circles under Song Wan's eyes becoming more pronounced and couldn't help but feel indignant. If you ask me, Miss should not concern herself so much. The second master treats her poorly. Why should she suffer for the calculations of the Marquis's residence? Bah, you little wretch, it seems you haven't been punished in days, you're growing too bold. Zhao Momo, upon hearing this, became incensed, her hair standing on end. Seeing Song Wan's smile fade significantly, she hurriedly grabbed a rod to chastise Hengwu. Hengwu dashed around the room in a panic as Zhao Momo chased her, exclaiming, if you keep spouting nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart. What have I said wrong? The master is neglecting his duties. There are still the lady and the old matriarch in the household. Even without discussing this, if Miss truly turns a blind eye, does she intend to leave the management of the household to that little hussy? How can you be so short-sighted? You only see the immediate gains and losses, yet fail to consider that if Miss remains indifferent, she cannot escape the turmoil of the Marquis's residence. Have you never heard the saying, what is it about a nest in eggs? Under a collapsed nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? Song Wan chimed in from behind the table, covering her mouth as she laughed. Yes, that's the one. Once Miss has married into the Marquis's residence, it will be a shared honor and a shared downfall. Do you think I do not care for Miss, but have you ever heard me speak of it? As she spoke, Zhao Momo's eyes began to well with tears. Song Wan had been raised by her. Since she was a mere child, Zhao Momo had cradled her in her arms. Now, having grown into such a beautiful young lady, how could she bear the thought of marrying someone like Jiang Xingjian? Had she known Jiang Xingjian would turn out this way, it would have been better for her to remain a widow. It was hard to say which life was more tormenting. The more Zhao Momo thought about it, the angrier she became, recalling how Song Wan maintained the facade of a mistress of the household in front of others, yet behind closed doors, she acted like a carefree child, giggling behind her hand. Her heart ached terribly. Her young lady had been widowed at 12, confined in the Lingxiang studio for 6 long years, and at heart, she was still an innocent child. Hengwu watched as Zhao Momo, in her pursuit, suddenly collapsed onto the embroidered couch, burying her head in the quilt. Song Wan and Hengji were startled and hurried over to check on her, while Hengwu, still giggling foolishly behind them, fell silent when she heard the low sobs emanating from the room. Good Momo, I shall refrain from speaking carelessly henceforth. Which young lady about to marry does not exercise self-restraint and tread carefully? Women live their lives for a reputation of virtue. Seeing Miss suffer day by day, who would not feel heartache, in our household, I shall not allow even a drop of water to touch Mississippi. Let alone those calculations that leave one's fingers sore and bloodied. Zhao Momo clutched Song Wan's delicate fingers, her heart heavy with grief. Her young lady, apart from learning needlework in her childhood, had never engaged in any labor, and now, she was forced to calculate daily, her nails cracking and bleeding from the effort. If the lady were to know of this, I cannot imagine how she would feel. As Zhao Momo held Song Wan's hand tightly, a pang of sorrow welled up within Song Wan, but it was not for Jiang Xingjian. Rather, it was for those who cared for her. After a moment of reflection, she nestled into Zhao Momo's embrace as she had in her childhood, murmuring, Momo, you speak too harshly. My life in the Marquis's residence is quite easy. What difficulty is there in managing the household accounts? Which matron has not endured this? What I speak of is not merely the management of the household. What I refer to is Mrs. Future. Song Wan sighed inwardly but smiled as she replied, my husband and I were childhood sweethearts, bound by our past. Surely he will not remain this way forever. In a few days, he may well remember my good qualities. Hengji and Hengwu felt a pang of sadness as they were lost in thought when suddenly, Elju entered the room, holding a receipt from the estate. Upon entering, she exclaimed angrily, Miss, the second master has gone mad. He actually allocated 2,000 taels to Lin Yang of Shoyan Pavilion for opening a shop. Does he not know how hard you have worked to save this money for the Marquis's residence? Now he has given it all to that woman. It is utterly intolerable. What, has the second master lost his senses? Zhao Momo sprang to her feet, causing Song Wan to feel dizzy. Supporting her head, Song Wan helplessly said, mind your words, Chapter 30. Absurdity. Miss, Aunt Lin is still waiting outside the courtyard. Green Bamboo repeatedly scrutinized the receipt in her hand, her almond-shaped eyes widening in frustration. Song Wan tidied her hair and asked Hong Ji to accompany her as she stepped outside. Lin Jiayue was accompanied by 2 young maidservants, who promptly greeted Song Wan upon her arrival. Lin Jiayue wore a smile, her demeanor exuding the grace of a refined lady at first glance. "I just handed the receipt written by Xingjian to your maid. I have come to collect the silver now," Song Wan remarked. "Since your husband has issued you the receipt, you may simply go to the estate's treasurer to collect your silver without needing to seek me out." After summoning a second-tier maid to serve tea, Song Wan patiently awaited Lin Jiayue's response. Jiang Xingjian had already bypassed her to hand over the silver to Lin Jiayue, indicating his awareness of the impropriety of the situation. He would never permit Lin Jiayue to approach her, so now that she had come, it was unclear whether she sought to flaunt her success or to assert her dominance. As Song Wan lifted her teacup and remained silent for a moment, Lin Jiayue could no longer contain herself. "Aren't you upset that Jiang Xingjian is providing me with silver to open a shop? Your understanding of propriety leaves much to be desired." Upon hearing the word propriety, Lin Jiayue's expression darkened. "He appreciates my character. He finds me anything but dull." Song Wan tightened her grip on the teacup, letting out a light laugh as she prepared to depart, but Lin Jiayue interjected, "Is this truly how you find amusement? Clinging to the identity of a legitimate wife while living in a state of self-deception, does that bring you joy? How dare you speak so disrespectfully in front of the lady?" Song Wan waved her hand, prompting Hong Ji to withdraw into silence. "Then what do you suggest I should do, Aunt Lin?" Lin Jiayue gazed at Song Wan, her eyes resolute. "I harbor no animosity towards you. I simply cannot fathom why Xingjian does not favor you. Why do you persist in residing in the Marquis' residence? You have squandered 6 years, why continue to waste your life away?" Song Wan returned to her seat and replied coolly, "I truly do not comprehend your meaning. What is there to misunderstand? Xingjian and I are mutually in love, he has promised to marry me upon our return to the capital, yet, who could have foreseen that there exists a woman so foolish as to marry into a family while clinging to a memorial tablet?" Lin Jiayue scrutinized Song Wan, feeling a deep discomfort. It was evident that she and Jiang Xingjian were in love first. How had it come to this, where she appeared to be the interloper? Though she had confidence in herself, the thought of Jiang Xingjian with Song Wan filled her with unease. She was his nominal legitimate wife, and they paid their respects together to the matriarch at Fuhangtang each morning and evening. Their courtyard was filled with pairs of items, and whenever Song Wan was mentioned, Jiang Xingjian's eyes sparkled with unspoken admiration. While they had never shared any intimate gestures, Lin Jiayue could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. After all, Jiang Xingjian was her beloved. "Have you ever considered that your irresponsible actions may cause distress to others?" Song Wan blinked, attempting to grasp what Lin Jiayue meant by causing others trouble. She had always prided herself on her intelligence, yet not a single word from Lin Jiayue resonated with her comprehension. As she examined the young woman before her, Song Wan remained perplexed as to what Jiang Xingjian found so endearing about her. If it was beauty, she believed herself superior. If it was family background, she and Jiang Xingjian were not mismatched. Could it be, as Lin Jiayue suggested, that she was simply too dull? Yet, she had been proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood, and even dabbled in the classics and poetry. How could she possibly be deemed uninteresting? Your esteemed lineage and high status mean that even if you were to part ways with Jiang Xingjian, you could easily find another suitor, could you not? Initially lost in thought regarding her own perceived dullness, Song Wan's brow furrowed upon hearing this remark. Hong Ji, unable to contain her anger, suddenly splashed the hot tea onto Lin Jiayue's face. "You flaunt your cheapness daily, entangling yourself with the master, and now you wish to tarnish our young lady's reputation? You are a woman of vile character, unworthy of sympathy." Hong Ji. Seeing her poised to advance further, Song Wan intervened. Though the tea was not scalding, being doused in it was undeniably humiliating, prompting Lin Jiayue to shout in indignation, "I am only looking out for your best interests." "What madness is this?" The 2 young maidservants stepped forward to assist Lin Jiayue in wiping her face, while Song Wan's gaze remained fixed upon her. After a prolonged silence, she recognized that Lin Jiayue, despite her contemptuous demeanor, bore no true malice. Lin Jiayue genuinely believed her words were for Song Wan's benefit. Curiosity piqued, Song Wan inquired, "In noble families, there has never been a divorced woman. What you speak of, leaving, is simply impossible. Are you not aware that our dynasty's laws dictate that one cannot take a concubine for a wife? A woman who marries a concubine or a courtesan faces a sentence of 1.5 years in prison? If it were the case for merchants or commoners, it might be different, but in prominent families such as the Marquis, even upon my death, they would choose another wife rather than elevate a concubine to the status of a wife, as that would contravene familial decorum. Were Lin Jiayue not a concubine, perhaps there would be some leeway, but as it stood, all discussions were mere fantasies." "Impossible." Lin Jiayue's face drained of color. "I refuse to believe that noble families cannot divorce. Must even a pair of unwilling spouses remain shackled together until death?" Song Wan lowered her gaze and replied coolly, "Your certainty regarding divorce begs the question, has he made any promises to you? Has he? Did Jiang Xingjian promise to marry her and make her the mistress of the Marquis' residence?" As Lin Jiayue pondered, she suddenly realized that since returning to the Marquis' residence, he had not uttered such words again. Even on the day she moved to Shoyan Pavilion, he had only said one thing, "Trust me." A fine sheen of sweat broke out on her brow as Lin Jiayue felt a surge of anxiety. Song Wan noted her reaction and continued, the reason noble families do not have divorced women is that divorce is a matter of great importance to the clan, requiring both families or clans to burn incense and offer sacrifices, and the clan heads must pay homage to the ancestors in heaven, seeking their approval before a divorce can occur. Though divorces are rare, dismissals are more common. A man dissatisfied with his legitimate wife can cast her aside or sever ties. Lin Jiayue abruptly raised her head, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Song Wan smirked, finding Lin Jiayue's thoughts increasingly ridiculous. Not only did she have the backing of the Song family, but the Marquis household would never dare dismiss her. Moreover, considering Lin Jiayue's 6 years of fidelity to Jiang Xingjian, even the emperor would not permit the Marquis to take another wife. Why did your husband give you 2,000 taels of silver to open a shop? Lin Jiayue's face turned pale. I have discovered a method for making ice in the summer, which will generate income for the Marquis household. You previously asked whether I was angry that my husband provided you with silver to open a shop. I shall now answer you. Song Wan's gaze remained calm and untroubled as she regarded Lin Jiayue. For a young woman, only her dowry is considered private property. As the Marquis household has not yet divided its assets, all income and expenditures are public accounts. No one, not even your husband or his relatives, possesses private property, at least, not in a manner that would be publicly acknowledged. And as a concubine, you have no dowry to speak of. Even if your husband dotes on you, it amounts to little more than a few personal coins. Therefore, your inquiry about my anger is, quite frankly, somewhat ludicrous. Chapter 31. A glance. Lin Jiayue had never imagined that one day she would be deemed laughable by Song Wan, whose eyes brimmed with pity and sorrow. Her complexion was a tumultuous blend of pale and flushed hues, overwhelmed by a surge of shame and indignation. Observing her distress, Song Wan remarked coolly, next time you flaunt your power, ensure you grasp the situation before proceeding. With that, she departed, leaving Lin Jiayue on the verge of tearing her handkerchief to shreds. Go find Granny Li and convey that Lin Yang has failed to learn her place. She ought to be taught what is permissible and what is not. Upon hearing this, Hengji nodded and hurried off to seek Granny Li in Fuvutang. Having audaciously suggested that the legitimate wife should remarry, Lin Yang had undoubtedly lost her wits. Contemplating this, Hengji quickened her pace. After parting ways with Lin Jiayue, Song Wan sat in contemplation before her writing desk, while Granny Zhao, having overheard their exchange, tidied her emotions to comfort Song Wan. There is no need to stoop to the level of that little harlot. Men are drawn to beauty, and once the novelty fades, the master will surely recognize the merits of the young lady. Green Bamboo furrowed her brow and interjected, if the master is indeed enamored by beauty, it should be the young lady's allure that captivates him, for she surpasses Lin Yang in beauty by leaps and bounds. Indeed, it is perplexing what the master finds appealing in Lin Yang, Xiang Sao murmured in confusion, prompting Song Wan to blink and perk up her ears to listen. Hengwu pondered for a moment before a realization dawned upon her. I understand now, the master must be attracted to Lin Yang's unruly and frivolous demeanor. Our household's 3 masters have a penchant for courtesans and performers, women who embody the same petty airs as Lin Yang. All day, aside from sulking and stirring jealousy before the 3rd madam, she clings to the 3rd master. Looking back, it seems there are indeed men who are fond of such traits. Pa, what sort of courtesans and performers are you babbling about? You, a mere girl yet to be wed, dare speak such things? Just watch me tear my mouth apart, Hengwu replied with a playful chuckle, inciting Granny Zhao to pinch her arm in exasperation. Yet, Song Wan remained lost in thought, secretly pondering whether Jiang Xingjian truly preferred women who were less refined and more audacious. Just then, Hengji returned to announce that a messenger had delivered an invitation. Whose invitation is it? It is from the Sun family, inviting the young lady to the Jihan temple for prayer. Upon hearing this, Song Wan smiled and said, I thought the Sun family would forget me. Since they wish to meet, it seems they harbor some intentions regarding the 2nd master. Go inform the old lady that I shall be going out tomorrow. Hengji felt a surge of joy and hurried off to convey the news to old Madame Jiang. After all, this concerned Jiang Yan's marriage, and Song Wan contemplated sending someone to notify Qingjai in the 2nd household. When Jiang Yan returned home that evening, he appeared somewhat distracted upon hearing the news. Today, when Xiang Sao came looking for me, Lun Yang was also present. She inquired about the matter and, upon learning that the eldest madam had rejected the proposal from Duke Li's family, she spent the entire afternoon fuming, alleging that the eldest madam had selfishly chosen a family of lower status for the master. Later in the evening, she even caused a commotion in the lady's courtyard. The lady, weary of dealing with her, directed Lun Yang to the eldest madam. Did she go to seek her out? Qingjai nodded, her gaze lowered, hesitant to utter the word she. Jiang Yan's expression darkened with agitation, and the tension in his demeanor deepened. Observing his hands tremble, Qingjai contemplated stepping outside, standing by the doorway until the room fell silent. She finally opened the door again. The study was in disarray, yet Jiang Yan had regained his usual calm demeanor, save for the faint flush of agitation staining his cheeks, betraying his inner turmoil. Where is Lu Qingxiang currently employed? He went to Jiangnan last month with the steward from Yuxifang to handle some goods. Jiang Yan clenched his fists tightly, his breath quickening. Qingjai remarked, Lun Yang's nephew, Lu Lianqing, is currently working at the porcelain warehouse. Break his legs and instruct him to remind Lu Zhu to behave himself. If there is a next time, I shall send Lu Chengxiang's entire family to the southern frontier to guard the apothecary. With that, Jiang Yan rose and approached the grand wooden cabinet. Qingjai observed him rummaging through his robes, seemingly unsatisfied with his selection. Are you going out tomorrow? To Jihan Temple. Qingjai stepped forward, presenting a deep blue silk robe. I believe this one is more elegant. Elegant? Jiang Yan inquired as he shed his current attire. Once Qingjai assisted him in donning the robe, she retreated to the side. Indeed, it exudes a refined and gentlemanly aura. His eyes sparkled with delight, appearing quite pleased. Should we prepare a carriage for your visit tomorrow? Jiang Yan replied with a gentle smile, there is no need. Jihong Temple, located on the outskirts of the capital, was not particularly renowned for its bustling incense but was cherished for its tranquility. It featured a dedicated mountain path for women, making it a favored destination for the ladies of various households to come and pray. However, today Jihong Temple welcomed two unexpected guests. When Xiao Jie entered the Bamboo Grove's guest room, he was notably taken aback. You seem to be in high spirits today, seeking me out in such a tranquil place. He scrutinized Jiang Yan, sneering, this is the first time I've seen you dressed so decently. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze, smiling as he asked, does it not evoke a sense of propriety and elegance? Rather, it gives off an impression of a well-dressed beast. Xiao Jie nonchalantly settled onto a stone bench. What brings you here? Their association involved some less than reputable business, and after 4 or 5 years of collaboration, they had developed a rapport that, while not akin to a brotherhood, was nevertheless marked by mutual trust. I heard your brother has returned. Has it delayed your succession? Jiang Yan shook his head, his demeanor unusually serene today as he leisurely arranged his chess pieces. Care to join me for a game? Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, extending his scarred hand to haphazardly place the black pieces. Jiang Yan remained unperturbed, engrossed in the game until he caught the faint sound of voices from the adjacent room, prompting a smile to grace his features. Noticing his complete focus on the soft female voice, Xiao Jie too became intrigued, remaining silent to listen intently to the conversation next door. It has been years since I last saw the eldest young lady. I never expected her to blossom into such beauty. Song Wan handed a box to a maid from the Sun family, smiling as she remarked, the last time I saw you was 7 or 8 years ago. I still remember the osmanthus candy you brought me. You are quite the attentive child. Song Wan smiled subtly, as if the prior half-hour spent waiting for the Sun family had never occurred. In discussions of marriage, it was customary for the lady to maintain a poised demeanor, and she had no grievances about it. I have met the eldest young lady. A petite girl, elegantly poised, bowed to Song Wan, who turned to see the Sun family's young lady, charming and delightful, with an endearing innocence. The young girl's round face and large, sparkling eyes were utterly captivating. When she looked up, her eyes brimmed with shyness and mirth, instantly endearing her to Song Wan. She handed a jade box from Hongji to the Sun family's young lady. Observing this, Madame Sun interjected, this is far too precious, it truly cannot be accepted. Song Wan replied with a gentle smile, I simply find great fondness for Miss Sun, it seems we are fated sisters. What is there to prevent a sister from accepting a gift from another? A wall apart, Jiang Yan's expression shifted, revealing a mixture of joy and sorrow in his gaze. Chapter 32. Adultery. Xiao Jie deftly rolled a black piece between his fingers, his curiosity piqued as he observed Jiang Yan's expression. Having collaborated with Jiang Yan for many years, he perceived this individual as capricious, embodying both righteousness and wickedness. Yet, today marked the first instance he found Jiang Yan so leisurely engaged in eavesdropping on women's conversations. After listening for a considerable time, he discerned little of substance regarding the identities of those involved, until he caught sight of their expressions, which hinted at matters of a private nature. Has Miss Sun come of age? It is deemed inappropriate to discuss marriage matters in the presence of an unmarried lady. Madame Sun instructed her maid to lead the others away before responding, she will reach the appropriate age next year, she is currently at the age of youthful exuberance. We all pass through that stage. I was no different in my youth. Madame Sun sighed with a chuckle, remarking that if her daughter resembled Song Wan, she could die contentedly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Wan finally broached the subject, I wonder what sort of young man the Sun family favors. Perhaps I may know of someone suitable. Madame Sun replied with a smile, although my husband holds a modest official position, our son possesses a degree of literary talent, hence, I hope to find a future husband for my daughter who is also well educated. Social status matters little. A gentleman who is literate, courteous, and possesses a gentle demeanor is undoubtedly the best choice. Song Wan remarked, I happen to know a remarkably talented and modest young man. Madame Sun smiled, is there harmony within your household? You are aware that families like ours place great importance on decorum and propriety. I genuinely fear that any members with questionable character might lead to trouble in the future, ultimately affecting the entire family. Song Wan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Madame Sun's words were clear, the Sun family did not concern themselves with whether Jiang Yan was born of the main or secondary line, as long as he was literate and possessed a gentle disposition. However, the Sun family was displeased with Jiang Xingjian's lack of propriety in bringing Lin Jiayue back to the residence without any formal introduction. I understand that within a large clan, it is improbable for every individual to be of impeccable character. While distant relations might be manageable, if it involves close kin such as brothers or uncles with tarnished reputations, separation of households may become necessary. Song Wan smiled faintly, as long as parents remain together, they are ultimately of the same blood. Even if the bones are broken, the tendons remain connected. Why would a new marriage necessitate a separation from the household? If outsiders were to learn that marrying a daughter of the Sun family requires such division, what would they think of Shosho? Madame Sun's smile waned, and Song Wan continued, it is far better for a young lady to find a husband who understands her needs than anything else. After all, as a woman, she will primarily reside in the inner quarters rather than scrutinizing the brothers and uncles of her future spouse. It would be wiser to consider the several ladies of the household. If the matriarch is kind and the sisters-in-law are gentle in temperament, Xiuxiu would feel at ease in the inner chambers. While that may be true, if the household is tumultuous, with a new performer one day and a horse of ill repute the next, the inner quarters would be in disarray, and that is truly vexing. Madame Sun sighed. Moreover, consider a man who observes his brothers attracting attention from all sides. How could he remain unaffected? The family's moral standing is of utmost importance. And no matter how admirable a man may be, how can one guarantee that he will remain so for a lifetime? As a woman ages and her beauty fades, she will ultimately rely on her husband's character and principles. Song Wan listened quietly, her heart inexplicably troubled, yet her concern for the marriage proposal prompted a genuine sentiment. With Madame Sun's words in mind, I shall be straightforward. As for the character of Master Yen in our household, I trust you have gathered some insights. Outsiders speak well of him, but as a mother, I cannot help but worry. While I cannot speak on all matters, I believe Master Yen. Song Wan's voice faltered slightly, as if pondering something. On the other side, Jiang Yan, holding a white piece, had momentarily stopped breathing. His expression was grave, and he remained motionless, while Xiao Jia raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with amusement. The matter of Master Yen today was merely for Jiang Yan's observation, yet, looking at Jiang Yan's demeanor, it seemed he cared less about who his future wife might be and more about the young lady with the gentle and soft-spoken demeanor. Xiao Jia tossed the black piece into the chess box with a soft clatter, eliciting a displeased reaction from Jiang Yan. Outside the wall, Song Wan spoke, and Jiang Yan turned his head to listen. There remains some understanding. In recent years, Master Yen has managed all external affairs of the household. Neither the servants within nor those outside have ever spoken ill of him, suggesting he is adept in handling human relationships. In the inner quarters, he has shown no inclination towards indulgence in frivolities, and his living space is kept pristine without any cause for complaint. Song Wan paused briefly, reflecting on her few encounters with Jiang Yan. Aside from the peculiar instance when she arrived at the Marquis's residence in mourning, he had always presented himself as courteous and humble. I have been married into the Marquis's household for 6 years and have interacted little with Master Yen. However, I have seen him during festivals and rituals. If you trust my judgment, I believe he would make a good husband, one who respects and cherishes his wife with kindness. Jiang Yan's face flushed deeply as he listened, his eyes shimmering with affection, yet gradually clouding with melancholy. Xiao Jia squinted, furrowing his brow. Your sister-in-law? Jiang Yan regained his composure, his eyes brimming with tender affection. Yes, my sister-in-law. The way he uttered sister-in-law was laden with intimacy, causing Xiao Jia to shudder involuntarily. After a prolonged silence, he coldly remarked, you truly are insatiable. The smile faded swiftly from his face, and Jiang Yan's complexion shifted from crimson to ashen, then grew pallid and bleak. His grip tightened around the chess box, clearly struggling to maintain his composure as a dignified gentleman. Xiao Jia smirked, reclining lazily, muttering, your sister-in-law is here. In the next moment, Jiang Yan's demeanor stabilized, his breathing gradually returning to normal. Ah, how intriguing. Jiang Yan meticulously rearranged the disordered chessboard, softly asking, do you not find me repulsive? Xiao Jia scoffed, are there not enough scandals among the nobility? What is so repugnant about seeking your sister-in-law? I have witnessed far worse, such as father and son entangled in scandal. What you are experiencing is nothing in comparison. Jiang Yan murmured, but she must find it repulsive. Next door, Madame Sun continued to press Song Wan, yet both Jiang Yan and Xiao Jia discerned that Song Wan held a favorable view of the Sun family's daughter, her tone notably humble. Jiang Yan, caught between sweet and sour emotions, felt an internal conflict. He dared not reveal any hint of his feelings within the household, yet he yearned for the world to recognize her unique regard for him. After much contemplation, he confided only in Xiao Jia, the reckless individual. Even if she does not find it repulsive, what of it? Do you intend to pursue a relationship with your sister-in-law? Simply coveting her beauty is one matter, but the way you appear suggests this is not a fleeting whim. Xiao Jia raised an eyebrow, entirely unfazed. Such matters ultimately bring shame upon the woman. If the truth were to come to light, the man would merely gain a reputation as a libertine, while your sister-in-law would face dire consequences, hanging herself with a white silk ribbon. It all depends on whether you are willing to accept such a fate. Jiang Yan's gaze darkened, his face turning an alarming shade of pale. Chapter 33 Ambition. Madame Sun was moved by Song Wan's words, yet still harbored concerns, her demeanor remaining quite formal. Aware that the matter of marriage could not be settled in a day, Song Wan briefly diverted the conversation to other topics, engaging with Miss Sun on embroidery and musical skills, before bidding farewell to both. As she prepared to depart, Jiang Yan took his leave early, leaving only Xiao Jia in the parlor. Today, it was unclear which lady of the house was unaware of decorum, as a carriage had blocked the road at the foot of the mountain, causing the Marquis's carriage to be stuck for quite some time. The heat prompted Song Wan to lift a corner of the carriage curtain for fresh air. While pondering the marriage prospects with the Sun family, she caught sight of a man in the shadows behind the Zhizhong Temple's mountains, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. Although his features were obscured by the shade, his towering stature was evident, and amidst the dappled light of the tree shadows, a pair of deep, pitch-black eyes glimmered. Their eyes met for just a fleeting moment, and Song Wan frowned. The intensity of his gaze was unsettling, brimming with scrutiny and sharpness that made her uncomfortable, prompting her to lower the curtain. Xiao Jia observed this with amusement, a playful smile gracing his lips. After lowering the curtain, Song Wan remarked to Hengji beside her, "The weather grows increasingly sweltering, and the carriage adorned with shoe brocade is quite stifling. I shall request the household to replace it with soft gauze for future outings, so that the ladies of the house do not suffer as I have today." Hearing this, Hengwu hastily increased her efforts to fan her mistress. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, just as they prepared to report to the old matriarch in Fuhua Hall about the day's events, Jiang Yan emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Song Wan spoke, "Today, I had the fortune of meeting Xiaoer. I have just returned to the estate." Jiang Yan inquired softly, "Where did sister-in-law go?" "Recently, I selected a few suitable families. Today, I visited the wife and daughter of the esteemed Grand Secretary, son of Dongga. The son girl possesses a gentle disposition and has learned her manners well. I believe she would be a fitting match for you." Jiang Yan lowered his gaze. "Sister-in-law's discerning eye surely will not err in her choice." Song Wan smiled gently, "Do not underestimate the Sun family's status. However, does sister-in-law's concern not resonate with me? The Sun family are close ministers to the emperor. Though Sun Zhengchun may currently hold a lowly position, it is but a fleeting circumstance, far superior to the Qi family, who have fallen from grace despite their noble lineage." Jiang Yan's eyes darkened, and he murmured, "Aunt Lu's perspective is narrow. Sister-in-law need not concern herself with her opinions." Upon hearing this, Song Wan's expression subtly conveyed relief, causing Jiang Yan's heart to tighten. "Though my brother may trust sister-in-law, the matter of Jiang Xing's marriage will still require your guidance. Among family, what need is there for such worry? The smoothness of your marriage and the harmony of your union are what truly matters." Jiang Yan's tone softened. "What sister-in-law hopes for shall surely come to pass." His words struck her as somewhat peculiar, leaving Song Wan with an uneasy feeling, but she merely smiled and excused herself to Fuhua Hall. Jiang Yan stood behind her, yet his thoughts were consumed by Xiao Jia's remark about a foot of white silk to hang oneself with. His brow furrowed in distress, a sudden ache gripped his heart. Unaware of Jiang Yan's troubled thoughts, Song Wan chose not to dwell on them. Upon reaching Fuhua Hall, she briefly relayed the Sun family's sentiments to the old matriarch, who appreciated their influential connections and remarked that Song Wan was indeed a capable manager of the household. After exchanging a few words with the matriarch, Song Wan returned to the lawn courtyard. Rarely venturing out in the past 6 years, she found the unexpected social interaction quite exhausting. "Send a maid to inform Xiang Sao to prepare hot water. The young lady shall take a good soak to relieve her fatigue." Song Wan nodded, and while discussing with Hengji the selection of a bottle of magnolia flower essence to accompany her bath, she heard a commotion from the Shouying pavilion. Frowning slightly, she felt an inexplicable annoyance. Mississippi returned to the main courtyard. For some reason, ever since Lin Jiayue had adamantly declared her intention to divorce the previous day, Song Wan had grown increasingly impatient with the tangled mess of her own entanglement with Jiang Xingjian. "Tell me, is it true that noble families never divorce?" The maids and women in the Shouying pavilion shrank back in fear as Song Wan passed by, especially at the mention of divorce, afraid to provoke her displeasure. After all, she was the esteemed mistress of the household, and they had to tread carefully in her presence, leading them to remain silent, resembling mere wooden posts that could only breathe. Jiang Xingjian was plagued by a headache from Lin Jiayue's relentless accusations. "Jiang Xingjian, you are deceiving me, aren't you? Everything you said is a lie, isn't it?" He pressed his fingers to his temples, overwhelmed by confusion. "You say nothing, leaving me to guess. What can I possibly deduce?" Lin Jiayue's eyes were red from crying. "You allowed me to fall for you, permitted me to come to the capital with you, and even let Song Wan humiliate me. You never considered whether I wished for any of this, simply binding me to the identity of a lowly concubine. Jiang Xingjian, do you even have a heart? I am but a solitary girl, and what of you? You hail from a noble family, with status and power. I am the Marquis's residence. You have a grandmother, a mother, and even a wife from a prestigious family. But what about me? I have only you, and I must rely on you. Yet, how have you treated me? You let Song Wan bully me, not only failing to help but also deceiving me alongside her? Why didn't you tell me that you and Song Wan could never divorce? Have I ever lied to you? True, you have not lied, but you have concealed the truth, leaving me to fill in the gaps with my own assumptions. Your inaction speaks volumes. You remain aloof, innocent, while I am the fool." Lin Jiayue cried out in despair, her voice hoarse with a mix of anger at the injustice of the world, resentment towards Jiang Xingjian, and a hint of unacknowledged bitterness. Jiang Xingjian merely furrowed his brow, unsure how to explain himself with Song Wan. He never needed to articulate his thoughts and feelings, but with Lin Jiayue, she was blind to the currents of the world and oblivious to his intentions. Her every thought was consumed by her emotions, leaving him perplexed. After a long pause, Jiang Xingjian finally spoke, "I did not wish to discuss this with you, but to prevent you from entangling yourself in these matters in the future, I will clarify things today." He briefly mentioned the connections and rivalries between the princes and the families of Jiang and Song, stating, "In the future, the Jiang and Song families will inevitably clash. Regardless of which faction prevails, my relationship with Song Wan." Jiang Xingjian felt a sharp pain in his heart. "It is utterly impossible." Lin Jiayue, unaware of his expression, appeared rather excited. "So the Marquis's residence is to involve itself in the struggle for succession? How intriguing." Wiping her tears, her eyes gleamed with ambition. "As long as the Marquis's residence prevails, Song Wan will follow suit with the Song family, Xingjian brother." Lin Jiayue smiled sweetly. "I understand everything you said. Do not worry, I will support you." Chapter 34 The concubine. After Jiang Xingjian clarified matters with Lin Jiayue, she indeed no longer lingered over Song Wan, but instead devoted herself to contemplating intricate tricks and clever schemes. Song Wan, preoccupied with the marriage between the Sun family and Jiang Yan, had little concern for these two. It was only after Madame Sun softened her stance that she could finally take a breather. Having just bathed, Song Wan reclined as Hengji and Hengwu applied nourishing fragrant lotion to her skin, and Green Bamboo also brought forth the signature fragrant balm from the brocade hall to care for her hair. Outside, the cicadas buzzed incessantly, yet Song Wan felt drowsy and lethargic from the heat. "Miss, this summer is truly oppressively hot, even wearing the gauzy veil feels exceedingly stifling," remarked one of her attendants. Song Wan lay half-draped on the beauty couch, her eyes heavy with sleep as she murmured in acknowledgement. "Miss, I have heard from Granny Liang that Lin Concubine's ice shop has been quite profitable. Just the other day, Madam sent her some melons and fruits for her courtyard." Xiansao, assisting Green Bamboo, cautiously interjected. Song Wan opened her eyes, a hint of distraction in her gaze, and after a moment replied, "Indeed, she possesses remarkable talents. I had thought her too ordinary for such achievements. Mississippi. That I overheard from Granny Liang that the ice shop earned over 1,000 taels in just half a month. The capital given by the master has already been recovered, and even Madam regards her with newfound respect, no longer speaking of her as lightly as before. What shall we do, miss?" Song Wan adjusted her garments, her cheeks slightly flushed from the heat, and took up a silk fan adorned with a lady's portrait, idly waving it. "What is there to do? If she can generate wealth for the Marquisate, is that not a good thing for us? Isn't our livelihood also drawn from the public purse? Mississippi." Xiansao called out anxiously. Song Wan opened her eyes and said, "I understand your concerns, but you must realize that dignity is something one earns for oneself. If I am incapable of maintaining the proper stature of a legitimate wife of the Marquisate, relying solely on the support of the old lady and Madam, how long can that last? Are we to merely watch as Lin Concubine flaunts her power and entices the master?" Song Wan smiled lightly. "A person of capability is always deserving of respect. If she truly possesses the confidence to show off before me, I would welcome it." She rose, and upon seeing this, Hengji hurriedly took up a skirt made from cloud silk that Yufan had gifted some days prior, assisting Song Wan in dressing. She is merely an ice shop owner. She cannot wield much influence. Given Lin Jiayue's disposition, without anyone to back her, it would be quite difficult for her to establish her standing. "Isn't the master supporting her from behind now?" Song Wan replied indifferently, "I am not concerned about him." Once dressed, Song Wan went to the study to read. Just as she became engrossed in her book, Zhao Mama appeared seeking her. "Princess Jiang has issued a decree, summoning the master and Lin Concubine into the palace. Is it the princess's decree, or did the master bring Lin Concubine himself?" Zhao Mama's expression darkened. "It is indeed the princess's personal command to see Lin Concubine." Song Wan clenched the book in her hands, her brow furrowed. It was merely this trivial matter that she had been worried about, and now it had come to pass. Lin Jiayue, upon receiving the decree, was overjoyed. She had longed for the palace immensely, and with her newfound awareness of the court's intrigues, she felt she could play a significant role in the unfolding events. "How does this dress look on me?" Lin Jiayue asked, holding up a floor-length peach-colored gown. Jiang Xingjian frowned at the sight. "No, entering the palace is no trifling matter, one must adhere to proper decorum." Seeing her exuberant demeanor only added to Jiang Xingjian's vexation. Reluctantly, she changed into a pale yellow dress, yet she remained sullen until they entered the Yansu palace of Princess Jiang, where Lin Jiayue's face brightened with a radiant smile. "Commoner Lin Jiayue pays her respects to Princess Jiang. Rise. It is thanks to you that ear has been spared. I have yet to express my gratitude," Jiang Man said, clad in palace attire, exuding an ethereal grace. Her gentle features and affectionate gaze endeared her to Lin Jiayue, who felt an immense fondness for this kind sister. "Your Highness is being overly gracious. Xingjian is also dear to me. Saving one's beloved is only natural." Lin Jiayue's cheeks flushed. "It is only right." Jiang Man chuckled softly and offered seats to both Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue, partaking in an intimate feast meant for just the three of them. Throughout the meal, Lin Jiayue exerted herself to charm Jiang Man, leaving her in high spirits. "You are a good girl. It is ear who has wronged you. That method of ice making is truly remarkable. I did not expect someone so young to possess such skill. It is merely an ice shop. If I wished, I could earn even more silver," Lin Jiayue confidently asserted. Jiang Xingjian involuntarily frowned at her words, while Jiang Man merely responded with a mild "oh." Lin Jiayue, with unwavering conviction, continued, "I do not boast. Were the Marquisate entrusted to my management, I could surely turn losses into profits within half a year. Running an ice shop like this is child's play. I could easily open 10 or 8 more if I desired." Jiang Xingjian's hands tightened beneath the table. Had it not been for the presence of Princess Jiang, he might have stuffed Lin Jiayue's mouth with a piece of osmanthus cake. Though Jiang Man was his sister, she had become part of the royal family upon entering the palace. Anything connected to the imperial authority was never straightforward. To speak boastfully today could lead to greater expectations for the Marquisate in the future, and if they failed to meet them, their lives might well be at stake. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze, filled with regret while he harbored his own calculations. Lin Jiayue remained oblivious to his thoughts. Today, she understood that whether in love or power, one must strive for oneself, and Jiang Man was the support she sought. "Regrettably, being of humble origin, I have little say in the Marquisate. Even if I see the matriarch's mistakes, I cannot openly point them out, leaving me to fret in silence." Picking up a piece of candied jujube, Jiang Xingjian remarked, "You have always had a fondness for sweets. Why not sample the culinary skills of the imperial kitchen? Lin Jiayue blushed and smiled shyly, grasping Jiang Xingjian's hand. Is that so? What mistakes has the matriarch committed? Pray, enlighten me. Jiang Man spoke calmly, and Jiang Xingjian felt a chill run through him. Though I am not of noble birth, I have seen much. Managing the inner household requires a firm hand, lest the authority of the steward wane. Seeking only a good reputation ties one's hands. Jiang Man nodded in agreement. Seeking fame and fortune is not advisable. Your words hold some truth. After a moment's thought, Jiang Man continued, you have indeed contributed to the Marquisate. A position as a mere concubine is a slight. I shall write to my mother today, requesting your elevation to a favored concubine. As for, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Jiayue, a knowing smile on her lips, if you achieve great merit for the Marquisate in the future, I may be able to petition the emperor to grant you the status of a legitimate wife. The term legitimate wife filled Lin Jiayue with a sense of elation. She anticipated that the Song family and Song Wan would eventually falter, yet she could not forget the scornful expression Song Wan had worn when she deemed her laughable. She was eager to witness the look on Song Wan's face when confronted with her elevation to Jiang Xingjian's legitimate wife. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall dedicate myself to assisting the Marquisate and supporting you. Jiang Man smiled gently, that is well, the Marquisate cannot be controlled by outsiders alone. Upon returning to the estate today, inform Song Wan that Lin Jiayue shall assist her in managing the household affairs. Together, they will surely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 35 of the assistant. Upon departing from the Yanqing Palace, Jiang Xingjian confronted Lin Jiayue, demanding to know why she had taken matters into her own hands. With a playful smile, Lin Jiayue retorted, do you doubt my ability to manage the Marquisate, or perhaps my capacity to generate greater wealth for it? Have you not witnessed the success of the ice shop? Even the Empress trusts me, having provided me with 5,000 taels to open a new establishment. What is there for you to worry about? Jiang Xingjian's expression darkened. Are you aware that having accepted the Empress's silver, this venture must yield profit? In business, there are no guarantees of profit. The Empress is not an unreasonable person. Laughing as she intertwined her arm with Jiang Xingjian's, Lin Jiayue sweetly reassured him, rest assured, under my stewardship, this enterprise will surely prosper. Jiang Xingjian shrugged off her grip and strode away with purpose. Upon their return to the Marquisate, Lin Jiayue busied herself in her chambers, contemplating her business strategies, while Jiang Xingjian maintained a stern demeanor as he made his way to the Fuhutang. Your sister has always possessed a strong-willed nature. Even at under 5 years of age, Sure is remarkably quick in her actions, unafraid of overreaching, remarked old Madame Jiang, her eyes half-closed as she languidly played with her fragrant beads. Kneeling beside her, Jiang Xingjian spoke softly, the palace is fraught with peril, my sister struggles within its confines. We must assist her as we can, especially now that the Empress has commanded our compliance. You have always been firmly under your sister's thumb. Old Madame Jiang rose, and Jiang Xingjian hurried to support her, only to hear her say, it is commendable for you two to support one another, but manner is impulsive. I opposed her entry into the palace back then. Had she not gone, you would not have found yourself entangled with Song Wan as you are today. With a virtuous and astute partner like Song Wan at your side, coupled with your innate talents and disposition, it is not impossible to preserve the Marquisate's glory for another century. Yet now, you are poised to recklessly chase after illusory dreams. What I fear is that in the quest for wealth and honor, you may instead invite calamity upon yourself. Jiang Xingjian maintained his stoic expression, resolving that there was no turning back now. Very well, since the Marquisate has been entrusted to you, let the affairs of the household fall under your jurisdiction. I have but a few years left. I would not wish to meddle and risk discord between you siblings, thus becoming a source of blame. With a wave of her hand, old Madame Jiang signaled for her maid Baiju to escort Jiang Xingjian out. Once alone, she sighed softly, countless princes and heirs have met untimely ends. Now, for the sake of a mere 5-year-old child, we are to pit the entire Marquisate against the Song family. If Song Lanan were to learn of Manor's folly, he would surely find it amusing. Since the matriarch acknowledges the impropriety, why not counsel the master? A maid helped old Madame Jiang to her seat, offering quiet support. You have watched Manor grow. Are you not aware of her nature? Years ago, I merely remarked on her arrogance, warning against marrying into a prominent family, and she immediately sought the emperor's favor. Now she wishes to involve herself in household affairs. Should I obstruct ear, it would only foster resentment and distance her from the Marquisate. She hails from the Jiang family. If any trouble arises, can the Marquisate truly extricate itself? It may be wiser to allow ear to observe from a safe distance. The maid sighed in agreement, at a loss for any other course of action. After leaving old Madame Jiang's chambers, Jiang Xingjian wore a troubled expression as he approached the main courtyard. Upon arrival, he found the household maids diligently reconciling accounts with Song Wan, each displaying utmost respect. The financial records were meticulously organized and detailed, and after a brief review, Song Wan smiled as she signed the domestic receipts. Madam, here are the kitchen expenses for this month. As Song Wan examined the figures, she noted that even before the month had concluded, several thousand taels had been saved. Madam manages the household with great wisdom. Both the inner and outer courts sing your praises, remarked old Madame Liang. Indeed, during the recent heatwave, had it not been for Madame's cooling mung bean soup provided to the young servants of the outer court, we might have seen several ill. It is merely a trivial matter, not worthy of mention, Song Wan replied, quickly calculating on her abacus, relieved to see her previous adjustments to the household regulations had resulted in significant savings. Madam, regarding the painting autumn moon over the mountain that you delivered to the Sun residence yesterday, how shall we account for it? Without lifting her gaze, Song Wan replied, there is no need to account for it. Consider it a personal gift to Madam Sunday. Is it truly a work by the esteemed Jiang Xiaoqing? Hearing this, Jiang Xingjian stepped forward, and the maids promptly bowed in respect, silenced by his gesture. There is no custom of using a woman's dowry to enrich her husband's family. I shall convert that original piece into cash for you in 2 days. As long as my husband approves, that suffices. Song Wan smiled gently at him before returning to her accounts, while Jiang Xingjian pondered before dismissing the maids and seated himself before her. Is there something you wish to discuss, husband? Indeed, I have matters I wish to deliberate with you. Jiang Xingjian's brow furrowed as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Noticing his discomfort, Song Wan deduced it must pertain to Lin Jiayue, choosing not to press him but instead focusing on her records, avoiding inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xingjian finally spoke. What progress has been made regarding Jiang Yan's marriage to the Sun family? Madame Sun still harbors some reservations. Although she has not outright declined, the discussions have been progressing well following Miss Sun's coming-of-age ceremony. It is likely we can finalize the engagement. What concerns does she have? Jiang Yan and Miss Sun seem well-matched. The Sun family should not oppose this union. Song Wan replied with a hint of detachment. Madame Sun disapproves of families that act out of turn and fears that a crowded inner court may bring complications for Miss Sunday. The Marquisate, Jiang Xingjian began to utter but promptly fell silent. He had intended to suggest that Lin Jiayue and Song Wan jointly managed the household, but now he found himself unable to voice it. Even after Song Wan meticulously finished reconciling the accounts, Jiang Xingjian still did not express his intentions. A sense of unease settled within her. Having waited so long, it must be something of significance. It would be better for him to speak openly. Jiang Xingjian rubbed his nose and murmured, I would like for Jiayue to assist you in managing the household. Chapter 36. The arm, my lord, I did not quite catch your words. Would you be so kind as to repeat them? Jiang Xingjian lifted his gaze, only to find disappointment clouding Song Wancheng's clear, shimmering eyes. The latter part of his sentence suddenly lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Yet, for the first time, Song Wan pressed on relentlessly, her voice icy as she inquired, What did you just say, my lord? I failed to comprehend. Though her demeanor was typically cold, she had always been gentle and compliant. Never before had she been so confrontational. Jiang Xingjian pondered deeply before explaining, I entered the palace with Jiayue and the Empress, Jiang Xingjian. Song Wan rose to her feet, towering over him, her brow set in a frosty expression. Do you even realize what you are saying? The Empress Jiang has taken a liking to Jiayue and has promoted her as a favored concubine. Noticing Jiayue's talents, she suggested that she assist you in managing the household affairs of the Marquisate. With the myriad of tasks at hand, having an extra pair of hands to share the burden is hardly inappropriate. How conveniently you term it as not inappropriate. Song Wan's grip on her handkerchief trembled violently. As a legitimate daughter from a distinguished family, she had endured no grievances in her 18 years of life, yet Jiang Xingjian's repeated humiliations were beyond her endurance. It would be nearly impossible to find a family where all 3 generations of matriarchs are present, yet a mere concubine is entrusted with managing the inner household. Had I known earlier that the Marquisate was in disarray, disregarding propriety, my Song family would never have consented to this union. Today, I shall return the household's tokens to the old matriarch. As for who manages the household in the future, it is no longer my concern, lest any scandals tarnish the reputation of the Song family women. Turning on her heel, she departed, with Hengji and Nurse Xiao hastily following. Henggu glanced back at Jiang Xingjian, whose expression was a tumult of emotions, and spat disdainfully, what a disgrace. The maids and servants in the main courtyard of the Longtang had scattered, leaving behind the despondent Jiang Xingjian. Mississippi. Nurse Xiao observed as Song Wan entered the room and immediately began sketching in the account books, her heart heavy with emotion. What are you doing, miss? Are you truly intent on relinquishing control of the household to that little harlot? Song Wan paused momentarily, but soon resumed her flurry of activity. Compile all the tickets and tokens from these past days, Xiangcao, fetch my dowry list. Mississippi. Song Wan's eyelids reddened as she replied softly, do you believe that Lin Jiayue is capable of managing the Marquisate? Certainly not. Her behavior is erratic and devoid of decorum, who knows what chaos she might unleash in the future. Indeed, that is precisely why I cannot share the management with her. Song Wan's fingers, gripping the brush, turned pale. She took a moment to steady her breath, suppressing her rising agitation. Who in the world knows of Lin Jiayue? Should there be any misstep in the management of the Marquisate, all blame will inevitably fall upon me, Song Wan. The reputation of all the young ladies of the Song clan cannot be tarnished by my actions. But miss, if Lin concubine has already gained the Lord's favor and is entrusted with managing the household, your future days will be increasingly difficult. You are still so young, must you forever endure the malice of that little harlot? Nurse, there is no need for concern. Song Wan suppressed her tumultuous thoughts, as the saying goes, he who climbs high must also risk a heavy fall. This matter was initiated by Empress Jiang. The Marquisate cannot refuse. If I stubbornly cling to the management, it will only invite suspicion. It is better to relinquish control and see if Lin Jiayue possesses any true capability in household affairs. Just because she has opened a few shops, people are quick to deem her exceptionally talented. If I do not allow her a chance, it would only make her accomplishments more conspicuous. No matter how well I perform, others will always believe that Lin Jiayue could do even better. I will grant her this opportunity. It remains to be seen whether she can seize it. With her trembling hand pressing against her heart, Song Wan began to mark her dowry list. Apart from the bedding and furniture I have selected, all medicinal herbs, cash, and properties must be entrusted to my elder brother. What is the meaning of this, miss? Inform my brother to acquire any shops available in the capital, even if it means paying a premium above market price. Though Nurse Zhao remained perplexed, she set about taking action. Song Wan then pulled out another list filled with the exquisite jewelry gifted to her by the consort Yun. The items bestowed by the palace could not be privately sold, and she hesitated to part with them. After a brief examination, she set them aside. Managing a household is no simple task. Lin Jiayue possesses minor talents, yet lacks the wisdom of a true gentleman. Should she be granted authority, chaos would surely ensue within 3 months. Thus, Song Wan had to prepare in advance. Once everything was organized, Song Wan instructed Hengji to carry the household tokens and account books to Fu Hongtang. As they passed the embroidery table, she caught sight of 8 wooden carvings placed atop it and casually tossed one out the window. In Fu Hongtang, both old matriarch Jiang and Madame Jiang were present. Upon seeing Song Wan approach with the account books, they both sighed softly. My dear child, you have endured much. Song Wan smiled. What grievance could I possibly have? Now that my lord has returned to the household, it is only right that I, Wanner, enjoy the blessings. Where is the cause for grievance? Old matriarch Jiang pursed her lips, remaining silent, while Madame Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment. Grandmother. Turning around, Song Wan saw Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue entering together. Lin Jiayue flashed her a sweet smile and gracefully bowed to both old matriarch Jiang and Madame Jiang. Song Wan's gaze was indifferent as she gestured for Hengji to place the account books on the table. Even the Empress Jiang, far removed in the palace, is aware of my shortcomings in managing the household. I, Wanner, feel truly ashamed. Since there are capable individuals in the household, I am more than willing to yield my position. Old matriarch Jiang, observing the self-satisfied Lin Jiayue, felt a surge of frustration welling in her chest, rendering her breathless. If only this person possessed genuine talent, what nonsense is this? Madame Jiang tightly furrowed her brow. How can we allow a concubine to take over the management of the household, surpassing 3 generations of matriarchs? What would it say about our Marquisate if word got out that the legitimate daughters had all perished? A vein throbbed on Jiang Xingjian's forehead, and old matriarch Jiang sighed deeply. I am well aware of the household situation, Wanner. You manage it splendidly, there is no need to heed the opinions of outsiders. Madame Jiang grasped Song Wan's hand, saying, Mother understands your struggles, but the household is facing difficulties. This is not the time for you to act willfully. It is not that I am being willful enough. Old matriarch Jiang interrupted, raising her hand to summon Song Wan closer. With earnest gravity, she said, I understand your concerns. Your mother is right. You know the household is in turmoil. For the sake of the 6 years I have cherished you as my granddaughter, you cannot simply abandon the Marquisate. A pang of sorrow struck Song Wan as she regarded the elderly matriarch, her hair now silvered with age. Over the years, old matriarch Jiang had indeed treated her with utmost kindness. Whether genuine or feigned, she could always discern the truth. Grandmother has grown old and cannot bear the burdens of these trifles. It is illogical for 2 masters to govern a single household. However, we must also heed the Empress's edicts. Old matriarch Jiang addressed Jiang Xingjian, the management of the household shall remain in Wanner's hands. As for Lin Jiayue, let her observe from the sidelines and assist Wanner when needed, serving as a support. Madame Jiang nodded in agreement. That sounds quite reasonable. Lin Jiayue may prove somewhat useful. In the future, let her collaborate with Wanner to seek out more profitable ventures akin to the Bing store, thereby alleviating the urgent needs of the Marquisate. Chapter 37. In selling the shop, Song Wan lowered her gaze and said, Wanner understands. Jiang Xingjian felt a sense of relief in his heart, fearing that Song Wan might truly abandon the household and leave everything to Lin Jiayue. With the matter of managing the household settled, only Lin Jiayue remained dissatisfied with the outcome. She harbored many thoughts, wondering if her assistance to Song Wan would lead to all the credit being attributed solely to her. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiayue lost her enthusiasm but reminded herself that she must not act hastily. She could only proceed with meticulous planning, step by step, reflecting on the fact that in just a few days, she would elevate from a lowly concubine to a favored one. Lin Jiayue smiled, her eyes brimming with delight. The household is busy. Wanner shall take her leave first. After bowing to old Madame Jiang and Madame Jiang, Song Wan exited the Fu Hongtang. Lin Jiayue watched her retreating figure with a slight smile, preparing to follow, but was abruptly stopped by Jiang Xingjian. As they departed from Fu Hongtang, Lin Jiayue blinked and asked, Why are you holding me back? The affairs of the household follow established protocols, there is no need for you to concern yourself with them. However, the shop outside the residence requires your utmost attention, Jiang Xingjian said, his expression grave. You must understand the significance of the capital bestowed by the Jiang consort, which is guaranteed to yield profits. Rest assured, I am well aware, Lin Jiayue replied with a raised eyebrow, confidently linking her arm with Jiang Xingjian's. I have already devised a plan. Do you know whose money is the easiest to earn in this world? It is that of women and children. Therefore, I intend to open a rouge shop, offering an array of women's clothing and accessories to in no time, the profits shall flow in like a river. Jiang Xingjian felt slightly reassured upon hearing this. As long as you have a plan in mind, it is sufficient. Should you require assistance from the household's management, I can arrange for a couple of stewards to aid you. That would be helpful. Although she wished to gain a voice within the Marquisate, the Jiang consort's affairs were far more important. Thus, Lin Jiayue devoted all her energy to her external ventures. Song Wan, pleased that she was not being constantly hovered over, continued to manage various matters within the household as usual. Mississippi. Granny Zhao had just returned from the outer courtyard, having visited the wife of the head of the dowry estate. Although the woman was married, she still needed to manage some farmlands and shops as part of her dowry, resulting in several stewards and servants being busy outside. Has Granny returned? Granny Zhao approached and whispered, Miss, the shop you had placed under the eldest young master's name has been sold. For how much? Granny Zhao replied, 12,000 taels. It is curious how the shops in the capital have suddenly become so sought after since you instructed the eldest young master to acquire them. What once could be bought for 4 or 5,000 taels now cannot even be found in the main streets. Is anyone still purchasing shops? Yes, but I could not find out who it is, only that the owner behind the scenes is surnamed Xiao. Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly, unable to recall which family in the capital bore the surname Xiao. Dismissing the thought, she accepted the box Granny Zhao offered and casually flipped through the silver notes inside. Besides the 12,000 from the sale, there were also earnings from the estate, totaling just over 13,000. Were we not to send this silver to my elder brother? The eldest young master instructed that you keep it for yourself. He also mentioned, Granny Zhao paused slightly, that the eldest young master advised you not to engage in such dealings in the future, as it may jeopardize your relationship with the young master. Song Wan smiled, pressing her lips together, but said nothing. She pulled out her dowry ledger and pointed to the 3 shops she had recently acquired, asking, which one was sold? The one in the southern part of the city. How could it have appreciated so much in just half a month? She had invested just over 4,000 taels in that shop, and within a couple of weeks, its value had tripled, which was indeed strange. Granny Zhao explained, I heard from Granny Lang that the shopkeeper surnamed Xiao announced high prices for shops in the capital the day after you acquired your shop. The one in your dowry has now risen to 6 or 7,000 taels. It seems someone inadvertently aided you. Originally, when I quietly acquired the shops, there were already speculations that their value would rise. With the Xiao gentleman making a fuss about high prices, those who owned shops became apprehensive, fearing any new developments from the authorities. Now it is rumored in the capital that shop prices are set to soar. If the eldest young master had not seen the potential for further increases and feared that the Marquisate could not keep up, he would not have sold it. Song Wan couldn't help but chuckle at this. My brother is concerned for me. Granny Zhao sighed. The eldest young master was furious upon learning that Lin Jiayue intended to purchase a shop for business, which led to his decisive actions. Granny Zhao, observing the chaos within the Marquisate, felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for Jiang Xingjian's bullying, she would not have allowed the young lady to take such a risky step. If others were to discover that this shop was sold by you, it would surely stir up further trouble. That won't happen. She trusted her elder brother. In just half a month, she had earned 8,000 taels, which greatly pleased Song Wan. She gathered the silver notes and said, send this silver to my brother and mention that I have matters to discuss with him. Moreover, aside from the initial dowry shops, sell all the others while the prices are high. Miss, are you not waiting for those shops to appreciate further? Song Wan pondered for a moment, then shook her head. If someone truly intends to acquire shops, they wouldn't make such a loud announcement. It seems as though this person is intentionally assisting me. Since it is neither prudent nor feasible for me to manage so many shops, it is better to sell them off early. Granny Zhao considered this and found her young lady's reasoning sound. She nodded and began organizing all the documents, taking the box with her as she left. Hung Ji, grinding ink nearby, quietly calculated, the Jiang consort gave Lin Jiayue 5,000 taels, while the funds the Marquisate can utilize amount to just 30 to 40,000 taels. How could the eldest young master possibly agree to part with so much silver for Lin Jiayue to buy a shop? Just one shop costs so much. Can this business truly be sustained? Song Wan replied, whether or not to buy this shop is no longer a question. Lin Jiayue's business prospects may or may not yield the profits she claims, but the shop's value remains unchanged. Jiang Xingjian's acquisition of this shop is destined for the Jiang consort. If Lin Jiayue can profit, that would be fortunate. If not, it would merely be her life savings at stake. Upon hearing this, Hung Ji felt a surge of indignation. Her young lady had exerted considerable effort to help the Marquisate save those few dozen taels of silver, while Jiang Xingjian lavishly spent money to tidy up Lin Jiayue's mess. How could one not feel frustrated? Mississippi. Song Wan looked up to see Hung Ji's eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Jiayue intends to open a rouge shop, right? Why not let the miss also open a rouge shop, making it impossible for her to thrive in the capital? If she dares to boast without restraint, she should also taste the bitter consequences of her words. Song Wan chuckled at this. Silly Hung Ji, why go through such trouble? Chapter 38 Matchmaking. Song Wan casually pulled out the essential techniques for the common people alongside the secrets of the outer chamber, flipping to the page regarding the preparation of lip rouge, and remarked, mature vermilion, purple grass, and safflower are the primary ingredients for rouge. Seek out a merchant from afar and have him loudly proclaim a high price for these items. How much should we acquire? Song Wan returned the book to the table. Make a grand announcement and procure a small quantity of high-quality goods. Miss, you are truly insightful. However, will this not incite displeasure from the Jiang consort? If the master were to find out, even if I refrain from these actions, would the Jiang consort be satisfied with me? Song Wan smiled faintly and resumed her calculations. Hearing this, Hung Ji realized her inquiry was unnecessary. Her mistress had been widowed for 6 years. When she first entered the palace, the Jiang consort had not even granted her an audience. With such disregard for basic courtesies, what reason did her mistress have to endure? I shall seek out Aunt Zhao and have her handle this matter as well. Just as she was about to exit, Hung Ji encountered Aunt Zhou and the third young lady of the whole residence, who had come to visit Song Wan. After exchanging greetings, she instructed Xiang Chao to usher the two into the room. Upon seeing Aunt Zhou and Jiang Jing, Song Wan was somewhat taken aback, for these two women were unusually quiet in the whole residence, to the point that she had nearly forgotten Aunt Zhou's existence. Dear eldest lady, I have come today to ask for your assistance with a few matters. Aunt Zhou smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her lovely face. Her demeanor was gentle, her speech slow and soothing. Jiang Jing, too, wore a shy expression. The young girl, at merely 14, was at an age where her beauty was striking, her charming peach blossom eyes imbued with innocence, her fair skin glistening like precious pearls and jade. When she smiled, her dimples appeared playfully, evoking an involuntary sense of intimacy. Song Wan rose to offer them a seat, but Aunt Zhou politely declined, choosing instead to sit on an embroidered stool to the west, while Jiang Jing obediently stood behind her. Observing their behavior, Song Wan understood that both women were well-mannered and respectful. Aunt, you are like a half-elder to me. There is no need for such formalities, and if you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for pretense among family. Aunt Zhou smiled. It is about Ginger. She is 14 this year. Upon hearing this, Song Wan immediately grasped Aunt Zhou's intention. After sending Xiang Chao to take Jiang Jing out to play in the courtyard, she inquired, have you come regarding the marriage of the third young lady? Indeed, Aunt Zhou nodded. To be candid, Dinger's marriage has become a source of great concern for me. The sudden passing of the old marquis had left her with only Jiang Jing as her daughter, and without a male protector, the two of them struggled in the residence. Her temperament was weak. In her youth, she had been oppressed by Lu and Yang, and now, without the old marquis, she found herself under the thumb of several cunning servants managing the inner quarters. If not for the old matriarch and the madam's relative kindness, she would have truly despaired. Fortunately, Song Wan had recently managed to send those troublesome servants away, allowing her and Jiang Jing a brief respite. After much contemplation, Aunt Zhou dared not broach the subject of Jiang Jing's marriage with Jiang Mu, for she harbored a certain fear of her, and she understood that Jiang Mu would not wholeheartedly assist in finding a suitable match for Jinger. After gathering her courage, she had sought Song Wan's help regarding this matter. Jinger has grown, and if we delay further, she may not attract a suitable suitor, which is why I wish to ask you to lend your discerning eye. As she spoke, Aunt Zhou produced a small red velvet box from her bosom, shyly extending it towards Song Wan. Her face flushed. She stammered, I know you have encountered many fine things, but this is my heartfelt offering. Song Wan felt a pang of emotion as she opened the red velvet box. Inside lay a pearl hairpin, a genuine Eastern pearl, not only lustrous and beautifully shaped but also subtly tinged with pale pink. Regrettably, the pearl was no larger than a fingernail, a quality that would not even meet the approval of Hung Ji or Hung Wu. However, upon seeing it, Song Wan tenderly took it out and asked Aunt Zhou to help her wear it. With such a beautiful hairpin, I shall certainly find a worthy match for the third young lady. I am merely curious, what sort of match does Aunt Zhou envision? Aunt Zhou pondered for a moment, saying, I do not seek a specific family background, the most important thing is that the person possesses good character and disposition. Ginger is somewhat timid, much like myself, and she lacks the fortitude to manage a household. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could help find a young son from a reputable family, even if he is a bit older or his family is not particularly wealthy. Song Wan's heart softened, recognizing Aunt Zhou's genuine affection for Jiang Jing. Rest assured, Aunt, I will take care of the third young lady's marriage. Aunt Zhou expressed her heartfelt gratitude, taking her leave from Lanting Courtyard after a prolonged farewell. Song Wan touched the pearl hairpin on her head, letting out a soft sigh. Aunt Zhou reminded her of her own mother. She mused that had her mother been alive, she would have been just as meticulous in managing all affairs for her. Miss, what are you searching for? Allow me to assist. Upon Heng Ji's return, she found Song Wan half squatting as she rummaged through a large redwood cabinet. Heng Ji helped her to her feet, noticing she was holding several bolts of fabric, and asked, Miss, are you making new garments? These are for the third young lady. Reflecting on the attire worn by Aunt Zhou and Jiang Jing, Song Wan added, go to my jewelry box and fetch 2 sets of gold-threaded adornments to accompany this fabric to the third young lady's chambers. Her mother and daughter seldom leave the courtyard. I am unaware of what they may be lacking, but I imagine they must be living rather frugally. Heng Ji nodded and instructed 2 second-tier maids to deliver the items. After completing her tasks, Song Wan resumed her perusal of the catalogue of noble families in the capital, for she truly believed there was someone quite suitable for Jiang Jing. Heng Ji, are you familiar with the Lan family from Suzhou? I am aware, Mississippi. Originally of official status, the Lan family fell into disfavor due to certain events, losing their titles under the previous emperor. However, I have heard that the current head of the family possesses considerable business acumen, and their wealth has greatly increased. Song Wan nodded. The Lan family was once noble, with a reputable lineage, unlike ordinary merchants who are overly concerned with profits and losses. Moreover, the character of their young men is commendable. I am inclined to propose Jiang Jing's hand to the Lan family. If I recall correctly, they have a highly regarded illegitimate son who has just reached adulthood and has yet to take a wife. He has some connections with the elder young master. Is it he whom you have in mind? Yes, I remember my brother mentioning him. He possesses some talent. The Lan family is affluent, and with his high status and lack of burdens, should Jiang Jing marry him, she would become the matriarch of the family and enjoy a life of comfort. Miss, you truly have Jiang Jing's best interests at heart. She is fortunate. Song Wan smiled gently, Aunt Zhou's maternal affection, who could bear to disappoint such kindness. Please help me grind some ink. I wish to send a letter to the matriarch of the Lan family to see if we can arrange a match between that esteemed uncle and Jiang Jing. Just as she was enthusiastically preparing to pen the letter, Jiang Xingjian entered. Upon seeing him, Hong Ji's smile vanished, and after a brief curtsy, she silently departed. Song Wan regarded Jiang Xingjian, her earlier buoyant mood dissipating, as even her pen seemed to hesitate. Chapter 39. Letting go. Though her actions were subtle, Jiang Xingjian could still sense a hint of unwelcomeness. He pressed his lips together slightly, but had to suppress the displeasure rising within him. I encountered Aunt Zhou with Jiang Jing in the courtyard. Do they have some matters to discuss? Aunt Zhou has come regarding the marriage of the third sister, and now that she has reached the appropriate age, it is time to put this matter into motion, replied Song Wan. Jiang Xingjian nodded, inquiring, do you have a candidate in mind? There is a legitimate son from the Lan family in Sangzhou, who holds a significant standing. He shares a certain rapport with my elder brother, and I was contemplating sending someone to inquire if he is engaged, she explained. Upon hearing the name of the Lan family, Jiang Xingjian contemplated briefly and realized that this match would indeed be advantageous. The Lan family has a reputable lineage, although they had faced demotion in the past, they remain affluent, and the person mentioned by Song Wan is known to be prudent and reliable. However, it is rumored that his temperament is somewhat rebellious, which might explain why his marriage has yet to be arranged over the years. The head of the Lan family has a legitimate son who has just reached the age of maturity. It is said that this young man possesses considerable talent and potential. Coupled with the wealth of the Lan family, his future achievements are likely to be remarkable. Song Wan smiled faintly. A family with such a strict code of conduct naturally produces exemplary offspring. It is merely a matter of time before the Lan family re-establishes its presence at court. Jiang Xingjian secretly agreed, knowing that this union would be most fitting. If a marriage could indeed be forged with a family as affluent as the Lans, it would only bring advantages to the two in the palace. Then I shall trouble you, madam. With a gentle smile, Song Wan resumed writing an invitation for Madame Lan. After sending it out with Lu Zhu, she turned to Jiang Xingjian to inquire about the purpose of his visit today. Nothing of great importance, merely that I submitted a memorial regarding my elevation to nobility today. Should the title be granted, I will need you to manage the affairs of the household. Upon hearing this, Song Wan lowered her gaze, remaining silent. If Jiang Xingjian were to be elevated, she would not only have to oversee the household but also engage with the various ladies of the capital. It would have been manageable in the past, but with Lin Jiayue now interposed, she felt a surge of impatience. Additionally, there is another matter. Lord Sun Liang of the Ministry of War's Department of Personnel has been promoted to an official position today. Isn't Miss Sun's uncle? Jiang Xingjian confirmed, indeed. This indicates that the emperor indeed has intentions of favoring the Sun family. Moreover, it seems several families have approached to propose marriage today, but it is rumored that they have all been turned away by Madame Sun. It appears the Sun family has consented to a union with the Marquisate. Among the many noble families in the capital, second master is certainly distinguished. The Sun family should possess some insight in this regard, Jiang Xingjian remarked, raising an eyebrow. Noticing Song Wan's calm demeanor, he suppressed the inexplicable pang of jealousy that stirred within him. Madame Sun has sent you a gift. Xiangsa entered with a large rattan basket, and upon noticing Jiang Xingjian, she hastily performed a curtsy before placing the basket before Song Wan. Song Wan lifted a small note from atop it, read it briefly, and smiled. It appears good fortune is approaching our household. Handing the note to Jiang Xingjian, she opened the basket. Inside lay layers of delicate cake, and as she lifted the lid, the fragrant aroma of rice wafted forth. In good spirits, Song Wan pinched a piece and took a gentle bite, gesturing for Xiangsa to distribute it among those present. Jiang Xingjian accepted a piece of the layered cake, holding it in his hand without taking a bite. Even after returning to Shoyan Pavilion, the image of Song Wan nibbling on the cake lingered in his mind. Jiang Xingjian chuckled softly and began to write a letter to Jiang Man. The marriage between Jiang Yan and the Sun family was the best option available for the City Yang Marquisate at present. Although the Marquisate held a title, it ultimately wielded no real power, and Jiang Man's status as a royal consort brought both benefits and drawbacks to the Marquisate. Without Jiang Man, Jiang Yan's marriage prospects might have been more promising, but as an imperial relative, the Marquisate could not seek a match of higher standing. After pondering these matters, Jiang Xingjian included Song Wan's regard for the Lan family in his correspondence. Lin Jiayue, having concluded her business at the Ru shop, sought out Jiang Xingjian and, upon seeing him write to Jiang Man, inquired about the contents of his letter. Jiang Xingjian casually responded, and Lin Jiayue remarked, from what you say, the Sun family and the Lan family seem to be quite suitable, but how could Song Wan be so benevolent? Does she not perceive the future dynamics between the Jiang and Song households? Jiang Xingjian frowned slightly. Kinship ties are complex. Both the Sun and Lan families have some connections with the Song household. Regardless of how the Jiang and Song households evolve in the future, she is still the matriarch of the Marquisate and would not engage in schemes regarding such significant matters. Is that so? Lin Jiayue scoffed, her expression revealing disdain. She had grown weary of Jiang Xingjian's praises of Song Wan's discernment and her supposed benevolence. Hasn't Song Wan been in seclusion at the Marquisate for 6 years? How could she know both Madame Sun and Madame Lan? Did she not occupy her time with socializing during her solitude? As Lin Jiayue's comments grew increasingly caustic, Jiang Xingjian felt his patience wane. How many families are there in the capital? These families have maintained cordial relations for generations. It is not unfathomable that they would be connected. You, having not been born into such a family, may not comprehend this. Are you looking down on my background? Choosing not to engage with her petty grievances, Jiang Xingjian sent the letter to the palace and inquired about the affairs of the rouge shop. Rest assured, I will handle everything with utmost care. In another half-month, the shop will be fully renovated, and you and Lady Jiang may simply await the profits. Lin Jiayue appeared confident, and Jiang Xingjian felt a measure of relief. The image of Song Wan delicately holding the layered cake resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to pinch the bridge of his nose, striving to dispel that enchanting figure from his thoughts. Upon lifting his gaze again, he found Lin Jiayue tidying the clutter on his desk. With a soft sigh, he grasped her hand and drew her into an embrace. I apologize. His impatience towards her was unwarranted, and Jiang Xingjian felt a pang of guilt. He was the one who had entangled her in this turmoil. Lin Jiayue was utterly innocent. He could not abide the thought of using a woman who harbored genuine affection for him, nor did he wish to descend into the depths of exploiting her as a mere pawn. Holding Lin Jiayue tightly, Jiang Xingjian's heart found a semblance of peace. It's all right, I understand you are troubled. Lin Jiayue murmured, I know you care for me, and I am aware of your feelings for Song Wan, but I am unafraid. I can wait. As long as you choose me with the same resolve as you do now, we will surely navigate this path together. Jiang Xingjian was deeply sentimental. She understood him well. If it were not so, she would not have fallen for this man. The love of childhood sweethearts is often tested, and Jiang Xingjian's affection for Song Wan was merely an idealized memory of his first love, while she remained the one by his side. Lin Jiayue was confident that she could rival a woman of little worldly experience like Song Wan. Love requires cultivation. As long as our hearts are united, everything will only improve. With a smile, Lin Jiayue rose on her toes to kiss Jiang Xingjian's chin. Observing this, he lowered his head slightly and pressed a deep kiss upon her lips. Jiayue was right. As long as their hearts remained intertwined, he would eventually let go of Song Wan. Chapter 40. Poison this summer has been particularly sweltering, and Lin Jiayue's ice shop has seen a remarkable increase in profits, with silver flowing into the Marquis' residence like a torrent, prompting both Lady Jiang and old Lady Jiang to regard her with newfound respect. In recent days, Jiang Xingjian has taken to accompanying Lin Jiayue at dawn and dusk, and while Lady Jiang would previously voice her discontent, she has since chosen to turn a blind eye. Jiayue's rouge shop is about to open. She has selected a few names for the matriarch's consideration, Jiang Xingjian said, producing a red slip and handing it to Baiju. Old Lady Jiang, however, simply passed it back to Lady Jiang, saying, you may choose one. Seated nearby, Song Wan appeared indifferent, merely fanning herself with a silk fan, though her heart was filled with curiosity. She had instructed Granny Zhao to keep an eye on Lin Jiayue's rouge shop, yet had not seen her acquire any ingredients related to the formulations, nor had she observed her producing any recipes. How could it be that the shop was set to commence operations so soon? This Huanyan studio is quite fitting. One can easily discern its purpose. Wanner, what do you think? Lady Jiang inquired, extending the list towards her. Song Wan glanced at it briefly and replied with a smile, Mother's choice is undoubtedly excellent. At her words, Lin Jiayue smiled, her eyes glimmering with confidence. These past few days, she and Jiang Xingjian had been inseparable, their bond sweeter than honey. Now, when she looked at Song Wan, she found her less irksome than before. The more affection she shared with Jiang Xingjian, the more she felt pity for Song Wan. Coupled with the fact that Lady Jiang had sent numerous gifts to her courtyard in recent days, Lin Jiayue chose not to hold a grudge regarding the naming of her shop. Since Mother finds it agreeable, I shall name it Huanyan Studio. Upon uttering the word mother, Song Wan raised an eyebrow at Jiang Xingjian, who, though slightly furrowed, did not voice any objection. Meanwhile, Lady Jiang and old Lady Jiang appeared not to have heard, which made Song Wan inwardly sneer. The rules of the Marquis' residence were becoming increasingly lax. Those who had come to pay their respects lowered their heads, afraid to glance at Song Wan, except for Jiang Yan, who wore a frown of anger. Unwilling to waste time on this matter, Song Wan exchanged pleasantries with old Lady Jiang and Lady Jiang before departing Fu Hangtang with Fingji and Fingwu. Miss, let us discuss it later. Upon returning to Lanting Courtyard, Fingji remarked, what do the matriarch and the lady mean by this? Lin Yangzi has merely earned some silver, and she can directly address the lady as mother. Has the Marquis' residence fallen so low? Can they truly forget all propriety for the sake of mere copper coins? Forget that. What is the situation with the rouge shop? I have not heard of her acquiring any recipes. How is it that she is opening the shop so soon? I do not know. I will seek out Granny Zhao. When Granny Zhao returned, Song Wan was gazing out the window in a daze. Seeing her, Granny Zhao expressed concern. Miss, I had someone keep watch for several days, and indeed, I have not seen that little hussy procure any materials. Never mind, when her shop opens, have someone buy some for me to examine. Song Wan had intended to investigate how Lin Jiayue's rouge shop had come to fruition, but before she could send someone to purchase some, a small maid from Xiuyan Pavilion arrived with a large box of rouge and powder. Esteemed miss, this is what my master instructed me to bring, saying it is for you and the ladies of the main courtyard to play with. The small maid opened the red velvet box, revealing a complex arrangement of nested boxes and cases. The largest and most exquisite box, made from golden silk nanmu, contained an entire set of rouge and powder, with no fewer than 7 or 8 shades of lip balm alone. Unlike anything seen before, both the boxes for the powder and the pure gold filigree bottles were lavishly extravagant, adorned with colorful gems and intricate craftsmanship that compelled even Song Wan to admit their striking allure. This set is for Fingji and Fingwu, the maid continued, opening several relatively ordinary boxes after displaying the most opulent one. Although the craftsmanship of these boxes did not match the luxury of Song Wan's set, they were still quite remarkable. My master has named this set Yuan. The powder is said to repair dull skin and lighten dark spots for a radiant complexion. The sets for the several ladies are called Jian and possess, the small maid chattered on, while Song Wan stepped forward, taking the most eye-catching gold filigree powder box, opening it and bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. A rich fragrance assaulted her senses, causing her to wrinkle her brow slightly. It was not unpleasant, but she preferred subtlety and was not particularly fond of the scent. Dipping her fingertip into a small amount, Song Wan applied it to the back of her hand. The powder was fine and translucent, gliding smoothly onto her skin, leaving it fair and flawless. This is indeed a fine product. The small maid beamed with joy at her words. Of course it is a fine product. My master said this set for you cost 660 taels of silver, and currently, there are only 20 sets in the entire capital. Even the sets for the other ladies are priced at 200 taels, making it so that only the maids in the rooms of the matriarch and lady, as well as a few of the Feng sisters, have access to them. Upon hearing this, Fingji stepped forward to take her own set and handed it to the small maid, saying, if you like it, then it's yours. The small maid was startled and declined, but Fingji insisted until she left with it. Seeing this, Song Wan laughed. If it is meant for you, why not keep it? I have no desire for her things. Fingwu, along with Xiangso and others, also took their respective sets, distributing them among the lower-ranking maids in the courtyard. A gentleman does not judge a person by their words, nor dismiss words based on the person. This applies to such items as well, Song Wan said with a smile. You may all use them, why must you be so averse to them? Xiangso retorted, no matter how fine the item, if it comes from that little hussy, I have no interest in it. Song Wan sighed in resignation and followed the others. She, in turn, pondered over the rouge and powder sent by Lin Jiayue. According to the small maid, Lin Jiayue's shop had not been opened on a whim but had been meticulously crafted. The claims of skin lightening and spot removal sounded plausible, likely derived from some ancient recipe. Song Wan reopened the powder box, inhaling deeply, yet still could not discern any clues. No wonder Granny Zhao could not uncover her procurement activities. It seems she has kept her formulas under strict confidentiality, revealing not a whisper of her plans. Granny Zhao responded, it appears I underestimated that little hussy, she is quite clever indeed. As the two of them were engrossed in studying the powder and rouge, they noticed LZH hurrying towards them, leading the lowest-ranked maid in the courtyard. Mississippi. LZH's face was ashen. Miss, Lin Yangzi from Shoyan Pavilion intends to harm you. This powder contains poison. Song Wan watched as LZH pulled the small maid's hand towards her, revealing a dark patch where the powder had been applied. Chapter 41 of the lead powder. The young girl, in a state of panic, exclaimed, I have done nothing wrong. Just a moment ago, Sister Ulz gifted me a box of face powdered. I found it quite pleasing and tried it on the back of my hand. I do not know how it turned dark all of a sudden. I know nothing else. Ulz, perplexed, inquired, Miss, what could this possibly mean? Is it possible that Lady Lin has become envious and wishes to mar your beauty? Song Wan shook her head, saying, that seems unlikely. Lin Jia, though crafty, could hardly be considered a nefarious villain. Song Wan did not believe she possessed the audacity to disfigure or harm anyone. Bring the remaining powder over here. Granny Zhao arranged the untouched boxes of powder in neat rows upon the table. Ignoring Ulza's protests, Song Wan meticulously applied a small amount to the back of her hand for examination. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and stated, this appears to be lead powder. Lead powder? Granny Zhao expressed astonishment. This substance was quite popular in previous dynasties, but I recall that it has long since fallen out of use. Ulza queried, what exactly is lead powder? Song Wan explained, lead powder, also known as white lead, is characterized by its fine texture and luster. Both Yudong Su Luan Ben Chao Gangmu document its properties. The region of Songyang produces lead, and the residents often manufacture lead powder, which is toxic due to its lead content. She retrieved several books from the bookshelf, poring over them intently. After a while, she addressed the others. There was once a mad Taoist in the previous dynasty, who wrote in his unnamed alchemical formula that lead powder is also known as white lead, and lead is categorized as a hot poison. Prolonged use by women not only roughens the skin but, over time, can also result in a grayish hue. Ben Chao Gangmu and its supplementary texts also record that the fumes of lead and vinegar are toxic, capable of corroding flesh and bones, and their nature is fiery. The young and old alike suffer from the toxicity, often leading to pallor and paralysis, ultimately resulting in death. Holding the golden silk powder box in her hand, Song Wan's brows knitted tightly. This substance has been absent for several years. I have only encountered fleeting references to it in local chronicles. In the past, lead powder was so sought after that a single box could fetch 100 taels of gold, yet since the unnamed alchemical formula emerged, it has vanished without a trace. I wonder from where Lin Jiaya has procured the recipe for lead powder. Ah, an idea strikes me. Granny Zhao suddenly clapped her hands. That little courtesan likely did not discover a recipe. Rather, she must have found a workshop that produces this. Previously, you instructed me to investigate what that little courtesan had acquired. The report I received indicated that her steward has been wandering about Yenshan Street all day. That area is rather disreputable, and I did not inquire further, and now that I think of it, that little courtesan must have darkened her heart, engaging lowly craftsmen from Yanshan Street, who typically create cosmetics for courtesans, to produce these items for the Huanyan studio. Song Wan frowned and muttered, to use the most extravagant powder box to contain the cheapest and most harmful lead powder is indeed a scheme ripe for profit. She wouldn't even need to hire a master craftsman. But did Jiang Xingjian truly know of Lin Jiaya's actions? Would he condone such treachery and cunning? This was not the Jiang Xingjian she recognized. Song Wan, holding the golden silk powder box, wore a grave expression. I shall seek the master, there are matters I must clarify. As she stepped out of the Lanting courtyard, Song Wan encountered Jiang Xingjian's chief maid, Xie, who approached with a beaming countenance. Before she could utter a word, Xie exclaimed, Madam, rejoice, the emperor has decreed that the master shall inherit a title, and he is currently at Fuha Hall sharing the joyous news with the matriarch. I have come to inform you. The decree for the title has been issued? Indeed, madam, rejoice. Song Wan nodded, though her expression betrayed no signs of joy. She passed the powder box to Hengji, contemplated for a moment, and then headed towards Fuha Hall. Inside Fuha Hall, an atmosphere of jubilance prevailed. Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiaya stood at the center, surrounded by members of the Jiang family, who repeatedly offered their congratulations. Jiang Xingjian appeared spirited, while Lin Jiaya wore a sweet smile, the two seemingly a perfect couple. Suddenly, Song Wan paused mid-step, then let out a derisive laugh. Had it not been for Jiang Xingjian's approval, how could Lin Jiaya, a woman of the inner chambers, operate a cosmetic shop in public? Even if she had dared to ask, it would have been nothing but a humiliation, revealing her lack of discernment. Madam, you have arrived. A maid from Fuha Hall approached, clutching the red envelope recently bestowed by Jiang Xingjian, her face radiant with joy as she continuously offered her congratulations. Song Wan instructed Hengji to distribute some silver coins to the servants in the courtyard before entering. Sister-in-law. Jiang Yan spoke first. Upon hearing this, Song Wan turned to him with a gentle smile before making her way to the side of the matriarch. The matriarch embraced Song Wan, exclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful, Wanner is truly fortunate, Ear has inherited a title, and you will soon be the lady of the marquis. Song Wan responded with a faint smile, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Lin Jiaya's expression soured slightly as she deliberately moved closer to Jiang Xingjian, linking her arm with his. Truly, we have been blessed with many joys lately. Not only is our ice shop thriving, but Xingjian has also become a marquis. Once my Huanyan studio is in operation, the marquis's residence will surely flourish even more, akin to a tiger gaining wings. At her words, Jiang Yan lifted his gaze and, noticing Song Wan's calm demeanor without any sign of anger at the provocation, felt a twinge of sympathy and averted his gaze. Indeed, it is a flourishing addition, a tiger with wings. Jiang's mother stood, gently caressing Jiang Xingjian's cheek, tears glistening in her eyes as she remarked, I thought I would never see Ear donning court attire in my lifetime. Mother Jiang Xingjian appeared bashful, lowering his mother's hand and glancing at Song Wan, only to find her averted gaze, devoid of any joy. As he contemplated approaching her, Lin Jiaya clutched his hand tightly, extinguishing the joy he had wished to share with Song Wan. The small gestures of those in the room did not escape the matriarch's notice. She sighed softly, feigning ignorance. Jiang's mother continued to elaborate on plans to host guests from afar, while Song Wan listened quietly, her thoughts consumed by the matter of Lin Jiaya's illicit sale of lead powder. If the words of the maid who had delivered items to the Lanting courtyard were true, then considering the pricing of Lin Jiaya's powder shop, her intentions were certainly not aimed at the common merchant class. A set of cosmetics priced nearly at 700 taels of silver would undoubtedly be beyond the reach of ordinary officials' families. It seemed Lin Jiaya sought to leverage the marquisate as a stronghold to supply her goods to the palace or to the noble families of the capital. However, if the lead powder were merely a commonplace item, it would be one thing. After all, lead powder is toxic. Had it not been for the silver bracelet worn by the maid from the Lanting courtyard, which caused the lead powder to darken, she might never have conceived that Lin Jiaya would dare to deceive the entire capital with such a hazardous substance. Should this powder be exposed and its true nature unveiled, it would be one thing, but if it were to reach the hands of a noblewoman in the palace or elsewhere in the capital and cause harm, the marquisate would be unable to escape disaster. With a heavy heart, Song Wan listened to the praises of Lin Jiaya from the crowd, waiting patiently for the gathering to disperse before seeking out Bao Zhu to request an audience with the matriarch. As the matriarch prepared to rise, she was halted by Jiang's mother. My child understands that Wanner is likely troubled by something. Mother has had a tiring day, allow me to speak with her. Noticing that Song Wan had not smiled throughout, the matriarch speculated that perhaps the young lady was feeling upset due to pride, having fallen into the shadows of others' glory, and nodded in agreement. Then you go and speak with Wanner. That rogue from Shoyan Pavilion has been rather brazen lately. After you talk to her, perhaps you can also offer some guidance, lest Wanner's heart grows cold. I understand, mother, you should rest now. Jiang's mother gathered a summer blanket to cover the matriarch before departing, disregarding the matriarch's words entirely. Chapter 42, Sister-in-law Mother. Upon seeing Lady Jiang emerge, Song Wan performed a slight curtsy, preparing to greet the old matriarch, only to be halted by her mother's words. Wanner, come here, I have something to discuss with you. Lady Jiang took Song Wan into the inner chamber, and when they were alone, she said, Actually, I have already guessed the reason for your visit today. You know, mother? Song Wan, clutching the golden powder box in her hand, was momentarily taken aback. As a mother, having gone through your age, what is there I do not understand? Lady Jiang sighed, her expression troubled. I am aware that Ear has grown closer to Lin, especially since the establishment of the ice shop and the roux shop. This must weigh heavily on your heart, but rest assured, whether in front of me or the old matriarch, Lin Yingyang will never surpass you. Lost in thought while still holding the exquisite golden powder box from Huan Yanjai, Song Wan furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing these words. Noticing her reaction, Lady Jiang sighed again. Although Jiang Man and Er have opened 2 shops for Lin Yingyang, all the profits will ultimately flow into the public treasury, which has nothing to do with her personally. Mother, I am not envious of Lin Yingyang. Lady Jiang smiled knowingly. I understand that you are not one to be easily swayed by jealousy over something insignificant. I merely worry that you might overthink and drift further away from Er. At that moment, Lady Jiang's personal maid entered, holding a red velvet pouch. Lady Jiang took it and handed it to Song Wan, saying, "This is a pastry shop on Chunfeng Street, part of my dowry. The revenue is quite decent, you may take it for now." After placing the shop deed in Song Wan's hand, she continued, "In the end, we women are not as capable as men. Generally, we lack experience, perhaps we have read a few books, but in front of men who have spent years navigating the world, we can only share superficial knowledge. However, for men, such women are of little use. They may not even compare to those who serve them closely. As a wife, the primary duty is to bear children, and then to manage the household well so that men can be free from worries. Take a look at the old Duke of Jingua's wife. She came from humble beginnings, merely the daughter of a minor clan leader, yet she is exceptionally skilled in medicine, and to this day, 6 out of 10 medical shops in the city are run by the old Duke's family. For over 100 years, who in the capital would dare to look down on her? So you see, Wanner, a woman's background, appearance, and family lineage are important, but what truly matters is what she can bring to her husband. What use is a wife who cannot assist her husband and only indulges in petty grievances, even if she is the principal wife? As a mother, I believe that a woman's perspective should be more long-sighted. You cannot write 2 Jiang characters in one stroke, regardless of who it is. As long as they contribute to the Marquisate, the ultimate beneficiaries will still be us women." Lady Jiang took the overly extravagant golden powder box from Song Wan's hands, smiling as she opened it. "Although I do not particularly admire the embroidery from Shouyan Pavilion, I must admit it is indeed a fine item, one that could elevate the Marquisate." "Wanner, what do you think?" Song Wan was almost amused by her mother's admonition, lowering her head, feeling both a sense of humor and a tinge of sadness. "What you say makes sense, mother." Rising to her feet, she declared that she would reflect on her actions before attempting to leave. Yet, just as she stepped out, she heard Lady Jiang say, "Do not be angry with me, dear, it's just that Er is fond of her, and as a mother, I cannot go against my child's wishes." Lady Jiang approached Song Wan, speaking each word with care. "Initially, I too believed that Lin Jiayue was a frivolous woman, skilled only in seducing men. But upon reflection, she does possess some talent. This woman has her own foundation and has garnered Er's affection. That if you persist in your jealousy, it will only displease him and disrupt our household. My advice to you, as a woman, is to adopt a softer demeanor. Do not always oppose nor fixate on others, consider your own position more. You and have you not yet consummated your marriage?" At these words, Song Wan's complexion turned pale, her rosy lips losing their color. Lady Jiang's remark felt akin to stripping her bare and casting her into the crowd, causing the young maidservants surrounding them to fall silent, retreating quietly while secretly mocking Song Wan for her perceived weakness as the Marquis's wife. "Mother, what you said today, do you not remember that Wanner is still in charge of the household affairs?" "Of course, but why do you suddenly bring this up?" With her head lowered, Song Wan replied, "If you wish for me to maintain my dignity in front of the servants, then please refrain from dwelling on such matters. I understand your words, mother, and I will reflect on my own shortcomings." Having said that, with a pale face, she exited Fu Hangtang. Lady Jiang saw her daughter's eyes reddened and felt that her words had been too harsh. By the time she attempted to chase after her, all she could see was Song Wan's retreating figure. Song Wan strode forward, her mind a blank canvas. She felt a buzzing in her ears, and the path ahead appeared distorted. Only upon colliding into a sturdy chest did she regain a semblance of clarity. Her eyes reddened. "Are you all right, sister-in-law?" Jiang Yan's voice was hoarse. He had waited outside Fu Hangtang for quite some time, intending to find a casual excuse to inquire about her, but was taken aback when she walked straight into him. The soft fragrance enveloped him, and for a fleeting moment, Jiang Yan's mind went blank before he instinctively released her from his embrace. His hands, gripping her arms, withdrew almost immediately, and after ensuring she stood steady, he quickly retreated a step. Though reluctant, he dared not draw closer. "Sister-in-law." Jiang Yan looked up and found that the once calm depths of Song Wan's eyes were now filled with tears, threatening to spill over her cheeks. Realizing her loss of composure, Song Wan hastily wiped her face, forcing a smile as she said, "Please forgive me for my ungraciousness, second master. It is I who have intruded upon you." The sight of her tear-stained cheeks and trembling eyes tightened Jiang Yan's abdomen, and a rush of heat surged through his spine. Suddenly overwhelmed by an intense emotion, he felt as if his very blood was igniting. As Song Wan nodded to him and attempted to leave, Jiang Yan called out to stop her. "Is there something you need, second master?" Her voice, soft yet tinged with an almost imperceptible quiver, made his heart ache with a strange mix of pain and longing, causing his hands to tremble slightly as they clenched behind his back. I wanted to ask about the marriage between my brother and Miss Sunday." Upon hearing this, Song Wan smiled. "Not long ago, I had correspondence with Madame Sun, and I believe the marriage is settled, so you need not worry, second master." Jiang Yan's gaze was fixated on Song Wan's gradually returning rosy lips, his ears burning with heat. As for the progress of his own marriage with the Sun family, he found himself utterly indifferent. Chapter 43. Passing time. Upon returning from Fuhangtang to Lanting Courtyard, Song Wan felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sapped. The moment she entered her quarters, she shed her outer garment and sank onto the beauty couch. The words of Madame Jiang echoed incessantly in her mind, each syllable piercing her heart with profound anguish. "Miss, are you unwell?" "I am fine." Song Wan accepted the silk fan that Granny Zhao offered, gently waving it to cool herself. Whether it was due to the frustration of the day or the scorching sun she had endured outside, by nightfall, she found herself burning with fever. "Dr. Ding, what has come over Our Lady?" Granny Zhao carefully cradled Song Wan's hand, which had extended beyond the curtain, and gently placed it back under the quilt. Noticing Dr. Ding tidying his pulse pillow, she approached him and whispered her inquiry. "The eldest lady is troubled and overheated. It is a manifestation of yang evil. Once the heat dissipates, she shall recover. I shall procure a few medicinal herbs that will assuredly cure her ailment." Hung Ji and Hang Wu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, while Lu Zhu accompanied the doctor to the pharmacy. Song Wan, enveloped in a haze of fever, caused Granny Zhao great distress. Throughout the night, she remained sleepless, tending to Song Wan by wiping her sweat, changing her garments, and administering medicine to reduce her fever. Once Song Wan's temperature subsided, Granny Zhao, with dark circles under her eyes, tearfully expressed her gratitude to the deities. "Miss, how could you fall ill so suddenly? This entire night has been agonizing for me." "Do not worry, Granny. It is my fault," Song Wan croaked, a gentle smile gracing her features. Despite her illness, she felt a peculiar sense of relief. Allowing her maidservants to assist her with bathing and dressing, she refreshed herself and then made her way to the study. "Miss, you have yet to fully recover. Why not rest a few more days?" Song Wan shook her head. "My husband is preparing a grand banquet for the title bestowal. The guest list and invitations must be drafted in advance." After laboring over the list for much of the day, Song Wan finally handed the completed invitations to Hong Ji, instructing her to deliver them to the ceremonial office. The ceremonial office was responsible for managing the household's sacrificial rites and ceremonies. Typically, matters regarding birthdays or anniversaries of ancestors, as well as the sending of gifts to other households, fell under their purview. Once this list was submitted today, the invitations would be dispatched to the invited mistresses of various households by the following day. For a grand banquet such as the one for Jiang Xingjian's title bestowal, it was customary for the male and female members of the family to be entertained separately. Thus Song Wan knew she could not manage the arrangements alone. "These 3 individuals are to be invited in my name." Hung Ji glanced at the list and could comprehend the inclusion of Madame Sun and the matron of the Lan family. However, the mention of Lady Bai, an official's wife, left her somewhat perplexed. "Your elder brother is in the Ministry of Personnel, yet still merely a low-ranking deputy. Lady Bai is his direct superior." Upon hearing her brother Song Fu's name, Hung Ji's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment of silent contemplation, she left with the finalized guest list in hand. Granny Zhao, observing this, felt a pang of unease. Her young mistress possessed a proud nature and would not have previously engaged in such dealings for the benefit of the noble house. Now that she had done so, it seemed she had completely lost faith in the household and could no longer tolerate maintaining appearances. Granny Zhao wished to offer counsel but found herself at a loss for words. After Song Wan had assumed responsibility for the guest list and menu for the grand banquet, she ceased to involve herself in any further arrangements. Such banquets adhered to established customs. As long as the responsible matrons executed their designated duties, one could hope for a situation devoid of errors. Once everything was prepared, and after consulting with the elder Mrs. Jiang and Madame Jiang, Song Wan refrained from further inquiries. Even upon hearing that Madame Jiang had delegated part of the banquet's management to Lin Jiayue, she did not voice any concerns. Only later did she occasionally receive reports from the matrons, who spoke in vague terms about Lin Jiayue altering the household's conventions. Song Wan simply inquired whether Madame Jiang was aware of these changes. Upon learning that Madame Jiang was indeed informed and had granted Lin Jiayue full authority, she relinquished control altogether, allowing the matrons to follow Lin Jiayue's directives. "Miss, are you not concerned that this little vixen might create some trouble?" As soon as the matron departed, Granny Zhao could no longer contain her anxiety and urged, "You have entrusted everything to this little vixen. Should any issues arise, will not your esteemed reputation be tarnished?" Song Wan, holding a book, replied with a faint smile, "Did you observe Madame's demeanor at the Jiangxiang courtyard yesterday? It was quite revealing. The recent heat had taken its toll on the elder Mrs. Jiang, leaving her fatigued and without appetite. Apart from occasional meetings with Song Wan and Jiang Xingjian, she had exempted everyone else from their morning and evening duties. All matters within the household were under Madame Jiang's purview, and Song Wan did not wish to burden the elderly matriarch with trivialities, thus she could only inform Madame Jiang. Lin Jiayue's Huanyan Zhai had seen a surge in business since its opening, and the substantial profits bolstered the confidence of both Madame Jiang and Jiang Xingjian in her capability to oversee the grand banquet. When Song Wan merely mentioned that altering established customs was unwise, Madame Jiang swiftly dismissed her concerns as outdated and tiresome. "What I say now is of no consequence. To argue further would only reveal my narrow-mindedness, unable to tolerate the prosperity of the noble house." Cough. As soon as Song Wan's words left her lips, she noticed Jiang Xingjian standing in the room, his expression inscrutable. Granny Zhao glared at Xiang Chao, who was about to respond, but Jiang Xingjian interjected. "It was I who instructed her not to relay messages." He had not anticipated that Song Wan would mention him in relation to Lin Jiayue. Song Wan lazily lifted her gaze, unfazed by the potential awkwardness of being overheard. Her nonchalant demeanor made Jiang Xingjian feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were superfluous in her presence. The Jiang concubine has bestowed gifts upon you, which I have brought with me. He placed the wooden box on the table and took a seat. He had intentionally distanced himself from Song Wan lately, assuming she would harbor resentment, yet he was surprised to find she seemed entirely indifferent. If you believe Jiayue has mismanaged anything, you may certainly voice your objections. After all, you are the legitimate mistress of the noble house. To allow a mere concubine to oversee the household affairs is to disregard the ancestral rights and moral codes of the noble house. What more can I say? Song Wan set down the book she had been holding and remarked indifferently, one must value oneself. If the noble house does not hold itself in esteem, how can it expect others to do so? I am weary. You may leave now, my husband. Hardly had he settled in before being dismissed, Jiang Xingjian's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to refute her words since the moment he resolved to forsake Song Wan, he could no longer stand tall before her, nor did he possess the courage to utter harsh words. Ultimately, he had wronged her. Jiang Xingjian pursed his lips, hesitated briefly, and departed from Lanting courtyard. Miss, I believe the young master harbors feelings for you now that the Jiang concubine has presented you with such a significant gift. It seems she wishes to mend your relationship. If the Marquis were to find his way back, perhaps you should heed Madame's advice and soften your stance. Song Wan glanced at the sandalwood box resting on the table and replied coolly, this is not about mending any relationship. It is merely a gesture of satisfaction for my involvement in arranging the marriage between the second and third young masters with the Sun and Lun families. If she performed well, she would be rewarded with a few trifles, allowing her to continue to toil for the noble house. Should she prove useless, she might find herself dismissed without a second glance, much like before when she had entered the palace without hope of being seen again. Ultimately, the Jiang concubine viewed her as nothing more than a servant, perhaps even less esteemed than a lowly female official in the Yanqing palace. Taking up the sandalwood box, Song Wan did not even bother to open it but casually handed it to Granny Zhao. Put it away. Chapter 44 Usurpation. On the day of the grand banquet at the Yang Marquisate residence, Song Wan rose before dawn to prepare herself. As the lady of the Yang Marquis, she was not only responsible for receiving guests but also for cultivating relationships with the matrons and female relatives of the capital's elite. While men battled in the outside world, women maneuvered within the confines of the household, often needing to navigate the complexities of social interactions with various ladies. Many matters were difficult to discuss openly, relying instead on the subtlety and skill of each matron. Although Song Wan found these responsibilities of the Marquis's household tiresome, she had no choice but to fulfill them. Green bamboo and fragrant grass assisted her in styling her hair and applying her makeup, working diligently for nearly an hour to ensure everything was in order. Once she was properly attired, Song Wan, with the support of Hengji, exited the Lanting courtyard. Outside, Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue were already awaiting her arrival. Song Wan beheld Lin Jiayue, who donned a cherry-pink gown embroidered with golden peonies, a garnet-red beaded girdle cascading at her waist. Her hair was fashioned into a flying fairy bun, adorned with a ruby phoenix hairpin and a delicate step shake that jingled with each movement. Even the white jade footpad she wore was a luxury item sourced from the palace. Song Wan's gaze swept over the red girdle and phoenix hairpin, her expression indifferent. It was unclear whether Lin Jiayue was ignorant of propriety, failing to recognize that such adornments were far beyond the means of her concubine status, or if she was deliberately attempting to overshadow Song Wan. Choosing to ignore the display, Song Wan redirected her attention, secretly hoping that Lin Jiayue would not be overly audacious today. The group proceeded to Fuvutang to pay their respects to old lady Jiang, who, of course, would be in attendance at the grand banquet. After exchanging pleasantries and enjoying breakfast, Song Wan accompanied the ladies to Haitang Garden. The garden was adorned with artificial hills and peculiar stones, featuring pavilions and water pavilions scattered throughout. Within the garden lay an artificial lake, home to a small island where the disciples of the Pear Garden, raised by the Marquis's household, resided. Prominent families typically maintained a few favored opera troupes, and the Marquis's family had long supported their own. For such a grand occasion, a few spectacular performances were indispensable. Reluctantly standing at the back, Lin Jiayue followed the others through the walls of the east and west inner courtyards. She had believed herself well acquainted with the Marquis's residence, only to discover today that its grandeur and opulence far exceeded her expectations. Upon passing through the walls, she beheld the lush green willows cascading around them, the trees varying in height, and beneath her feet, large white jade slabs. A gentle breeze enveloped them, particularly refreshing amid the summer heat. As she marveled at this place she had never visited before, she noticed the distant pavilions dotting the landscape, with countless ancient pines and cypress trees, dwarfing the Marquis's back courtyard. Upon entering Haitang Garden, they found a majestic opera stage at the center, where nearly 100 performers in costumes stood in neat rows, bowing in unison upon spotting old lady Jiang. You may rise, she commanded, her countenance rosy and eyes sparkling with mirth. She instructed a nearby maid to bring forth red envelopes, bestowing them upon the performers. The Marquis's household has not hosted a grand banquet in many years. Do not disgrace the family today. If anyone falters in their performance, beware that I shall whip you later. The troop leader received the red envelope with a smile, assuring, rest assured, madam, we will not disappoint. Old lady Jiang chuckled softly, then turned to Song Wan, inquiring, Wanner, have you attended to the other arrangements? Song Wan replied with a smile, Mother, you seem to have forgotten. I am only responsible for the guest list and the menu for the banquet. All other matters are managed by Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin is responsible? Old lady John's eyelids twitched at the revelation. Why was I not informed? This trivial matter hardly requires your attention, Mother. I believe Aunt Lin possesses some talent. Managing a banquet for hundreds should pose no issues. Furthermore, Wanner and those housekeepers are overseeing everything, so there should be no problems. Old Lady Jiang felt a pang in her heart as she regarded Song Wan. Are you aware of what Aunt Lin has arranged? Song Wan lowered her head, replying, Aunt Lin has reported all her plans to Mother. Then you do not know how she intends to execute them? Seeing Old Lady Jiang's voice rise, Jiang Mu interjected with a smile, Mother, do not worry. Although Aunt Lin is not from a prominent family, she possesses abilities. Even if she mishandles some minor details, one will surely smooth things over for the household. One is steady and prudent, while the other is bold and imaginative. Together, they will certainly complement one another beautifully. Song Wan's expression remained impassive, and she refrained from responding. Old Lady Jiang sensed that the situation was far from the rosy picture Jiang Mu painted. Call for Aunt Lin. Lin Jiayue sauntered forward from the crowd, smiling as she greeted Old Lady Jiang. Upon seeing her attire, Old Lady Jiang's rage flared, and she exclaimed, Who permitted you to dress in such a manner? Do you not understand the significance of today's occasion? Do you think all those noble women are as shallow as you, unable to see through your sordid intentions? Old Lady Jiang's fury silenced the gathered ladies, who lowered their heads in trepidation. Jiang Mu finally noticed Lin Jiayue's extravagant outfit and frowned, saying, Why are you wearing a red girdle and a phoenix hairpin? These are not suitable for someone of your status, go change at once. Publicly reprimanded, Lin Jiayue felt a surge of discontent but dared not show it. Lowering her head, she replied, These items were bestowed upon me by the consort. Upon hearing the consort's name, Jiang Mu fell silent, while Old Lady Jiang remained livid. She turned to Jiang Mu, urging, Let her change. It is too late now. You are being foolish, Old Lady Jiang snapped at Jiang Mu, feeling increasingly displeased. Today marked the first official public appearance of Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan, one the head of the City Yang Marquisate household and the other its matriarch, symbolizing the family's reputation. Elevating a concubine in this setting was a direct affront to Song Wan, effectively declaring a rift between the City Yang Marquisate household and the Song family. Everyone in the capital knew that Song Wan married into the Marquisate household as a widow, having mourned her husband for 6 long years. The Song family was renowned for its virtuous daughters, and now, with the City Yang Marquis's sudden rise, their first action seemed to be to humiliate Song Wan. How would this reflect on the Marquis's household? What remnants of family virtue could possibly remain? Old Lady Jiang's anger surged, nearly causing her to fade. Song Wan rushed forward to support her, but the old matriarch gripped her arm tightly, gasping, Why did you not stop this? The pain in her arm was sharp, yet Song Wan remained silent, her head bowed. Observing her demeanor, Old Lady Jiang felt a wave of headache wash over her. She understood Song Wan. Unless she had suffered an unbearable grievance, she would not be so indifferent to the future of the Marquis's household. It must have been the words and actions of Jiang Mu during her illness that had caused this. With this thought, Old Lady Jiang felt a rush of regret for having allowed her son to marry a woman of martial lineage like Jiang Mu. Mother, are you all right? We must summon the physician. Old Lady Jiang clutched Jiang Mu tightly, speaking in fragments. Send Aunt Lin back to Shoyan Pavilion. Today, she must not be seen. Jiang Mu protested, That won't do, Mother. Today, Aunt Lin is to demonstrate the cosmetics from Huanyan Studio to the ladies. She claims that if successful, Huanyan Studio will surely become immensely popular and will no longer worry about sales. Hearing that the grand banquet had been reduced to a mere commercial spectacle, even Song Wan, usually unflappable, raised her head in astonishment. The other ladies of the Marquis's household exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowing in silence. Old Lady Jiang, seeing Jiang Mu's stubbornness, rolled her eyes in frustration and ultimately fainted. Chapter 45. The support quickly summoned the house physician. Mrs. Jiang exclaimed in a state of panic, her composure utterly shattered. Song Wan stepped forward to assist her, gesturing towards several coarse servant women who promptly lifted the elderly Madame Jiang and carried her to the side chamber of the pear garden. After administering acupuncture, the house physician finally roused Madame Jiang from her stupor. Let concubine Lin return to the embroidery pavilion, she murmured, with tears glistening in her eyes. Mrs. Jiang hurriedly nodded, Rest assured, my lady, I shall ensure she returns to the embroidery pavilion. With a weight lifted from her heart, Madame Jiang left behind her precious jewels and jade, dismissing Mrs. Jiang and Song Wan, insisting they focus on the grand banquet at home. As Mrs. Jiang and Song Wan exited the chamber, both wore expressions tinged with anxiety, though their thoughts diverged entirely. Song Wan, brought back to the moment, replied, What is it, Mother? Mrs. Jiang wore a troubled expression. What shall we do about concubine Lin? Song Wan lowered her gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Speak, please. Song Wan finally replied, Mother, do you understand why grandmother desires concubine Lin to return to the embroidery pavilion? Yes, the matriarch has always cherished you and cannot bear to see you wronged. Yet, at present, this concerns the affairs of the Marquisate. I believe, compared to the future of the Marquisate, this slight will not weigh heavily on you, will it? Mrs. Jiang observed Song Wan with a hint of urgency. She was well aware of the household's finances, having managed the accounts before. She knew precisely how much silver was recorded, and now that Jiang Xingjian had returned to the estate, the expenses incurred by the men were mounting. The household expenditures had not diminished. On the contrary, with Jiang Xingjian's return, the silver sent to the palace and the eastern depot had increased significantly, as the Marquisate sought to secure a tangible position for him. This relentless cycle had left her sleepless, as she had already poured her dowry into this gaping deficit, which felt like a mere drop in the ocean. Were it not for the Marquisate's considerable shortfall, she would not have elevated someone as unremarkable as Lin Jiayue. Mrs. Jiang sighed deeply. I do not wish to make things difficult for you, but you are not ignorant of the Marquisate's condition. Now that Lin Jiayue has found a way to earn silver, we should rejoice rather than hinder her. Song Wan kept her head bowed, swallowing her words. After a prolonged silence, urged by Mrs. Jiang, she finally spoke softly, regarding concubine Lin, I am not in a position to decide, it is best if you determine the course of action. Is that not why I sought your counsel? Then it depends on what you deem more important. Ultimately, she could not decide whether Jiang Xingjian's reputation and the Marquisate's family legacy were more significant than the immediate influx of silver. She could only leave it to Mrs. Jiang's judgment. You are right, I shall instruct concubine Lin to prepare accordingly, and everything will proceed as usual. Mrs. Jiang patted Song Wan's hand before hastily departing. In Mrs. Jiang's mind, she could not fathom the broader implications. To her, Song Wan's momentary disgrace paled in comparison to Lin Jiayue's resolute assurance of a substantial financial gain today. As for the elderly Madame Jiang, Mrs. Jiang had already made up her mind. Once the matriarch learned that today's profits equated to 5 or even 10 years' harvest from the estate, her anger would surely dissipate. Song Wan gazed after Mrs. Jiang's retreating figure, lost in thought for a while. Miss, we have guests, Hengji whispered in her ear. Song Wan promptly went to the hanging flower door to greet the visiting ladies of the house. When Mrs. Sun arrived with her daughter, she spotted Song Wan engaged in lively conversation with Lady Lan, alongside a simply dressed lady whom she had never seen before. Mrs. Sun approached to greet them, and Song Wan smiled as she introduced the three. Both Lady Lan and Lady Bai had also brought their daughters, and the young girls possessed gentle dispositions. The Haitang Garden has set up a stage for performances, shall we go and take a look together? Lady Bai suggested with a smile. That sounds delightful. I have not heard a play in quite some time. I wonder what performances are being staged today? The Bai family was not on par with the Sun and Lan households, and she was acutely aware of the patronage that had allowed her to step into the Marquisate. Furthermore, Lady Bai was shrewd and diplomatic. Upon her arrival, she shared what she knew regarding Song Fu's circumstances. As Song Wan pondered how to express her gratitude, she quickly interjected, they should be performing parasitic grass at this hour. If Lady Bai has any preferences, please feel free to request a few acts. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way to the Haitang Garden. Upon entering the garden, they encountered Lin Jiayue, who was enthusiastically showcasing a set of cosmetics, eagerly approaching the elegantly attired ladies and chattering away. Mrs. Sun, intrigued, inquired, who is that young lady? She appears quite lively. Due to Lin Jiayue's attire, the gathering assumed she was the principal wife of one of the households within the Marquisate. Although some had initially been impatient, they nonetheless refrained from voicing their discontent. However, those familiar with the Marquisate were aware that aside from Jiang Yan, none of the younger male heirs were of marrying age, and they had never heard of Jiang Yan being wed. Consequently, they began to murmur among themselves, inquiring about Lin Jiayue's identity. As the inquiries circulated, no one could ascertain which household she belonged to, and when Mrs. Sun posed her question to Song Wan, everyone leaned in with keen interest. Song Wan, observing Lin Jiayue animatedly marketing her cosmetics, felt her cheeks flush with a sense of embarrassment. In her 18 years of life, she had never encountered a noble family behaving in such a manner. Even merchant families, having read a few texts and understood propriety, would not act so brazenly before their guests. After a moment, Song Wan finally replied, she is concubine Lin from our household. Jiang Xingjian had brought back a woman, creating unrest within the household, a fact known to all in the capital. Upon hearing Song Wan's words, the ladies quickly grasped Lin Jiayue's identity. Some conservative matriarchs, witnessing a concubine from the Marquisate behaving in such a manner, immediately darkened in disapproval. Others, having scrutinized Lin Jiayue's attire and her brazen demeanor, cast pitying and sympathetic glances towards Song Wan. Having spoken, Song Wan did not lift her gaze, merely extending her customary greetings to the gathered ladies. Lin Jiayue, feeling ignored after her lengthy efforts to engage, trembled with rage as she saw everyone flock around Song Wan. Yet, the others seemed oblivious to her presence, taking their seats and happily settling in to enjoy the performance. Just as the first act concluded, the chief eunuch of Yanqing Palace, Eunuch Chang, arrived to convey the imperial decree from consort Jiang, commencing with effusive praise for Song Wan, followed by the bestowal of numerous fine gifts. Song Wan graciously accepted the tokens and, after expressing her gratitude to Eunuch Chang, returned to the gathering. Consort Jiang's gesture was not merely a favor to Song Wan but a subtle reminder to the Sun and Lan households of the backing provided by the fifth prince, Xinshu. Song Wan was well aware of the underlying implications and was content to accept the gifts without further ado. The remaining ladies of the households understood the significance of the occasion and exchanged a few polite compliments before moving on. Only Lin Jiayue, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of bitterness deep within her heart. Chapter 46 Incitement. Third sister? Lin Jiayue gazed at Jiang Jing, who was elegantly adorned for the day, and offered a gentle smile, having awaited her arrival for quite some time. Lin auntie? Jiang Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, uncertain of the reason for Lin Jiayue's call. Are you preparing to pay your respects to the ladies at the theater? Yes. Jiang Jing tugged at her silver-embroidered skirt, her cheeks blooming with shyness. Today, as she was to meet the family of her future husband, she had taken great care in her appearance, the new gown complemented by the exquisite headpieces gifted by Song Wan, rendering her both delicate and resplendent. Never before had Jiang Jing imagined she could look so beautiful. If Lin auntie has no further business, I shall take my leave to greet my sister-in-law. After being admonished by Aunt Zhou to present herself well, her heart fluttered with anxiety at the prospect of meeting Lady Lan. Thus, she was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with Lin Jiayue. As Jiang Jing lifted her skirt to depart, Lin Jiayue interjected, do you know who that Master Lan is? Have you ever laid eyes on him? What nonsense are you spouting, Lin auntie? Which unmarried young lady has ever met a man outside her family? What do you mean by that? Seeing Jiang Jing's small face bristle with indignation, Lin Jia hastily clarified, "That is not what I meant. I merely wish to share a few thoughts with you regarding the young master of the Lan family." With that, she discreetly dismissed Jiang Jing's attendant and led her behind the rockery in Haitang Garden. Lin Jia scrutinized Jiang Jing from below, her heart increasingly unsettled. Both Jiang Man and Jiang Xingjian extolled the virtues of Master Lan, yet she found the notion utterly ludicrous. How could a young girl, having never even met the man, contemplate marriage and family? Such an arranged union could hardly be deemed blissful. Even if she were to intervene and dissolve this engagement, it would be an act of kindness. Isn't it rather hasty to consider marriage with someone you have never even met? You are but 14 this year, are you not? As far as I know, that Master Lan is at least 7 or 8 years your senior. Do you truly believe you would find happiness together? Marriages are arranged through parental decree and matchmakers. A proper and decorous young lady has not seen her betrothed. What exactly is Lin Auntie trying to imply? Jiang Jing was well aware that Lin Jia had cohabitated with Jiang Xingjian without a formal matchmaker, so what was her purpose in approaching her with such words? Turning to leave, she found her path obstructed by Lin Jia once more, who insisted, "I understand you may not believe me, but I genuinely wish for your well-being." Lin Jia, visibly anxious, continued, "Everyone speaks of this marriage with the Lan family as a fortuitous match, yet have you ever paused to ponder what this good fortune truly entails? It is true that the Lan family is affluent, but why has a man of such wealth only now sought a bride, and why would he choose a young concubine such as yourself? Have you considered whether this so-called good fortune serves the interests of the whole residence or your own? I do not comprehend what you are saying." Jiang Jing clutched her handkerchief, her large eyes fixed intently on Lin Jia. Each of Lin Jia's words struck a chord deep within her. Having never met Master Lan, she remained oblivious to his character, and with everyone, from Aunt Zhou to those around her, proclaiming this match to be splendid, her heart fluttered with uncertainty. How could such a promising union possibly befall her? Jiang Jing lowered her gaze, her breath quickening. Observing her distress, Lin Jia pressed her lips together and stated, "I shan't beat around the bush any longer. The Lord has informed me that this engagement came to fruition due to Song Wan's brother's acquaintance with Master Lan. The whole residence advocates for this match because of the Lan family's wealth, which may prove beneficial for us in the future. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." Lin Jia gently caressed Jiang Jing's long hair, her brow furrowed with worry. In the past, the whole residence needed a strong alliance due to financial strain, but now that I am here, such a need has dissipated. You are merely 14, how can Song Wan expect to trade the youth of a budding maiden for mere coin? She hopes to leverage your position to elevate the whole residence, yet has she considered that once you marry into the Lan family, you cannot possibly request financial support from them to aid your maternal household? At these words, Jiang Jing's heart quivered. That is impossible. How could she, an outsider in her husband's family, dare to solicit funds to support her own family? Moreover, as a concubine, with only Aunt Zhou as her ally, what right did she have to expect the whole residence to utilize her for monetary gain? A daughter-in-law who constantly seeks financial assistance from her husband's family could never hope to garner their affection. Had her sister-in-law never contemplated her future predicament, Jiang Jing, in a state of panic, felt beads of sweat forming on her brow, unsure of how to proceed. Though I have yet to meet this so-called Master Lan, I surmise that a man of his age who remains unmarried must harbor significant issues. Lin Jia grasped Jiang Jing's hand, her expression grave. Ever since Xingjian revealed the connection between Master Lan and Song Wan's brother, the crux of the matter became clear to me. Song Wan may be using you as a favor to curry favor with the Lan family. It was a realization she had pondered for quite some time. Lin Jia had always doubted that Song Wan could be so oblivious to the future dynamics between the two families, yet Jiang Xingjian seemed to be blinded by naivety, insisting she would never play tricks in such a significant affair. But what tricks could not be played? The marriages of women are often the most easily manipulated. In this era, regardless of the quality of one's marriage, all women must bear their burden silently. Jiang Jing, as a concubine, possessed neither background nor support. Song Wan could maneuver her as she pleased. By marrying you off to the Lan family, she could bask in the accolades from the Jiang family and all the ladies of the whole residence, while also allowing the Lan family to repay her brother as favor. She hits 3 targets with 1 arrow, leaving you to bear the sole burden. Such cunning, who would not marvel at it? Lin Jia frowned. I confess I have selfish motives. I do not wish for this marriage to succeed, allowing her to bask in the praise of others, but I am also sincerely concerned for your welfare. This marriage clearly benefits everyone but you. Think it over carefully. Her words were rooted in sincerity. Whether Jiang Jing would choose to resist intelligently or blindly comply with Song Wan was beyond her control. Having said her piece, Lin Jia exited the rockery, leaving Jiang Jing alone within, drenched in sweat and lost in thought. Even when her maid returned, she remained in a daze. Her face was as pale as a ghost, nearly frightening her attendant into tears. Miss, what troubles you? Please do not frighten me. With reddened eyes, Jiang Jing recounted Lin Jia's words to her maid, her voice tinged with a mix of anger and urgency. Miss, is what Lin Auntie said true? Does Master Lan truly harbor issues? I do not know, but she spoke one undeniable truth. How could such a splendid match possibly befall me? Having been neglected within the whole residence, she had endured the scorn of Lu Auntie alongside Aunt Zhou since childhood. Even the most inconsequential maid dared to belittle them. Although the lady had never actively oppressed them, she also remained indifferent, as if they did not exist within the household. As a mere concubine, how could she expect to be offered a favorable match? Aunt Jo held leverage over her within the Ho residence. If she could not procure money for them, the household would undoubtedly use Aunt Jo to control her. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her heart, and she grasped her maid's hand, declaring, "I cannot sit idly by. If what Lin Auntie says is true, my future with Aunt Jo may well be worse than it has been thus far." Chapter 47, The Interception. Jiang Jing led Xinger to the theater. Within the theater, Song Wan was engaged in conversation with the three ladies, Sun, Bai, and Lan, while several daughters of the ladies and their nieces were seated nearby. Song Wan remarked to Miss Bai, "Your embroidery skills are truly exquisite. I am utterly inferior." The young girl wore a hexagonal scented pouch adorned with a bell at her waist, embroidered with intricate chrysanthemum patterns. Though modest in size, the craftsmanship was exceptionally refined, showcasing the finesse of a woman's needlework. Upon hearing this, Madame Lan raised her gaze to Miss Bai, silently approving her skill. However, her purpose today was to observe Jiang Jing, and after a few compliments, she shifted the conversation. "Where is the third sister? Since all the young ladies are present, why not let them meet? It could foster friendships and offer some leisure for the future. Indeed, we have yet to meet your third daughter. Judging by Madame Ho's stature, I am sure she is equally remarkable." Several ladies chimed in. Song Wan turned to instruct Hang Ji to find Jiang Jing to greet Madame Lan. Just as Hang Ji prepared to seek her out, Jiang Jing appeared, accompanied by her maid, strolling gracefully toward them. Today, the young lady donned a long dress of iris blue, cinched at the waist with a delicate green ribbon, exuding a vibrant and charming aura. Upon seeing her, Song Wan could not help but smile. She was genuinely fond of the girl's lively demeanor. "Is this your third daughter?" Madame Lan's eyes sparkled upon seeing Jiang Jing. She had no authority over her uncle's marriage, and as an elder, it was inappropriate for her to discuss such matters privately. Fortunately, after cautiously inquiring a few days prior, she learned that the ancestor, who was several years her junior yet held a higher status, had finally given his approval, allowing Madame Lan to accept the olive branch offered by the Ho family. Seeing Jiang Jing eased her heart considerably. The young girl, being both beautiful and youthful, would not overshadow her, and if Jiang Jing was well behaved, their family would only have to cherish her. Madame Lan grew increasingly pleased and beckoned Jiang Jing, "Come closer, my dear, let me have a look at you." Noticing Madame Lan's demeanor, Song Wan discerned her satisfaction and turned to observe Jiang Jing. Everyone was waiting, yet Jiang Jing stood at a distance, seemingly oblivious to Madame Lan's invitation. "Ah, she possesses a strong character." Madame Lan retracted her hand, and Song Wan's smile faded as she frowned, gazing at Jiang Jing in silence. Perhaps due to the cold reception from the others, Jiang Jing timidly approached Song Wan, deliberately ignoring Madame Lan, murmuring, "Sister-in-law, has the third sister arrived? Why not join the Bai and Lan young ladies in some play? They are unfamiliar with the surroundings, so do take care of them," Song Wan encouraged. Jiang Jing was taken aback. She had yet to express any opposition to this marriage arrangement, so why was her sister-in-law pushing her forward? Just as she pondered this, Heng Ji smiled and led several young ladies to a nearby pavilion in the Haitang Garden. This joyful troupe is renowned in Jiangnan, and Xiao Fengling possesses both a lovely figure and excellent singing skills. Why don't we have Madame Lan choose a play for us to enjoy? Song Wan suggested, handing a script to Madame Lan and smiling as tea and snacks were brought forth. The surrounding ladies observed Jiang Jing's earlier behavior, and one by one shook their heads, knowing that the girl would likely struggle to find a suitor. Despite her beauty, her lack of decorum and poor perception might render her a burden in marriage. Madame Lan gracefully accepted the script and cheerfully selected a performance of the jade hairpin. As the discussion of the marriage between the Lan and Ho families faded, it was as if such thoughts had never existed. Fallen leaves disturbed the remnants of dreams. As I stroll through the fragrant dust, counting the fallen petals, the performer began to sing, and Song Wan subtly signaled Heng Ji to investigate what had transpired earlier, curious as to why Jiang Jing had suddenly acted so disrespectfully. As the performance concluded, Madame Lan excused herself to rest downstairs, while Madame Sun and other esteemed ladies exchanged pleasantries, leaving only Madame Bai behind. Observing Song Wan, Madame Bai suddenly remarked, "It seems that a tiger father does not produce a dog son. I believe the same applies to this tiger brother having no dog sister." Noticing that Madame Bai had brought up Song Fu, Song Wan understood she had something to discuss and invited her to the moon viewing pavilion in Haitang Garden. "I heard from my husband that it is quite unusual for Song Gongzi to go to the Ministry of Personnel. It truly is a waste of talent," Madame Bai commented. Song Wan replied with a smile, "My brother cares for me. He thought that by going to the Ministry of Personnel, he could support me, which is why he defied our father. Otherwise, he would have remained at the Imperial Academy." Her sincerity caught Madame Bai off guard, prompting her to become more serious. Song Gongzi is a good elder brother. For a young lady to have such a brother is certainly a blessing. Although a woman must follow her husband after marriage, a husband cannot compare to a brother. Without support from her family, a woman cannot stand tall in her husband's household. Take Song Wan, for instance, with two muddled elders in her home and a cold-hearted, unfaithful husband, without a brother to back her, one can only wonder what kind of life she would lead. It was no wonder that today, even Aunt Lin had been overly assertive with her, yet Song Wan showed no signs of distress. Surely, if today's events were known to the Song family, they would not let it slide, and there was no need for Song Wan to make a scene to save face. Madame Bai's thoughts wandered, and she grew somewhat melancholic. "You are a good person, and Song Gongzi is indeed remarkable. However, the Ministry of Personnel is simply not suited for him. If Lord Song has any means, perhaps he could arrange for Song Gongzi to return to the Imperial Academy. That would be far better than wasting time at the Ministry of Personnel." Upon hearing this, Song Wan lowered her gaze slightly. She understood that Madame Bai was extending a goodwill gesture and was aware that her brother would face far more challenges at the ministry than at the academy, but there was clearly more to Madame Bai's words. Although Madame Bai's husband held only a minor position at the ministry, her father was a well-respected teacher of Guoqing. The left assistant minister, Guoqing, had always valued his teachers and held Madame Bai's father in high regard, visiting him during festivals. From the very beginning, Song Wan had aimed to leverage Guoqing's connections to benefit Song Fu. Her brother, with his proud nature, would disdain such maneuvering, yet she felt compelled to plan for him. After a moment's reflection, Song Wan inquired, "Is someone causing difficulties for my brother?" Madame Bai smiled faintly, offering no reply as Song Wan chose not to press further and instead smiled as she mentioned Miss Bai is truly elegant, with a gentle disposition. Her exceptional embroidery skills leave even me envious. I wonder which family is fortunate enough to marry such a remarkable young lady. Madame Bai laughed heartily. In recent years, many families have come to propose, but I cannot bear to part with her just yet. I wish to keep her for a few more years, and thus the marriage has been delayed. I wonder what kind of family Madame Bai prefers. If I know anyone suitable, I could help with a recommendation. Madame Bai took Song Wan's hand warmly and said, "It matters not what position the family holds. I simply hope the gentleman has a higher status so that my daughter does not feel constrained. Although my girl is mild-mannered, she is somewhat timid and adheres strictly to customs, spending her days busy with her needlework. If the gentleman is of higher status and a few years older, that would be ideal." It appeared she had set her sights on the Lan family. The Bai family's standing was indeed a bit low. Without a matchmaker, even though the Lan family was merely a merchant family now, it would be challenging to gain their favor. Song Wan furrowed her brow and after a long pause, replied, "My brother does know of a gentleman fitting that description. I will need to consult him." Madame Bai's face lit up with joy. Indeed, if Song Gongzi helps my daughter connect with this gentleman, the Bai family shall owe him a great debt of gratitude, which we will surely repay. Song Wan smiled slightly. It seemed that the marriage between the Bai and Lan families was destined to happen, with no room for failure. Chapter 48 Support in the Garden of Begonias. The singing had lasted for most of the day, and the guests invited to the banquet were only just beginning to arrive. Song Wan, accompanied by Lady Jiang, was leading the various ladies to the Dear Spirit courtyard for their meal. However, upon entering the courtyard, they were all taken aback at the entrance. The expansive courtyard was devoid of any tables or chairs. At the forefront stood a grand platform, adorned with an abundance of flowers and a crimson silk banner, upon which were inscribed the words Huan Yan Jai in bold characters. A row of long tables was set up in front, laden with extravagantly designed cosmetics. Moreover, on both sides of the courtyard, there were also long tables replete with a variety of exquisite dishes and delicacies, creating a truly spectacular sight. Song Wan observed Lin Jiayue, who stood at the center of the grand platform with a look of delight, and could not help but press her lips together in contemplation. Hengji, startled by the scene in the courtyard, exclaimed, "Is this how Aunt Lin manages the household? It is utterly absurd." Song Wan glanced back at her, and Hengji lowered her head, murmuring, "It is my fault for overstepping." Song Wan recognized that Hengji was intentionally revealing Lin Jiayue's authority in front of the ladies from the capital to extricate herself from the situation. With her gaze lowered, Song Wan expressed her apologies to everyone present, saying, "It is my failure to manage the household properly, which has led to this farce." Upon hearing this, Lady Jiang seemed to come to a realization, pressing her forehead in distress. What a misfortune for our family, what a misfortune. Even if Lady Jiang desired wealth, she could never have anticipated Lin Jiayue's disgraceful display. What was happening here? Not only were the banquet's provisions laid out in the open, but there were also no chairs provided. Was it truly Lin Jiayue's intention to have the ladies purchase her cosmetics in order to receive a chair and partake in a warm meal? This thought barely crossed Lady Jiang's mind before she felt her face burn with shame. How could that little concubine have the audacity to behave in such a manner? The mere thought of the scornful gazes from the guests made Lady Jiang feel faint, and she instinctively closed her eyes, pretending to swoon. She could not bear the burden of such humiliation. The guests attending the banquet were all matriarchs from various esteemed families in the capital, most of whom had managed their households for a lifetime. How could they not see through Lady Jiang's intentions? One by one, they suppressed their disdain and pointed to the maidservants to step forward and assist, while they themselves remained rooted at the entrance, unwilling to take a step further. Lin Jiayue, upon noticing Lady Jiang's sudden fainting spell as she entered the courtyard, hurriedly rushed before the crowd. Song Wan summoned the household physician and arranged for Lady Jiang's departure before turning to the guests and bowing. "Today, it is my failure to host you all well. My mother is unwell, so perhaps we should disperse this banquet." "Song Wan, what are you saying?" Lin Jiayue glared at her with furrowed brows, incensed that her event had been prematurely declared over by Song Wan before it had even begun. She had painstakingly drafted numerous versions of her speech for today's launch, with each word meticulously chosen. Even the products showcased had been carefully selected, and she had even prepared a prized item for auction. Yet now, with a single phrase from Song Wan, all her efforts of the past half-month had been rendered futile. How outrageous! Before Song Wan could respond, an elderly woman, leaning on a gilded agate cane, spoke sternly. "How does Lian Jin manage the Marquisate? How dare a lowly concubine raise her voice against the legitimate mistress? Since Qingzhou's passing, has she been the one to tarnish the Marquisate's reputation?" Lian Jin was the maiden name of the old Marquise, while Qingzhou was the courtesy name of the late Marquis. Recognizing the woman's way of addressing the elder, Song Wan deduced that she must be the matriarch of the Yuan Guogong family, the grandaunt of the late Marquis. "Grandaunt, please do not be angered. It is not worth straining your health." The old woman shot Song Wan a glance, clearly displeased. The 3 generations of mistresses in the Jiang Yang Marquisate were like useless figures, allowing an inconsequential person to flaunt her authority, which was indeed a disgrace to the Jiang family. As the Yuan Guogong matriarch grew increasingly incensed, she struck her cane heavily against the ground and strode away, refusing to look back. The other ladies, witnessing this, offered Song Wan apologetic smiles, exchanged a few words of consolation, and soon departed, leaving the courtyard empty within the span of a single incense stick. Despite Lin Jiayue's attempts to block their exit, she was unsuccessful, and just as she was about to charge at Song Wan had already left the Dear Spirit courtyard with Hengji. Once outside the courtyard, Song Wan instructed, "Go fetch a few maidservants." She whispered something into Hengji's ear, and Hengji nodded eagerly and hurried off. With the ladies having dispersed, Jiang Xingjian wore a grim expression in the outer courtyard. The three guests symbolize the three luminaries, while the four seats represent the four seasons. The host must respect the guests, thus they sit in the northwest, the guests, receiving others with righteousness, while the host welcomes them with benevolence, thus they sit in the southeast. The etiquette of the world is established. The seating and movements of the host and guests are all predetermined. How can the ancestral rules be disregarded in your Jiang Xingjian's household? Today, with guests of all ages present, do you intend for the elderly Song Di to stand and compete for food alongside my family's grandson? What kind of propriety is that? Jiang Xingjian, you are being excessively tyrannical. Minister Fong, a censor from the court, scolded him vehemently before departing, followed by a middle-aged man with a forced smile. The Changyang Marquis has quite the arrogance. I am in awe, the man remarked as he exited, only for an elderly man with a white beard to step forward. I do not ask for the world to be harmonious and for the young to be obedient. However, for a family such as the Yang Marquisate, the four virtues of etiquette, righteousness, integrity, and honor should surely be understood. Zhang Haoi, take heed. Song Lanan and Song Fu stood at a distance, with Song Lanan looking solemn, remarking coldly, "What a pity for Wanner." Song Fu's face was cold, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Xingjian. The male guests attending the banquet left one by one, their faces grim, and once they gathered with their own families outside the Marquisate, they began to express their grievances. Madame Sun was rebuked by Lord Sun, who scolded her thoroughly. Today's debacle is not known to the Marquis and Marquise, it was entirely caused by that little concubine brought into the household. Indeed, she is a lowly creature from a humble background, lacking insight, and having gained a bit of influence, has become brazen. Lord Sun remarked, "How can Song Lanan's daughter not be able to manage a mere concubine? How could she allow her to behave in such a manner? Jiang Xingjian is also a fool. I will not agree to the marriage with the Jiang family. No matter how wealthy they may be, I shall not ally with such a family. This has turned into a disgrace." Upon hearing this, Madame Sun hurriedly clarified, "I did not seek this marriage for the sake of the Changyang Marquisate. Besides, did you not previously say that Jiang Yan is a talented individual? He would be a perfect match for Xiuxiu." Seeing that Lord Sun remained silent, seemingly weighing his options, Madame Sun sighed, "You cannot blame Song Wan for today's events. It is not her incompetence, but rather," she gestured toward the top of the carriage, "that troublesome one from the palace." The Jiang concubine? Yes, just now I overheard a few maidservants from the Marquisate gossiping. Had it not been for the Jiang concubine's backing, how could that concubine have dared to be so unruly? Lord Sun's brows furrowed sharply. What a fool, with the fifth prince having such a mother, how can he achieve greatness? Chapter 49. Steaming. The grand banquet had scarcely begun before it was already over, and Jiang Xingjian's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. He strode towards the back courtyard, intent on confronting Lin Jiayue for clarity. However, as he entered the drooping flower gate, he was unexpectedly met by her. "Jiang Xingjian, you must reign in Song Wan." Lin Jiayue tugged at her sleeve, indignation evident in her voice. "I cannot fathom whether she is envious of me, fearing I might bring wealth to the Marquisate." Before the event could even commence, Song Wan had already dismissed all the guests. "I told you she harbored ill intentions, yet you continue to defend her. Enough." Jiang Xingjian grasped Lin Jiayue's wrist, his tone grave. "What on earth were you thinking when organizing today's banquet? Why are the dishes left out in the courtyard, and why are there no tables or chairs?" "You're hurting me," Lin Jiayue retorted as she freed her wrist from his grip. "This is a buffet. Buffets facilitate interpersonal connections, guests can converse freely, engaging with whomever they desire, far more convenient than being seated at a table, wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Xingjian gritted his teeth. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Lin Jiayue laughed lightly. "I wanted to surprise you with a spectacular revelation." Were the guests not pleased? Just as Jiang Xingjian was about to articulate the multitude of etiquette surrounding hosting, how hosts and guests should navigate the space, the proper arrangements for seating based on seniority and status, and the dire implications of such a chaotic gathering for the Marquisate's reputation, Song Wan approached from a distance. Lin Jiayue's expression darkened, and before she could speak, Song Wan interjected, "I need to speak with you, let us go to the lawn courtyard." Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, his cheeks suddenly flushed upon seeing Song Wan. Only days prior, he had assured his mother in her presence that Lin Jiayue could manage the affairs of the household. Who could have anticipated such a swift turn of events? Taking a deep breath, he followed suit, with Lin Jiayue sulking behind. As the trio arrived at the lawn courtyard, Aunt Zhou and Jiang Jing entered as well. Aunt Zhou, feeling apprehensive, whispered to Jiang Jing, "What has transpired?" After asking the maid to brew tea, Song Wan began, "Today, I summoned Aunt Zhou to discuss the marriage between the third young lady in the Lan family." "What of Jiang Jing's engagement to the Lan family? Is there some discontent from their side?" Aunt Zhou inquired. Song Wan replied, "Madame Lan is quite pleased with the third young lady, however, it is unclear why she herself has rejected the proposal." I did not, Aunt Zhou exclaimed, grasping Jiang Jing's arm. Jiang Jing timidly interjected, I did not refuse, I merely, there is no need for you to be anxious, Song Wan said coolly. The matchmaking with the Lan family was orchestrated by me, and whether it succeeds or fails must be communicated to the household. You need not fear. Upon hearing Song Wan's words, Aunt Zhou's anger flared as she chastised Jiang Jing. Why have you not apologized to your sister-in-law? The Lan family is an esteemed household, and you reject such an advantageous match. Do you have any idea how much effort your sister-in-law has expended for your engagement? A marriage is not so easily dismissed. You cannot simply refuse. What are you thinking? Aunt Zhou, though of humble origins, had only Jiang Jing as her daughter. Since learning of Song Wan's involvement in the engagement, she had exhausted her savings to inquire about the Lan family and their son. Though she had only gathered vague information, she understood that this was an exceedingly favorable match. If not for Song Wan's genuine regard for them, she would not have taken such care in selecting such a family. And now, Song Wan's words clearly indicated her withdrawal from the matter, leaving Aunt Zhou to ponder who else could possibly secure a better match for Jiang Jing. All Aunt Zhou desired was for her daughter to marry well. To avoid the path she herself had trodden. With that hope dashed, she broke down in tears before everyone. Seeing his mother weep, Jiang Jing's eyes reddened. Aunt, please do not cry. Have you considered that a match with the Lan family could never possibly fall to me? Why would such a fine match come my way? Song Wan, holding the teacup, paused momentarily, while Hengwu seethed at Jiang Jing's words. What are you saying, Jiang Jing? Do you imply that my young lady deliberately chose a lowly match to demean you? What worth does the third young lady possess that would warrant such attention from my lady? What is going on? Is the engagement between Jiang Jing and the Lan family off? Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow, to which Song Wan looked up with a smirk. Perhaps you should directly inquire with Lin Jiayue. Lin Jiayue scoffed. Indeed, it was I who encouraged the third young lady to reject the Lan family's proposal. So what? I shall tear your mouth out. Aunt Zhou, still sobbing, charged at Lin Jiayue, her face contorted with rage. It is often said that a mother becomes fierce for her child. A woman who had lived in weakness now exhibited newfound resolve. Lin Jiayue, frightened, hid behind Jiang Xingjian. Have you lost your mind? Song Wan is merely facilitating a connection between Jiang Jing and the Lan family as a favor to Song Fu. Do you truly believe she has your best interests at heart? What are you saying? Have you gone mad? As Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue resumed their argument, Song Wan interjected coldly, further discussion is futile. I gathered a few here merely to inform you that this match with the Lan family will not come to fruition. Henceforth, do not inquire about it with me. As for the third young lady's marriage, I must confess my inability to find a match superior to the Lan family. As for your quarrels or disputes, feel free to continue, but do not do so in my courtyard. Setting down her teacup, Song Wan uttered a dismissal and retreated to her quarters. Outside, Aunt Zhou continued to wail, while Jiang Jing attempted to console her. Lin Jiayue shouted that she would find an even better match for Jiang Jing. Observing the chaotic spectacle before him, Jiang Xingjian felt the veins in his forehead throb. For a moment, he was at a loss regarding which matter to address first. Hengwu maintained a stoic demeanor, ushering away those who needed to be sent off and soothing those who required comfort. When she returned to Song Wan's side, she found her reclining on a beauty couch, eyes closed in repose. My lady, what should we do now that Lin Jiayue has caused such a ruckus? Hengwu inquired. Song Wan lifted her head, pressing her fingers to her forehead. The Marquisate is beyond saving. I had thought Lin Jiayue, despite her foolishness, would merely create trivial disturbances, yet she has embroiled us in increasingly troublesome affairs. Green Bamboo approached, gently massaging Song Wan's neck. After this incident, the Marquis will likely no longer trust Lin Jiayue, and the Jiang concubine will probably withdraw her support as well, won't she? Song Wan pursed her lips, deep in thought. After a long pause, she murmured, Madam, I mentioned that my brother is struggling in the Ministry of Personnel. Aside from Jiang Man, no one would make things difficult for a mere deputy in the ministry who has yet to establish himself. Gazing at the crooked wooden carvings beside the bed, Song Wan fell silent for a moment before stating, We must ensure that the Jiang concubine elevates Lin Jiayue and disseminates the news that she has tasked Lin Jiayue with managing the household affairs, binding the two together firmly. My lady, Zhao Mama interjected, disapprovingly, you should take this opportunity to remove Lin Jiayue entirely, preferably informing the old madam to expel that little harlot from the residence. Only then can you and the Marquis enjoy a harmonious future together. Why would I want to tie that little harlot to the Jiang concubine? Would that not only bolster her arrogance? Hangji murmured, My lady, it is for the eldest young master. Song Wan grasped Hangji's hand, smiling gently. She was not only concerned for her brother but also for her aunt and the third prince. Lin Jiayue was a calamity. Binding her to the Jiang concubine would only drag the Marquisate and Jiang Man down with her, especially since the scandal regarding Hua Fengjai had yet to surface. If the Jiang concubine faltered, so too would her aunt and brother fare poorly. As for what would become of her in Jiang Xingjian in the future, Song Wan lowered her gaze, deeming it better left unspoken. Chapter 50 A resignation madam has awakened and wishes to see the young lady. After resting for a while on the beauty couch, Song Wan could only rise and change her attire before heading to the Jiangxiang courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, she was met with the sight of Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue embroiled in a heated argument, yet, as soon as they caught sight of her, both fell silent, exchanging a glance that suggested a tacit understanding. You have arrived, Jiang Xingjian remarked coldly, to which Song Wan merely responded with a soft acknowledgement before stepping into the room of Lady Jiang. How do you manage the household? That affair has turned the grand banquet into such a debacle, do you not know, nor care, at all? As Song Wan placed one foot inside Lady Jiang's chamber, Lady Jiang, propped up on her elbow, admonished her sternly, "The management of the inner quarters of the Marquis residence is entrusted to you, yet you exhibit such carelessness? It is a disgrace to have my trust in you wasted. Tell me, how have you conducted yourself? A splendid banquet has been reduced to having guests from various houses stand while dining. The reputation of our Marquis household, built over centuries, has been tarnished. Can you bear the responsibility for this?" With her head bowed, Song Wan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lady Jiang's head was wrapped in a cloth, her complexion pallid, indicating that she had come to grasp the gravity of the banquet's failure, and was indeed stricken with a touch of illness. "Mother speaks truly. It is Wanner's incompetence." Lady Jiang was rendered speechless by her rapid admission of fault. After a prolonged silence, she spoke through muffled sobs. "He has endured hardships at the frontier for many years. For 6 years, he has faced untold difficulties after finally returning to the Marquis residence. Why can none of you allow him some peace and respite? He has just inherited the title and lost face. How will he establish himself in court henceforth? A man is preoccupied with external affairs. How can you not manage this trifling household matter? Must he toil daily while also worrying over the affairs of the inner quarters?" "Mother speaks truly." Song Wan obediently stood to the side, merely uttering that she recognized her wrongdoing to every reproach from Lady Jiang, which only served to exacerbate Lady Jiang's discomfort, leaving her with an unexpressed frustration. With her heart aflame, Lady Jiang could not help but direct her grievances towards Song Wan. "You are, after all, a daughter raised in the Song household. Cannot even a mere concubine be managed properly? Is this the quality of daughters the Song family produces? Mother." At that moment, Jiang Xingjian entered. Overhearing his mother's disparagement of the Song family, his brow furrowed, and guilt washed over him. This matter had little to do with Song Wan. What right did they have to cast aspersions upon the Song household? Jiang Xingjian intended to offer explanations, yet Song Wan interjected, "I understand mother's anxiousness, but there is no need for such excessive worry. Although today's banquet differed from the past, I believe that Lin An's approach has broken from the antiquated norms, avoiding tediousness and monotony." Lady Jiang frowned, her anger escalating. Just days prior, Song Wan had indeed asserted that the established customs could not be broken, yet here she was, staunchly advocating for Lin Jiayue to oversee the grand banquet. Little did she know that Lin Jiayue would descend into such madness. Lady Jiang rose, her expression one of fury. "Are you now blaming me?" "Wanner would not dare." Song Wan bowed deeply, remaining in that position for an extended moment. Jiang Xingjian inhaled deeply, apologizing to Lady Jiang before taking Song Wan by the hand and exiting the Jiangxiang courtyard. Once outside, Song Wan freed herself from Jiang Xingjian's grasp. "Today's events do not concern you. There is no need for you to dwell on them." Song Wan nodded. "I understand." Jiang Xingjian continued, "As for the marriage of the third sister with the Lan family, I must trouble you to pay more attention. This union must not be severed. The marriage with the Lan family seems unlikely now. Today, in front of the gathered ladies, the third sister humiliated Lady Lan. If the Marquis household presses this alliance further, it will not be a matter of kinship but rather enmity." Song Wan's tone was placid, leaving Jiang Xingjian unsettled. A fortnight ago, she had expressed deep concern for the future of the Marquis household, yet how had her demeanor grown so cold in merely a few days? Jiang Xingjian's bewilderment deepened, and he could only suppress his unease, saying, "If the Lan family is not a viable option, which household in the capital do you think would be more suitable?" "Has your husband forgotten?" Song Wan lifted her gaze, locking her eyes with Jiang Xingjian's, uttering each word deliberately. "I have stated that I am powerless regarding the third sister's marriage. Why must you press me so? Is there resentment in your heart?" Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, at a loss for how to confront this side of Song Wan in his mind. Song Wan had always been obedient. Even if somewhat aloof, she had always approached significant matters with reason and grace, never displaying petulance, particularly concerning his future and that of the Marquis household, where she had been meticulously cautious and attentive. "What does my husband believe could provoke my ire?" Song Wan chuckled lightly, her gaze chilling as it lingered on Jiang Xingjian's ashen face. His reluctance to share a chamber with her had turned her into a subject of ridicule within the household, while his disregard had led Lady Jiang to underestimate her. Jiang Man, a married woman, had the audacity to meddle in the affairs of the inner quarters, and the entire Marquis household not only accepted it but also supported her interference. Jiang Xingjian was acutely aware of Lin Jiayue's frivolous nature and knew she was wholly incapable of managing the grand banquet, yet he still permitted her to wield authority over the household. As she told to arrange a marriage for Jiang Jing, her efforts were squandered by mere words of provocation, while he casually remarked that the marriage with the Lan family must not be severed. Now, he had the audacity to inquire if she bore any resentment. Song Wan pondered this and nearly laughed aloud. "I have matters to attend to and shall not impose further on my husband." Without waiting for Jiang Xingjian's response, she turned and departed, leaving no trace of regret behind. Following the grand banquet, both Lady Jiang and the old matriarch fell ill. The old matriarch's health had never been robust, and the household had concealed the events of the banquet from her. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Jiayue had created a considerable disaster, while Lady Jiang's illness stemmed from the fact that Jiang Xingjian had indeed been reported by others. An official had brought forth accusations against him for his erratic conduct, improper adherence to protocols, damaging the family's reputation, feigning purity while consorting with unscrupulous individuals, and engaging in corrupt practices. It was rumored that the Empress had initially sought an official position for Jiang Xingjian, but after the accusations surfaced, he was granted a post as a supervisor in the Shilin Garden. The role involved overseeing the rearing of livestock, poultry, and the cultivation of fruits and vegetables, a position that was nothing short of a leisurely sinecure. On the day the imperial edict was issued, the household kitchen had not prepared any meals, and the entire Marquis residence was enveloped in silence, save for the whispers emanating from Xiaoyan Pavilion, where they seemed to be in a heated discussion. Yet, Song Wan was disinterested. She was currently preoccupied with other matters, having previously sought connections concerning Jiang Man and Lin Jiayue. The business of Huanyan Pavilion was flourishing remarkably. This was not due to Lin Jiayue's superior cosmetics, but rather because many wished to curry favor with the Jiang matriarch. Listening to Hengji report on the accounts from the outer courtyard, Song Wan merely smiled and remained silent. Huanyan Pavilion's revenue is rapidly approaching that of the ice shop. That is of no concern. Song Wan replied with a gentle smile, the larger this business grows, the better. As she contemplated an opportune moment to introduce the two madams of the Bayanlan families, she was interrupted by the sounds of wailing from outside the courtyard. It was Zhou Yingyang once again pleading for mercy. Song Wan frowned, and after a moment's pause, she instructed, allow them to enter. Xiangso went outside to relay the message, and before long, Zhou Yingyang and Jiang Jing entered, followed closely by Lin Jiayue, who wore a mocking smile. Chapter 51 of the side chamber. Why don't you quickly apologize to your sister-in-law? As soon as Aunt Zhou entered, her eyes red with emotion, she pushed Jiang Jing upon witnessing this. Jiang Jing, suppressing her tears, knelt before Song Wan. The young girl sobbed, it was Jinger who misbehaved and offended her sister-in-law. I hope you can forgive me this time, dear sister-in-law. Indeed, dear madam, please do not hold it against her. A young lady's marriage is of utmost importance. If she fails to find a suitable match, her entire life may be ruined. You are magnanimous, so please do not quarrel with a mere child, Aunt Zhou exclaimed, her legs trembling as she prepared to kneel, only to be pulled back up by Hongwu. Hongwu, unable to contain her fiery temper after enduring much torment these past few days, could no longer restrain her anger upon seeing Lin Jiayue enter with an air of indifference, swaying her hips with a nonchalant demeanor. With a voice that dripped with sarcasm, she declared, if the third miss wishes to kneel before our matriarch, so be it. It is not a loss for her to do so, given the hierarchy. But what is Aunt Zhou attempting to achieve? You are, after all, a half-elder to our matriarch. Do you intend to tarnish our master's reputation by forcing a kneeling from someone in the family or secretly diminish our matriarch's fortune? Miss Hongwu, your words are too harsh. I harbor no such intentions, Aunt Zhou replied, her tears flowing once more. Aunt Zhou, please do not cry. A third sister, please rise. I cannot accept your kneeling, Song Wan said as she helped them both to their feet and instructed Lu Zhu to bring them handkerchiefs and brew some calming tea. Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Lady Lin? Lin Jiayue smiled faintly, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. In recent days, she had quarreled fiercely with Jiang Xingjian, to the point where he had moved out of the Xiaoyan Pavilion. Despite her frustrations over what she deemed a trivial matter, a buffet she had organized, she could not allow Song Wan to exploit this moment of discord. Madam, I come bearing the imperial decree from Empress Jiang, instructing Jiayue to assist you in managing the Marquisate. Jiayue had been preoccupied with the Huanyan studio project, which is now thriving, and I thought to lend you a hand. Jiayue is rather simple. If she has erred, please do not hold it against her, Hongwu remarked, casting a strange glance at Lin Jiayue but refraining from uttering a curse. Her ability to restrain her fiery disposition perplexed Lin Jiayue. Please make yourself comfortable, Lady Lin. Observing Song Wan's composed demeanor, Lin Jiayue felt an inexplicable sensation that this woman had been anticipating her arrival. Aunt Zhou, noticing Aunt Zhou's swollen, tear-stained eyes, Song Wan softened her tone. It is clear that the marriage between third sister and the Lan family will not come to fruition. You need not grieve excessively. It was never a certainty, so you may as well forget it. Humph, Lin Jiayue scoffed coldly, yet the room remained indifferent to her presence. Can't the madam assist Jinger in finding another way? I have spoken with Jinger. She did not mean any offense that day. She simply did not respond when Madame Lan called her. If you could kindly explain to Madame Lan, I am certain she will not hold it against Jinger. Upon hearing this, Song Wan's expression dulled considerably, and she replied coolly, what do you suggest I say to Aunt Zhou? Simply state that Jinger did not hear her, or that she is still young and unaware of propriety, and that she will earnestly study the rules upon returning home. The Lan family, though wealthy, has noble origins. Lan Yunhe, as the uncle of the clan's head, holds a high position. Do you truly believe Madame Lan would accept a girl who only begins to learn the rules on the eve of her marriage as her daughter-in-law? He is merely a man she has never met. If this marriage falls through, another can be sought. Third sister is a young lady, not unattractive. I have yet to see a girl who cannot find a suitable match. How absurd, Lin Jiayue retorted, only for Aunt Zhou to spit in her direction. Do you think all young women are as shameless as you, who would engage in illicit affairs with a man without any formal engagement? If it were not for your meddling, my Jinger would not be in this predicament. Aunt Zhou's eyes were bloodshot, her tears long dried up. And what kind of man is young Master Lan? The Lan family possesses immense wealth. If my Jinger marries into their household, she will be the highest-ranking lady there, with no mother-in-law or sisters-in-law to contend with. Even the head of the Lan family would have to address my Jinger as aunt. That young Master Lan purchased a 5-courtyard residence near Guangmen years ago, intending to establish his own household after marriage. If Jinger marries into the Lan family, she will become a wealthy mistress. Such a fortunate destiny has been entirely ruined by you. You focus solely on the Lan family's riches. Have you ever considered what kind of man young Master Lan truly is? No matter how affluent he may be, if he takes multiple wives and concubines in the future, Jiang Jing will not find happiness. How absurd, Aunt Zhou retorted vehemently, the union of yin and yang is the natural order. Which man in this world does not take a concubine? My Ginger will be the primary wife in the Lan family. Even if young Master Lan takes other wives, none would surpass my Ginger. I understand now. It must be your lowly background and status as a concubine that makes you resentful of my Ginger being the primary wife, which leads you to maliciously instigate her to lose the marriage. I shall peel your skin off. What a lunatic. Lin Jiayue shot Anzhou an irritated glare, unwilling to engage with the vulgar woman. Song Wan, meanwhile, sipped her tea, seemingly unfazed by the chaos unfolding before her. The commotion in the courtyard intensified, and a woman stood at the entrance with a young maid, both looking somewhat embarrassed as if they had something to say but were unsure how to begin. Lady Zhang, Hong Ji called out. Upon seeing Lady Zhang, Anzhou instantly quieted, pulling Jiang Jing to stand beside her. Lady Zhang glided in gracefully, followed by a young maid adorned with a silver hairpin. The maid appeared timid yet quite lovely. Upon seeing her, Anzhou fell silent, feeling both angered and anxious at having her disheveled state exposed. Once quite favored by the late Marquis, Anzhou bitterly reflected that if Lady Zhang had not employed underhanded tactics to usurp her position, she would not only have Jiang Jing as her sole daughter. The thought of Lady Zhang having a complete family filled Anzhou with an overwhelming sense of envy. I come to pay my respects to the madam. Today, I have a matter to discuss, Lady Zhang said softly. Please, Lady Zhang, speak freely, Song Wan replied, raising her hand to adjust the golden hairpin atop her head. With a smile that lit up her face, Lady Zhang said, it is about the fourth master. He has turned 10, and I believe it is time to arrange for someone to care for him. I have selected a clever little maid to serve as his concubine. In our household, it is customary for any concubine to be formally registered. I thought it prudent to inform you, dear madam, and when you have a moment, could you please assist me by adding this girl's name to the register? By elevating a concubine, a monthly allowance would be established, and as Lady Zhang spoke, she handed Song Wan the girl's birth certificate. Song Wan accepted it, about to nod in agreement when Lin Jiayue abruptly stood up, her voice sharp as she exclaimed, a concubine for a child, aunt? She snatched the birth certificate from Song Wan's hands, calculating the date and time of birth, her face paling as she declared, have you lost your minds? To allow a 10-year-old child to take a concubine and marry a girl of 13 or 14, this is madness. I refuse to agree. With that, Lin Jiayue tore the birth certificate to shreds. Chapter 52 Schadenfreude. Lin Jiayue's actions were so abrupt that everyone in the room was left stunned. By the time Aunt Zhou regained her composure, she subtly covered her lips, realizing that she was not the only victim of that household scourge. Aunt Zhou felt a strange alleviation of her inner turmoil. After the passing of the old Marquis, Aunt Zhang, much like Aunt Zhou, had retreated into a life of seclusion. Now, unexpectedly confronted by Lin Jiayue's treatment, she stood there, momentarily dazed, blinking in disbelief. What are you doing? The first to speak was a young maid adorned with a silver hairpin. She furrowed her delicate brows and stared with wide, bewildered eyes at Lin Jiayue. Why are you tearing up my marriage contract for no reason? I am saving you, are you really that foolish? Lin Jiayue retorted, casting the contract to the ground and berating Song Wan. What are you thinking? Is it amusing to ruin a young girl? She's merely in her teens, why should she be forced into a concubinage with a 10-year-old boy? You are extinguishing her life before it has even begun. Do you still consider yourself human? Song Wan raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Lin Jiayue's sudden bout of madness. Get away from me. Lin Jiayue felt someone gripping her shoulder tightly and forcefully pushed her aside. Aunt Zhang, clutching her precariously tilting hairpin, glared fiercely. What does it matter to you if I arrange a concubine for the fourth master? Moreover, Xiang Mei is already one of my own. What business is it of yours to act so deranged? Are you itching to serve the fourth master in his chambers? Bah, you wretched creature, don't you see that the fourth master would never look upon you favorably? Aunt Zhou, who had previously been teary-eyed, found her last remnants of resentment vanish upon hearing Aunt Zhang's harsh words reminiscent of her own younger days. If it weren't for the inopportune timing, she would have applauded and encouraged Aunt Zhang to unleash more venomous insults. You seek to obstruct the third Mrs. marriage, and now you wish to thwart the fourth master from taking a concubine? You should take a good look at yourself before daring to meddle in my affairs. Zhang Rujuan, does the lawn court of the city of Yang Marquisate allow you to dictate terms and throw your weight around? Upon finishing her tirade, Aunt Zhang yanked the silver pin from her hair and lunged it towards Lin Jiayue's arm. Lin Jiayue cried out, her eyes reddening from the pain. Enough, what do you think this place is? Do you think you can run rampant here? Zhao Mama's sharp reprimand echoed through the room. Aunt Zhang let out a soft whimper and collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and gazing tearfully at Song Wan. Since Jiang Xingjian returned to the estate, Song Wan had felt an incessant throbbing in her head that never ceased. Stealing a glance at Aunt Zhang, her ears flushed with heat, it was the first time in her life witnessing such a tumultuous and vitriolic exchange. Truly, it left one at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Song Wan turned to the same flustered maid and asked, would you be willing to be taken into the fourth master's chambers as a concubine? The maid knelt on the floor, exclaiming, replying to the young mistress, I am willing. For a servant, being accepted as a concubine by her master was the best possible outcome. Transitioning from servitude to a half-master status, the prospect of bearing children would render her life complete. Even when she eventually met her aging parents, she would only bask in their praises. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Moreover, the sooner she was recognized as a concubine, the sooner she would begin receiving her monthly stipend. Xiang Mei responded with unrestrained enthusiasm, displaying no signs of reluctance. Rather, she seemed eager for her status to be formalized. Lin Jiayue, frustrated by her lack of ambition, shouted in protest, "Your consent is not necessary, this estate is not governed by your whims." Aunt Jiang spat in disdain and turned to look at Song Wan, again adopting a sickly demeanor, clutching her chest. Song Wan, shielding her forehead with her hand, obstructed Aunt Jiang's view. "Since both Aunt Jiang and Xiang Mei are in agreement, this matter is settled, you may all return. You shall not leave." Lin Jiayue extended her arm, blocking the exit for everyone. "No one is permitted to depart today. I cannot sit idly by and watch you commit such heinous acts." The wound on her arm, inflicted by the silver pin, began to bleed, staining the thin fabric of her summer clothing. As the blood dripped to the ground, Song Wan glanced at the scarlet pool and gestured for Xiangxia to assist her in bandaging the injury. "Regardless, we must await the Marquis's return. I intend to ask him whether he consents to allowing a young girl to be forced into becoming a concubine for that wretched fourth master." Lin Jiayue pushed aside Xiangxia, resolutely standing her ground before the others. Song Wan, her forehead throbbing with anger, felt utterly helpless against her. She was simply not adept at dealing with such unruly, unreasonable individuals. Very well, if she wishes to wait, let her wait for the Marquis's return. Resuming her seat at the writing desk, Song Wan absent-mindedly picked up a random book but could not focus. The silence of the room only heightened her agitation. Aunt Jing seated herself beside Xiang Mei on the embroidered stool while Lin Jiayue leaned against the doorframe. Aunt Zhou, lost in her own thoughts, repeatedly signaled Jiang Jing to leave, but her gestures were met with rejection. The standoff persisted until Jiang Xingjian returned from his duties at the Lin Garden. As he alighted from the carriage, a maid urged him to the lawn court without delay. "What has transpired?" Upon entering, Jiang Xingjian immediately noticed Song Wan's relieved expression. Before he could decipher the expectations in her gaze, Lin Jiayue rushed toward him. "You've returned just in time, I have matters to discuss with you." Hearing Lin Jiayue's voice, Jiang Xingjian's brow furrowed slightly. "They've all gone mad. They want to force a mere girl into becoming a concubine for a 10-year-old boy. Do you not find this utterly absurd?" Jiang Xingjian pressed his fingers to his temples. "What is the issue? What is the issue?" "The issue is monumental." Lin Jiayue alternated between accusing Song Wan of complicity and berating Aunt Jiang for mistreating her subordinates, then turned to Xiang Mei, chastising her for being blinded by greed. In her fervor, she also lamented Jiang Ang's youth, declaring him already corrupted by lust and debauchery. As her words hung in the air, Song Wan rose to her feet, and Aunt Jiang lunged forward, attempting to silence Lin Jiayue. With a resounding bang, Jiang Xingjian slammed his palm onto the table. The deafening sound halted Lin Jiayue's tirade, leaving her bewildered as she stared at him. If news of this spreads, Jiang An will bear the stigma of being driven by lust for the rest of his life. Your reckless words could ruin his future. Can you not engage your mind before you speak? His voice, filled with intensity, startled everyone present. Song Wan had never witnessed Jiang Xingjian in such a state, with veins bulging and his eyes ablaze. The Jiang Xingjian she knew was always gracious and composed, never exhibiting such a loss of control. She cast her gaze downward, silent, as a wave of bitterness washed over her. Perhaps she and Jiang Xingjian had never truly understood one another. Lin Jiayue continued to argue, repeatedly claiming that the Marquisate was oppressing its servants, prompting disdainful looks from all the masters and servants in the lawn court. Jiang Xingjian felt a splitting headache. The reputation of the city of Yang Marquisate had already sunk to disrepute. If Lin Jiayue continued her antics, it would soon become a den of vice and debauchery. Wanner, speak to her. Explain why it is necessary to arrange a concubine for Jiang An. Jiang Xingjian, defeated, turned to Song Wan for assistance. Song Wan lowered her gaze, concealing her irritation, utterly disenchanted with Jiang Xingjian and the entire city of Yang Marquisate. Chapter 53, Setting a Trap Before Her Marriage. Song Wan had diligently perused all the tomes in Song Fu's study. She considered herself capable of managing the affairs of the Yang Marquisate, believing that overseeing the household duties would be as simple as savoring a cup of tea. Little did she anticipate that even the most straightforward management of the kitchen could leave her utterly exhausted. In the past, she prided herself on her tranquil disposition, yet after encountering Lin Jiayue, her temperament had grown increasingly tempestuous, and her peace of mind had become unstable. You two may return for now. I shall prepare the documents for Xiang Mei tomorrow. Thank you, my lady. Jiang Xingjian's earlier demeanor had thoroughly frightened both Zhang Yang and Xiang Mei, prompting them to flee from Lanting Courtyard as if pursued by the wind. Lin Jiayue attempted to intervene but was deterred by a mere glance from Jiang Xingjian. As for Aunt Zhou and third sister, the Lan family has already chosen a new bride. You need not cling to them. I am powerless regarding third sister's marriage, but in a few days, I will consult madam about finding a suitable match for her. Aunt Zhou was about to lament when Song Wan interjected, Hengwu, until third sister's marriage is settled, I will not see Aunt Zhou again. Only Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue remained in the room. After a brief contemplation, Song Wan, with a cold expression, remarked, It is an old custom for the male members of the household to take concubines. The character of the fourth master is irrelevant. Regardless of whether they are young masters, young ladies, or even maids, the monthly allowances are predetermined. The sooner a concubine is elevated to a favored position, the sooner Aunt Zhang's courtyard can receive an additional share of the household allowances. Once the matter is broached, as long as there are no excessive demands, any matriarch from any household would agree. Your claims of harm are utterly baseless. Song Wan frowned, and after a moment, her face flushed slightly as she continued, In noble families, once a male reaches maturity, arrangements for concubines or personal attendants are typically made. Firstly, this allows the gentlemen of the household to familiarize themselves with matters of desire, preventing them from succumbing to the temptations of courtesans outside. Secondly, it ensures their capability for procreation. Thirdly, once a male has taken a concubine, he transitions from being viewed as a child. What you are obstructing is not merely the matter of a concubine but Jiang Ang's right to assume his family and official duties. These matters are well known to any young lady of noble birth, even those of illegitimate or lesser status. Had Lin Jiayue not been quick to evade, Aunt Jing's hairpin would likely have found its mark, and had the conversation continued, she might have been thoroughly pierced. Having concluded her remarks, Song Wan felt utterly fatigued. Lin Jiayue had wasted an entire day of her time, yet the various trivialities of the household remained unresolved. Merely contemplating them was enough to induce annoyance. Whether it be Lin Yang's dissatisfaction with the fourth master's concubine or his assumption of household duties, such matters are beyond my purview as a woman of the inner court. You may inquire with the Marquis. Today is busy, you two should return to your quarters and rest. Bowing to Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan then entered the dressing room. Outside, Lin Jiayue's shrill voice echoed, causing Song Wan to cast aside her jade hairpin onto the vanity in frustration. Miss, I've had the kitchen prepare a lily soup for you. Would you care for a taste before resting? Hungji brought forth the dessert, but Song Wan silently shook her head, indicating her lack of appetite. Green Bamboo, feeling sympathetic, helped her remove her hair. Song Wan, eyes closed, sighed, I do not wish to spend each day cleaning up the messes that Lin Jiayue creates or explaining the so-called rules and household customs to her. To be perpetually burdened by another's chaos not only squanders time and energy but also breeds unnecessary frustration. Rather, I would prefer to devote my efforts to my brother and aunt. Pressing her fingers to her temples, Song Wan pondered, I must devise a strategy to ensure Lin Jiayue stirs up greater trouble. It would be best to involve that figure from the palace, thus securing the safety of the Song family. If the Song family remains untroubled, she need not concern herself with the affairs of the Marquisate. As long as her father and brother are present, the Marquisate must cater to her, so why endure such unnecessary hardship? Hungji bit her lip, yet, having witnessed these recent disturbances, the Marquis may no longer trust Lin Yang. With the Marquis watching over her, it would be quite difficult for her to create a significant disaster. That is a valid point. Delicately tapping her fingers on the vanity, Song Wan mused, where there is existence, there is interaction. Ease and difficulty shape one another, length and shortness contrast one another, height and depth lean upon each other, all things in the world are interdependent. Strength and weakness, advance and retreat, offense and defense, fortune and misfortune are mutually inclusive and cannot be viewed in isolation. All things arise from existence, existence stems from non-existence. Fortune is concealed within misfortune, and vice versa. To ensure Lin Jiayue creates a significant disaster, it is essential to first elevate her, to raise her to great heights so that when she falls, the impact will be severe. Her nature is flamboyant. Once she possesses power and influence, one cannot fathom how she might revel in her arrogance, yet, when one is in a state of elation, danger lurks. Propping her chin on her hand, Song Wan lazily stated, I shall seek an opportunity or a pretext to hand over all household matters to her, allowing her to revel in her own folly. Old Madame Zhao expressed her concern, if you hold no power at all, might it not, do not fret. Song Wan replied, Lin Jiayue is a woman of worldly ambition. Although she possesses some talent, her aspirations are exceedingly lofty. She has never regarded me with any seriousness. I may not understand the source of her confidence, but I am aware that even with great power, she will not dare to act against me. After all, she has never held me in esteem. Lin Jiayue's displayed arrogance and superiority were perplexing to her. Previously, she had assumed such behavior was merely a facade to deceive others, but now she was certain that this individual was simply obstinate and prideful. With her temperament, once she acquires power, she will regard me with even less esteem, likely implementing sweeping changes in the Marquisate based on her own perceptions. Her insights, temperament, and the absence of any reverence are concerning. I cannot predict the calamity she may unleash. Had Jiang Man merely been a nuisance, Song Wan would not have so readily abandoned the Marquisate, but Jiang Man's audacity to meddle in the Ministry of Personnel was entirely unacceptable. Moreover, today Jiang Xingjian had forced her to explain household customs in the capacity of a legitimate wife to a mere concubine, which was utterly absurd. If she could not even be afforded a respectful address, then such a family was not worth keeping. Casually gathering her long, dark hair, she remarked nonchalantly, I, too, am curious to see how Lin Jiayue will disrupt the Marquisate once she gains power, and how she will entangle those two figures in the palace. Madame Zhao and Hengji exchanged glances. Though concern lingered in their hearts, they held firm faith in their young mistress. Miss, pursue whatever you wish, even if the heavens were to fall, we shall support you. Song Wan smiled sweetly, how could I bear to let you shoulder such burdens? Even if calamity strikes, I have my father and brother. If it comes to the worst, I would simply cut off my hair and return to the Song clan as a nun. What could the Marquisate possibly do to me? Fie, miss, do not speak so recklessly. Gently nudging Song Wan, Madame Zhao noted her radiant smile, feeling a pang of bitterness. How could such a wonderful young lady end up in the City Yang Marquisate? Unaware of Madame Zhao's thoughts, Song Wan dedicated all her energy to pondering what pretext she might use to hand over the household matters to Lin Jiayue. Little did she expect that in less than half a month, an excellent opportunity would present itself. Chapter 54. Digging a pit this summer has been sweltering, and several elderly noble women have passed away in the capital due to illness. However, the news of the sudden demise of the wife of the Marquis of Jinxiang still left Song Wan feeling quite despondent. This lady was only 5 or 6 years her senior and had once brought flower lanterns to the Song residence before her marriage. Although they were not intimately acquainted, they shared a certain rapport. Thus, upon receiving the news, Song Wan promptly instructed the household maids to prepare for the memorial rites and mourning arrangements. "Are you busy, my lady? Is there anything I can assist with?" Lin Jiayue entered with a tray of mixed fruit ice, her smile radiant. After placing the dish before Song Wan, she remarked, "Not long ago, I was occupied with arranging a marriage for my third sister. Although the family is not as affluent as the Lan family, they are of reputable official lineage and hold a higher status. May I inquire which household Lin An has considered for my third sister?" Song Wan asked casually, not lifting her gaze, merely engaging Lin Jiayue in a perfunctory manner. With Jiang Jing's engagement to the Lan family falling through, she had declined to assist in finding a match for him, leaving the matter to Jiang's mother. However, given that Jiang's mother was still unwell and preoccupied with concealing Jiang Xingjian's recent incident at the Shilin garden from the elderly matriarch, she hardly had the time to attend to a concubine's daughter. Upon hearing that Song Wan was indifferent, she decided to leave the matter to Lin Jiayue. Although Jiang's mother did not hold her in high regard, ever since Song Wan had clashed with her in the Jiangxiang courtyard, she had harbored a certain animosity. Now, with the intention of elevating a concubine while subtly reprimanding Song Wan to remind her who truly had the authority in the household, Lin Jiayue seized the opportunity. Jiang Xingjian, albeit displeased at Lin Jiayue's interference in this matter, found himself powerless as an outsider to dictate Jiang Jing's marriage. Reluctantly, he could only remind Lin Jiayue to be meticulous in her dealings and to consult Song Wan for any uncertainties. This very admonition irked Lin Jiayue for quite some time. Yet, as she had not successfully handled her prior tasks and felt a sense of guilt, she could only acquiesce. Nevertheless, when facing Song Wan, she found it difficult to lower her head. "It is the residence of Lord Chen from the Zhengshi Bureau. His son is only 3 years older than my third sister, so their ages and backgrounds are quite compatible. What do you think?" Upon hearing the Chen family name, Song Wan's brows knitted together. The Chen family held considerable esteem in the capital, with a commendable family reputation and a history of serving as upright officials, which initially seemed promising. However, by the time of Lord Chen, the situation had become less favorable. While Song Wan was not intimately acquainted with Lord Chen, she did know a thing or two about Lady Chen. One year, during Song's mother's birthday, Lady Chen had visited and discreetly made off with a set of exquisite gold rui ornaments from the Song residence. Although the rui was not large, it was crafted with exceptional skill and was said to have been purchased at a high price from Ryukyu by her maternal uncle. What was meant to be a display for the guests turned into a regrettable loss when the guests departed, and the ornament was nowhere to be found. After some time, her maternal uncle eventually recovered it from a pawnshop in the capital, discovering it had been pawned by Lady Chen. Since they had not caught the thief red-handed, the Song family was left to suffer in silence. The memory lingered in Song Wan's mind as her mother had wept for over half a month, unable to repay the silver. It was only after her father procured the funds from his official duties that the matter was settled. Lady Chen's avarice was notorious, and through various inquiries, Song Wan learned that she had a penchant for underhanded dealings, often rallying a group in the capital to engage in usury. While she operated discreetly, it was said that no secret remains hidden forever, and many had heard whispers of her dubious activities. For a family of such questionable character, most would avoid them like the plague, yet Lin Jiayue seemed oblivious to the pitfalls. Setting her pen down, Song Wan inquired, "Have you ascertained the character of the Chen household?" "Of course," Lin Jiayue replied, a smile playing on her lips. "Lady Chen is a valued client at Huanyanjai, known for her forthright and generous nature. I felt an immediate kinship with her, as if we were old friends. My third sister would certainly not suffer if she marries into the Chen family. If you remain uneasy, you might wait until Lady Chen visits our residence to meet her in person. I have arranged for her to come in 2 days to appreciate the flowers. Yet, I wonder if you can tolerate such an unconstrained individual, considering your propensity for pretentiousness." With one foot on a small stool, Lin Jiayue leaned against the doorframe, chuckling as she observed Song Wan. For reasons unknown, she simply could not abide Song Wan's lofty and insincere demeanor. While Song Wan was indeed perfect in many respects, this very perfection filled Lin Jiayue with disdain. Song Wan exuded grace, so much so that every step she took seemed meticulously measured, as though she were being measured. She never lost her composure. Lin Jiayue had never witnessed Song Wan lose her temper. When her husband, who had remained a widower for 6 years, returned with his beloved, she displayed no emotion. Even in her affectionate relationship with Jiang Xingjian, she remained impassive. Even when Jiang's mother and Jiang Xingjian disregarded and insulted her, she remained wooden, showing no reaction. This facade of false decorum, which everyone regarded as an embodiment of noble womanly grace, only made Lin Jiayue feel repulsed. It was as if Song Wan's seemingly casual remark of "Have you ascertained the facts?" could easily ignite a fire of resentment within her heart. This demeanor made Lin Jiayue feel as though she were forever overshadowed by Song Wan, creating an uncomfortable imbalance. "Just ensure you have gathered the necessary information," Lin Jiayue retorted with a sneer. "I had thought you would criticize the Chen household, considering you had so adamantly declared you would no longer involve yourself in seeking a match for my third sister, as if the Marquisate could not function without your input." Upon lifting her gaze, Song Wan noticed Lin Jiayue's lack of decorum, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Then, upon glancing down at the elegy she was composing for the wife of the Marquis of Jinxiang, a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. She chose to disregard Lin Jiayue and return to her tasks, treating Lin Jiayue's provocations with indifference. Yet, the more she ignored her, the more Lin Jiayue seethed with resentment, biting her lip in silent fury. Once Song Wan completed her writing, she carefully folded the elegy and placed it into a white envelope. "Deliver these 2 invitations to the gift room, and hand over the items needed for the memorial rites to Granny Liang, ensuring they are arranged according to the instructions provided." Are you asking me to run errands? Holding the invitation in her hand, Song Wan replied with a gentle smile. It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Regardless of whether you have the Empress or the Marquis backing you, you can only flaunt your authority before the servants of the Marquisate, strutting about arrogantly. Once you step outside the Marquisate, you will forever remain that unworthy concubine who resorts to underhanded means. Your ability to speak on behalf of my third sister is not a testament to your own merits, but merely a result of my indifference to the matter. What is there to be proud of? Whether in times of joy or sorrow, all invitations must pass through me, and I shall respond on behalf of the Marquisate. You do not even possess the right to lay eyes upon them, let alone participate in these affairs. What appears to be a grand display is merely an illusion. Your attempts to embellish your own image and weave golden dreams for yourself are truly pitiful. Song Wan's tone remained calm and measured, devoid of any hint of anger. Her composure was akin to recounting a trivial matter, yet it was sufficient to leave Lin Jiayue utterly shattered. In Song Wan's presence, no matter how Lin Jiayue behaved, she would ultimately be reduced to a mere jester. The color drained from Lin Jiayue's face, and she felt a chill run down her spine, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, urging her to overturn the table before her and tear away the mask of calm that adorned Song Wan's face. Yet, she could not afford to lose control. The more she succumbed to rage, the more she would appear a fool. Suppressing her fury, Lin Jiayue forced a smile as she snatched the invitation from Song Wan's hand, saying, "Very well, I shall deliver it for you." As she turned to leave, Song Wan instructed her attendant, Hung Ji, have someone keep an eye on the gift room to see when Lin Jiayue delivers the elegy and whether she has sought out anyone else. Also, ascertain on which day the memorial rites will be held, and investigate the items prepared for mourning in the invitation. Chapter 55, Causing Trouble. Miss and Lin just delivered the invitations to the ritual room today, and the arrangements for the memorial service were all carried out according to your instructions. Strangely, she sent 2 copies of the eulogy. Delivered today? Perhaps it was as she had anticipated. Song Wan smiled faintly, knowing that her words from yesterday would undoubtedly provoke Lin Jiayue into taking a stand. I find myself a bit apprehensive now. Lin Jiayue, with her impulsive nature and lack of intellect, if she were to truly take charge of the household in the future, I wonder if it would bring trouble upon me. Hung Ji pressed her lips together, sharing the concern. Miss, should you not keep a few contingencies in reserve? Of course, I have. Song Wan rested her chin on her hand, unusually indecisive. Oh well, it has come to this point. To retreat now would be rather dull. Picking up a colorful thread from the writing desk, Song Wan began to weave a net. Just earlier, after seeing Lady Zhao, she learned that her brother had gone to the Shanglin garden to confront Jiang Xingjian, and the two had engaged in a fierce altercation. Moreover, Jiang Xingjian had been reported by an official, with their father secretly inciting the matter. Reflecting on this, Song Wan couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Lady Bai was indeed correct. When the husband's family is inept, having a capable maternal family and brothers is of utmost importance. Hung Ji, do you think this net should be woven in deep blue and turquoise, or in dark blue and indigo? Hung Ji lowered her head slightly. I believe dark blue would be more suitable for the young master. Song Wan nodded, extracting a roll of dark blue thread from the basket and setting to work. It took her 2 days to complete the net for Song Fu, and by the time the emissaries from the Jiang Marquisate residence arrived to scold her, she had yet to rise. Had it not been for the stewardess from the outer courtyard seeking her in the lawn courtyard, she might have continued to sleep. Madam, please save this old servant. Green Bamboo stepped forward to help Song Wan with her hair and clothing, and upon seeing the situation, the stewardess spoke urgently. The Jiang Marquisate residence sent 2 dung carts early this morning, pouring their contents at our main gate, and those 2 women were cursing terribly, even implicating you and the Song family. A flicker of confusion crossed Song Wan's eyes. Dung carts? Indeed. The stewardess smote her thigh. Now there is a crowd gathering before the gate, and with the heat of the day, the stench will surely rise. Enough, do not speak further. It is truly revolting. Hong Wu pinched her nose, as if she could already sense the foul odor. Why did you not retort when they came to insult you? The Jiang Marquisate residence is utterly lacking in propriety, daring to drag our madam and the Song family into this. Could you not send a dozen or so women to deal with them? Wait. Song Wan, puzzled, queried, what reason would the Jiang Marquisate residence have to behave thus during a mourning period? First, invite them in. I shall inquire further before making a decision. As for the filth outside the gate, send a servant to clean it up, and reward each participant with 500 coins. The stewardess promptly nodded in agreement and hurriedly left. Before long, she returned with 2 robust women clad in mourning attire. The moment they entered the lawn courtyard, they unleashed a torrent of foul language that left Song Wan unable to keep her eyes open. Please prepare tea for the 2 ladies. Finally finding a moment to interject, she said, Ladies, your efforts are appreciated, but I am curious about the cause of today's incident. There may be some misunderstanding, perhaps we could discuss it openly. If the Marquis's residence has erred, I would seek an opportunity to offer my apologies to the Jiang Marquis's residence. How could we trouble the esteemed lady of the Marquis to lower herself to apologize to our Jiang Marquis's residence? Although she spoke thus, the woman tossed 2 pieces of paper in Song Wan's direction. Just as Hang Wu was about to explode in anger, Hung Ji restrained her. Song Wan had a sense of what was at play today, undoubtedly linked to Aunt Lin, but she was uncertain what mischief Aunt Lin had stirred to provoke such an affront. Handing the 2 pieces of paper to Song Wan, she quickly glanced at them, her fair complexion flushing crimson. These were the eulogies written by Lin Jiayue, which she had included among the 3 invitations sent to the Jiang Marquis's residence. Not only was her handwriting atrocious, but the deceased's title and name were completely incorrect, and there was a monumental blunder at the top. No wonder they had come to confront us. If such humiliation befell their residents, they would surely demand an explanation. Song Wan felt utterly mortified, her cheeks aflame as if they might ignite. This eulogy was not something I instructed to be included among the offerings. The Marquis's household harbors no intention of humiliation. Folding the thin paper and tucking it away, Song Wan's eyes brimmed with guilt. I shall certainly provide an account to the Xinjiang Marquis's residents. I ask that you convey to them to await my response for a couple of days. The two women, seeing the genuine remorse on Song Wan's face, exchanged glances before cursing as they departed. Once they had left, Song Wan sat on the couch, feeling somewhat flustered. Miss, what exactly did Aunt Lin write to provoke such ire from the Xinjiang Marquis's residents? Song Wan touched her cheek to cool the heat and then opened Lin Jiayue's eulogy for Hong Ji to see. This is entirely inconsistent with the proper format for a eulogy. Not only is the structure flawed, but the Xinjiang Marquis's daughter-in-law's name is Lu Wan, and her husband holds the position of a fifth-rank official. The wife of a fifth-rank official is titleiran, but out of respect for the deceased, the mourning rites are typically elevated in rank, so she would be referred to as Gongren of the fourth rank. Whether it is the spirit tablet or the offerings, the correct designation should be Gongren Lu Shur of the Changmen family, but Lin Jiayue has written the deceased's name as merely Lu Gongren throughout. Song Wan glanced at the paper filled with lamentations, tears, and the name of her dear friend, Lu Gongren, and felt her eyelids twitch violently. Her intention to provoke Lin Jiayue had indeed been to encourage her to overstep and involve herself in the mourning affairs, setting a few traps in the eulogy and memorial invitations. Those who understood the customs would recognize their implications, but those who did not might create a spectacle. However, Song Wan had not anticipated that Lin Jiayue, completely oblivious, would dare to pen a eulogy simply because she had been incited by a remark regarding her lowly status, boldly delivering it to the Xinjiang Marquis's residence. Even more outrageous is, Hong Wu gasped. There is something even more outrageous? Song Wan grimaced. In this instance, I suspect she merely copied my eulogy and altered it, changing the phrase noble descendants of official families to descendants of eunuchs. Hong Ji clutched her head in dismay. Miss, if I recall correctly, the Xinjiang Marquis's residence has been in decline for some time. In search of a way out, several years ago, one of their direct descendants took a powerful eunuch as a godfather, am I right? Indeed. Song Wan covered her eyes, murmuring, thus, from the perspective of the Xinjiang Marquis's residents, we appear to have intentionally sought to insult and provoke them during the mourning rites. Respect for the deceased is paramount. Even if there were deep-rooted enmity between the two families, they would not act so ruthlessly. Hong Wu stammered, even I know that one should strike without hitting the face and curse without revealing the secrets. The Xinjiang Marquis's residents must despise us to the core, and it is likely we will find ourselves in an inescapable predicament. Chapter 56, Letting Go. Song Wan found herself in quite the predicament. Initially, she had intended for Lin Jiayue to hold on to a small piece of leverage against her, allowing her to escape her current troubles. However, the situation had escalated into something far more troublesome, complicating matters significantly. After much contemplation, Song Wan picked up a goat hair brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and obscured the phrase about the eunuch's descendant. It is still early. Once the Marquis awakens, he will undoubtedly inquire about the affairs of the Xinjiang Marquisate. You must not mention this matter, I will address it myself. Hong Ji and the others nodded in agreement, while Song Wan sat at the writing desk, pondering how best to pass this hot potato onto Lin Jiayue. At dawn, Jiang Xingjian arrived at the main courtyard of Lanting. He was not currently residing in Lanting Courtyard but had taken up temporary lodgings in the guest quarters of the outer courtyard. Thus, he had already heard the commotion caused by visitors from the Xinjiang Marquisate early that morning, with two matrons being summoned into the inner courtyard by Song Wan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian immediately suspected that Lin Jiayue had once again stirred up trouble. The mere thought of Lin Jiayue filled him with an inexplicable irritation, yet he could not help but rationalize to himself that it was his duty as the unfulfilled head of the household. What is the situation with the Xinjiang Marquisate? I heard from Song Yan that they have been causing a ruckus since before dawn. I was just about to inform you of this matter. Song Wan instructed Hong Ji to prepare breakfast and invited Jiang Xingjian to sit within the room. The other day, I instructed Aunt Lin to deliver the morning letter to the Xinjiang Marquisate along with the ritual invitation, but to my astonishment, she included a letter of mourning she had written herself, sending it all to the Xinjiang Marquisate. As she spoke, Song Wan retrieved a thin sheet of paper from the table and handed it to Jiang Xingjian. His attention was immediately drawn to the black inkblot, and he furrowed his brow. When he regained his composure and noticed the entirety of the letter filled with the name Lu Gongren, his forehead began to throb uncontrollably. The man pressed his long index finger against his brow, unable to dispel the agitation in his chest, which only intensified his frustration. He found himself at a loss as to why he felt so unjustly treated. With Song Wan's capabilities, such disgraceful incidents should not have occurred within the household. If Lin Jiayue could behave so recklessly, Jiang Xingjian could not fathom that it was without her indulgence. If she truly wished, the entire city of Yang would be able to protect the Marquisate as if it were a fortress, yet, why then were there so many blunders occurring now? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Xingjian dared not delve further into the reasons behind this chaos. Let us eat first. Observing the breakfast that Hong Ji had brought to the small table and glancing at Jiang Xingjian's expression, Song Wan inexplicably felt a surge of appetite. As Jiang Xingjian was present, they had prepared several additional dishes for breakfast, including 4 types of pastries, chungsha cakes, butterfly rolls, 8 treasure buns, and bojuan cakes. The kitchen had also prepared catfish porridge and jade porridge. As she looked at the milky white porridge topped with verdant greens, Song Wan suddenly felt compelled to summon Shangsa to bring it closer to her. Noticing her calm demeanor, fixated solely on her meal, Jiang Xingjian spoke with a hint of grievance. You, knowing Jiayue's impulsive nature, how could you allow her to deliver that nonsense morning letter? Even if she wished to go, you should have intervened. Song Wan set down her jade chopsticks, his words stirring her appetite. Hung was scoffed from the side. If you ask me, being the head of the household should be done like the marquis, for peace of mind. To elevate a capricious individual who stirs up chaos throughout the city, if it turns out well, you are deemed discerning and virtuous, but if trouble arises, it falls upon Our Lady for failing to keep her in check and not recognizing her volatile temperament. When the household bestowed upon her the authority to manage affairs, did you not perceive her impulsive nature then? Have you lost your wits? Being chastised so thoroughly, Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, his initial irritation escalating into a full-blown fury. Song Wan lowered her head, contemplating once more before picking up her jade chopsticks to sample the pepper vinegar chicken. The chicken was imbued with a spicy and tangy flavor, quite appetizing for a summer morning. With the marquis and the eldest madam present, how could you dare to act recklessly? Hung Ji feigned a reprimanding gesture at Hong Wu's arm, promptly asking Shangsa to escort her away. Noticing that Song Wan's appetite was quite good today, she added a piece of grilled clam to her small dish. Jiang Xingjian, overwhelmed with frustration, felt as though his throat were stuffed with cotton, leaving him unable to swallow any food. Yet, Song Wan managed to consume a piece of butterfly roll the size of her finger along with a small bowl of porridge. After cleansing her palate, she turned to the still distracted Jiang Xingjian and remarked, "This letter of mourning seems designed to intentionally insult the Jiang Marquisate. They will require some form of explanation. I shall visit today to apologize and pay respects to the deceased." That seems insufficient. Jiang Xingjian pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before and was genuinely unsure how to express his apologies. After all, there had never been such absurd precedents in the entire capital. Recalling the phrase concerning the eunuch's descendant made Song Wan cringe with embarrassment. She cleared her throat and continued, "The marquis has just reproached me for not stopping Ad Lin, which cannot be deemed entirely unfair. I truly did not wish to intervene, nor did I intend to." Song Wan casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled lightly. "What happened when I did intervene? I attempted to prevent Lin Jiayue from having control over the household gifts. I tried to stop her from presiding over the grand banquet, and I objected to the marriage of the third sister and the fourth masteress taking in of a concubine. In every instance, I made my objections clear, yet at those times, you were always in support, praising Ad Lin's great talents, insisting she would surely bring glory to the Marquisate." Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze, feeling a bitterness he could not articulate. "I am aware of her frivolous nature, yet how could I have anticipated that simply sending the morning letter to the gift room could lead to such a significant debacle? After the grand banquet, the reputation of the Song family's daughters was tarnished, and now we are being cursed by the Jiang Marquisate's coarse servants for nearly half an hour, their vile language unbearable." Song Wan's expression grew increasingly frosty. "I have always adhered to propriety and upheld my duties as a woman. Now, nearly a month into summer, I have become a figure of infamy in the capital, a foolish woman scorned by all. What more do you wish for me to do? Continue to shield the Marquisate, while I fade into obscurity, with no face left to meet the ancestors of the Song family? Jiang Xingjian, let alone today, I will no longer intervene with Lin Jiayue in the future. I cannot bear the responsibilities of managing the Marquisate. I simply cannot." Originally, the Empress Dowager had issued a decree, and now, perhaps it is best to let Lin Jiayue take full control, thereby preventing confusion among the household servants, who would otherwise be at a loss as to whom they should heed. Wan, upon hearing Song Wan's intent to relinquish her responsibilities, Jiang Xingjian suddenly felt alarmed. To let Lin Jiayue manage the household, he could hardly entertain such a thought. "I spoke too harshly just now, I bear no ill will towards you. Have you considered how to address the matters concerning the Jiang Marquisate?" Song Wan chuckled lightly. "I have devised a plan for you. You shall kneel at the Jiang Marquisate's morning hall for 3 days, while I will relinquish the authority of the Marquisate and move to the small Buddhist hall to recite scriptures for Lady Chang, seeking her forgiveness for the Marquisate. This may lead to a reconciliation." "Wan, I is summoning Heng Ji." Song Wan instructed her to bring forth the already organized household ledger and accounts, pushing them towards Jiang Xingjian. It was then that Jiang Xingjian realized Song Wan was sincere. She truly wished to disassociate herself from the Marquisate and from him. A bitter taste filled his mouth, and just as he was about to argue, Lin Jiayue entered the room, her face alight with joy, smiling sweetly. "I heard that the Jiang Marquisate sent someone to cause a ruckus early this morning? What has happened? Did someone make a mistake?" Chapter 57 Helplessness. Song Wan had perused the several invitations she had sent to it. Was indeed laughable that she, who once prided herself on being a refined lady, could not even write a name correctly in a memorial text. Upon entering the room, Lin Jiayue casually seated herself beside the two, entirely unperturbed by the frowns worn by Song Wan and Jiang Xingjian. "Please fetch me a pair of chopsticks, thank you." With a light laugh towards Hengji, Lin Jiayue disregarded the other's reception of her presence and reached out to pick up a delicacy, savoring it. Wasn't Song Wan always keen to display her genteel demeanor, incessantly preaching about propriety? If she had chosen to be a hypocrite, then she could only stifle her displeasure in silence. "This delicacy is truly delightful. May I send a portion to the Xiuyan Pavilion tomorrow? You wouldn't mind, would you?" Song Wan replied with a faint smile, if you enjoy it, eat to your heart's content, I can afford more. Ha! The smile on Lin Jiayue's face faded, but she soon turned to Jiang Xingjian, saying, Brother Xingjian, it has been quite some time since you sought me out. Are you still upset with me? Though I have erred, I have endeavored to make amends these past few days, can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Rest easy and enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang and Lin scarcely caught a glimpse of Song Wan's retreating figure before she returned to her chamber. This treat isn't as delectable as one might think. Casting aside the delicacy, Lin Jiayue remarked, why did the Duke of Jinxiang come to create such a ruckus? After discovering the error in Song Wan's memorial text, she had rewritten it overnight. Fortunately, she had previously composed a similar document for the vice president, which had garnered the approval of the entire company. Had it not been for that experience, she would not have dared to put pen to paper. Although the ornate language was somewhat cumbersome, adjusting Song Wan's version was not insurmountable. Lin Jiayue believed her writing was filled with heartfelt emotion. It moved her to tears, hence she deliberately refrained from extracting Song Wan's version, choosing instead to include both. Only through comparison could the superficiality of Song Wan's pretentiousness be revealed. The thought of hearing the servants speak of the Duke of Jinxiang berating her for over half an hour upon rising this morning made Lin Jiayue suppress a laugh. Why the silence? Jiang Xingjian observed the discarded pastry that Lin Jiayue had taken a bite from, his expression cold. Why did you take it upon yourself to compose a memorial and send it to the Duke of Jinxiang? A memorial is meant to express sorrow. Is it not something anyone can write? I specifically consulted Huaisu and Lingyun, and both assured me that I was capable. Jiang Xingjian lowered his eyelids, his anger simmering beneath the surface. When will you finalize the firearm recipe? He had waited too long and could no longer bear it. Jiang Xingjian had never intended to pressure Lin Jiayue regarding this matter, but he could no longer restrain himself. Since your return to the capital, you have not studied this at all, instead diverting your focus to managing the shop. I thought since you are free now, it would be best to expedite the development of that firearm to alleviate the Empress's worries. Lin Jiayue's countenance fell at his words. Heaven knew that the lie she had spun upon first meeting Jiang Xingjian when he had rescued her from peril would linger until now, yet, seeing the earnestness in his eyes, she dared not speak. Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together and after a moment said, I am researching it, I will provide you with news in due time. Good. Jiang Xingjian took a deep breath, recalling the terrifying imagery she had described about the firearm's creation, his mind slightly settling. For the sake of his sister and the fifth prince, he had sacrificed too much, he could not afford to give up on this firearm. Have you eaten well? Noticing his expression soften, Lin Jiayue blinked, you have yet to mention why the Duke of Jinxiang sent someone here. Your memorial incorrectly names the deceased, which displeased the Duke of Jinxiang, prompting them to seek you out. His tone was harsh, yet Lin Jiayue reacted even more strongly. Impossible. It was clearly Song Wan who wrote the wrong name, I checked it meticulously. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze, do you know the name of Madame Chang? Is it not clearly stated as Lu Gongrun? Jiang Xingjian rose, lacking the strength to engage her further. He needed to visit the Duke of Jinxiang to bow to Madame Chang, any delay would only suggest a lack of sincerity. Wait, could someone have swapped my memorial? Jiang Xingjian turned back, his eyes darkening. Madame Chang's maiden name is Lu Wan. Gongrun is her title. Lin Jiayue felt a wave of panic. How was I to know all that? If she is called Lu Wan, then let it be Lu Wan. What is the need for Gongrun? Those invitations clearly state Changmen Lushur Gongrun. I truly did not know that was her title. Clenching her fists tightly behind her back, Jiang Xingjian suddenly heard a buzzing in his ears. Lin Jiayue timidly approached, her eyes reddening as she grasped his hand. I am sorry, I truly did not know, but it was merely a name error. The Duke of Jinxiang would not be so petty, would they? I believe their anger stems from Song Wan's failure to write Madame Lu's surname correctly. I am but a concubine, how could they possibly hold me accountable? The girl curled her fingers, delicately inscribing the character for Lu in Jiang Xingjian's palm. This is how she wrote it. This character is clearly wrong. Jiang Xingjian clenched his fist, finally managing to speak in a hoarse voice after a long pause. The deceased must be treated with utmost respect. It is customary to avoid mentioning their name, and omitting characters is the most common practice. The girl's eyes glistened with tears. I truly did not know. How could I be aware of so many customs? I was very earnest in writing that memorial. I truly put my heart into it. Very well, I shall visit the Duke of Jinxiang to offer my apologies. I will accompany you. Jiang Xingjian halted his steps but chose to ignore her. Song Wan sat at her writing desk, listening to the conversation in the courtyard. Perplexed, she inquired, how strange, Lin Jiayue can read, and although she cannot compose exquisite prose, her discourse does not seem lacking in insight. How could she be so coarse and ignorant of basic etiquette? I am unaware as well. In ordinary households, being able to recognize a few characters is already quite remarkable. Lin Jiayue, being a woman who can read and write, indicates she hails from a respectable background. Yet, what noble family would behave in such a manner? Song Wan pondered for a long time but could not arrive at an answer, thus she chose to let it go. Miss, the household accounts and the tally have not been taken away by the Marquis. Have someone deliver them to the Marquis's quarters, and inform him that the accounts have been reconciled. Should there be any uncertainties, he may come to consult me. Ji nodded and sought out an elder servant to deliver the items to Jiang Xingjian's residence. Jiang Xingjian was changing clothes in his room when he saw the large wooden box, his expression somber. Very well, have it moved to my mother's Jiangxiang courtyard. Upon arriving at Jiangxiang courtyard and setting down the items, Jiang Xingjian quietly said, I must trouble mother to manage affairs for a while longer. Wanner is temporarily unable to oversee the household matters. Jiang's mother, supporting her head, rose weakly. Has she thrown another tantrum? In the past, when she was a widow in the household, she was quite well behaved and filial. How is it that now, with your return, she has become so troublesome? How did I not see her petulance before? Had I known this, I would not have agreed to this marriage with the Song family. Chapter 58. The fool mother Jiang pressed her forehead, wearing a look of utter discomfort. What is the commotion about this time? Why are they ignoring the family? It has nothing to do with Wanner. It was Jiayue who wrote a eulogy for the Jiang Marquis residence, but she misspelled the name of the deceased. Today, the Jiang Marquis household sent someone to chastise Wanner for nearly half an hour. Jiang Xingjian pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly exhausted, and said, as a gesture of apology, I will visit the Jiang Marquis household today to express my regrets. As for Wanner, she will spend the next few days in fasting and bathing, assisting Madame Chang in transcribing scriptures and reciting Buddhist texts, hoping for the deceased spirit to offer forgiveness to the Marquisate. What? Mother Jiang exclaimed, rising abruptly from her seat. That little harlot could even misspell the name of the deceased? Has Song Wan lost her mind to deliver such a thing to the Jiang Marquis residence? It has nothing to do with Wanner, it was Jiayue who included it in the letter she sent to the gift room. What a fool! Mother Jiang trembled with anger, her hands shaking violently. This foolish woman has caused my son great distress. Jiang Xingjian stepped forward to comfort his weeping mother, realizing that delaying his visit to the Jiang Marquis residence would lead to further complications. He finally said, I may not be able to return home in the next few days. I must trouble you to take care of matters in the household. Once Wanner emerges from the small Buddhist hall, I will return the authority of the household to her. I understand. You may go, and do sincerely apologize to the Jiang Marquis household. As she spoke, Mother Jiang felt uneasy once more. Our Marquisate's century-old reputation has been thoroughly tarnished. How can there exist such a foolish person in this world? Perhaps the ancestors of the Jiang family deem me unfilial, thus deliberately subjecting me to such torment, Jiang Xingjian murmured, lowering his gaze. After a moment of silence, he departed without a word. He initially believed the Marquisate had already lowered its stance sufficiently, but upon arriving at the Jiang Marquis residence, Jiang Xingjian found himself in a rather difficult position. Upon hearing of his arrival to bow and admit his mistake at the spirit's altar, the matriarch of the Jiang Marquis household was not satisfied even after relinquishing her authority and retreating to the small Buddhist hall. They insisted that Jiang Xingjian remain at the Jiang Marquis residence to keep vigil for half a month before they would consider the matter settled. Jiang Xingjian felt that the Jiang Marquis household was being excessively unreasonable, while the Jiang Marquis household believed that even if he were to remain at the spirit hall to atone with his life, it would not alleviate their lingering resentment. The two sides were at an impasse, and ultimately, Jiang Xingjian was forced to concede. Having resolved to make amends, it was inappropriate to maintain any pride. It would be better to agree readily and perhaps gain a good reputation in the process. While Jiang Xingjian was ensnared at the Jiang Marquis residence, Song Wan, after finishing transcribing the scriptures for the deceased, helped the Bai and Lan families establish connections. Without the disturbances from Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue, she had enjoyed a few pleasant days. Now, seeing that Madame Lan was pleased with the Bai family girl, her mood brightened considerably. Miss, has the marriage between the Lan and Bai families been settled? Song Wan replied, until the two families exchanged the marriage letters, I cannot say it is certain, but there is an 80% chance. Xiang Tso sighed, the third miss is truly foolish. How could she let go of such a good marriage with the Lan family? Now she is considering that worthless Chen family. It is truly lamentable. Why do you say that? You are unaware, Mississippi. The day before yesterday, Madame Lin invited Madame Chen to the residence for flower viewing and even called the third miss over. Madame Chen was subtly inquiring about the third miss's dowry, and the third miss's face turned pale. Xiang Tso frowned. How can they inquire about an unmarried girl's dowry before the marriage has even been finalized? What is worse, Madame Lin discussed dowry and wedding matters in front of the third miss for quite some time. I heard from a little maid in Yuan courtyard that the third miss was so pale that she cried for half the day after returning to her room. How could they discuss marriage matters in front of young ladies? While Lin Jiayue may not understand, Madame Chen certainly did. Her actions were merely a sign of her disdain for Jiang Jing. Song Wan lowered her gaze and said softly, in the household, the 3 generations of matriarchs do not personally oversee her marriage arrangements, sending only a concubine to manage it. How could Madame Chen regard Jiang Jing highly? Her inquiries about the dowry merely reflect what the Chen family values in this marriage. Miss, if the Chen family is so unworthy, you should. Before Shang Tsao could finish, Ji interrupted. Do you think the miss is indifferent to the third miss's marriage just out of spite? I must tell you, the miss is unable to manage the third miss's affairs. On the day of the grand banquet, the Haitang garden was filled with ladies from various families. Who could not see that the Lan family was there to observe the third miss? But how did she behave? She openly contradicted Madame Lan and the miss, and those ladies are seasoned individuals. How could they not perceive the third miss's intentions? How could a young lady in the inner chamber openly choose her future husband in front of everyone? Would those ladies allow her to enter their homes? The miss speaks the truth when she says she is powerless. In the capital, the third miss will not find a reputable match. If she were to insist on marrying into a certain family, would that not invite ridicule upon the miss? Yet if she seeks a family of lower status, the one with the longer reach would certainly be dissatisfied. With jewels before her, how could she tolerate losing a golden auspicious item only to seek a mere firewood stick? It would not be long before complaints arose again. Hongji sighed, since no matter what is done, it will not yield good results, it is better to let go and allow those who wish to assert themselves to take charge. After all, the ones with longer arms and the assertive ones will surely band together and enjoy the turmoil. Xiangxiao's eyes widened as she realized, so it is, then it is indeed prudent for the miss to ignore her. Hearing the two bicker, Song Wan smiled softly. Hongji is correct. Indeed, it cannot be managed. In comparison to Jiang Jing, her brother's future was far more important. Has the lady given the marriage proposal to Lin Jiayue? Lu Zhu replied, not yet. Madame Lin has been preoccupied with the shop's affairs lately. I only learned that she is searching for a workshop to produce firecrackers. As for the household's internal matters, she has not yet taken charge. Song Wan was puzzled. Firecrackers? Is she planning to open a firecracker shop? Everyone shook their heads, and Song Wan rested her chin on her hand, filled with curiosity. Let it be. We will find out what she intends to do in due time. For now, it is most important that she secures control over the household. Song Wan said, Xiangxiao, go find out when Lin Jiayue will visit the Jiangxiang courtyard. It seemed that Jiang Xingjian had given instructions for Mother Jiang to temporarily manage the household affairs before leaving. However, with 4 or 5 days having passed, Jiang Xingjian was likely to return soon, and if they did not act promptly, there might not be another opportunity. Xiangxiao nodded in agreement and swiftly ran out. By the time it was the first watch of the evening, she returned to the lawn courtyard. Miss, both Madame Lin and Huaisu are at the Jiangxiang courtyard. Shall we go now? Go ahead. It has been a while since I paid my respects to the lady. It is time to check on her health, and since Lin Jiayue has yet to take action, I should lend her a helping hand. After changing into appropriate attire, Song Wan, along with Hengji and Hengwu, headed to the Jiangxiang courtyard. Inside Mother Jiang's room, both Huaisu and Lin Jiayue were present when Song Wan entered. The three were gathered around a table, playing with flower cards, laughter echoing in the room, creating an eye-catching scene of blurred boundaries between mistress and servant. However, the moment Song Wan arrived, the laughter abruptly ceased. Huaisu stood and bowed to her, while Lin Jiayue feigned indifference, focusing on the flower card in her hand, and Mother Jiang wore a long face, clearly displeased at being disturbed. Chapter 59 Intimacy. Song Wan's gaze swept across the small square table before she smiled and remarked, Mother's health is splendid, this reassures me greatly. If the old lady were to know, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed, perhaps feeling a substantial lift in her spirits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu's lips twitched slightly, suddenly reminded of her own mother-in-law still suffering from illness. It was indeed unbecoming of her to engage in playful antics with the servants while her mother-in-law was unwell. Is the eldest lady here? Quickly put away these items. Huame deftly tidied up the things before turning to Song Wan and saying, Forgive me, madam. It was my folly to indulge in play and drag the two aunts of the household into this. With mother still ill, I thought it would bring her some cheer to engage in this merriment. I acknowledge my error. Not at all, distracting mother during her illness is indeed a noble pursuit and warrants your reward. Fengji produced 2 silver coins from her purse and handed them to Huame, saying, Please buy some sweets for the other maidens. A little sweetness brightens the day. Oh, how kind of you, madam. With Jiang Mu's nod of approval, Huame joyfully accepted the coins and exited with a spring in her step. Song Wan settled onto a low stool beside Jiang Mu's bed, observing her mother, whose forehead was bound with a cotton cloth and whose face had taken on a pallid hue once more. Mother, do you feel any better now? Lin Jiayue interjected with a smile. The madam was feeling somewhat better, but upon seeing the eldest lady, her condition seems to have worsened. Feigning ignorance, Song Wan addressed Jiang Mu, Now that I am no longer in charge of the household, I find myself at leisure yet deeply concerned for your well-being. If you are still unwell, I would be more than willing to shoulder some of your burdens for a few days. What do you think? Well, that is, just as Jiang Mu was about to respond affirmatively, Lin Jiayue interrupted. Is the eldest lady no longer concerned with household matters? Indeed, due to the ire of the Pingjin Shanghua family, I have promised to observe a period of fasting and recitation on behalf of Madame Chang for 49 days. Song Wan spoke in a calm and gentle tone, devoid of any hint of resentment, while Lin Jiayue's lips curled in a forced smile. No wonder the stewardess has been seeking me out frequently these past few days. Sensing the veiled barbs in their conversation, Jiang Mu felt a headache coming on. Huaisu, come and massage my temples. As for the two of you, I must ask you to leave. I am suffering greatly from this headache and cannot entertain you both. Then I shall not disturb you any longer, mother. If you feel unwell at any time, please do inform me. I understand. Jiang Mu turned away from Song Wan, making her intent to dismiss them abundantly clear. After bowing, Song Wan left Jiang Mu's chamber quietly, with Lin Jiayue biting her lip and following closely behind. What has you smiling, Aunt Lin? Lin Jiayue frowned. When did I smile? And even if I did, what business is it of yours? Song Wan lowered her gaze, her tone icy. I thought you were foolish enough to misspell Madame Chang's name, yet it seems your motives lie elsewhere today. Even if I no longer manage the household, the Marquis would rather return that authority to his mother than grant it to you. What do you have to be pleased about? Ha! Lin Jiayue's eyelids fluttered, she found herself at a loss, unable to respond, and could only let out a cold laugh after finishing her words. Song Wan returned to the lawn courtyard with Feng Ji and Feng Wu, while Lin Jiayue remained, gritting her teeth in silence for a long while. The sun is high. Why not return to the Xiuyan pavilion, aunt? Yes, let us go back, I shall prepare some ice cream for you to cool off. Lin Jiayue took her personal maid, Zhen Bai, by the hand, and together they meandered back to the Xiuyan pavilion. Once there, Lin Jiayue felt a profound discomfort in her heart. Song Wan was right, Jiang Xingjian would sooner entrust the household management to the incompetent Jiang Mu than to her, which truly robbed her of any joy. Yet, she lacked the courage to approach Jiang Xingjian and request authority over the household. Qian Bai, is there a carpenter in the manor? Indeed, there is. Does aunt wish to have some flower cards made? Not quite. I want to create a mahjong set. Lin Jiayue gathered her hair and hastily sketched a design with a charcoal pencil on paper. If she could win over Jiang Mu with improved flower cards, she could certainly regain her favor with a traditional mahjong set. Nothing binds relationships quite like a game of mahjong. Once she had drafted a preliminary design for the mahjong set, Lin Jiayue quickly sent it to the carpenter in the manor. That evening, as soon as it was completed, she ventured out alone under the cover of night to the Jiangxiang courtyard. Initially, Jiang Mu had been reluctant to indulge in such trifles, but after reluctantly playing a couple of rounds, she became thoroughly captivated, losing sleep over thoughts of how to win and how to strategize her tiles. Lin Jiayue, known for her sweet tongue and penchant for feeding Jiang Mu tiles, managed to charm her completely in just a few days, and the two resembled a pair of affectionate mother and daughter. After several nights of continuous play, Jiang Mu fell ill from exhaustion, and Lin Jiayue seized the opportunity to suggest managing the Marquisate on Jiang Mu's behalf. She wishes to take charge, yet I find myself quite weary of these trifling matters. The old lady has been ill for a long while this summer, and now she spends most of her days in a daze, unaware of the passing time. Jiang Mu said to Waisu, though Song Wan claims she can regain control of the household, she has recently been vocal about this and that, and now that the authority is truly up for grabs, she speaks with such softness. Does she not hesitate to relinquish her hold? Moreover, I do not wish to return this authority to her so easily, as if the Marquisate cannot function without her. Besides, she is utterly useless. She has yet to share a room with Ear, which suggests that Ear truly does not favor her. As for Lin Jiayue, I have reservations about her handling of affairs. You are from the old lady's household and have cared for Ear since childhood. You are the one I trust most in this manner. Pray tell, to whom should the authority over the household be entrusted? Huaisu, kneeling to massage Jiang Mu's legs, replied softly, it would be better to entrust it to Lin Jiayue. Oh? Why is that? The Marquis favors Lin Jiayue, and it stands to reason that the authority over the household will eventually fall into her hands. Furthermore, while Lin Jiayue has made mistakes in the past, such experiences will only make her more cautious moving forward. The Marquis has also come to understand Lin Jiayue's character and will offer her guidance. Jiang Mu nodded, you make some valid points. Moreover, with Lin Jiayue managing the household and you overseeing from above, it is unlikely any further disturbances will arise. As for minor mistakes, a few are to be expected. With time, she will learn from her missteps. Jiang Mu pursed her lips. What do you foresee for Song Wan in the future? Huaisu replied, the eldest lady is still in the manor. If Lin Jiayue proves incapable, the authority can simply be returned to her. However, if Lin Jiayue can independently manage the household, it will be beneficial for both you and the Marquisate. At that point, no one will be able to restrain or threaten her. Jiang Mu nodded repeatedly. If Lin Jiayue truly learns to manage the household, she and Song Wan could balance each other out, leaving no fear of either of them causing trouble. Looking at the gentle Huaisu, Jiang Mu sighed, you are such a good child. Every word resonates with me. She instructed Baizhu to retrieve a beautiful jade bracelet from her jewelry box and insisted on placing it onto Huaisu's wrist. After seeing Jiang Mu settled for the night, Huaisu returned to the Xiuyan pavilion, where Shizhu, who had grown up alongside her and now served as her personal maid, quietly inquired, Sister, why allow her to manage the Marquisate? The servants do not care for her. Chapter 60, a wretched state. Huaisu remarked, I too harbor no affection for her, yet alas, the Marquis is quite taken with her. Having served by Jiang Xingjian's side since childhood, she possessed considerable insight into his character. She could hardly believe that Jiang Xingjian would truly be enamored with someone like Lin Jiayue, yet he seemed utterly captivated by her now, which left Huaisu feeling that something was amiss. I suspect that Lin Yangzi has employed some beguiling wiles to ensnare the Marquis, causing him to forget the lady he has long cherished. You are aware that since Lin Yangzi entered the household, she has instigated a multitude of troubles, and her continued presence near the Marquis will only bring him further distress. Huaisu removed her hairpin and placed it into her cosmetic box, which contained little of value. Previously, while serving in the old matroness chamber, she had received numerous rewards, but since being bestowed upon Jiang Xingjian by the old matron, her fortunes had tightened considerably. During the 6 years of Jiang Xingjian's absence, she and Song Wan were hardly distinguishable, one openly mourned, the other did so covertly. Creasily, as she engaged in daily card games with Jiang's mother and Lin Jiayue, she had incurred substantial losses, leaving her in a precarious financial situation. Shizhu, perplexed, asked, if you are aware that Lin Yangzi brings misfortune to her master, why do you still support her in managing the household? I do not support her, I place my trust in the lady. Huaisu closed her cosmetic box and spoke softly, you have grown up in this household. Although your interactions with the lady have been limited, we once shared the same courtyard, what sort of person do you believe she is? The lady is intelligent and possesses a kind disposition. I have always regarded her as the most benevolent person in the world. You speak the truth. Huaisu's tone grew somewhat despondent. The lady is indeed remarkably clever, thus, how could she possibly allow someone as coarse and foolish as Lin Yangzi to run rampant in the Marquis's residence, audaciously seeking to meddle in domestic affairs? Yet, since she has allowed it, it must indicate that the lady harbors some ulterior motive. What motive? Huaisu replied, perhaps it is a means of using her to her own advantage. By granting her authority, allowing her to manage the household, and eventually committing some egregious act, it would then be simple to expel her from the residence. If it were not for this, Lin Yangzi, relying on the favor of the lady and the Marquis, would likely continue her arrogance indefinitely. No wonder I find it peculiar, the lady hails from the Song family, so how could she allow Lin Yangzi to ride roughshod over her? Shizhu lowered her voice, now I understand what you mean. The Marquis has always adhered to the principles of a gentleman, yet upon encountering Lin Yangzi, he has engaged in scandalous conduct, tarnishing his reputation. Such a person cannot remain in the household. Huaisu sat on the couch, cradling his soft pillow and murmured, only a person as ethereal as the lady is worthy of the Marquis. What is Lin Yangzi in comparison? The Marquis can only flourish through his love for the lady, as the support of the Song family is paramount, otherwise, should the union falter due to Lin Yangzi's interference, it would undoubtedly hinder the Marquis's future prospects. Thus, I must devise a plan to ensure the lady's success and expel that disruptive element post-haste. Shizhu grasped Huaisu's hand, nodding vigorously, sister speaks wisely. Is there any way I might assist you? Indeed, there is a matter. Huaisu whispered a few words into her ear, and the two then proceeded to remove their makeup and prepare for rest. The following day at noon, Huaisu carried a redwood box to seek out Lin Jiayue. Lin Yangzi, do you require something from me? Although they shared a courtyard, the two had little camaraderie, and Lin Jiayue found it rather curious that Huaisu sought her out today. There are indeed some matters. Huaisu's face flushed, I know that Lin Yangzi possesses a keen acumen for wealth and various means of making a living. I was wondering if you might extend a helping hand to allow me to earn a few taels of silver to alleviate my financial strain. Pushing the redwood box toward Lin Jiayue, she continued, this is my capital, albeit modest, yet it constitutes a significant portion of my belongings. Have you been losing heavily of late? Lin Jiayue recalled how she had been amusing Zhang's mother in various ways these past few days, inadvertently leading Huaisu to lose a considerable amount of silver as well, leaving her with a twinge of guilt. After pondering for a moment, she pulled out a small pouch from beneath her pillow and poured a handful of gold coins onto the table. Take these, I shall not require the items. Huaisu gently pushed back, I cannot accept something from Lin Yangzi without cause. If you lack silver, I have some to spare, so why the need for such reluctance? With that, Lin Jiayue forcefully pressed the gold coins into Huaisu's hands. Feeling somewhat awkward, Huaisu sighed softly, in that case, I shall not stand on ceremony, my situation has indeed become quite pressing. I am aware, this morning, Xinghong saw your little maid sneak off to find a matron, saying she needed to pawn some items. Noticing Huaisu's embarrassment, Lin Jiayue smiled graciously, we reside in the same courtyard. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up, there is no need for concealment. To receive Lin Yangzi's assistance is already quite embarrassing, I have no other matters to trouble you with. Huaisu spoke gently, pausing briefly before adding, Lin Yangzi has a forthright disposition and a magnanimous heart. Yet, while being broad-minded in the Marquis's residence has its advantages, at times, it can also lead to unforeseen pitfalls. That is indeed the case. Understanding that Huaisu did not wish to owe her a favor and was unsure what advice to impart, Lin Jiayue leaned on the table, eager to listen. The lady holds Lin Yangzi in high regard. However, your free-spirited nature has caused some concern for her. If Lin Yangzi could display a bit more prudence, you would undoubtedly find great fortune in the future. What do you mean by free-spirited? Huaisu replied with a gentle smile, the lady exemplifies the ideal of a virtuous woman in her dealings with others. She maintains a balance of distance and closeness with all, neither too aloof nor overly familiar. In the past, we servants could never discern who had earned her favor or incurred her displeasure. Over time, this has rendered us cautious to act recklessly in her presence. When one counts the number of masters in the Marquis's household, there are but a few dozen, yet the servants number in the thousands. Thus, at times, it is preferable to offend a master than to offend a servant. Lin Jiayue furrowed her brow, when have I ever offended the servants? Huaisu pursed her lips and then called over a little maid from the courtyard to fetch some items. Upon the maid's return, Huaisu spoke gently, you need not trouble yourself running about, why not sit at the door while I have Shizhu brew you a cup of tea? The little maid smiled in reply, I shall pass. My mother in the front courtyard has come to visit and brought a good deal of sour cakes, I was thinking to go enjoy a piece. How considerate of you, though it has interrupted your sisterly reunion. Extracting a small piece of silver from her sleeve, Huaisu said with a smile, take this and buy some pastries for your friends to enjoy together. Seeing the little maid's expression shift from reluctance to delight, Lin Jiayue's brow furrowed slightly. Huaisu remarked, there is indeed a principle to this, words of empathy, hospitality with tea and wine, and rewards of gold and silver are all essential, only then can one secure the hearts of the servants and have them at Lin Yangzi's service. Lin Jiayue initially thought it was merely a matter of sending a servant on an errand and questioned whether it warranted such complexity. Yet, in a moment of reflection, she realized that Song Wan seemed to operate similarly, often hearing her or her maidens speak of treating those servants to wine, sweets, or some fruits and pastries. Noticing that her words had resonated, Huaisu smiled and quietly withdrew. Lin Jiayue pondered for a long while before summoning Qianbi, asking, "How do you perceive my treatment of you? I believe there is no better mistress than you, Niangzi." Having overheard Huaisu's earlier remarks, Qianbi reflected, however, Huaisu's words hold truth. Other masters in the household treat their servants similarly, and the Marquis's residence is indeed generous towards us. I believe Huaisu is well-meaning, merely offering these insights. Lin Jiayue scoffed lightly. Though her words may hold merit, they do not stem from goodwill. Rather, it seems she wishes for me to hastily seize control of the household and quickly deal with Song Wan. This underhanded tactic she proposes, using me as a pawn to eliminate my rivals, I have grown weary of. Chapter 61. Isolation. Does the aunt imply that Sister Huaisu is untrustworthy? Lin Jiayue shook her head. She is currently trying to ingratiate herself with me, so her words must be sincere. However, what the future holds is uncertain. After preparing a bowl of ice cream, a favorite treat of young girls, for Qianbi, Lin Jiayue began to ponder Huaisu's words. Previously, she had repeatedly embarrassed herself due to her ignorance of the prevailing customs, manners, and social conventions. She had failed to comprehend the significance of such formalities to these individuals, which led to her frequent missteps. Although Lin Jiayue found both Song Wan and Huaisu to be somewhat hypocritical in their pretense, she could not deny the validity of the adage, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Today, please sew a small pouch for me and place some silver coins inside. Additionally, prepare a pouch for yourself, filled with copper coins or the like. Qianbi blinked. How much silver should I put in? Simply 3 to 5 taels each day will suffice. Qianbi hesitated, but aunt, there is scarcely any silver left in the jewelry box. How can that be? Lin Jiayue opened the box containing valuables, revealing only a few solitary silver ingots, amounting to no more than 50 or 60 taels. The aunt receives only 1 tael of silver per month. Although there was some silver in the jewelry box previously, your gambling with the old lady has depleted it over the past few days. Lin Jiayue frowned deeply, feeling a surge of discomfort. Since her arrival at the Marquis's residence, her sustenance had been provided by the household, and having been confined to the back courtyard without any opportunity to spend money, she had naturally forgotten the importance of silver. The meager funds in the box and the pouch of gold beans were all that Jiang Xingjian had given her upon her entrance into the household. She had never been one to reward servants, and seeing Huaisu clutching a generous handful of gold beans, she had thought little of it, believing there was no need for silver in the Marquis's residence. If I had known earlier, I would have taken less. Lin Jiayue bit her lip, feeling increasingly uneasy. She had been tirelessly helping the Marquis's household, whether by running a rouge shop or an ice shop, with the profits flowing into the public accounts daily, yet, she found herself with not a single coin to show for it. No, I must open a few shops for myself. Qianbi remarked, but how can the aunt open a shop? I have never heard of women owning shops. Why can't women own shops? Qianbi nodded. Opening a shop requires a contract. How can a woman write a contract? Lin Jiayue was puzzled. Why can't a woman write a contract? After pondering for a while, Qianbi, with a look of confusion, said, I am not sure. Perhaps the law forbids it. If not, I could find a stewardess from the outer courtyard for you to inquire. Lin Jiayue agreed, and Qianbi soon returned with a middle-aged woman clad in indigo silk. Qianbi just said women cannot open shops. Is there any truth to that? The woman smiled and replied, indeed, there is some truth to it. A woman must obey her father at home and her husband when married, thus she cannot possess private property. Furthermore, it is inappropriate for a woman to venture into the business world. The only private property a woman can have is her dowry. While some dowries may include shops or businesses, they typically remain under the name of the steward. These stewards are usually sons born within the family or those whose contracts are held by their masters, ensuring their safety. Lin Jiayue bit her lip, feeling increasingly frustrated. A dowry. Of course, she possessed none of that. She was a concubine. Aside from a dowry, is there truly no other way for a woman to acquire property? There are some possibilities. If one were to obtain a female household registration at the government office, they could engage in business. However, this female household registration is only granted to households without male heirs, meaning a widow without a husband or children. Lin Jiayue's brow furrowed deeply. So, there is absolutely no way for me to acquire private property? The woman looked shocked. What do you mean, aunt? Women cannot have private property. If a woman hides money, it is akin to theft, which is one of the 7 offenses that allow for divorce, let alone the idea of owning a shop. No wonder those women in the inner chambers fought tooth and nail for the right to manage the household. Without some financial backing or dowry, how could they survive in the back courtyard? The more Lin Jiayue thought about it, the angrier she became. The ice shop and the rouge shop had already been relinquished. How could she reclaim them? The silver went directly into the public account, and even Jiang Xingjian had not spent a single cent, let alone her. With a resounding clap, Lin Jiayue slammed her palm on the table. It seems I must fight for the right to manage the household, whether I want to or not. After a moment's thought, she took the pouch of gold beans and led Qianbi to find someone in the residence to exchange them for silver. In the following days, Lin Jiayue altered her usual approach, meticulously attending to matters and keeping in mind the rules and behaviors that Mamali had taught her when visiting Jiang's mother. However, after 5 or 6 days of feigned compliance, Jiang's mother happily entrusted her with the household funds. I had misjudged you in the past, thinking you were not thorough in your dealings. Happily accepting the silver from Lin Jiayue, Jiang's mother grinned widely at the sight of her overflowing drawer. Yuan Yang, bring out those few pieces of smoked gauze the palace bestowed upon us last year, so that Lin Auntie and Huaisu can select them carefully. Casually tossing a handful of silver to the maid, Jiang's mother was in high spirits. To her, these coins were trivial, even multiplied by 100 or 1,000 times, they could not purchase half a piece of the soft smoked gauze to reward the two. Yet, the joy of winning from others far surpassed its intrinsic value. Thank you for your generosity, madam. With your good fortune, Jiayue will not stand on ceremony. Selecting a piece she fancied, Lin Jiayue also encouraged Huaisu to choose one, and as they exited the Jiangxiang courtyard, she suddenly asked, "Do you have any plans for this fabric?" Huaisu shook her head. "What does Lin Auntie wish to do?" Handing the fabric to Lin Jiayue, Huaisu added, "If Lin Auntie likes it, please take it. Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Without further explanation, Lin Jiayue accepted the piece from Huaisu's hands. The next day at noon, she entered Huaisu's room holding two nearly identical long skirts. "Yesterday, I had Qianbi send them to the embroidery room to be made into dresses. Come and see which one you prefer." Huaisu gazed at the trailing skirt in surprise, and under Lin Jiayue's persistent urging, she casually selected one set. The two changed behind a screen, and Lin Jiayue smiled. "They truly look lovely, why not wear them to show the madam, it will surely bring her some joy." Before Huaisu could refuse, Lin Jiayue seized her hand and dashed out of the room. Just as they exited the Shoyan pavilion, they encountered Song Wan, who was busy gathering coxcomb flowers with Hengji and Hengwu, preparing to dye them with cochineal. Song Wan, lifting her gaze at the sight of the two similarly dressed women, smiled gently, while Huaisu's complexion drained of color, her delicate face paling as she lowered her head. Lin Jiayue cast a glance at her and cheerfully addressed Song Wan, "Eldest miss, you seem to be in high spirits. I wonder if you are busy at the moment. The madam entrusted me with the household funds yesterday, and there are many things I do not understand, so I must seek your guidance." Retracting her gaze, Song Wan replied softly, "I am not busy. I am always at your service." Chapter 62 Provision. Observing Song Wan's unperturbed demeanor, devoid of anger or jealousy, Lin Jiayue found herself seething with suppressed frustration. She turned and grasped Huaisu's hand, cheerfully informing her that she would be taking leave after paying her respects to the mistress, before departing from the lawn court. Hengwu furrowed her brow and remarked, "How did Huaisu end up mingling with her? Does she not realize the true nature of that little harlot?" Song Wan gently tapped Hengwu's nose and admonished, "How many times must I remind you? Do not refer to her in such a manner. What will others think if they overhear?" Hengwu, feeling wronged, sought leniency, while Hengji's brows remained tightly knit. "Miss, Huaisu comes from the old lady's chambers and has always been generous and meticulous in her duties. It is indeed peculiar for her to associate so closely with Lin Yang, especially given how well they seem to get along now. What is so strange about it? A lack of skill leads to failure, and one is bound to suffer for it." "What do you mean by that, miss?" Song Wan smiled and replied, "Just now, I noticed Huaisu's troubled expression. It seems she is being compelled to feign intimacy with Lin Jiayue. Lin Jiayue's intentions are easily discernible. She likely wishes to isolate Huaisu from me to provoke my jealousy and demonstrate her own favor within the household, or perhaps she doubts Huaisu's loyalty and has orchestrated this charade. Moreover, Huaisu must have had her own schemes, yet her lack of finesse has led her to be ensnared." As she placed the red balsam flowers into a woven bowl, Song Wan deftly selected the lighter-colored blooms. Hengji pursed her lips, slightly vexed, and said, "Miss, you have always treated Huaisu kindly, what could she possibly seek from Lin Yang?" Hengwu scoffed, "It certainly cannot be anything good." Song Wan raised her head, pondering before responding, "Desire is a treacherous thing. The human heart is the hardest to fathom, yet, there is no need for constant vigilance. If our defenses become superficial, we will inadvertently fall into Lin Jiayue's trap." "Then shall we continue to treat Huaisu as we have in the past?" Song Wan shook her head with a smile, "That simply will not do. We need not be overly cautious, but we must remember today's events. Should you ever feel something amiss about her, even if you cannot articulate the issue, keep it in mind and ponder it deeply. Always remember, trust others less than you trust yourself. Do not harbor any misplaced hopes in others." After selecting the suitable balsam flowers, Song Wan scooped a ladle of spring water to cleanse the petals, carefully placing them into a stone mortar to be crushed. When Lin Jiayue returned, she found 4 or 5 individuals gathered around the stone table in the courtyard, busy dyeing their nails. Upon witnessing their clumsy tools and crude methods, she could not suppress a laugh. Such things, she would not accept even if offered for free. "Are you still occupied, dear sister-in-law?" With her fair and slender hands immersed in a porcelain basin, Song Wan meticulously washed them before accepting the soft cloth from Lutong to dry them carefully. Lin Jiayue observed her leisurely yet elegant movements, biting her lip in frustration. "Lin Yang, please enter with me." With Qianbi carrying a chest that represented the household's provisions, Lin Jiayue re-entered the main courtyard of Lan Court. She believed she had seized power from Song Wan's hands, expecting to witness jealousy or discontent in her opponent, yet Song Wan remained as serene as ever. "The water from the heavenly spring brews the maple dew tea, please enjoy." Hengji presented a teacup before Lin Jiayue and then gracefully withdrew. "Is there something you wish to ask? Will you answer if I inquire?" Song Wan smiled, lifting the yellow-glazed teacup to savor its warmth. Her demeanor, clearly dismissive of engaging in petty matters, left Lin Jiayue's clenched hands trembling beneath the table. Only when the cloth in her grip began to fray did she find some relief from her agitation. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Jiayue imitated Song Wan's manner and took a delicate sip from her teacup. Delicious tea. Song Wan pursed her lips, the water is simply good. Lin Jiayue, enduring her impatience, tried to emulate her, meandering the conversation elsewhere. What water? The water from the heavenly spring. What is the heavenly spring? Song Wan explained, the water from rain and snow is all referred to as heavenly spring water. Its purity and subtle taste pair exceptionally well with maple dew tea. After just a few exchanges, Lin Jiayue found herself at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, she finally ventured, the mistress has entrusted me with the household provisions. Song Wan nodded, I am aware. Lin Jiayue's heart sank. The indifference of her counterpart felt like a punch into cotton, her earlier exhilaration at besting Song Wan doused in cold water, leaving no trace of emotion. Is there anything you do not understand? Feel free to ask. Lin Jiayue gritted her teeth, momentarily speechless, she had little to grasp and could hardly speak of what was beyond her understanding. Though Jiang Man had instructed her to manage the alongside Song Wan, Lin Jiayue had not directly engaged in any affairs. The sudden full responsibility was overwhelming, yet, she was unwilling to seek guidance from Song Wan, fearing exposure of her own inadequacies. Are the accounts in the household reconciled? Song Wan raised her eyes, and upon hearing this single query, she instantly discerned that Lin Jiayue possessed no capability for managing the household. Frowning, she was about to speak when Lin Jiayue interjected, the tea is delightful, I must excuse myself. I can inquire about these trivial matters with the steward of the outer court. With that, Lin Jiayue, accompanied by Qianbi, hastily departed. Returning to Shoyan Pavilion as if fleeing, she collapsed onto the curved Roland bed, her eyes devoid of spirit. After a long while, Lin Jiayue finally opened the chest that signified the position of the Lady of the Inn and removed its contents. Having locked herself away for 3 days and nights, she had barely grasped the current state of the insanity. It is truly insanity. Qianbi inquired, what is the matter, Yin Yang? Lin Jiayue scoffed coldly, do you have any idea how many masters the has? The two main branches combined with all the legitimate and illegitimate offspring barely exceed 100, yet do you have any notion of how many servants the employs? The main kitchen alone has 31 staff, with 15 tea attendants responsible for serving guests and preparing medicines, while 17 doorkeepers welcome visitors into the premises. Just the guards for the Marquis number 16. The outer court manages daily expenses, organizes monthly allowances for each courtyard, and oversees purchases and rewards, employing 28 individuals, while 7 are tasked with maintaining the ancestral temple and arranging ceremonial items. 16 are responsible for night watch and patrol duties, 13 for auspicious gardens, and a chaotic mix of 72 in various storerooms. 11 are dedicated to writing memorials and various documents, 8 to ceremonial matters, and 8 preserve this archives. There are also 9 rooms in the outer court for the gentleman's rest and business, 18 responsible for cleaning and maintaining the premises, and 15 managing the greenhouse and cellar gardens. That is not all. There are even specialists for training and caring for birds of prey, pigeons, fish, and various other creatures, totaling 16. Did you know that the even supports an entire opera troupe? All the expenses for those performers, including food, drink, clothing, and props, are borne by the even more absurdly, within the estate. They are also responsible for. Lin Jiayue retrieved an account book and flipped through it momentarily. Pingsui Monastery. He also employs over a dozen nuns for chanting and performing rituals. These are just a fraction. The old lady, the mistress, and the marquis each have 4 first-class maidservants, several second- and third-class maidservants, and numerous rough-handed matrons, all multiplying exponentially. The inner court manages clothing, jewelry, hairdressing, and countless other duties. Lin Jiayue's expression grew grave, just the menservants in the outer court number 731. The inner court comprises 806 maidservants and matrons, not to mention the stewards of the estates outside. With barely 100 masters, there are a staggering 1,537 servants within the. Do you think Jiang Xingjian has lost his mind? Supporting so many people, it is no wonder he is in financial distress. Lin Jiayue's face turned ashen. Even if I opened 100 more shops, I fear I could not sustain such a multitude. Chapter 63. The game each month, the expenditure on these servants alone amounts to over 700 taels, not to mention the monthly allowances for the masters, which exceed 1,000 taels. And this does not even account for the rewards given to the servants. Lin Jiayue perused the accounts in her hand, noting that the monthly bonuses for the servants spanned over 10 pages. After a rough estimate, she calculated that this item alone exceeded 200 taels. Moreover, there are expenses for house repairs, fabric, paper and ink, supplies from various storerooms, and food procurement. The accounts were so overwhelming that they left one feeling dizzy and fearful. Although the Marquisate still has a few profitable ventures, relying on the annual income from the estates, the income from my eye shop and rouge shop has now become the primary source of revenue for the Marquisate. Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together, increasingly resentful. The vast Marquisate was nearly sustained by her efforts, yet she still had to navigate the whims of others. With a bang, she slammed the account book shut, raising an eyebrow in cold mockery. No wonder during card games, the madam often praises me as a moneymaker. I had thought she was complimenting my card-playing skills. Looking back, she was merely referring to the profits from my 2 shops. It's no surprise she repeatedly insinuates that I should venture into establishing more businesses. She was clearly waiting for me to do just that. Lin Jiayue gritted her teeth, seething with indignation. She had believed that her ability to secure the household's resources was due to her cleverness and charm, winning over Jiang Mu's affections day by day, even disregarding the elderly matriarch's health. Little did she know, they had long plotted to hand this hot potato over to her. After all, if she truly had any profitable ventures in her hands, would she not reveal them? Clenching her fists tightly, Lin Jiayue's complexion turned pale. Jiang Mu was correct. Even if she had no profitable businesses at present, she would be forced to create some. When she first entered the Marquisate, the elderly matriarch and Jiang Mu treated her as if she were invisible, her words often going unacknowledged, as if she were a mere phantom. Yet how had Jiang Mu treated her once the eye shop and rouge shop began to yield profits? How had the servants regarded her? Within the inner courtyard of the Marquisate, she was without name, status, or background. To surpass Song Wan, she needed to prove her capabilities and wield authority within the household. Lin Jiayue understood that one must demonstrate their worth to earn the respect of others, yet she could not accept it. Song Wan, merely born into a better family, could effortlessly stand atop the clouds, while she had to simultaneously support a host of leeches and strive to curry favor with them. Qianbi, at your service. Lin Jiayue lowered her gaze, hesitating for a long moment before finally speaking. As a concubine of the Marquisate, should I wish to leave, what options do I have? Qianbi gasped in alarm, quickly stepping forward to cover her mouth. Madam, please do not speak such reckless words. Qianbi encircled Lin Jiayue, whispering in her ear, although I have not received an education, I understand human sentiments and the ways of the world. You are not like ordinary women, you are a heroine, more formidable than many men. In the Shoyan Pavilion, you have never regarded us as mere servants, and you have never looked down upon us when sharing meals or sitting together. But no matter how remarkable you are, being trapped within this Marquisate's inner sanctum will leave you with no means of escape. Do not take offense at my words, but a concubine is of lowly status, no different from the servants. There are only three paths for a concubine wishing to leave their master. Either they err and are sold by their master, or they are sent away by their master, or they may be gifted to other servants or guests. Servants who are sold typically meet a grim fate. Even if they survive, they suffer greatly. As for the Marquisate, they are benevolent and have never set a precedent for sending concubines to guests. Lin Jiayue murmured, what about the third option? To escape privately from the estate. Qianbi replied, I have heard tales of a concubine who formed an attachment with a servant and attempted to elope. But in a place like the Marquisate, you would have no hope of escaping. The estate is teeming with people. Even if you merely wish to take a stroll in the courtyard at night, someone will come to inquire, let alone the various corners of the estate which have hidden gates, guarded not only by matrons but also by patrolling guards. Even if you were to miraculously slip out of the Lanting courtyard, you would never manage to leave the inner estate. Qianbi crouched slightly, lowering her voice further. Even if you did manage to escape, you would surely be captured within 3 days. Whether military or civilian, no one could venture beyond 100 miles. Without a household registration and no travel permit, where would you procure such documents? As she spoke, Qianbi's tears began to fall. Please, madam, do not entertain such thoughts. There is nowhere better than the Marquisate. If Lin Jiayue were to flee, the first to suffer would be her. No matter what, Qianbi had to dispel her thoughts. Now that you are favored by the Marquis and have just acquired control over the household affairs, once you bear the Marquisate's eldest son, the entire estate will be under your authority. At that time, what would you not desire? Madam, heed my advice, do not take reckless actions. Wiping away Qianbi's tears with her hand, Lin Jiayue nodded in understanding. Once more gathering her emotions, she took out charcoal and paper, lost in thought. One misstep leads to another. Having followed Jiang Xingjian into the Marquisate without clarity, now trying to leave would prove difficult. Furthermore, she indeed harbored feelings for Jiang Xingjian and could not bear to part so abruptly. Suppressing her resentment, Lin Jiayue began to write and draw. The following morning, she took a stack of drawings to the Jiangxiong courtyard. How do you feel today, madam? Are you still fatigued? Jiang Mu smiled, much better. Lin Jiayue responded cheerfully, her tone light, I thought about it all night and came up with a business that will earn money. Oh? Jiang Mu's eyes sparkled, her smile becoming more sincere. What kind of venture is it? I wish to open a general goods store. General goods. As Jiang Mu's smile faded significantly, Lin Jiayue lowered her gaze to mask the coldness in her eyes. My general goods store will be unlike any other. Everything I sell will be unique in the entire capital, indeed, even in the whole world. However, I am troubled and seek your approval, madam. Upon hearing that it would be unique in the world, Jiang Mu understood that this business would not be lacking in potential. She scrutinized Lin Jiayue before finally saying, state your requirements, and I will listen. Lin Jiayue hails from a humble background and lacks support. Though you and the Marquis treat me well, I am constantly anxious and unsettled. Now that I have control over the household affairs, I am still not entirely secure. Jiang Mu frowned at her words, pondering for a long while before summoning Yuan Yang to bring a jade token. This is my jade token. Take it from now on, the household will be under your authority, just be cautious in your dealings. If uncertain, consult me or any of the matrons in the estate. Lin Jiayue accepted it with a gentle smile and turned to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Mu's accompanying matron expressed concern, Madam, what are you doing, granting such power to that little concubine? The eldest madam will surely feel slighted upon seeing the jade token that symbolizes your status, and you will be completely estranged from her. What does it matter whether we are estranged or not? Jiang Mu sighed. In families like ours, marrying a wife serves two purposes. One is to forge good alliances to aid in heir's career, and the other is to produce heirs to continue the family lineage. Yet, Song Wan has accomplished neither. What use is she to me? Moreover, rubbing her temples, Jiang Mu's expression grew stiff. What month is it now? Mid-autumn is approaching, and we must present our offerings to the palace. The head of the rights department is notoriously greedy. In previous years, when Ir was not home, we endured hardship for the sake of the empress, even relinquishing our most profitable estate last year. I had thought this year we might have to sell tenant farmers' lands, yet here comes a little hussy to relieve my urgent predicament. Leaning back against the couch, Jiang Mu said softly, had it not been for this money issue, I would have kicked her out during the grand banquet. How could I allow a mere lowly concubine to bargain with me? Chapter 64 Regret. Miss, there has been quite a commotion at the embroidery smoke pavilion these past few days. Hengwu half knelt on the ground, assisting Song Wan in putting on her shoes, while Hangji stood by with a lacquered, inlaid tray holding a soft cloth dampened with warm water. After Song Wan delicately cleansed her face with the cloth, she lazily inquired, what has stirred up the fuss again after a few days of tranquility? According to Nurse Liang, concubine Lin has summoned all the matrons in charge of the inner and outer courtyards and presented them with a list. Xian Cao handed Song Wan a thin slip of paper, which she glanced at, noting it contained terms like absenteeism, early leave, and satisfactory job performance. What is this? Song Wan asked. Xiang Cao shook her head, I do not know, nor could Nurse Liang clarify it. She merely stated that they must fill it out every month aside from the respective courtyards of the masters. It applies to everyone else. Song Wan scrutinized the document repeatedly for quite some time, yet remained perplexed about its purpose. Never mind, it does not concern us anyway, let her be. With a flick of her wrist, she crumpled the slip into a ball and remarked, has the Marquis not returned yet? A letter arrived last night at the second watch. When you fell asleep, I did not wake you. Hangji produced a note for Song Wan, who opened it with a slight furrow of her brow. It states that the chickens and ducks raised at the Shanglin Garden breeding office have fallen ill, with half of them perishing. He will be staying at the Shanglin Garden for the time being and cannot return to the residence. This, sensing Hangwu's curiosity, Song Wan explained, the Marquis has only just taken office, and such an incident arises. He must attend to it personally to demonstrate his loyalty and diligence. Should he neglect it, he might face accusations of disrespect and dissatisfaction with his position. She briefly glanced over the remaining matters regarding the management of the Marquis's household, gently advising and comforting before putting the letter away. That is for the best, Hengwu casually remarked, it gives concubine Lin time to stir up trouble in the Marquis's residence. Song Wan nodded, feeling reassured as she began her breakfast. The marriage between the Bai and Lan families had been settled, and Lady Lan had invited her to visit, wishing to express her gratitude for her role as matchmaker. Song Wan had accepted the invitation in advance and was now preparing to dress and adorn herself for the occasion. Miss, how about this peach-colored silver-threaded gown paired with the ruby pleated skirt? Song Wan nodded, allowing Hengji to assist her in changing attire. Since she was to meet an old acquaintance, she instructed Ilza to style her hair in a relatively simple updo, casually adding a couple of gold-tipped bamboo hairpins before preparing to leave. However, just as she stepped out of the lawn courtyard, she was halted by Jiang Jing, who stood nearby, with reddened eyes and tears streaming down her face. She lamented, I apologize, sister-in-law. It was I who misunderstood your intentions before. Now that I realize my mistakes, I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing this, Song Wan replied gently, there is nothing to forgive, you must not lose the dignity of a young lady in the process. Handing her a handkerchief, she smiled softly, a young lady should not be seen crying. Jiang Jing wiped her tears and summoned her courage, I heard from the lady that you're visiting Lady Lan today. Could you perhaps give me another chance to meet her? When Lin Jiayue introduced Madame Chen to her, and Madame Chen inquired about the dowry in her presence, Jiang Jing finally grasped the foolishness of losing the opportunity for the Lan family's match. Concubine Lin had praised Madame Chen's forthright nature, assuring that she would not be a troublesome mother-in-law. Even when discussing dowries and bridal gifts, Concubine Lin had extolled the virtues of clear and thorough negotiations to avoid future worries. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Jing suddenly burst into tears. I know that a well-mannered young lady should not discuss marriage, let alone choose a suitor, but I must think of myself. The Marquis's household has only me and Aunt Zhou relying on each other. If I were to marry into the Chun family, a household rife with chaos, how could I ever put Aunt Zhou's mind at ease? Sister-in-law, Jiang Jing began to kneel, but was firmly restrained by Hengwu and Hengji. Sister-in-law. I beg of you, I implore you to allow me to meet Lady Lan just once, regardless of the outcome, I promise not to trouble you again. Outside the lawn courtyard, a number of servants had gathered, and for reasons unknown, Song Wan sensed a peculiar disarray within the Marquis's residence today. It was as if everyone were bewildered, wandering aimlessly without knowing their duties. Furrowing her brow once more, upon witnessing Jiang Jing's tearful visage, she sighed, wipe your tears, I will take you to the Lan family. Only by allowing Jiang Jing to see for herself that a new bride had been chosen by the Lan family would she relent. Otherwise, no matter what was said, Jiang Jing would only perceive it as deliberate obstruction. Song Wan was unperturbed by misunderstandings, yet she was quite weary of these incessant interruptions. Along the way, with Hengji's assistance, Jiang Jing tidied her attire and makeup, while Song Wan sat quietly beside her, occasionally offering soft words of comfort when Jiang Jing expressed her anxiety. Upon entering the Lan family's gates and being welcomed into the courtyard, Jiang Jing finally released the handkerchief she had clutched tightly throughout the journey, donning a sweet yet charming smile. Please convey my regards to the Marchioness. Upon spotting Song Wan, Lady Lan greeted her with a radiant smile, but when she noticed Jiang Jing beside her, she halted, her gaze sweeping quickly from head to toe. Seeing the young girl with red-rimmed eyes, the handkerchief wrinkled in her grasp, and her attire bearing unwarranted creases, Lady Lan understood that she was not brought along by Song Wan willingly, but had insisted on coming without permission. Madame Chen had previously visited the Marquis's residence to discuss a match, and being familiar with both households, who among them did not know the others, after a moment's contemplation, Lady Lan surmised that the young girl was regretting her decision and now sought to make amends. Just call me Wanner, that is far more intimate. Accepting the exquisite box embedded with flower and bird motifs from Hengji, Song Wan presented it to Lady Lan. I personally prepared some tea snacks for the ladies to sample today. The two exchanged pleasantries and laughter as Song Wan led Jiang Jing along with Lady Lan into the family garden. The Lan family was affluent, and their estate was quite grand. The garden featured a warm pavilion adorned with Fu character stained glass windows, and when sunlight streamed through, the play of light and shadow was as beautiful as a misty dawn. Upon seeing this, Jiang Jing felt a twinge of bitterness. The Marquis's household could not afford such luxurious glass windows. Please convey my regards to the Marchioness of Changyang. Lady Bai pulled her daughter forward to greet Song Wan, with the young lady blushing and her eyes filled with gratitude. Lady Bai warmly introduced several other ladies to Song Wan. Given her background, it would have been quite difficult for her to mingle with someone of Song Wan's stature. However, due to Song Fuji's connections, Song Wan took the initiative to befriend them, even facilitating a promising match for her family, and Lady Bai understood the value of reciprocity. The ladies who attended that day, though of humble origins, either held positions in the Ministry of Personnel or had family connections that made them influential. Song Wan graciously accepted Lady Bai's goodwill. Naturally, she was astute and adept at socializing. After several exchanges, the group felt remarkably familiar, and soon they were laughing and enjoying one another's company. Jiang Jing could only stand by and offer awkward smiles, occasionally assisting Hengji with pouring tea for Song Wan, striving to appear demure and virtuous. What are you doing here? This is not what young ladies should be doing. Go, join your sisters and play. Lady Lan laughed, summoning her two daughters to take Jiang Jing away. The two young girls, nearly 12 or 13 years old, were in their playful prime. Eager to please, Jiang Jing showered them with compliments, and by the time they reached the warm house filled with exotic plants, they had already grown quite close. Before the three girls could push the door open, they spotted a young girl bending over to sniff a pot of golden orchid beneath the glass window. Seeing this, the seventh young lady of the Lan family covered her mouth and giggled. Isn't this the future aunt? Such a delicate appearance, tranquil and gentle, surely a perfect match for Uncle Joe. The older Lan girl shot her a disapproving glance. Do not jest about your elders. If mother hears, she will surely scold you. The younger girl, seemingly frightened, shook her head in surrender, but Jiang Jing felt darkness envelop her, her heart brimming with regret. The Lan family truly had a new bride selected? Chapter 65. Afframing. In a state of dazed confusion, I followed Miss Lan into the warm room. Bai Ruizhu promptly rose to greet the three of them. The two misses from the Lan family wore smiles, while Jiang Jing seemed unable to muster a smile of her own. Bai Ruizhu's name suited her well. Compared to the delicate and soft young ladies of the capital, she appeared more plump and rounded, exuding an air of affluence. When she smiled, her round apricot-shaped eyes curved gently, radiating warmth and kindness. Since this is our first meeting, allow me to present you with a token of greeting. It is something I embroidered myself. From her bosom, Bai Ruizhu produced a pouch and presented to them a fragrant pendant embroidered with a pattern of auspicious bats. Jiang Jing accepted it, momentarily stunned, a mixture of emotions swirling within her. The small fragrant pendant was exquisitely crafted, one she could never aspire to replicate. Thank you, Miss Bai. Just call me Ruizhu, she replied. Miss Lan, she chuckled, that simply won't do. It is more polite to address her as Miss Bai for now. Bai Ruizhu's face flushed red, her timid demeanor evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Jiang Jing watched, a bitter taste forming in her mouth, and recalling Madame Chen's opportunistic and unrefined manner, she felt her gums ache with a sense of melancholy. The three young ladies engaged in cheerful conversation while Jiang Jing bowed her head, lost in thought. This is the 12 national colors nurtured by our Uncle Joe. They are cherished dearly. If it weren't for today's esteemed guests, we wouldn't even be allowed in this fragrant pavilion. Bai Ruizhu pressed her lips together, too bashful to respond. Naturally graceful in her demeanor, she struggled to articulate a witty retort, and instead, she merely blushed and smiled foolishly at the playful teasing. Observing this, Miss Lan Qi and Miss Lan Si grew even fonder of their aunt, their hands clasped together in merriment. Standing behind the three, Jiang Jing softly remarked, these 12 national colors are indeed beautiful, but I wonder what is inscribed on that pot? People often say that objects can express aspirations. I wonder if there are any words inscribed there that convey something? As soon as the words left her lips, curiosity sparked in the three young ladies, particularly in Bai Ruizhu, who had never laid eyes on Lan Yunhe. At this age, young women are often filled with a naive romanticism, making it difficult to resist the allure of speculation about their future suitors. Hearing Jiang Jing's words, Bai Ruizhu instinctively crouched down to examine the pot nurturing the 12 national colors. The two misses from the Lan family leaned in closer, and the three girls drew nearer still. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing bit her lip, discreetly plucking a tiny red spider from an unopened begonia bud and carefully flicking it onto Bai Ruizhu's neck. Ah! Startled by the sensation of something crawling on her neck, Bai Ruizhu jumped up in fright, inadvertently knocking over the pot of 12 national colors, scattering petals across the floor. Oh dear, Miss Lan Qi's eyes widened, then she exclaimed in panic, this is Uncle Joe's favorite pot. It is usually treated with such tenderness. What shall we do? I'm so sorry, truly sorry, I didn't mean to. Bai Ruizhu's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she dared not cry. Do not panic. I will send someone to find Uncle Joe. He will not punish us. By Ruizhu, her eyes reddened, added, "It was my carelessness. I implore Miss C to convey my apologies to Master Lan. I will compensate for the 12 national colors." Miss Lan Si gently took her hand to comfort her, then hurried outside to summon a maid to seek Lan Yunha. The four young ladies anxiously stood beneath the glazed window, their heads craned in anticipation. Jiang Jing glanced at Bai Ruizhu, observing her distressed and tearful countenance, and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was not her intention to harm anyone. She understood that marriage for a woman is a matter of life and death. Should Bai Ruizhu truly marry into the Chun family and fall into the hands of a woman as crude and cunning as Madame Chen, she feared it would not be long before her life would wither away, leaving her with no future. Jiang Jing's eyes grew misty as she clasped Bai Ruizhu's hand. "Do not be afraid, my mistakes will not tarnish your reputation. It is entirely my fault, and has nothing to do with the other young ladies." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing felt her eyes well up. Despite her guilt, she knew that she needed the Lan family's proposal far more than Bai Ruizhu did. At this moment, Jiang Jing could only hope that the engagement between the Jiang and Lan families would fall through, allowing Madame Lan to reconsider her. If she could successfully marry into the Lan family, she would devote her life to praying for Bai Ruizhu's peace and prosperity. When Lan Yunha's personal maid arrived, she found the four young ladies wearing woeful expressions. Her gaze lingered on Bai Ruizhu's face and, as she approached, she finally withdrew her eyes. "I'm so sorry, I carelessly damaged Master Lan's 12 national colors. I wrapped them in a handkerchief, but I am uncertain if they can be salvaged." Bai Ruizhu hastily interjected, "Regardless of whether they can be saved, my family will compensate for them. Could you please inform me where the 12 national colors can be purchased? I shall seek someone to." The maid chuckled. "These 12 national colors were brought back by Master Jiu from Guanfeng Cliff 6 years ago. He said they were difficult to pick, and there are no others like them in the world." "Then, what shall we do?" Bai Ruizhu's round face flushed crimson, tears pooling in her eyes as she held them back, only able to offer apologies. The maid laughed lightly. "Master Jiu has said that he has run out of fate with the 12 national colors, so it is not Miss Bai's fault. Master Jiu has also prepared gifts for the young ladies, wishing that you do not let this incident dampen your spirits, nor dwell on it." The maid presented 4 intricately carved sandalwood boxes to the young ladies. The boxes for Miss Lan Si, Miss Lan Qi, and Jiang Jing were of the same size and design, while Bai Ruizhu's box was significantly larger. Jiang Jing's face turned pale, her lips trembling as she said, This cannot be right. It is a gift from an elder. It cannot be declined. You should accept it, as it is customary." The maid, believing Jiang Jing hesitated to accept gifts from men, gently explained and reassured Bai Ruizhu before departing. "Do not worry. Since uncle has said he will not blame us, then he truly will not. Let us see what he has sent. He possesses the finest treasures in the entire estate." Miss Lan Qi eagerly opened the box and found a small lambskin rattle with a jade handle and colorful gems affixed to it. "How old are we, and yet Uncle Jiu still sends us such childish toys?" Both Jiang Jing and Miss Lan Qi opened their boxes, finding the same items as the Mrs. Lan. Miss Lan Qi urged Bai Ruizhu to open her box. With a flushed face, Bai Ruizhu revealed a necklace of red gold braided silk embedded with agate beads, which, while intended for children, was unmistakably of great value. As Jiang Jing returned to Song Wan's side, her mind was still reeling, fixated on the words, Master Jiu said his fate with the 12 national colors has ended. It is not Miss Bai's fault, and the glaringly bright red gold necklace within the wooden box. Once they boarded the carriage to the Marquis's residence, Jiang Jing remained lost in thought. Song Wan glanced at her ashen face, her cheeks tinged with blue, and quietly inquired, "What have you done?" Jiang Jing flinched, pressing her lips together tightly, refusing to utter a word. Turning her gaze to the window, Song Wan spoke softly, "Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable, one brings it upon oneself. Disaster arises from one's own actions, and thus one must bear the consequences. To shift blame onto others is not the behavior of a gentleman. You should not act in such a manner." Chapter 66 Foundations. Upon returning to the residence after visiting the Lan family, Jiang Jing fell gravely ill. Song Wan instructed Hengwu to deliver medicine and nourishment several times, and after consulting the physician and ascertaining there was no cause for alarm, she ceased to intervene, believing that some matters must be resolved by her own reflection. After a few days of relative peace for Lin Jiayue, Song Wan discovered the purpose of the thin paper she had previously given to the maids of various courtyards. "I have heard that 5 or 6 individuals have already been sold, with a few others expelled from the residence." Hanji furrowed her brow, concern etched across her face. "Miss, it is unprecedented for the Marquis's household, which has endured for centuries, to sell off its servants. Moreover, Lin Yang has stirred up a rotation system that has left many unsure of their roles. According to Granny Liang, chaos has already begun to ensue below, yet the masters of the courtyards remain unaware." "Sell servants?" Song Wan's brow knitted in confusion. A family like the Song and Jiang clans, renowned for their literary and scholarly pursuits, would never resort to selling those who had served their ancestors for generations, unless their lineage had been utterly depleted. "Is Lin Jiayue aware of this?" "She likely is not." Hangji replied, "The mistress handed her the token, and now she wields it to intimidate the servants, leaving them with no choice but to obey. Furthermore, the sale of servants is not an overnight affair. The thin paper that Lin Yang previously distributed was intended for assessing their worth. Those deemed inferior would inevitably face sale. Many of the managing matrons have their grievances, and now, in their attempts to eliminate rivals, they have become frenzied. Everyone below is on edge. Those in charge are preoccupied with placing their own people in positions of power. This has resulted in rampant disorder, and since Lin Yang is not in a position to intervene directly, she is left to the whims of these matrons. I heard from the laundry room that the lowest-ranking course matrons and young maids have become exceedingly ruthless. They dare not cause open disturbances but resort to all manner of underhanded tactics. Song Wan lowered her gaze, deep in thought. The nobility never sold their servants, which indeed reflects their magnanimous family ethos, but more importantly, these individuals must remain untouchable. Even those of noble birth from prosperous nations harbor some unspeakable secrets. Should the affairs of the court be involved, there are officials to scrutinize from above and enemies lurking below, making reckless actions unthinkable. While Jiang Fei's temperament cannot be described as tyrannical, her ostentation hardly encapsulates her nature, and it is uncertain how many concubines she has offended with such disposition, furthermore, with the fifth prince as a constant target. If malicious individuals were to see servants from the Marquis' household and concoct rumors or scandalous tales, it would spell disaster. In a fleeting moment, Song Wan contemplated many things. After a short while, she murmured, I initially thought she would stir up some trouble, yet she consistently strikes at the very essence, seizing the critical points. Miss, if Lin Yingyang continues down this path of madness, it will surely implicate you. Song Wan replied, ever since the day I married into the Marquis' household, whether I desire it or not, I am bound to share in its fate. The glory of the Marquis is my glory, and its losses are my losses. How can one speak of implications? Moreover, I anticipated that by ceding the authority of the household to Lin Jiayue, we would arrive at this day, though I did not foresee it would come so swiftly and unexpectedly. Leaning with her chin resting on her hand, Song Wan furrowed her brow, pondering her next course of action. She had originally intended to devise countermeasures, but Lin Jiayue's unforeseen maneuver was truly astonishing. Had she not been a member of the Marquis' household, one could not help but applaud her brilliance. That will not do. I must refrain from any actions. Song Wan's tone carried a hint of disdain. Hengji, spread the word tomorrow regarding the reason the Marquis is observing the mourning period at the Jinxiangbo residence for half a month, as well as the fact that the mistress has bestowed the token upon Lin Yingyang, granting her full authority over household matters. Additionally, mention that the matriarch remains gravely ill, which troubles my heart. I have resolved to move into the small Buddhist hall for half a month to pray for her well-being. Henggu, prepare the Longxiang hall. Tonight, you all shall accompany me to reside there. As for the main courtyard, seal it off. Do not engage with anyone. If she could not provoke them, she could at least evade them. Lin Jiayue had erred first, and Zhang Mu had given her the token afterward. With the Marquis' household managing affairs in such a manner, she could remain aloof, and the world would only consider her a victim of dishonor, retreating into obscurity. While it may sound somewhat pathetic, such sentiments would grant her some leeway, preserving the reputation of the Song family. She no longer cared about her own reputation. As long as she did not bring shame upon her father, brothers, and maternal relatives, as well as her cousins, she would be content. After articulating her thoughts, Song Wan busied herself with instructing Granny Zhao and Hengwu to move into the Longxiang hall. Once inside, she directed that no one from the household be permitted to enter. For the next few days, she truly found solace in transcribing Buddhist scriptures, praying for the matriarch's protection from the Buddha. Madame Zhou came seeking her on numerous occasions, but Song Wan remained elusive. Left with no other recourse, she turned to Lin Jiayue, hoping to inquire about the character of the Chen family as young master. Lin Jiayue assured her that young Master Chen was a refined gentleman, certainly not a frivolous scion of the wealthy. Although Madame Zhou still harbored concerns, she ultimately had no alternative but to consent to the marriage. When Song Wan learned of this news, she could only sigh, pondering that if Jiang Jing were to strengthen himself in the future, he might yet lead a good life, and thus she chose not to dwell on it further. Having secluded herself in the Longxiang hall for over 10 days, the matriarch's awakenings grew increasingly rare. Jiang Mu, worried that the servants would not attend to her properly, remained at Fuvutang in her everyday attire, fearing any unforeseen incidents. Now, with 3 generations of matriarchs, one gravely ill, another constantly tending to the patient, and one retreating from the world, the entire Marquis' household had indeed become Lin Jiayue's domain. She was busy to the point of exhaustion, dismissing servants, selling off others, and within merely half a month, nearly 100 individuals had vanished. Bored, Song Wan perused the platform sutra while Hengji prepared tea and ink beside her, the sound of cicadas outside the window adding an intriguing ambience. Xiangsa rushed in with a bowl of chilled lily and snow lotus soup, placing it down in haste, her face filled with urgency. Miss, the household has devolved into utter chaos. Among those sold off yesterday was even Granny Yu's granddaughter. For a moment, Song Wan could not recall who Granny Yu was, so she casually inquired. Xiangsa lowered her voice, saying, Granny Yu was originally a companion servant of the matriarch. I heard from the household servants that when the old Marquis was stricken with smallpox as a child, it was Granny Yu who carried him to the countryside, caring for him diligently for 27 days. Regrettably, while the old Marquis recovered, Granny Yu fell ill herself. To prevent transmitting the illness back to the Marquis' household, after escorting the old Marquis from the village, she brazenly set fire to herself and the estate. The matriarch, recalling Granny Yu's kindness, has always held her son in high regard. Granny Yu's son grew up alongside the old Marquis, serving him all his life, and later accompanied him to the frontier with his wife, never to return. Granny Yu's son left behind only a simple-minded daughter, who is not particularly bright and is somewhat foolish. Yet, over the years, the matriarch has cared for her, assigning her the task of overseeing the fish in the large kitchen, merely feeding the live fish that were not yet slaughtered. Who would have thought that amidst the current turmoil, someone would target this simple task, inciting Lin Yingyang to sell off the foolish girl? Chapter 67. A rumor. Song Wan furrowed her brows and said, Has no one mentioned the identity of the foolish girl to Lin Jiayue? Xiangsa shook her head and replied, My lady, you are unaware that the manor is in complete disarray. Aunt Lin has implemented some ridiculous rotation system, and everyone is scrambling for the lucrative positions in the kitchen and storerooms. Who has the time to inform her of anything? Everyone is eager for even more chaos within the household, as it has become impossible to trace who is responsible for the discrepancies. I overheard the servants say that items are being lost daily, yet the accounts keep growing more complicated and now, with this rotation system in place, no one knows where the problem lies. Even a deity descending to earth would struggle to unravel this chaotic ledger. Song Wan's gaze darkened slightly as she pondered for a moment and said, "Have Lady Lang seek a tooth puller to inquire. If the foolish girl is found, let her be purchased and sent to my dowry estate. A loyal servant should not be treated in such a manner." Xiang Cao nodded and turned to carry out the task. "Hangji, go fetch some melon seeds for backup, and inform the servants to notify me immediately upon the Lord's return." Standing by the intricately carved window of the Longshan studio, Song Wan felt increasingly disenchanted with her current existence. She had always despised dealing with trivial matters, yet now she found herself constantly embroiled in them, which was truly vexing. When will the housekeeper report to Lin Jiayue about the household affairs? Probably tomorrow at the hour of the snake. Song Wan nodded, returned to her mat, and began reciting scriptures once more. The following day at a quarter past the hour of the snake, Song Wan led Hengji and Hengwu to the Xiuyan pavilion. Inside, 7 or 8 women were gathered, some cracking melon seeds, others enjoying pastries, and one unfamiliar woman by the door was carelessly picking at her teeth with an object. The incessant chatter of the group caused Song Wan to frown deeply. "Esteemed lady." Upon seeing Song Wan, several women sprang to their feet, dropping their seeds, leaving the place in disarray. "Where is Aunt Lin?" One of the women replied, "Aunt Lin has gone to the small kitchen to prepare us some ice congee. She says it cools one down and brings tranquility, allowing for greater efficiency in work." Song Wan lowered her gaze, observing the mess on the floor, and took a step back. Hangji, noticing, spoke up, "Do you not have the demeanor of a servant? Although Aunt Lin is a concubine, she currently oversees the household and is thus considered your superior. What kind of disorder is this, where the lines between master and servant are blurred? Who taught you such behavior? I instructed them to do so. Do you have any objections?" Lin Jiayue entered, carrying a lacquered tray laden with bowls of ice congee. Upon entering, she overheard Hangji reprimanding the managing women. "I allowed them this freedom. We are all human, without the need for rigid hierarchies. Just because you choose to kneel in service to others does not mean others wish to do the same. In my Xiuyan pavilion, there are no rules that require people to kneel while speaking or working." She could hardly tolerate the haughty demeanor that Song Wan exuded. Servants are merely human, assisting with work. Why must they be demeaned? "You speak nonsense." This Song Wan raised her hand, Hangji fell silent and stepped aside, ceasing her remarks. She was impatient to engage in such fruitless discussions with Lin Jiayue. She had come with a singular purpose. "I have heard you have sold off numerous servants?" "Indeed, and what of it? Do you not realize that the Marquis' household does not require so many people?" Song Wan retorted, "The Jiang Yang Marquisate has thrived since the establishment of the nation, spanning a century, and never has there been a precedent for selling off servants. Are you aware of this?" Lin Jiayue scoffed, "The precedent has been set by me. What will you do about it?" Seeing Song Wan's indifferent expression, Lin Jiayue sneered, "As long as you are not responsible for the Marquisate's revenues, you can speak freely without concern. With so many people in the household, if we do not reduce the number, will we not be dragged down to our demise?" Lin Jiayue seemed to think she was the one sustaining the entire Marquisate. By what means? Her 2 so-called profitable shops. Song Wan found this amusing. Although she had known Lin Jiayue to be arrogant, she had not anticipated her to be this deluded, yet, none of this mattered to her. "I have merely come to inform you that servants cannot be sold. Since the Marquisate has no such precedent, it shall not be broken under your watch." "On what grounds do you say this to me?" "Simply because I am the lady of the Jiang Yang Marquisate." Lin Jiayue laughed coldly, pulling out a mourning token from her bosom and tossing it onto the table. She had intended to say more, but Song Wan interjected, "Are you trying to pressure me with filial piety?" With that, she turned and left. What she desired was merely that one statement. With her objective achieved, there was no need for further entanglements. As Song Wan departed abruptly, Lin Jiayue frowned, convincing herself that the other was merely angry and could not withstand the pressure any longer. "Do not mind her. Let us eat first, and we shall discuss matters afterward." The women exchanged glances, sharing a silent understanding. They had been startled by Song Wan's sudden appearance, nearly breaking into a cold sweat, yet seeing the lady's apparent disinterest in managing affairs, they felt a sense of relief and amusement. "Aunt Lin is quite benevolent. No one in the entire Marquisate has spoken ill of you." Indeed, as servants, we have never enjoyed such dignity in front of our masters. In other courtyards, we would not even be allowed to sit on a small stool." As the group praised Lin Jiayue, she remained silent, observing Song Wan's retreating figure with pursed lips. Upon returning to the Lanting courtyard, Song Wan instructed, "Tomorrow, summon the physician to diagnose me, claiming that I have fallen ill due to Lin Jiayue's pressure of filial piety in the Xiuyan pavilion." "I understand." Thus, Song Wan took her leave under the pretense of illness, seeking solace until Jiang Xingjian returned from overseeing the plague control in the Lin Yuan. He had yet to learn that the Marquisate was in turmoil. After concluding his duties, he went to the court to report, and upon exiting, someone approached him. "Marquis, you are quite fortunate, yet it seems you do not cherish your good fortune, allowing your wife to languish in her youth." "What do you mean by this, Sir? You Jiang Xingjian's expression darkened, and he was greatly displeased by the mocking tone regarding Song Wan. The man chuckled lightly and walked away. As Jiang Xingjian pondered this, Grand Scholar's son approached him, saying, "Marquis, do you have a moment to spare today? What counsel do you wish to impart, sir son? Previously, my humble wife and the Marquis's lady discussed the marriage of my daughter. Although no formal engagement has been established between our households, I believe this matter should not be delayed further. Whether it succeeds or fails, a conclusion must be reached." Jiang Xingjian replied, "Indeed. Instead of postponing, why not seize the day? My wife is currently in a carriage. Shall I invite her to your esteemed residence to meet with young Master Yan?" Jiang Xingjian was taken aback, puzzled as to why the Sun family was suddenly so eager, forsaking the traditional customs of sending a formal invitation. However, having already lost the chance to ally with the Lan family, he could not afford to lose this connection with the Sun family. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement with alacrity. Sun's brows raised in a knowing manner as he regarded him meaningfully, then swiftly boarded his carriage. Chapter 68 of Frustration. After Jiang Xingjian accompanied Lord Sun and his wife back to their residence, the doorman was expected to send someone to receive them. However, after disembarking from the carriage, he waited for quite some time without a single servant appearing to welcome or guide them. "Ah, Lord Sun and Lady Sun have requested my presence," Jiang Xingjian announced. The couple exchanged glances, and Lady Sun, clutching her handkerchief, was filled with anxiety. Recently, numerous rumors had circulated in the capital regarding the Marquis's household. If these were merely the idle tales of malicious individuals, it would be one thing. Yet even secrets from within the inner chambers of the Yang Marquisate residence were being discussed with alarming specificity, causing Lady Sun to ponder whether the household truly faced such dire straits, as the rumors suggested, that it had reached a point where it could no longer sustain itself. If that were indeed the case, she could not allow Xiao to marry into the Marquis's family. "Lady Sun, Lord Sun, please take a seat. I shall return shortly," Jiang Xingjian said, his countenance stern as he exited the reception hall. Yet, after a lengthy search, he found no servants or maids in sight. At last, he encountered a hurried maidservant, and his irritation peaked. "What is the meaning of this? Where have all the attendants and tea servants gone?" he demanded. The maid, flustered, replied, "Forgive me, my lord, everyone is quite busy." "Nonsense, is there anything more important than attending to guests? Summon the tea servant at once, and send someone to inform the lady and the second young master to come here and find me. Have the lady prepare to entertain Lady Sun," he ordered, suppressing his anger as he stepped outside to accompany his guests. After engaging in pleasantries with the Sun couple for quite some time, they still had not seen the maidservant responsible for serving tea by the time Jiang Yan arrived. Lady Sun looked at Lord Sun and sighed, as it seemed the tales circulating outside were not without foundation. "Greetings, Lord Sun, Lady Sun." Jiang Yan entered and greeted them, but when his gaze fell upon Jiang Xingjian, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, leaving Jiang Xingjian perplexed. "Young Master Jiang is indeed remarkable, a rare talent," Lady Sun remarked, favoring Jiang Yan, whose demeanor appeared cultured and whose conduct was appropriately measured. Moreover, she had not heard any scandalous rumors emanating from his household. Before Lady Sun could cast another glance at Jiang Yan, a young maid of about 11 or 12 burst in, knelt before them, trembling in fear. Jiang Xingjian's expression darkened, his thin lips pressed into a tight line. Had it not been for the presence of guests, he would have undoubtedly reprimanded her. Noticing his silence, Jiang Yan spoke up, "See to it that tea is served for our guests." The young maid, flustered, scrambled to her feet and hurriedly exited. Lady Sun sighed, casting a disappointed glance at Lord Sunday. "My purpose in coming today is to inform the Marquis that my daughter is truly unworthy of such a prestigious match. The marriage we previously discussed should be considered null and void. Henceforth, our family shall have no further dealings," she declared. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brows, about to interject when Jiang Yan preempted him. "I am but a man of no talent, unworthy of the esteemed young lady. Lord Sun, your magnanimity in considering my reputation is deeply appreciated, yet I cannot accept such an honor." Seeing this, Lady Sun's heart sank further with regret, her eyes narrowing in discontent as she glared at Jiang Xingjian. Jiang Xingjian was utterly bewildered, wanting to salvage the prospect of the two families' union when Lady Sun continued, "Young Master Jiang is indeed gifted and possesses a promising future. My daughter is simply unworthy." Having finished her statement, Lady Sun hastily took Lord Sun's arm and departed, as if the Marquis's residence were a den of iniquity. Jiang Xingjian's brows remained tightly knitted as he turned to Jiang Yan. Why so readily dismiss the Sun family's marriage proposal? Jiang Yan lowered his gaze, his mind racing with the unsettling secrets he had heard over the past few days. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Perhaps the Marquis should inquire about Aunt Lin in our household." With that, Jiang Yan bowed and took his leave. Upon hearing Lin Jiayua's name, Jiang Xingjian felt a wave of nausea wash over him, a bitter taste rising in his throat. After an entire month without rest, he had returned to the Marquis's residence seeking a moment of solace, yet even this simple wish seemed like a luxury. "Someone," he called out. The Marquis's residence was eerily silent. The usual throng of maids, servants, and attendants was conspicuously absent. Suppressing his fury, he turned to Song Yan. "Have all the attendants in the outer courtyard vanished? Go summon them to the study, and tell them to wait for me." After issuing his commands, he strode into the inner courtyard. However, the situation there was hardly better. It was only upon reaching the entrance of the Lanting courtyard that he finally spotted two maids sitting in the corridor, engaged in idle chatter. "Lady has been ill for several days due to Aunt Lin's provocations. It appears she is of little use now. We must continue to rely on Aunt Lin," one maid remarked disdainfully. "You and I have served in this household for many years, have we ever witnessed such mismanagement? Though our coffers may be full, it is the ancestors of the Marquis family who suffer. If the ancestors of the Jiang family were aware of such a calamity, they would surely rise from their graves to put an end to it. My lord. Before she could finish her sentence, she stumbled and fell at Jiang Xingjian's feet. Furious, he barked, "What is going on? I have been away for barely a month, and the Marquis' residence has descended into chaos." "What do you mean by saying the lady is gravely ill?" The maid quivered on the ground, stammering, "My lord, it is because the madam prevented Aunt Lin from selling off the servants." As a result, Aunt Lin revealed the lady's token of mourning, and the madam, burdened by filial piety, dared not speak up, leading to her falling ill. Selling off servants? Since the establishment of our household, there has never been a precedent for such actions. Who has been sold off? Nearly 100, my lord. I do not know who they all are. The only list is with Aunt Lin. Jiang Xingjian felt a wave of darkness wash over him, while Song Yan hurried forward to support him. No wonder Lord Sun had acted so strangely today. No wonder the words of the officials had been so flippant and disrespectful. 100 servants sold off. The implications of this were beyond comprehension. Steadying himself, he struggled to maintain his composure as he made his way toward the main courtyard of Lanting. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Xingjian's return, Song Wan had instructed Hung Tong to prepare the bitter melon seeds for brewing early in the morning. "Miss, the Marquis is approaching the courtyard and is about to enter the fragrant gathering pavilion," a servant announced. Unhurried, Song Wan blew gently on the teacup containing the bitter melon seed infusion before sipping it slowly. As Jiang Xingjian pushed open the door to the fragrant gathering pavilion, he was greeted by the sight of Song Wan dressed in simple garments, her pale complexion devoid of makeup, exuding a purity that evoked sympathy. Yet, her brows were slightly furrowed, and her lips bore a pallor that suggested she was unwell. Countless words surged on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself stifled. "I heard from the servants that you have been unwell. Are you feeling any better?" Song Wan nodded, her face pale and seemingly uncomfortable. Jiang Xingjian's lips parted slightly. He wished to ask how the authority of the household had fallen back into Lin Jiayue's hands, as well as why her mother had given the mourning token to Lin Jiayue. He wanted to inquire whether she was aware of the selling off of servants within the household, yet looking at her complexion, he couldn't bring himself to voice any of these questions. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xingjian finally said, "Do you have a place where I may rest for a moment?" Song Wan looked up in confusion, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Xingjian's unexpected request. After a brief contemplation, she nodded, gesturing for Hung Tong to tidy up the couch in the room for Jiang Xingjian to rest. Once the maidservants had prepared hot water for him, Jiang Xingjian washed his face and lay down, falling into a deep sleep in mere moments. Meanwhile, Song Wan sat on the embroidery stool, suppressing her discomfort and feeling a twinge of regret. Chapter 69 in despondency. Had she known that Jiang Xingjian was so discerning and perceptive, she would not have endured the bitter pangs of her stomach from drinking that bitter gourd water. Song Wan covered her lips and glanced at Jiang Xingjian, who lay upon the couch. "Mississippi." Hung Ji approached with concern, but Song Wan gestured for her to remain silent, turning her attention to the meticulous study of the 8 formations of ancient formulas. Lin Jiayue was elated to hear of Jiang Xingjian's return to the residence. She had not seen anyone for an entire month and was growing increasingly anxious. Even the news from the maid that the Marquis had returned home in a fit of rage did not dampen her spirits. "It is likely a matter concerning the breeding office that has upset him. You all should be more observant and refrain from further aggravating him." As she changed into a more youthful and delicate silk dress adorned with white butterflies, Lin Jiayue asked with a smile, "Where is the Marquis?" According to the servants, upon his return, the Marquis went to visit the eldest lady. "I saw that Suiwei in the main courtyard was boiling water in the kitchen, so I presume he is resting now." "Did he go to find Song Wan?" Lin Jiayue clenched her fists, her expression darkening as she stormed into the fragrant gathering chamber. Inside, Song Wan was seated at the writing desk engrossed in her reading, while Jiang Xingjian lay on the couch, catching up on sleep. Noticing the distance between them, Lin Jiayue suppressed her fury and approached him. She half-squatted and gently nudged him. "Jiang, do not sleep any longer." After kneeling for nearly 10 days at the residence of the Duke of Jin and keeping vigil outside the poultry shed with the plague doctor for several more days, Jiang Xingjian felt as though he had lost a significant part of his spirit. It took Lin Jiayue's persistent nudging for him to finally awaken. The sunlight in the room was bright, causing him to squint slightly. "Wan?" The tender smile on his face was nearly uncontainable, while Lin Jiayue bit her lips tightly, forcing a smile as she replied, "Marquis, it is I. You were. Are you fatigued? Why are you sleeping here? You are causing others trouble." As he spoke, he reached out to assist him. Upon realizing that it was Lin Jiayue before him, Jiang Xingjian sat silently on the couch, bending slightly at the waist and pressing his forehead for a long moment without uttering a word. Song Wan set her book aside and addressed Hung Ji and Hung Wu. "The Marquis is unwell. Assist Madame Lin in escorting him back to Xiaoyan Pavilion." Jiang Xingjian raised his head, his gaze inscrutable. "Marquis, allow me to escort you. No need." Jiang Xingjian waved his sleeve and walked away, with Lin Jiayue following anxiously behind him. Upon entering Xiaoyan Pavilion, Jiang Xingjian coldly commanded, "You all leave." Lin Jiayue forced a smile. "What troubles you? Have you not rested well?" Jiang Xingjian replied, "Has no one informed you that the Marquisate has never sold off its servants in 100 years? Are you unaware of the consequences of such actions?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xingjian let out a cold laugh. "You know nothing, yet you dare to act with such boldness. When I departed, I did not hand over the authority of the steward to you. Do you not understand the implications of this? Since your arrival at the Marquisate, how many disasters have you caused? Do you still not know how to restrain yourself? I have only been away for a little over a month, and you have already created this catastrophic mess. Can you not be more composed? Lin Jiayue's face turned ashen. You require me to be composed. If I were to be so, who would open an ice shop or a rouge shop for the Marquisate? Enough. Jiang Xingjian's gaze turned icy. If you value that shop so much, I shall return it to you today. What do you say? What do you mean by that? Lin Jiayue's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. I followed you to the Marquisate willingly, accepting the role of a concubine that I have exhausted all means to generate income for the Marquisate, and selling off servants was a result of seeing the Marquisate burdened to the point of gasping for breath. I have always considered your interests. Now you say you will return it to me, my Jiang Xingjian. Do you possess any heart? Jiang Xingjian remained silent, his heart in turmoil. From now on, do not concern yourself with the household affairs of the Marquisate. Focus on contemplating the formula for that firearm, that is the matter at hand. He had long since grown weary of speaking, and even more so of instructing Lin Jiayue. No matter how carefully he tried to advise her to be cautious and to consider the thousands of lives in the Marquisate, in Lin Jiayue's heart, the only thing that mattered was herself. The fates of others, whether they lived or died, were of no concern to her, let alone the reputation of the Marquisate or its future. Provide me with the list of servants to be sold, and I will attempt to locate them. Lin Jiayue was perplexed by his outburst that day, and she could not fathom why the Marquisate would unnecessarily support so many useless individuals. She was on the brink of collapse herself, yet still clung to the faade of nobility, which was truly laughable. In her fury, she tossed the list of servants to be sold at Jiang Xingjian, then sat on the bed, silently weeping. Jiang Xingjian continued in a cold tone, mother's token. Here you go. With a loud thud, it landed on the ground. Jiang Xingjian's forehead pulsed with veins, yet he merely clenched his teeth and suppressed his anger as he walked out. After inquiring with the servants, he learned that his mother was in Fuhengtang, and he hurried there. As soon as he entered Fuhengtang, before he could question his mother about why she had entrusted the authority of the household to Lin Jiayue, he heard her weeping. You have returned. The old matriarch, lying on the bed, quickly lifted her head upon hearing his voice. Good child, come let your grandmother take a look at you. Jiang Xingjian stepped forward to support the old matriarch, swallowing all words that threatened to escape. Is grandmother's health better? The old matriarch nodded. Thanks to your mother's constant companionship, I was able to awaken. Otherwise, this time, what nonsense are you speaking, old lady? Jiang's mother pressed a handkerchief to the corner of her eyes, her complexion pale, showing signs of having suffered greatly. The old matriarch smiled wearily. How has the household been lately? Is there anything amiss? Did you heed my advice to send Madame Lin back to Shouyan Pavilion after the grand feast? Jiang's mother chuckled awkwardly, averting her gaze. Jiang Xingjian stated, of course, I followed grandmother's instructions, everything in the household is normal, and Wanner has managed things well. Wanner is a good child, I trust her with the Marquisate. Regardless of how much you cherish Madame Lin, do not forget Wanner. A virtuous wife benefits 3 generations. Wanner is intelligent and resolute, she will surely help you safeguard the Marquisate for 100 years. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze, understands. After this ordeal, my health is not what it once was. Grandmother only hopes to see my great-grandson born soon. Grandmother's health is robust, there is nothing to worry about. Do not speak such nonsense. The old matriarch chuckled, you dare to tease your grandmother? Though the old lady had not fully recovered, she felt fatigued after a few words. Jiang's mother stepped forward to fetch a soft pillow, helping her find a more comfortable position. Once the old matriarch lay down, Jiang Xingjian pulled his mother aside, intending to discuss the recent turmoil within the household. However, he noticed her looking wan as she gently tapped her leg. Dealing with illness was a profoundly exhausting matter, especially for someone of his mother's age. Jiang Xingjian parted his lips, finally saying, Mother, return to your quarters to rest. Today, I will keep watch over grandmother. Absolutely not, how can I allow you to tire yourself? You have just completed your duties, quickly return and rest. With your mother here, you need not worry about a thing. Jiang Xingjian exhaled heavily, ultimately nodding in resignation. After leaving the residence, it took him a long while to suppress his inner turmoil before he made his way to Lanting Courtyard. With such significant blunders occurring within the Marquisate's inner chambers, there was no one but Song Wan capable of remedying the current despondency, and only she possessed the ability to manage the Marquisate's reputation in the capital and the matter of selling servants without leaving a trace. Chapter 70 of The Broken Engagement. My lady, the Marquis has arrived, reported Hung Ji, her brow furrowed. Song Wan set down her book and lightly tapped her forehead. Clearly vexed, she pursed her lips and murmured, I knew I couldn't escape this. She was perplexed as to why Jiang Xingjian had not inquired more thoroughly during his visit at noon, leaving her to endure the bitter draught of melon seeds once again, a most irksome experience. As Jiang Xingjian entered the room, he observed that Song Wan appeared even paler than before, leaning against a stone blue brocade chair, her brow tightly knitted in discomfort. Have you seen the physician? He asked. Song Wan nodded but remained silent. Seeing her state, Jiang Xingjian became increasingly concerned and hurriedly instructed Hung Ji to summon the doctor. There is no need, the physician just examined me in the afternoon and found nothing serious, Song Wan replied as she rose, with Hung Ji coming to support her. Is there something the Marquis wishes to discuss? There are a few matters I need to address with you. Glancing down at the list of servants marked for sale that he held in his hand, Jiang Xingjian found it difficult to broach the subject. Feel free to speak your mind, Song Wan said, extending her hand to invite him to sit, pouring 2 cups of hot tea. Jiang Xingjian's expression lightened slightly as he pushed the list towards her. This is the list of servants in the household who are to be sold. I have sent people to trace their whereabouts, but there are already rumors circulating outside. Moreover, today, Lord Sun and Lady Sun visited and postponed the marriage arrangements between our families. Song Wan frowned but quickly regained her composure. She had invested considerable effort in the engagement with the Sun family and was disheartened by this turn of events. Is there any way to prevent the Marquisate from being implicated? Song Wan lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. Jiang Xingjian assumed she was contemplating a strategy, but little did he know that after a brief moment, when she lifted her head again, her face was frighteningly pale, clearly enduring some unseen torment. A sheen of cold sweat formed on her forehead, yet she still forced herself to maintain her composure as she scrutinized the list. Enough, your health is paramount, you must rest. I will think of a solution for the matters of the household myself. He gently took the list from her hands, his face etched with concern. You should go to your room and take a rest. Song Wan, not wishing to appear obstinate, struggled to rise and made her way back to her chamber. The light summer attire she wore clung to her back, soaked through with cold sweat, only becoming apparent to Jiang Xingjian as she turned away. Biting his lip, he hesitated before following her. I will have the physician come to check your pulse, he insisted. Hung Ji interjected, the physician has been visiting daily to examine her, but has found nothing amiss, only advising her to rest and avoid any exertion. Recently, several physicians have taken turns attending to her, causing her to change her garments frequently, and I fear that this has only worsened her condition, Hung Wu remarked coldly. If the Marquis truly cares for the lady, he should refrain from subjecting her to such turmoil. The two women exchanged veiled comments, and Jiang Xingjian, his expression stiff, simply urged Song Wan to rest well before departing from Lanting courtyard. Once he was gone, Song Wan curled up under the covers. My lady, I have brought the warming pot to help you. Embracing the pot, Song Wan felt a measure of relief. As the matriarch of the Marquisate, you cannot evade your responsibilities forever. You must not continue to harm your health in this manner. With her eyes closed, she sighed softly. With rumors swirling outside, the Song family will certainly take action. I wish to see how my father will respond. A flicker of hope ignited within her heart, aware that it was no easy feat, yet she could not help but yearn for it. Hung Ji and Hung Wu noticed her inner turmoil, their hearts heavy as they attended to her with renewed diligence. Since Song Wan was still unwell, Jiang Xingjian had no choice but to manage the chaotic affairs of the Marquisate alone. By day, he fulfilled his duties, and by night, he had to learn to handle the household matters like a woman, which was quite taxing. Fortunately, Huaisu was still able to assist him, and seeing that she managed things adequately and was familiar with the household staff, he gradually entrusted more responsibilities to her. Lin Jiayue was greatly dissatisfied with this arrangement, but as Jiang Xingjian avoided her at every turn, she found herself seething with frustration. Aunt, Madame Chan requests an audience. What does she want? Qianbai shook her head in confusion, and Lin Jiayue reluctantly welcomed the visitor. However, upon meeting Madame Chen, she was taken aback by the words that followed. Lin Jiayue's face turned to one of astonishment. A dowry of 10,000 taels? Indeed, who in the capital does not know that the third young lady of the Marquisate spends her days indulging in questionable literature? Madame Chen scoffed. Such an unruly woman, which family would dare to accept her? What questionable literature? Lin Jiayue asked, perplexed. Madame Chen sneered. Rumors abound, and they are not mere rumors. Did not the Marquisate themselves sell off their servants? One such servant mentioned that the third young lady enjoys reading dubious texts in secret, and at such a tender age, has her character altered to such an extent. A girl so lacking in propriety, my Chen family would be doing her a great favor by proposing marriage. However, considering that our two families have already exchanged betrothal letters, I shall overlook this slight, but the dowry must not be less than 10,000 taels. Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together, only then beginning to grasp why both Song Wan and Jiang Xingjian insisted that the servants should not be sold. However, are you threatening me? Your words are rather harsh, and is it our fault that the young ladies of the Marquisate do not know their place? Lin Jiayue narrowed her eyes dismissively. I would like to know what kind of dubious literature is worth 10,000 taels? Madame Chen shot her a sideways glance. Perhaps it's something like the Tale of Ying or the Peony Pavilion. How would I know? I believe you have lost your senses over money if you think you can use such nonsense to threaten me. Go on, spread your words and see if anyone will heed you. As for the marriage between the Marquisate and the Chen family, whether you wish to proceed is of no concern to me. I am curious to see if the daughters of the Marquisate will remain unmarried without your Chen family. Very well, very well. Madame Chen nearly fell over from indignation. She abruptly stood, her narrow eyes gleaming with calculation. Let me remind you, should the young lady's reputation be tarnished, there will be only one path left for her. Think carefully about that. Even if the daughters of the Marquisate are deemed disgraceful, I would never allow them to marry into the Chen family. Lin Jiayue replied with a cold laugh as she turned to leave, feeling that Madame Chen had truly lost her mind. To lose one's chastity over reading the Tale of Ying or the Peony Pavilion, how absurd it would be to even utter such a thing. Having already been scolded by Jiang Xingjian, her rage simmering, the last thing she wanted was for Madame Chen to threaten her. Had it not been for her desire to avoid further trouble, she would have doused Madame Chen with hot tea. Previously, she had been the one to advocate for the Chen family and secure the engagement with Jiang Jing, but now that Madame Chen had suddenly turned against her, she found it difficult to fan the flames of discord at such a critical moment. Moreover, she discerned that the Chen family had come to the Marquisate with ill intentions, thus she refrained from informing anyone about this development. Little did she know, the Chen family would soon swagger over to break off the engagement, citing the reason that the third young lady of the Marquisate was lacking in virtue and had taken to reading improper texts instead of studying the classics. Chapter 71 Demise. Upon learning that the Chen family had come to withdraw their engagement with a great uproar, Song Wan found herself compelled to intervene. Although she had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the Ho residence, it was an undeniable fact that a woman rejected by her fiancé had nowhere else to turn, especially a girl like Jiang Jing, who bore the burden of disgrace. She instructed the matchmaker and the official messenger who had come to annul the engagement to enter the estate, and with a cold expression, she declared, "The dissolution of an engagement is a matter of great significance between our families. You recklessly entangle my Ho family's young lady in this affair, tarnishing our reputation. Are you prepared to sever ties with us?" The matchmaker, laughing lightly, replied, "Madam, what are you saying? It is merely a rumor circulating in the capital." "Ah, you acknowledge it is merely a rumor. Since it is just hearsay and lacks substantial proof, how can you so hastily condemn the third young lady of our estate? If this is the case, may I also assert that Lady Chen is a woman of scandalous conduct, and the Chen household is rife with vice, lacking virtue from top to bottom?" "Oh dear, it seems your whole residence lacks reason," Lady Chen muttered, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Song Wan's eyes. "Why do you involve my family in this? What hands and feet? Is it not that concubine Lin herself claimed that our young lady is unworthy of marrying into your Chen family? This marriage was initiated by her withdrawal. The third young lady of the Ho residence indulging in those scandalous novels was also admitted by concubine Lin herself. What then do you wish to argue with me about? Does the Ho residence intend to leverage its position to suppress us?" Even with her sharp tongue, Song Wan found herself at a loss upon hearing Lin Jiayue's admission regarding Jiang Jing's reading habits. "This engagement is not one we, the Chen family, are seeking to dissolve," Lady Chen declared, noting Song Wan's silence as she adjusted the ornament in her hair. "Since your Ho residence looks down upon us, there is no need for mutual animosity. Let us part amicably, for the benefit of all." Song Wan frowned. The Ho residence does not accept the Chen family's withdrawal. Jiang Jing must not carry the reputation of being an unchaste woman. How could a respectable young lady face such a stigma in the future? She glanced back at Jiang Xingjian, who nodded grimly in response. The engagement has been established. The Chen family awaits the 15th of next month to come to propose marriage. Should the Chen family renege, the Ho residence shall pursue this matter to the end. "Lady Chen, take care." Before Song Wan could finish her sentence, she heard Aunt Zhou wailing as she rushed in from the inner courtyard, her cries piercing and shocking everyone into a stupor. "Master, please save my Jinger. Jinger has jumped into the well." Jiang Xingjian sprang to his feet, instructing Song Wan to wait while he summoned several rough servant women from the outer courtyard to assist. Aunt Zhou followed after him, still crying out. Lady Chen, witnessing the commotion, awkwardly remarked, "I never expected the third young lady of the Ho residence to be so spirited. It appears those were mere rumors." "Given the gravity of the situation in the Ho residence, I shall take my leave to avoid further disturbances," she said, attempting to depart with the matchmaker, only to be met with Song Wan's icy command, "Stop her. You had best pray that our third young lady emerges unscathed. Should anything happen to her due to the Chen family's relentless pursuit, the Ho residence will not rest until we settle the score." A group of rough servant women stepped forward to block Lady Chen's way. She shouted in outrage, "Nonsense, my husband is a high-ranking official, how dare you treat me this way?" Song Wan clenched her fists, her heart pounding of the memory of that day when Aunt Zhou brought Jiang Jing to the lantern courtyard for a greeting flashed before her eyes, the young girl, shyly smiling, her cheeks adorned with charming dimples, exuding innocence and youth. How could one so untouched by worldly matters now face such a fate? With her palms clammy with sweat and her eyes slightly moist, she suppressed her tears and coldly declared, "If the third young lady remains safe and sound, we can discuss matters further. However, should Jiang Jing lose her life today due to the Chen family's aggression, the Chen family should prepare for a white marriage ceremony in 7 days. You dare? Just watch if I do." Grasping a teacup that trembled in her hand, she ultimately set it back down. Moments later, a mournful wail erupted from the inner courtyard, the heart-wrenching cries striking her heart like a blow. Soon, the rough servant women emerged, carrying a bamboo stretcher draped with a thin white cloth, barely revealing a frail figure. Jiang, her throat tightened, and Song Wan's eyes reddened as she stumbled, unable to believe that the vibrant young girl she had seen just days ago had truly passed away. Aunt Zhou was held back by the estate servants at the Yuan courtyard, while Jiang Jing's body was to be taken to the auspicious garden for mourning. Jiang Xingjian's expression was as cold as frost, his mood heavy and inscrutable. As the servants bore Jiang Jing's body past the onlookers, the bamboo stretcher quivered, and beneath the white cloth, a delicate little hand slipped free, gripping a small white jade-handled, sheepskin rattle drum, which chimed softly with each jolt. Lin Jiayue sat slumped before the screen wall, her spirit seemingly lost as she watched the bamboo stretcher depart. Jiang Jing, being an unmarried girl, would not have a memorial hall or be buried in the ancestral grave. She could only be mourned at the auspicious garden. Song Wan could not bear to see her end up in such a state and, lowering her gaze, instructed the nearby servants, find 10 houseboys to escort Lady Chen back to her residence, and in 7 days, arrange for the third young lady to have a marriage ceremony with the Chen family's son. Jiang Xingjian nodded, and the servants went to find people to comply. Lady Chen shouted that the marriage was initiated by Lin Jiayue's withdrawal and had nothing to do with the Chen family, yet no one responded to her. Supported by Hengji and Hengwu, Song Wan returned to the lantern courtyard, while Jiang Xingjian approached the screen wall, where Lin Jiayue was weeping profusely. How could anyone be so foolish as to leap into a well over some ephemeral reputation? Reading a few romantic novels in one's own room hardly constitutes losing one's virtue. What a ridiculous reason to take one's life. They are all a bunch of lunatics. A bunch of lunatics. Lin Jiayue's mind was filled with the image of Jiang Jing's pale hands, the sound of the rattledrum echoing in her ears. Tears streamed down her face as she leaned against the screen wall, her gaze vacant and despondent. Jiang Xingjian passed by her without pausing, leaving her behind. The entire whole residence was shrouded in silence. Although a young lady had departed, not a single white cloth was seen within the estate. Only the auspicious garden had set up an anmu coffin, with a couple of bronze basins for burning paper money, while a few scattered servants numbly tossed in yellow paper. Seated before the writing desk, Song Wan's eyes were red but unshed with tears. Send 2 servant women and a maid to the Yuan courtyard to keep Aunt Zhou company. Additionally, take 500 taels from my dowry to prepare a bridal trousseau for Jiang Jing. The estate is in disarray. Ensure someone guards Jiang Jing's coffin, preventing anyone from carelessly tampering with the burial items. Inquire with the master about how to proceed with the marriage between the Chen family and Jiang Jing. If the Chen family remains obstinate, will the whole residence relent, and to what extent? Henggu wiped her tears and went to find Jiang Xingjian, who replied with unwavering determination that he would spare no effort to ensure Jiang Jing was interred in the Chen family ancestral grave. Song Wan sighed softly. It seems I underestimated the situation. The backbone has not entirely softened. Miss, should we inform the madam and the old madam about the third young lady's situation? Notify the madam. As for whether to inform the old madam, let the madam decide for herself. Xiang Cao went to the courtyard in search of a maid to relay the message, while Jiang Xingjian also dispatched a servant to inform others in the estate. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was absent, engaged in serious discussions with Xiao Jie at a tavern in Chapter 72. Intoxication in the capital. There exists an abundance of taverns, yet Jiang Yan and Xiao Jie find themselves uniquely enamored with a small boat, drifting upon the river. Taste this, Xiao Jie casually tosses a flask of wine, declaring, a rare delight that you may not have encountered before. With a cold smile, Jiang Yan uncorks the bamboo stopper. The liquid within the flask glistens with a honeyed hue, releasing an enchanting fragrance that intoxicates the senses even before the first sip. Jiang Yan smirks, pouring the wine into a cup. TSK. Xiao Jie raises an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. You seem in high spirits. Have you perhaps heard the gossip circulating in the capital? It is said that your noble brother has neglected his legitimate wife, and they have yet to share a bed. Recalling a fleeting glimpse from that fateful day, Xiao Jie shakes his head, laughing freely. Truly a wasted beauty. At these words, Jiang Yan's expression turns increasingly frosty. She is not a person you can casually ridicule. You regard her as a treasure, yet she has been discarded like refuse. The affairs of this world are indeed amusing. Grabbing the wine jug from the table, Xiao Jie drinks deeply, the honeyed liquid sliding down his throat. He wipes his mouth with a flourish, exuding a nonchalant charm. Jiang Yan watches, a pang of envy stirring within him, admiring Xiao Jie's carefree attitude, which seems to dismiss the constraints of society. However, unable to restrain himself any longer, Xiao Jie leans forward, an audacious glint in his eyes. What are your thoughts on the matter? I have no idea what you are implying. Xiao Jie scoffs. Why maintain that pretense of being a virtuous gentleman before me? I am not your sister-in-law, nor do I take pleasure in such performances. Jiang Yan's grip on the cup tightens slightly, his gaze shifting from clarity and warmth to dark and menacing. Only then do I find it tolerable. Though Jiang Yan yearns to unleash his frustrations, he ultimately suppresses them. Initially, upon hearing about his brother's domestic affairs, he had entertained certain thoughts. However, the fear of being regarded with disdain and loathing by the one he cherishes outweighs the desire to possess her. Lowering his gaze, a sense of helplessness washes over him, and the strength in his grip gradually dissipates. She would never allow him such sentiments. The rich wine flows down his throat, its clarity and sweetness mingling with his sordid thoughts and deep-seated sorrow, transforming into a bitter, acrid taste that stings his heart and tongue. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Xiao Jie suddenly feels a surge of curiosity about the allure of that woman who has captivated Jiang Yan so thoroughly. Leaning back slightly, Xiao Jie grins, his eyes filled with derision. He would never be so foolish as to surrender his emotions to another's whims. Last time you borrowed my name to make a grand spectacle in the capital, do you have any idea how much silver I lost? Jiang Yan replies indifferently, once the goods from Sanfoki return, I will send you a tenth. Very generous of you. After draining the wine brought earlier, Xiao Jie fetches another barrel, and the two indulge once more. Xiao Jie inquires, who is this woman who has stirred chaos within the Marquis' household, that the Duke of Chengyang would guard his beloved wife yet not approach her? Jiang Yan's brow furrows slightly, just a mere courtesan. He hasn't even considered her appearance. Aside from your sister-in-law, which woman in your eyes is not just a courtesan? Xiao Jie laughs wickedly, while Jiang Yan shoots him a warning glance. With your skills, it would be easy to deal with that foolish creature. Why resort to using my name? Jiang Yan, lowering his gaze, retorts mockingly, what do you know? A man who dances on the edge of a blade could hardly grasp the intricacies of feminine charm, let alone matters of love. Taking a swig of potent liquor, Jiang Yan forces a bitter smile. Even if I possess countless methods, what difference would it make? Should I eliminate her and watch those two grow closer? Then would you allow that concubine to overshadow your sister-in-law? Xiao Jie expresses confusion. If she were his woman, he would never permit anyone to belittle or humiliate her. Jiang Yan's convoluted thoughts are truly perplexing. Merely a lowly concubine, as long as she fails to bear a son for the Marquis, she is nothing. Downing the wine in his cup, Jiang Yan's expression softens. She is as pure as crystal, disdainful of any sordid tactics. What she refuses to do, I shall undertake for her, her desires, I shall fulfill. If she wishes to profit at the expense of that foolish woman, I will inflate the value of all the shops in the capital for her. If she desires me to marry the daughter of the Sun family, I shall wed her. If she no longer wishes to support the Marquis's house, I shall force the Sun family to withdraw from the engagement. Song Fu struggles within the Ministry of Personnel, and she cannot bear to see him suffer, so I will expend my personal wealth to assist Song Fu in rising to prominence. I possess myriad methods, yet I am resolutely unwilling to tear apart Jiang Xingjian and that foolish woman. Jiang Yan lowers his gaze. I wish for those two to remain united in heart and soul for all eternity. I yearn daily for their harmonious bond, like a pair of mandarin ducks. Yet I do not wish to see her endure a life of solitude. You are intoxicated. Xiao Jie interjects coolly, interrupting Jiang Yan's words. It is amusing to jest, but delving deeper is unwise. Jiang Yan feels a bitterness in his mouth, nearly smiling before downing another bowl of strong liquor. The two set aside personal matters and discuss future business, and by the time their boat drifts downstream, it is already past the hour of the dog. A servant from the Marquis's household anxiously awaits on the shore, and as Jiang Yan disembarks, he hears the attendant say, "Second master, you have finally returned. There has been an incident at the estate." "What incident?" The servant replies, "It concerns the third miss. She has passed away." Jiang Yan raises an eyebrow. "How did she suddenly die?" The servant recounts the events of the day, and Jiang Yan merely frowns slightly, revealing no sign of regret, until the attendant mentions that the eldest mistress may have been overly shocked and called for the estate physician upon returning to her quarters, at which point he appears somewhat flustered. Just as he intends to bid farewell to Xiao Jie, he notices him speaking in hushed tones with another person, his expression solemn. Jiang Yan catches a barely audible remark about a paralyzed person nearing the end of their days before they walk away. Return to the estate. As they ride back, upon entering the rear courtyard, Jiang Yan is surprised to see Song Wan standing unusually close to the drooping flower gate. He pauses momentarily, his ears flushing red. Jiang Yan lingers at the door, hesitant to approach, fearing that the scent of wine might offend Song Wan's delicate sensibilities. "Greetings, second master." Hang Ji prompts, and only then does Song Wan turn around. "Have you been drinking, second master?" Jiang Yan's ears grow warmer, and he feels a wave of remorse wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he bows and replies, "Indeed, I had a few cups with friends." Song Wan smiles gently, casually remarking that drinking is harmful to health, then steps aside to let him pass. Jiang Yan bites his lip, reluctant to leave, and notices her unusual presence today. She should not still be here at this hour, so he asks, "Sister-in-law, are you waiting for?" "I am waiting for Hongwu. I sent her to Jishan Garden to offer some paper money for the 3rd Mississippi." Jiang Yan suddenly recalls that he had been summoned back to the estate precisely for this matter. As if sensing his slightly intoxicated demeanor, Song Wan gently inquires, "Are you feeling unwell?" "It is my drinking that has caused this matter, sister-in-law. Do not worry, I shall abstain from alcohol henceforth." After speaking, Jiang Yan bows and departs, heading to Yuling's studio to wash and prepare for the morning ceremony. As he leaves, Song Wan reflects, by observing his actions, one can discern his virtues. The second master is indeed a gentleman of great elegance, embodying integrity that is rare to find. As she thinks of this, Song Wan suddenly realizes that had Jiang Xingjian not returned, and Jiang Yan inherited the title, the Marquis's household would not have descended into chaos. Chapter 73. Just as Jiang Xingjian busied himself with affairs, he entrusted the matter of Jiang Jing's marriage to Chen family to Jiang Yan. It remains a mystery what methods Jiang Yan employed, for the very next day, the Chen family, who had previously resolutely refused, began to prepare for the wedding in a cowardly fashion. The courtyard was adorned with white cloths, and white ceremonial candles were hastily erected, yet, the expressions of every member of the Chen household were as grim and defeated as that of the late Jiang Jing. On the day of the wedding, Song Wan leaned against a backrest strung with jade and stone beads. Lost in thought today, she felt lethargic and devoid of spirit, lacking the desire to engage in any activity, which left Hengji and Hengwu deeply worried. "Miss, would you care for something to eat? I have no appetite." She felt no hunger, only a wish to sit in solitude for a while. However, just as she closed her eyes, she heard someone rushing in from the garden. Upon recognizing the figure, she found it was Yunha, the chief maid beside Zhang's mother. "Madam, the mistress requests your immediate presence at Fuhengtang." "What has happened?" Rising from her bed, Song Wan allowed Hengwu to kneel and assist her in putting on her shoes. "It is Aunt Zhou. She took advantage of the housekeeper's momentary inattention and has run out. Now she is heading towards Fuhengtang. The old lady remains ill, and the household is unaware of these developments. Aunt Zhou's current state is quite alarming. The mistress fears she may not be able to persuade her, hence I was sent to fetch you." Yunha's face was filled with panic, clearly afraid for the old lady's well-being. Song Wan pressed her lips together, changed into a dress, and followed Yunha outside. Upon arriving at Fuhengtang, they found Zhang's mother commanding the maids to restrain Aunt Zhou. Having been meek and timid throughout her life, Aunt Zhou now resembled a feral beast unleashed, attacking anyone who approached. "On what grounds am I denied an audience with the old lady?" "I must speak with her about the chaos in this household and the harm done to my Jinger, who met her untimely demise at such a tender age. You, as the matriarch of the Marquis household, have proven incompetent and blind, never once regarding my Jinger as a person," Aunt Zhou cried, pointing accusingly at Zhang's mother. "If it were not for your improper governance and neglect of the illegitimate children in this household, my Ginger would not have ended up in such a dire situation." "You!" Aunt Zhou turned her ire towards the newly arrived Song Wan, weeping and scolding. I know my Jinger made mistakes, having heeded the vile instigations of that despicable creature, but why should you both use her as a pawn in your rivalry? When you could not best that shameless harlot, you obstructed my Jinger from her marriage to the Lan family. Are you even human? The Marquis household is being sullied by a lowly whore, yet does the old lady even care? If today the old lady does not provide me with an explanation, I shall throw myself against the gates of this estate until death claims me, ensuring that the Changyang Marquis household shall know no peace henceforth, and all shall meet a wretched end. Aunt Zhou bit down on the fingers of a maid, who let out a piercing scream and recoiled several paces. The onlookers dared not approach as Aunt Zhou, in a frenzy, charged towards Fu Hangtang. From a distance, a woman dressed in a plain robe and adorned with a silver hairpin rushed forth, witnessing Aunt Zhou's rampage among the maids. She dashed forward and seized her tightly in an embrace. Aunt Zhou, have you lost your mind? This is Fu Hangtang, a place where you cannot act with such impunity. Zhang Yijiao cried, holding Aunt Zhou tightly, preventing her from struggling while also keeping the maids at bay. Have you gone mad? Do you wish to throw away your life? If you wish to die, do so in your own quarters, not in this space. Aunt Zhou paused, seemingly taken aback that this woman, with whom she had battled throughout her life, was now the one to impede her. Yet, upon seeing the tears streaming down Zhang Yijiao's face, Aunt Zhou could no longer contain her grievances and burst into tears. She banged on her thighs, wailing in agony, my Dinger is gone. My Dinger is gone. Zhang Yijiao bit her lip, allowing her tears to flow freely. That unfilial child is gone, yet in time, I shall have Jiang care for you in your old age. After all, he is a son of the old Marquis, what does it matter if he calls you aunt? The old Marquis was not known for his infatuation with beauty, although he had once indulged in marrying several concubines, he soon lost interest, and upon his passing, the old lady granted them their freedom, allowing them to leave. The only ones who remained after bearing illegitimate sons were she, Aunt Zhou, and Lu Yijiao, the mother of Jiang Yan and Jiang Xing. Lu Yijiao was of fine stature and beauty, with a fiery disposition, and held a much higher status in the household than the two of them combined. In earlier years, the two had conspired together to bully Aunt Zhou, but as time passed, they found themselves restrained by the absence of the old Marquis. Despite the years of quarrels and strife, in the Marquis household, aside from the maids and servants, the only evidence of their existence remained in one another. Zhang Yijiao harbored no fondness for Aunt Zhou nor for Jiang Jing, yet when she saw the maids preparing to seize Aunt Zhou, she sprang into action. Listen to my advice, live well, and do not burden the mistress or the old lady any further. My Jinger is gone. What meaning does my life hold now? I have but this one child, and Jinger is lost. Aunt Zhou bit down on Zhang Yijiao's arm, yet did not exert the full force she had previously. What is all this commotion about? The old lady Jiang, supported by Baozhu and Feicue, trembled as she emerged. Zhang's mother quivered in fear at the sight of her and nearly collapsed. Why have you not assisted the old lady back to her chambers? Be cautious of the wind, it may worsen her condition. The old lady Jiang shot a furious glare at Zhang's mother before furrowing her brow at the assembled servants. You all may withdraw. Let Zhou speak to me. Old lady, you must seek justice for Jinger. Aunt Zhou, shaking off Zhang Yijiao, fell to her knees, recounting all that Lin Jiayue had done during this time. Upon hearing that Jiang Xingjian had been appointed as the supervisor of the Shanglin garden by the emperor, and that the Marquis' household servants had been sold off, the old lady suddenly clutched her chest, reeling backward in pain. Old lady, my Dinger, you must stand up for my Jinger. Zhang's mother, seeing Aunt Zhou still entangled in the matter, stepped forward and kicked her shoulder. Do you wish to drive the old lady to her grave? You accuse me of neglecting the illegitimate children, yet fail to mention the kindness I have shown. I permitted you to raise the young masters and missies of the household, and now that trouble has arisen, you blame me? Perhaps you should blame yourself for raising an undutiful child who has brought calamity upon all the young ladies of the Marquis household. Aunt Zhou was sent sprawling down the steps by the kick, rolling several feet away. In a daze, she heard Jiang's mother cursing Jiang Jing and, with a fierce expression, scrambled to her feet, charging forward once more. The old lady Jiang trembled with rage, while Aunt Zhou engaged in a fracas with the group of maids. Song Wan observed the chaos before her, pressing her lips together, standing silently with her gaze lowered, lost in thought amidst the turmoil. Lin Jiayue, appearing frail and ill, entered through the courtyard door. She glanced at Aunt Zhou and suddenly exclaimed, "This has nothing to do with anyone else, I am the cause of Jiang Jing's misfortune. That if you have any grievances, come to me." Song Wan cast a glance at Lin Jiayue, who had become gaunt and unrecognizable in just a few short days, and let out a long, melancholic sigh. Chapter 74 Impermanence. It is you who have harmed my Jinger. Today, I demand that you accompany Jinger in her burial. Upon seeing Lin Jiayue, Aunt Zhou became even more deranged. She pushed past the matrons in the courtyard and rushed before Lin Jiayue, raising her hand to deliver a vicious slap. Having gone days without food or sleep, Lin Jiayue's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Though her cheek throbbed with pain, a strange sense of relief washed over her. This day, she could not fathom why Jiang Jing chose to end her life by throwing herself into a well. Was it truly for that wretched reputation of unchastity, or was it due to the Chen family's cancellation of the engagement? Regardless of the reason, Lin Jiayue understood that she was inextricably linked to it. Aunt Zhou continued to strike Lin Jiayue with fervor, and she remained in a daze, numbly allowing the outburst to unfold. It was only when Aunt Zhou's grip tightened around her neck, and the sensation of suffocation began to overwhelm her, that Lin Jiayue fought back with desperation. She was terrified. After brushing the edge of death, fear had taken root within her. Yet, Aunt Zhou's grip was like a vice, unyielding to her struggles. Madame Jiang had fainted, while Madame Jiang, in a state of panic, stood by seeing the old matriarch's face turn ashen and her breath falter. She hastily removed a golden hairpin from her head and stabbed it into the old woman's acupoint, allowing her to draw a breath once more. Concubine Jiang stepped forward to pull Aunt Zhou away, knowing that if a life were lost before the old matriarch, Aunt Zhou would undoubtedly meet her demise. This thought filled her with a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox. The entire Fuhengtang was in chaos, and Song Wan stood quietly behind Madame Jiang, steadfastly watching over the old matriarch. As the old matriarch regained consciousness, Song Wan rushed to assist her. The old matriarch pointed at Lin Jiayue, who lay on the ground, and commanded, "Throw out the root of this chaos, old matriarch, you must stand up for Jinger." Enough. Jiang Xingjian arrived in haste. Having just begun his shift and barely entered the breeding office, he was summoned back by a servant from the household. Witnessing the scene before him, Jiang Xingjian felt an unbearable headache. Pull Aunt Zhou away. Lin Jiayue was rescued by several servants from the outer courtyard, as the chaos in the mansion had escalated to a point where the lines of propriety between men and women could no longer be maintained. They could only call upon the outer servants to manage her within the inner courtyard. Aunt Zhou, now restrained, glared at Jiang Xingjian with bloodshot eyes and a ghastly expression. "My lord, might I ask for a word of assurance? Will you eliminate the root of chaos that has caused my Jinger's demise?" Lin Jiayue clutched her neck, her eyes glistening with crimson, gasping for air. The sensation of near-death gripped her, sending chills down her spine as fear gnawed at her insides, leaving her mind blank. Aunt Zhou's emotions began to stabilize, and she forcefully shook off the hands that restrained her. As a resident of the inner courtyard, the men hesitated to act against her, especially since Jiang Xingjian had yet to voice his stance, causing them to loosen their grip one by one. "My lord, I only ask if the root of this chaos will be eliminated or not." Jiang Xingjian appeared momentarily dazed, as if the question had rendered him speechless. Only Song Wan cast him a surprised glance before lowering her eyes. In that instant, a murderous intent flickered within him. The ensuing silence made Lin Jiayue, acutely sensitive to life and death, raise her tear-streaked eyes. Jiang Xingjian seemed to snap back to reality, softly instructing, "Send Aunt Zhou back to Yuan courtyard." "Ha, chaos reigns, this marquis' mansion is in disarray." Witnessing Jiang Xingjian's indifference towards Lin Jiayue filled Aunt Zhou with despair. She gathered her hair, tears glistening in her eyes as she forced a shallow smile, her dimples appearing like a gentle echo of her usual demeanor. With such descendants in the marquis' mansion, the late marquis must find it hard to rest in peace. "My lord, Jinger, I shall join you with that." Aunt Zhou abruptly dashed towards the corridor pillars of Fuhengtang. With a dull thud, blood gushed forth, and she collapsed, lifeless. The onlookers were left in shock, while Hengwu swiftly shielded Song Wan, and Hengji hastily covered her eyes with a handkerchief. Jiang Xingjian's face turned as pale as snow, and Lin Jiayue felt her scalp explode with a sudden wave of dread, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Madame Jiang faded from shock and fear. Only concubine Jiang, weeping, removed her outer garment and gently laid it over Aunt Zhou's face, murmuring, "I told you not to create a scene. What good does it do to stir up trouble? Our worthless lives can hold no value for anyone. Take the eldest lady back to her chamber." Jiang Xingjian barked an order, while Hangji and Hengwu hurriedly escorted Song Wan back to Lan courtyard. Madame Jiang sent someone to find a physician, and the maidservants hurried to carry the old matriarch back to her quarters. Jiang Xingjian directed the housekeepers to handle Aunt Zhou's remains, while concubine Jiang was pulled away by the maidservants, still sobbing. Only Lin Jiayue stood in a daze, staring at the pale arm that peeked out from beneath the yellow garment. Within 7 days, 2 lives had been extinguished within the house. The marquis' household was steeped in unease, leaving no one to attend to Lin Jiayue. As people moved about her, not a single soul approached to inquire. It was not until Qianbi and Qinghong arrived that they swiftly took the dazed Lin Jiayue away. There were no cries of mourning, no white cloths or yellow paper to signify grief. The bloodstains on the corridor pillars and white jade tiles were wiped clean by the servants, and Aunt Zhou's death became a forgotten tragedy, as if such calamity had never befallen the marquis' household. The following day, the kitchen prepared an array of 18 meat dishes, including fragrant pork knuckles, steamed goose, and salted bean curd with sheep's stomach, to be sent to each chamber. Concubine Jiang nibbled on a pork knuckle, alternating between laughter and tears, while Madame Jiang remained in a deep slumber, and Madame Zhang's hair turned grey overnight. Jiang Xingjian sat in the courtyard, pouring himself a drink, having not slept a wink. Song Wan, under the care of Nurse Zhao and Hengji and Hengwu, managed to take a few shallow hours of sleep, yet she tossed and turned restlessly throughout the night. The one most affected was Lin Jiayue, who had gone days without food or sleep, her body exuding a sickly fatigue, compounded by an unusual affliction. She could no longer bear to see the pale arms of the young girl, nor could she tolerate the crisp sound of the skin drum. The marquis' mansion was shrouded in silence when Song Wan and his wife visited. Jiang Xingjian felt somewhat disoriented, momentarily unsure of the purpose behind his father-in-law's visit. "There are matters in the household that have prevented me from properly welcoming you, father." "I apologize for my rudeness," Jiang Xingjian said. Song Wan replied, "I have heard that the marquis' household has been troubled of late, so I came to check on things. Additionally, my daughter has been longing to see Wanner. I thought it best for them to meet today." Jiang Xingjian hastily instructed a housekeeper to guide Madame Song to Lan courtyard, while he remained to entertain his guest, engaging in trivial pleasantries with Song Lanen. After exchanging a few inconsequential remarks, Song Lanen suddenly remarked, "I have heard rumors in the capital that the Marquis of Changyang is quite dissatisfied with his legitimate wife. Ultimately, it is a failure of my own to properly educate my daughter, who has not been molded into a paragon of virtue." Jiang Xingjian's jaw tightened as he quickly added, "Father, your words are too harsh. Wanner has done nothing wrong, it is merely that I, her husband, have been bewitched, leading to her neglect. His fists clenched tightly, Jiang Xingjian steeled himself. I am at fault, and I shall never again let Wanner suffer. Song Wan scoffed coldly, the Marquis speaks too heavily. Who in the capital does not know that the daughters of the Prime Minister's office lack virtue and talent, and are incapable of managing a household? Producing 2 plain invitations from his pocket, Song Wan slid them across the table towards Jiang Xingjian. These are the marriage contract and engagement papers of the Marquis' household in Wanner. The Yang Marquis family is a connection my Song family cannot aspire to. I hope the Marquis can consult the elders of both families and select a date. Chapter 75 From Father Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips tightly together, refraining from responding to Song Wan's words. The Marquisate could no longer withstand even the slightest gust of wind or rain, and it was particularly inappropriate for Song Wan to leave at this moment. Moreover, in the depths of his heart, Jiang Xingjian was reluctant to part with Song Wan even a fraction. He lowered his voice and said, the Marquisate is in a difficult position, and my grandmother is currently unwell. It would not be beneficial for Wanner to leave home or the Song residence at this time. Father's intentions are understood, and I shall henceforth treat Wanner with utmost care, ensuring that such a situation never arises again. Setting the teacup beside him, Song Wan remained silent, sitting quietly. Madame Song was guided into the lawn courtyard by the servants of the Marquisate, and Song Wan, having received the news, had already changed into appropriate attire to receive guests, standing by in anticipation. Upon entering the courtyard, Madame Song warmly grasped Song Wan's hand, saying, my dear child, it has been a while since we last met, you have lost much weight. Song Wan smiled gently, mother, your concern for me has made you notice my loss of weight. A few days ago, Hengji remarked that my old garments have tightened by half an inch. It seems that life at the Marquisate has been leisurely, and perhaps I have gained a few pounds. The mother and daughter shared a tender reunion, their affection palpable. Madame Song instructed her maid to present a reward to the housekeeper of the Marquisate, while Song Wan exchanged a few heartfelt words with the housekeeper, delighted, laughed and remarked on the deep bond between the mother and daughter, making it difficult for her to take her leave. After welcoming Madame Song into the lawn courtyard, Song Wan sent Shangso and Lzu to the small kitchen to prepare tea and snacks. With the absence of the Marquisate servants, the atmosphere between Song Wan and Madame Song grew somewhat distant. One sat quietly on an embroidered stool sipping tea, while the other gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. After a considerable time, Madame Song spoke, when your father visited today, he took your marriage contract from the study. Song Wan's hand, which had been resting beneath the table, clenched tightly. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, this summer has been particularly scorching. I recall that we have a quaint little estate on the outskirts of the city, though not large, it is quite exquisite and situated by the river. That estate, with its mountains and waters nearby, seems a splendid place for summer retreat, allowing one to flourish without burdening the Marquisate. Madame Song lowered her gaze, indeed, there is such an estate, but it is not far from the capital. Even with a river nearby, how much relief can it truly provide? Moreover, the area is cramped and surrounded by mixed villages, ultimately rendering it less safe compared to the spacious comforts of the Marquisate. Mother speaks wisely. Song Wan offered a slight smile, though it did not reach her eyes. Madame Song sighed, your 2 younger sisters have now reached a suitable age and are about to begin their search for suitors. Song Yao is manageable, her gentle nature allows her to seek a scholarly match. However, Song Nian is a source of concern. Her strong-willed nature, shaped by her education, would be more fitting if she were a male, but for a woman to possess such a temperament is quite challenging. Both of your sisters are naturally beautiful and possess kind hearts. Their marriages shall not be difficult, so do not fret, mother. Madame Song smiled, you have a way of comforting others. After a brief pause, she continued, yet your sisters are still young ladies, and their marriages are relatively easier to navigate. Your father, however, is currently troubled by our eldest son's matrimonial prospects. Recently, he disregarded your father's wishes and joined the Ministry of Personnel, leading to considerable discord between them. You are well aware of your father's temperament, and he cannot tolerate such disruptions within the household. Yet the eldest son is obstinate, and they have not spoken for quite some time. I am at a loss on how to mediate. Do not blame your father for his anger, it is perplexing why the eldest son would abandon his promising position as a supervisor at the Imperial Academy for the insignificant role of a minor official at the Ministry of Personnel, subjecting himself to constant commands like a mere errand boy. I cannot fathom why Fu must endure such hardships, wasting his talents in such a manner. Song Wan's countenance turned pale, and she remained silent. Madame Song sighed, not long ago, your father had his eye on the legitimate daughter of the esteemed merchant, Lord Shang, believing she had inherited his true teachings. He intended to propose this match for the eldest son, but upon learning that he has taken a minor position at the ministry, the proposal was promptly dismissed. Song Wan tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her eyelids drooping slightly. However, if it was not meant to be, then so be it. The merchant's daughter has a chronic illness, and with her unmarried aunt residing in her household, this would not bode well for either the family's standing or fortune. The gentry are very particular about such matters. In recent years, the marriages of the merchant's offspring have indeed faced challenges. Xianzao brought in the tea and snacks, while Hengji poured tea for the 2. Madame Song took a delicate sip, her voice laced with regret, yet we cannot falter, she did not choose to bear such an ailment. If given the choice among all the women in the world, how many would willingly burden their fathers and brothers? Mother speaks the truth. Having savored 2 pieces of tea snacks and offered a few compliments, Madame Song remarked, the estate you mentioned earlier, do you truly like it? If you are sincerely fond of it, I shall have someone deliver the land deed to you tomorrow. Yet I find myself suddenly realizing that it is not so much a matter of liking. Madame Song nodded. I also have another estate with ample land, originally part of my dowry. If you wish to see a different view, you might consider that one, though it is somewhat distant, located near Yenshan. Upon hearing this, Song Wan chuckled lightly. It has been a long time since I last saw you, mother. How could I ask for your possessions upon our reunion? My two younger sisters surely do not possess such a fine estate. As an elder sister, how could I compete with them? Those two girls cannot compare to you, regardless. You are too modest, mother. You have raised them exceptionally well, and who in the capital does not know of it? Madame Song smiled gently, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, she rose, mentioning that Song's father was still waiting outside and inquired whether Song Wan wished to meet him. Song Wan nodded. Following Madame Song to the garden there, a message was sent, and after a brief wait, Song Lanan and Jiang Xingjian appeared. Song Wan composed herself and respectfully greeted her father, inquiring about his recent meals and well-being. Song Lanan responded to each question with warmth and affection. After a while, Song Lanan remarked, "There are some rumors circulating outside." Song Wan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. When did father begin to heed such rumors? They are mere fabrications. For you to be concerned about such matters is unfilial of me. That is good to hear. Song Lanan offered a few more words of advice, urging them to conceive an heir soon and for Jiang Xingjian to pay close attention to court affairs, before departing with Madame Song. As Song Wan watched her father's figure fade through the drooping flower gate, a wave of emotion suddenly surged within her. Jiang Xingjian, sensing her discomfort, softly said, "I truly regret. I noticed that Aunt Lin seemed quite shaken the other day. Has my husband sought the imperial physician for her in recent days?" Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together. Indeed, he has consulted, but her condition is not promising. Perhaps that physician is inept in this area. I shall return to my chambers shortly to draft a letter, in hopes of inviting old Su to visit and examine Aunt Lin's pulse. As they conversed in the garden, Ling Yun hurriedly approached. Servant greets the Marquis and the eldest young lady. The old lady is seeking both of you. She requests that you hurry to Fu Hangtang. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow. Is there some sort of issue? Ling Yun lowered her voice and replied solemnly, the old lady is not well. Chapter 76. Fulfillment. A jolt coursed through Jiang Xingjian's heart, while Song Wan's brow furrowed with unease. The two hastily made their way to Fu Hangtang, only to find the matriarch surrounded by court physicians at the foot of her bed. Grandmother, upon seeing Jiang Xingjian approach, the crowd parted to make way. The elderly matriarch, her forehead and arms studded with silver needles, was being incessantly needled by a venerable physician with a face full of white whiskers, already half in a stupor. Jiang old madam opened her eyes in haste at the sound of her grandson's call. Let me speak with Ear and his wife. Grandmother, both your grandson and Wan are here. What is it you wish to convey? Jiang Xingjian knelt by the bedside, his eyes reddened, while Song Wan gracefully knelt beside him. The white-bearded physician interjected, I have a few words I wish to discuss with the matriarch. At this, Jiang's mother hurriedly stepped forward, and the other physicians discreetly withdrew, well aware that the old matriarch was nearing her end and had much to impart. In the room, only Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan remained. Jiang old madam grasped Jiang Xingjian's hand, her gaze clouded. The Lin family is the root of our downfall, that you must expel her from the household. Tears welled in the old lady's eyes, while Jiang Xingjian's heart was a tumult of emotions, rendering him speechless. Honored grandmother, I am here. Song Wan stepped forward, placing her hand atop the old lady's. Jiang old madam held their hands tightly, struggling to articulate. The heir of the City Yang Marquisate is scant. Ear has been favored by his father since childhood, leading to his naive and straightforward nature, making him easily deceived. Wanner, you are astute and resourceful. With you by Ear's side, I can finally rest easy. Song Wan lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts, yet Jiang old madam seemed to read her mind, gasping for breath like a bellows, clutching Song Wan's hand with fervent intensity. Promise me, you will stand united with Ear, to safeguard the Marquisate's legacy for a century, I promise. Grandmother. Song Wan tenderly caressed Jiang old madam's hand, saying softly, the late Marquis was valiant and unmatched, your husband bears his blood, how could he be so easily deceived? Please, do not dwell on such matters. Your health is of utmost importance. At these words, Jiang Xingjian turned sharply to regard Song Wan, but she remained fixated on Jiang old madam, offering him no glance. Wanner, a warm tear slipped from the corner of Jiang old madam's eye, pooling in the creases, accentuating her frailty. How could she not perceive that Song Wan had completely severed her ties to the Marquisate? Her affections turned cold. If she held even a sliver of sentiment for Jiang Yi, she would not be so dismissive at this critical juncture. A sharp pain struck her chest, and she abruptly sat up. How could this vast Marquisate remain ungoverned? A surge of unwillingness propelled Jiang old madam to sit upright, and Jiang Xingjian hurriedly moved to support her. Wanner, go, summon your mother to come in. I have words for her. Understanding that Jiang old madam wished to speak privately with Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan bowed respectfully and slowly retreated. Grandmother knows you hold affection for Lin, yet she is not a suitable match. Though she possesses some talents, she lacks the strength to uphold the Marquisate. Wanner has now completely turned her heart away from you. If this cannot be mended, the Marquisate is in peril. While I still draw breath, you must quickly consummate your union with Wanner. Once she bears a child, she will be bound to you. A woman with child becomes tethered. For her offspring, she will wholeheartedly plan for the Marquisate. Do you understand? Jiang Xingjian's eyes reddened. I understand. Today you must move to the Lanting courtyard. Time is of the essence. If I do not survive this ordeal, you and Wanner shall observe mourning for 3 years, and with time stretching on, who knows what complications may arise. Jiang old madam's gaze was clouded, her grip on Jiang Xingjian's hand fierce enough to draw him forward. Promise. Grandmother. Your grandson promises, today I shall share a bed with Wanner, do not worry about this matter, just focus on recovering, surely you will pull through. Will I pull through? In her murky eyes, a fierce unwillingness sparked, and Jiang old madam drew in a deep breath, forcing herself to sit upright. She was not at ease. How could she trust the Marquisate to Jiang's mother? She worried that Song Wan might truly abandon the Marquisate, allowing that little harlot to cause chaos within. Furthermore, Jiang Man had always wielded her status as an elder sister to manipulate her ambitions were boundless, and without her supervision, would likely be ensnared in the power struggles of the court, becoming the sacrificial pawn. With this surge of energy, Jiang old madam managed to restore a flush to her complexion. Go, prepare for your union with Wanner, I still wish to witness the birth of my great-grandchild. She waved her hand, urging Jiang Xingjian onward, her breaths coming in labored gasps. Jiang Xingjian promptly summoned the physicians to examine her, but Jiang old madam waved him off, indicating he should attend to more pressing matters. After a flurry of activity, the old lady finally fell into a deep sleep. The physicians informed the household that although the situation was critical, there was no immediate danger, allowing everyone's anxieties to ease. Jiang's mother instructed Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan to return to their quarters, while she remained behind to care for Jiang old madam. As Song Wan exited Fu Hengtang, Jiang Xingjian suddenly declared, I will be staying in the Lanting main courtyard tonight. Song Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. A pang of sorrow struck Jiang Xingjian's heart. He realized they had become like strangers, unable to return to what once was. Although he had contemplated this earlier, the reality of the moment filled him with dread that Song Wan would never again regard him with the bashful tenderness she once had, and that she might indeed harbor no feelings for him anymore. Reflecting on how even in her grandmother's near final words, she had resolutely refused to comply, Jiang Xingjian bit his lip, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. I will be staying in the Lanting main courtyard tonight. Shortly, I will have Lingyun send over my belongings, you should prepare. His heart fluttered with an inexplicable shyness, his cheeks flushed as he hastily departed. Song Wan, however, stood rooted in the courtyard, stunned for a long while. Mississippi. Hengji approached her with concern, prompting Song Wan to finally furrow her brow and look at her. This may indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. If the Miss were to bear the Marquisate's legitimate heir in the future, you would find security for yourself. Hengji's eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Song Wan's hand, filled with deep sympathy. Even she could surmise that it must have been the old matriarch's instructions that led the Marquis to suddenly seek to consummate his marriage with the Miss, yet regardless of the circumstances, this was ultimately a good thing. The last time the matriarch visited, her words merely served to remind the Miss that the Song family cannot dictate the marriage of their daughters. The way she feigned concern over you returning to burden the second and third young ladies is utterly infuriating. Miss, there is no place as good as your own home, who knows, perhaps you will bear a young master, and you and the Marquis can live in peace. As Hengji spoke, she wept, clearly not entirely believing her own words. Song Wan raised a hand to wipe away Hengji's tears, offering a gentle smile, do not cry, it is not such a monumental affair. She lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment. Hengwu, go find a young maid to inform Lin Jiayue that the Marquis will be staying in the Lanting courtyard tonight. Isn't Lin Jiayue hoping for a lifetime of companionship? She would give her that opportunity. If Lin Jiayue were to come and obstruct them, and Jiang Xingjian acquiesced, she would grant them their happiness and detach herself from the affairs of the Marquisate. However, if Lin Jiayue could not deter Jiang Xingjian today, she would resign herself to the role of the Marquisate's matron and become Jiang Xingjian's wife. Chapter 77 Driftwood. As dusk settled over the capital, a gentle rain began to fall, enveloping the air in a fine mist that, combined with the soft breeze, coaxed one into a drowsy reverie. Song Wan languidly reclined within her chamber, inhaling the fragrant scent of fresh grass wafting through the window, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. A sudden gust of humid air brushed against her nose, the coolness unsettling her further. Miss, the new bedding and your garments are ready, Hengji announced softly, cradling a stack of bright red garments as she stood beside the bed, gently calling out to Song Wan. Turning her gaze towards the embroidered red attire adorned with intertwined lotus flowers, Song Wan lowered her eyes in silence. Both women remained enveloped in quietude, their expressions contrasting sharply, one holding a square lacquered tray, the other cradling a bundle of men's clothing as they entered. Miss Han, the Marquis's belongings, Ling Yun chimed sweetly, placing Jiang Xingjian's garments down and instructing the servants to prepare hot water before gracefully departing. Hengji bit her lip, glancing at Hongwu, and both lowered their heads in unison. Only Zhao Mama knelt in the southwestern corner, her hands clasped in prayer, murmuring thanks to the heavens. Today, her young mistress was finally to consummate her union with the Marquis. Should she bear a son for the Marquis's house, Song Wan would have a secure future. Even if the Marquis were to take 3 or 5 concubines, she would have no cause for fear. Miss, the Marquis has entered the courtyard, Hengji announced. Startled, Song Wan stiffened, instinctively clutching her skirt. Is there any commotion from the Shoyan pavilion? Hengji shook her head, and Song Wan bit her lip, her expression one of bewilderment. After a lengthy pause, she slowly rose and made her way towards the bathing chamber. The warmth of the bathing room enveloped her, the fragrance of orchid-infused water swirling around, adding to her agitation. Unable to bear it, she stepped behind the embroidered screen and opened the window, the damp air stinging her nostrils. The rain intensified, and as Song Wan sat on the embroidered dressing couch, she waited in a daze. When Jiang Xingjian entered, only Zhao Mama bore a hint of a smile, while Hengji and the others wore expressions of profound seriousness, causing him to stifle an inexplicable surge of elation. Where is the madam? The Miss is in the bathing chamber. Jiang Xingjian's complexion flushed slightly as he turned and sat on Song Wan's dressing bed. The bed was adorned with several soft pillows, likely infused with flower petals, emanating a delicate fragrance throughout the space. He tugged at the newly changed double happiness quilt beneath him, his jaw tightening, suddenly gripped by an unaccountable nervousness. There is no need to attend to me. You may leave, he instructed in a low voice. The maidservants gradually retreated, and seeing Hung Wu's hesitance, Zhao Mama stepped forward, pulling her along. The room was soon left in eerie silence, with only Jiang Xingjian remaining, the stillness unsettling. No sounds came from the bathing chamber, and knowing her heart was troubled, he refrained from urging her, choosing instead to wait patiently outside. Observing the silhouette reflected on the door, Song Wan felt her eyes prick with tears. She and Jiang Xingjian had been betrothed since childhood, each of her 12 years spent in preparation to be a Jiang family wife from an early age. She understood that Jiang Xingjian was her destined husband. In her youth, she perceived him as a paragon of virtue, unparalleled in the realm. Thus, she willingly endured 6 years of widowhood, all for the sake of a white jade plum blossom hairpin he had carved by hand. But now, the figure outside remained unmoving, and despite her gritted teeth, Song Wan made no attempt to rise. They stood in silent opposition until the rain outside grew ever heavier, the cacophony of raindrops igniting a restless flame within him, prompting Jiang Xingjian to lose a measure of patience as he gently knocked on the door. Wan-er? Song Wan pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Jiang Xingjian's voice bore a hint of urgency. Are you well? If you don't respond, I shall enter. As he stepped closer, preparing to push the door open, Hung Wu's voice rang out from outside. Marquis, Lady Lin has come to seek you. At the sound, Song Wan leapt to her feet, hastily wiping her cheeks as she called out, I am fine. You may attend to your matters, husband. Her tone was insistent, leaving Jiang Xingjian momentarily taken aback. Marquis, Lady Lin is here, take her back to her chamber, he replied, his brow furrowing tightly. Merely hearing Lin Jiaye's name now stirred within him an indescribable discomfort. Frequently, he found himself questioning whether relinquishing Song Wan for the sake of weaponry was truly worth it. Hung Wu wished to say more, but Jiang Xingjian's gaze turned steely, causing her to swallow her words. Open the door. Losing patience, Jiang Xingjian reached for the bathing chamber door. Yet, as soon as he pulled it ajar by a mere inch, a thud echoed from within as it was forcefully shut once more. Song Wan. His voice was low and heavy, and recalling her earlier dismissal of their grandmother's dying wishes only fueled his irritation. With increased force, he pushed the door open, and Song Wan, braced against it, stumbled back 2 steps, still clad in her everyday garments, her hairpins untouched. Jiang Xingjian averted his gaze, suppressing the emotion swirling within him. She truly was reluctant to draw near him. Jiang Xingjian. Just as Song Wan struggled to find her words, Hang Ji entered, supporting Lin Jiaye, who stood timidly behind them, drenched from the downpour outside. The death of Jiang Jing and Aunt Zhou had imparted a harsh lesson upon Lin Jiaye, revealing the folly of her previous actions. She had envisioned the world far too simplistically, naively embellishing the weighty and stringent societal norms. Yet, the cost she paid was the loss of 2 lives. Lin Jiaye, looking frail and gaunt, her large, cat-like eyes now glistening with tears, stepped forward and grasped Jiang Xingjian's hand. He looked down to see her hand encased in a thin layer of gauze. Song Wan raised her gaze, scanning Lin Jiaye's face before furrowing her brows. In her eyes, she discerned no traces of love. Instead, they reflected confusion and obsession. Jiang Xingjian gently withdrew his hand, speaking softly, You are unwell, I shall have Hang Ji escort you home. I will not return. I cannot go back. Where else would I go? She implored, her drenched form creating a small puddle at their feet, as if bound by invisible shackles that rendered escape impossible. Jiang Xingjian, uphold your promise, and I shall honor mine. Lin Jiaye stifled a sob, managing a slight smile. Come back with me to the Xiuyan Pavilion. In 5 days, I will take you to see the weaponry. Jiang Xingjian's eyes clouded with inscrutable emotions, and Song Wan signaled to Hang Ji. After draping Lin Jiaye with a clean outer robe, she softly instructed, Prepare an umbrella to escort the Marquis and Lady Lin back to the Xiuyan Pavilion. As Lin Jiaye glanced back, she suddenly averted her gaze from Song Wan, flustered and uneasy. Hang Ji helped Lin Jiaye, while Hung Wu deftly opened an umbrella at the door. Jiang Xingjian cast a cold smile at Song Wan before guiding Lin Jiaye outside. Upon their return to the Xiuyan Pavilion, Jiang Xingjian urged her to rest well. However, Lin Jiaye shed her clothing, clinging to him tightly. He attempted to distance himself, but she, tears streaming, pressed her lips to his, crying, Don't leave, I have nothing without you. She truly could not bear to lose Jiang Xingjian. Clinging to his lean waist as though she were a drowning soul grasping for driftwood, Lin Jiaye wept as she pulled him onto the bed, deftly untying the curtain cords. Chapter 78 Ruthless Hands. As the rain began to subside, the silhouettes of the 2 figures had long since melded into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Song Wan stood beneath the corridor, murmuring, Hang Ji, have you ever entertained the thought of marriage? I have no desire to wed, nor do I wish to leave my mistress, replied Hang Ji, her eyes reddening. I only wish to serve you, my lady, for eternity, and go nowhere else. Hong Wu, with a hasty temperament, instantly leapt up at these words. Is it possible that some unscrupulous rogue from the outer courtyard covets our beauty and has come to seek favor from you, my lady? You must not fall for their tricks. Those filthy men actually dare to harbor such foolish thoughts about us? Originally, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but Hong Wu's remarks dispersed the clouds of worry, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. How shameless. No one is coming to seek you out. Song Wan wrinkled her nose slightly, her eyes sparkling with mirth. You certainly know how to flatter. I think it would be better for you to change your name to Wangpo from now on. Hang Ji laughed lightly, though her demeanor was not as carefree as Hong Wu's. Song Wan returned to her chamber, seated herself upon the bed, and opened the fragrant Nanmo box beside her pillow. She took out the contracts binding those around her, caressing them tenderly until a thin veil of mist appeared in her eyes. Only then did she gently fold them and step outside. Hong Ji and Hang Wu were chattering away when Zhao Mama stood beneath the eaves, loudly cursing towards the direction of the Shoyan pavilion. The vile words she uttered were so unseemly that had Song Wan not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed they came from Zhao Mama, who usually admonished her to uphold propriety. Why not appease Zhao Mama a bit, to prevent her from becoming so incensed? Summoning her back, Song Wan gathered Hong Ji, Hong Wu, as well as Xiang Chao and Lu Zhu, and they all sat together in the room. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pressed her lips together and said, "The waters are deep, yet the fish delight, the forest is serene, and the birds rejoice, even the creatures of the air, fish, and insects understand this truth. Why then must we remain confined to a realm that is ever descending into ruin?" My lady, Hong Ji and Zhao Mama were the first to perceive Song Wan's intentions, and their eyes immediately became red-rimmed. "No matter what you choose to do, I shall follow you, my lady. You are as dear to me as my own daughter, having raised me since I was a child. I cannot leave you alone in this lawless den." "Is it truly that serious?" Song Wan chuckled. "Come now, you have reached an age where you ought to enjoy your retirement. The year before last, my elder brother gifted you with a grandchild. It is time for you to return and care for your grandchild." Drawing out the contracts and silver notes from the wooden box, Song Wan stifled her tears. "Here is 1,000 taels, ample enough for you to live peacefully in the countryside." She placed the silver notes into Zhao Mama's hands, adding, "Keep the money for yourself. Do not give it all away. Even relatives cannot always be relied upon. The sorrows of poverty and old age are insurmountable. If you have silver in hand, your children and grandchildren will always show you filial piety." "My lady." Zhao Mama embraced Song Wan, weeping bitterly, filled with a desire to consume Jiang Xingjian's flesh and drink his blood. "Xiang Chao, I recall that a few years ago your brother was granted favor by your father and went to Jiang to manage a shop?" Xiang Chao shook her head through tears, and Song Wan gently stroked her cheek. "Go and seek out your brother. Let him find you a good family. Lu Zhu, I remember your mother arranged a marriage for you some years ago, did she not?" Jiang Xingjian's demise had left her in widowhood, and Hong Ji and Hong Wu could not bear to see her live in solitude, so they followed her here. Lu Zhu, being a born servant, had her mother, also a servant in the Song household, arrange a marriage for her, rumored to be with a minor steward from the estate. A few days ago, I inquired with Lady Lang. He has not married all these years and is still awaiting you. At the mention of her childhood sweetheart, Lu Zhu's eyes grew warm, filled with guilt. "I feel unworthy of him, but no one is more important than you, my lady." "I will not leave." Song Wan shook her head. "Not leaving means you will eventually become a concubine to Jiang Xingjian." The maidservants brought by a noblewoman were indeed meant to serve the husband's household. Had she not come in widowhood, she would not have brought along Hong Ji and the others, and with the tumultuous events following Jiang Xingjian's return, she had been unable to devote her thoughts to these matters. With no hope from others, she must forge her own path, yet, with so many people by her side, she felt uneasy presenting the contracts and silver notes to the two. Song Wan turned her gaze to Hong Ji and Hong Wu. Hong Ji smiled, saying, "Neither Hang Wu nor I have parents or suitors. Where can my lady send us?" "Indeed, no matter what position we may hold under the marquis, we shall never leave my lady's side," Hong Wu declared, her delicate features reflecting unwavering resolve. Song Wan lowered her eyes, pondering briefly before finally nodding. The two had nowhere to go, and even if she were to release them from the estate, she would remain unsettled. In the room, the maidens and old women were heartbroken, yet Song Wan held steadfastly to her resolve, refusing to allow the three to remain. The following morning, just after sending Zhao Mama away, Song Wan heard Hang Ji mention that the matriarch's precious pearl had come to summon her in Jiang Xingjian. She kept her head lowered, aware of the reason. When Jiang Xingjian had not returned to the estate, the old matriarch had genuinely cared for her, but no matter what, she could never surpass the matriarch's own legitimate grandson. Thus, it was only natural that the entire household now prioritized Jiang Xingjian above all else. Previously, she had been a widow, and the century-old foundations of the Marquisate did not require her concern. But now, the situation had changed. With Jiang's mother and Lin Jiayue unable to bear the weight of the Marquisate, the old matriarch would undoubtedly employ every means to ensure she assumed the authority in managing the household. Gathering her emotions, Song Wan turned back towards the Lanting courtyard. Seeing that the old matriarch needed to change her clothes, she approached the mahogany wardrobe, gazing silently at the intricately carved cabinet adorned with peonies and silver feet. As she exited the courtyard, Jiang Xingjian stood waiting for her in the yard. Song Wan approached and greeted him, as usual, softly addressing him as her husband. Jiang Xingjian's expression was grim, unlike his usual demeanor, and he deliberately quickened his pace. Upon arriving at Fua Hall, the old matriarch bent forward with great effort, eager to see the two. Jiang Xingjian hurriedly stepped forward, firmly grasping her hand. The old matriarch leaned in to look, noticing the ambiguous red marks on his neck, which eased her heart somewhat. Wan'er is here." Song Wan moved closer to the old matriarch, who remarked, "As men grow older, their temperament stabilizes. Once you two have children, Xingjian will surely settle down completely. The Marquisate will ultimately be yours. Help your grandmother take good care of it." Jiang Xingjian replied, "Grandmother need not worry. I have already written to my elder sister, requesting her to send back a suitable lady-in-waiting of age from the palace. In the future, all matters in the household will be managed by the lady-in-waiting." Wan'er, why? The old matriarch gasped for breath, and Song Wan hurried to assist her. The outstretched back of her hand was tinged with purplish red, as if injured by a heavy object. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow, holding it in his palm, while Song Wan gently withdrew her hand. It was merely an accident. My right hand was hurt. My husband is concerned for me, which is why he sought a lady-in-waiting from the palace. Grandmother, please do not overthink it. Her words were gentle, yet Jiang Xingjian's eyes were shrouded in stormy clouds, filled with rage. Tears welled in the old matriarch's eyes, ultimately extinguishing her hopes of having Song Wan manage the household again. Years ago, as a girl barely out of her youth, she had dared to embrace the spirit tablet and marry into the Marquisate, knowing well that Song Wan was of resilient character. At that time, she had lamented for her grandson, unable to share a lifetime with such a wonderful girl, and now, while Song Wan remained unchanged, her grandson would never again have such a remarkable companion. She would rather turn her own hand against herself than grant the Marquisate even a sliver of opportunity. For Wanner, she had harbored a deep-seated hatred for them all. Chapter 79 of Firearms. Upon returning from Fuhengtang to Xiuyan Pavilion, a tempest of anger simmered within Jiang Xingjian, refusing to dissipate. Song Wan's overt resistance to him weighed heavily on his mind. Xingjian? Lin Jiayue, feeling frail, settled beside him after donning her embroidered shoes. Noticing Jiang Xingjian's grave expression, she cautiously inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The death of Jiang Jing and Aunt Zhou had profoundly shaken her. She had since tempered her once flamboyant demeanor, yet now she found herself oscillating from one extreme to another. "Did I do something to anger you again?" Jiang Xingjian pinched the bridge of his nose and replied with a detached, "No." Suddenly struck by panic, Lin Jiayue sensed the chill of his indifference, causing her to shiver involuntarily, a feeling of emptiness swelling within her. Unable to press for answers, she could only murmur softly, repeating her words like a mantra. Frustrated by her incessant chatter, Jiang Xingjian recounted how Song Wan had preferred to injure herself rather than accept the responsibilities of managing the whole residence. But it was merely a hand injury. "It does not hinder the family affairs," Lin Jiayue protested. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze, disappointment gnawing at him, but he grew weary of the topic and shifted to discussing firearms. "I shall take you to witness their power the day after tomorrow." After speaking, Lin Jiayue lowered her head, concealing her anxious eyes. Perhaps we should inform Consort Jiang? She would surely wish to know the details. That was her only leverage. Consort Jiang, having given birth to a prince, would undoubtedly prioritize such weapons over Jiang Xingjian. With her head bowed, she clutched her garment nervously, not daring to speak. "I will have someone send a message to the palace." Lin Jiayue exhaled deeply, her apprehension easing. On the morning of the third day, she rose early to change and groom herself. Once ready, Chen Bai presented her with a light gauze hood. Lin Jiayue, holding the hood that reached her waist, fell into a daze, ultimately resigning to wear it. As the carriage rolled out of the Ho residence, she felt a surge of warmth in her eyes, nearly succumbing to tears. Though she had only been in the Ho residence for a little over a month, it felt as if she had endured a lifetime. The carriage curtain fluttered in the wind, and Jiang Xingjian observed Lin Jiayue, her expression reverent as she leaned toward the window, inhaling the scents outside. Witnessing her thus, his heart softened unexpectedly. The man lifted the curtain, prompting Lin Jiayue to exclaim, "Xingjian Gij." "After a while, when we reach the desolate mountain, I shall accompany you on a stroll," he said. Lin Jiayue bit her lip, taking a moment before expressing her gratitude. Atop the desolate mountain stood several pallid men, their figures frail and voices high-pitched. Upon sighting the pair, they hurried forth to pay their respects. Lin Jiayue, standing behind Jiang Xingjian, dared not utter a word, fearful of causing any disruption or jeopardizing their lives. "It is of no consequence. There is no need to be wary in front of these gentlemen," Jiang Xingjian reassured her. He instructed his men to bring forth a large chest from the carriage, and Lin Jiayue opened it, examining its contents meticulously. The items were custom-made by her, each adorned with unique designs that only she could decipher. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiayue swiftly assembled the components. Jiang Xingjian and the eunuchs watched as she placed various unknown items into bamboo tubes, wrapping some with yellow paper. After laboring for the better part of an hour, she produced two exceptionally large and clumsy paper boxes. Biting her lip, she lowered her head and said, "Currently, without specialized tools, I cannot create anything more delicate. I can only present the prototype of this firearm to the consort." Wiping her sweaty palms nervously, she stepped aside as her assistants carefully moved the boxes to a safe distance, standing by with a blank expression. She was uncertain whether these creations would detonate. Before meeting Jiang Xingjian, she had lived in a remote mountain village, where wolf packs occasionally roamed. To ward off the wolves, the villagers had passed down the recipe for firecrackers through generations. That month, it was her family's turn to hang the firecrackers in the mountains, but since her family was occupied with farming, the task fell to her. At that time, having suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar place, she had little inclination to concern herself with firecrackers or wolves. She grew lethargic and hid the materials in her home cellar. One day, she heard villagers speak of wolves descending upon the valley, trapping a young outsider. Terrified, she gathered the firecrackers she had stashed away and rushed down the mountain. Upon encountering Jiang Xingjian, she hastily bundled the firecrackers together, igniting them and throwing them toward the wolves. The firecrackers, though not particularly lethal, were overwhelming in number. When she released the entire bundle, Lin Jiayue was met with a deafening explosion, as if the heavens themselves had torn asunder. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, scattering the wolves, and Jiang Xingjian collapsed, rendered unconscious by the shock. After caring for him for some time, when he later awoke and inquired about the means she had employed, she casually claimed to hail from a hidden lineage in Huaxia, stating that the device was an unparalleled firearm capable of felling 1,000 troops. She had never anticipated that Jiang Xingjian would believe her, much like she had never imagined Jiang Jing would lose his life over a few romantic novels. Gazing at the distant paper boxes, she bit her lip. These creations were cobbled together from several firecracker workshops, and though they were merely oversized firecrackers with adjusted gunpowder ratios, she had added some flour in one box and 2 barrels of tung oil in another. She was unsure if they would explode, but she had no choice but to gamble. I have completed them, they are somewhat crude, and time was limited. If the results are unsatisfactory, I shall refine them further in the future, she declared. Jiang Xingjian nodded, and the eunuchs watched with keen interest until Lin Jiayue could no longer restrain herself, stating they needed someone to ignite them with an arrow. Bring the bow here. A eunuch presented a flaming arrow, and Jiang Xingjian nimbly drew the bow and released it, striking the paper box directly. The box ignited, yet showed no further change. Just as Lin Jiayue was about to interject with an explanation, a resounding bang echoed, exploding into a cascade of fiery rain. The flames erupted from the tung oil in the air, falling everywhere and continuing to burn fiercely. The oil that fell onto the other paper box soon ignited as well, creating a dazzling display of fire. It's on fire, shouted a middle-aged eunuch, his voice strained, as the desolate mountain quickly engulfed in flames. Lin Jiayue watched the soaring flames, suddenly laughing uncontrollably. After a considerable time, the fire was finally extinguished by the approaching red-clad fire brigade. Surveying the charred remnants of the mountain, Lin Jiayue could not suppress her smile. Congratulations, Lord Ho. Congratulations, Lord Ho, you are truly a reincarnation of the thunder god, a celestial being descended upon us. An eunuch, disheveled, hurriedly approached Jiang Xingjian, showering him with praise. Even though everyone knew these inventions were Lin Jiayue's handiwork, yet none acknowledged her. If His Majesty were to learn of the might of these devices, he would undoubtedly lavish praise upon Lord Ho, another remarked. His Majesty? Lin Jiayue murmured, and Jiang Xingjian replied, such firearms cannot remain in the hands of noble families. They must be reported to the emperor. Supporting Lin Jiayue as they boarded the carriage, he continued, with this, the emperor will likely assign me to the divine pivot camp. Lin Jiayue stared blankly at Jiang Xingjian, momentarily at a loss for words. These devices had originally been her means of self-preservation within the inner quarters. She had envisioned consort Jiang claiming them for the fifth prince, laying the groundwork for future power grabs. As long as she held onto this formula, she believed she could remain secure in the Ho residence, yet now, it had escalated to involve the emperor. If what Jiang Xingjian said were true and the emperor would indeed transfer him to the divine pivot camp, would she be relinquishing her protective talisman? Chapter 80 of The Gift. Merely 3 days had elapsed since Jiang Xingjian's return from the desolate mountains, when he was indeed summoned by the emperor to the divine pivot camp. Lin Jiayue, unable to conceal the secrets of the firearms any longer, was left with no choice but to document the procedures for making firecrackers in an exceedingly convoluted manner, while also conveying the revised gunpowder formula to Jiang Xingjian. With the coveted information in hand, Jiang Xingjian immersed himself in the affairs of the divine pivot camp, neglecting to return home for several days. Since his departure, Lin Jiayue found herself seated in a stupor before the embroidered smoke pavilion, a person once unable to remain idle now astonishingly subdued. Occasionally, as Song Wan passed through the courtyard, she couldn't help but feel discomfort at Lin Jiayue's demeanor. Hengji fan Song Wan, while Hengwu sat nearby, embroidering a pair of flowered shoes. The house was eerily silent, devoid of the usual lively atmosphere. Zhao Momo, along with Xiangsu and Lzu, had been gradually sent away from the marquis's residence, and whenever she recalled the trio, a pang of sorrow would wash over her. Madam, a young monk from the Pingsui monastery has arrived, likely bringing news regarding your earlier inquiries. I shall go and see. Song Wan rose from her couch and invited the spirit jade master from Pingsui monastery into the residence. Although Lingyu was a monk, his position as a favored guest of the marquis's household meant he was hardly detached from worldly affairs, making him quite adept and tactful in conversation and conduct. Song Wan had Hengji prepare tea and then led Lingyu to the inner hall, inquiring, might there be any response from Master Qingxuan regarding the matter I inquired about some time ago? Replying to Madam, Master instructed Lingyu to present this item to you. As for the rest, Lingyu is unaware. Opening the thin paper delivered by Lingyu, Song Wan discovered an address, an old nunnery. She gazed at it for a moment before breaking into a smile. Please inform the young monk that I shall have the maidservants send offerings shortly. Lingyu left with a smile, yet Song Wan sank back into a profound melancholy on her couch. She had sought Master Qingxuan's assistance, hoping to find solace through cultivation and temporarily escape the turmoil of the marquis's residence. Little did she know that even a monk could bow in submission, rejecting her with such forthrightness and clarity. Not even a vague excuse or a mention of unfinished earthly ties was offered. It was as if to say that should she choose to venture forth, there were indeed places suitable for her practice. Discarding the slip of paper, Song Wan ultimately acknowledged that she was at an impasse. Very well, I had already anticipated the futility of seeking assistance from others. Concealing her tumultuous thoughts, Song Wan, accompanied by Hengji and Hengwu, embarked upon a semi-reclusive existence in the lawn courtyard. With Jiang Xingjian at the divine pivot camp and the old matriarch gravely ill, Jiang Mu had relieved everyone of their morning and evening duties, remaining alone to guard the Fua Hall. Lin Jiayue spent her days idly in the corridor, no longer seeking to create trouble as she once did, leading to a noticeable dullness within the household. The Empress Jiang, in the palace, had dispatched a managing lady-in-waiting to co-manage household affairs with Huaisu, and this tranquil life gave Song Wan an illusion of returning to her widowhood. Given her usual preference for tranquility, she relished the current leisurely pace. However, as time flowed like water, by August, the marquis's residence was once again engulfed in busyness, with the most pressing matters being the mid-autumn festival gifts for the chief eunuch Duan Yiting, as well as a visit to the palace to pay respects to several ladies and the emperor. Ordinarily, affairs of the court and interactions with officials should not concern Song Wan. In previous years, the household manager would simply deliver festival gifts to the Duan residents and exchange a few auspicious words with the gatekeepers. Yet this year, whether it be a blessing or a curse, the Marquis' residents unexpectedly received word from eunuch Duan, stating that he wished to personally pay his respects to the old matriarch. Duan Yiding, once a down-and-out scholar with some knowledge of classical texts, had, for reasons unknown, chosen to self-castrate and enter the palace as a eunuch. He was meticulous and perceptive, skillfully understanding human nature, earning the unwavering trust of both the late emperor and the current one, thus enjoying considerable favor. However, it was said that in years past, he had been embroiled in fierce disputes with eunuch Wan of the Eastern Depot, and had since withdrawn from public view. Now, for reasons unknown, he suddenly took an interest in the Marquis' residence. Unlike external men, palace eunuchs had the authority to enter the inner quarters, and since Duan Yiding expressed his desire to meet the old matriarch personally, the Marquis' household had no choice but to host a banquet in his honor. Consequently, all female members, particularly those like Song Wan, found themselves unable to evade this obligation. In the days leading up to Duan Yiding's visit, the Marquis' residence busied itself with crafting garments and shoes for its inhabitants, ensuring that every corner was spotless. Yet, even amid this flurry of activity, on the day of Duan Yiding's arrival, Song Wan felt an unsettling restlessness. "Miss, my hairstyling skills are no match for Ilzo's." "Not an issue." Glancing at her elegantly adorned reflection in the bronze mirror, Song Wan slowly managed to coax a graceful and gentle smile. However, the smile lasted but a fleeting moment before fading away. "Miss, eunuch Duan has been recuperating in the palace for quite some time. Aside from paying his respects to the emperor on the 1st and 15th of each month, he has not made an appearance for ages." Why would he suddenly seek out the Marquis' residence? Hungji, half squatting to assist Song Wan with her adornments, couldn't suppress her curiosity and inquired. Song Wan shook her head. "I am equally unaware." Duan Yiding was inherently cunning and suspicious, prone to unpredictable moods. As he aged, his behavior became increasingly erratic. One day, he might engage in light-hearted banter, while the next, he could cause the ruination of a family. Likewise, one could not ignore the instances where he previously displayed indifference, only to later exhibit an unexpected fondness, causing upheaval among the entire household. Yet whether it was one or the other, neither scenario boded well for Song Wan. "Other matters may be manageable, but I fear that Empress Jiang has orchestrated something to draw eunuch Duan into her schemes. Duan Yiding's visit to the Marquis' residence today may well be a signal. Should he lend his support, the fifth prince's chances would undoubtedly be bolstered. What of the gauzy shawl I instructed you to prepare a few days ago?" "It is ready, I shall fetch it." Hengbu brought forth a light and soft shawl, which Song Wan gently inhaled, detecting a faint floral fragrance. Years prior, it was rumored that someone had presented Duan Yiding with 2 rare peonies, only to provoke a severe allergic reaction, resulting in a rash that caused him great discomfort. In a fit of rage, he fabricated a baseless charge against the gift-giver, banishing them to the southern regions, from whence they had yet to return. To avoid entangling the Marquis' residence with Duan Yiding, Song Wan had taken the precaution of soaking this shawl in a dye of red and blue floral essence several days prior, though its efficacy remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Rising, Song Wan had Hungji assist her in dressing, and with graceful steps, she exited the lawn courtyard. The Marquis' residence was bustling with activity today. The main hall was filled with lords and ladies, and even Lin Jiayue and Huaisu attended, accompanied by maidservants. The atmosphere was lively, with people coming and going. Jiang Xingjian awaited guests in the outer courtyard, while Jiang Yan occupied a position by the door, engaged in conversation with several younger relatives still attending the family school. Before Song Wan could enter, she observed his gentle demeanor as he listened to the children chattering excitedly about their studies. Their youthful voices elicited laughter, yet Jiang Yan's eyes reflected seriousness and patience. Witnessing this scene, Song Wan couldn't help but smile softly. "Sister-in-law," the children, upon seeing her enter, each bowed in greeting. After she returned their salutations, Jiang Yan remarked, "Sister-in-law, please take your time." A few days ago, Steward Lu returned from Jiangnan with a bounty of exquisite items. "My brother has delivered them to the various quarters, and this portion is set aside for you." Jiang Yan picked up a stack of books from the table, lowered his gaze to lightly stroke them before passing them to the waiting Qingjai behind him. Song Wan scanned the room, noticing several maidservants holding brushes and ink, prompting her to signal Hungji to accept the offering. She smiled and said, "I appreciate your thoughtfulness, second master. Please convey my gratitude to Steward Lu." Jiang Yan pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to smile and the restlessness within him, nodding gently. "My brother understands." Chapter 81. The foundation. After collecting her belongings, Song Wan accompanied Hongji into the main hall. With grandmother Jiang and mother Jiang absent, she held the highest position within the inner chambers. Occasionally, younger relatives approached her to pay their respects, and she engaged each of them in conversation. The one she longed to see had finally arrived. Jiang Yan, having lost interest in entertaining the younger ones, retreated behind the sandalwood screen, gazing at Song Wan with a mix of restraint and affection. Before long, a servant from the outer courtyard announced that Duan Yiding's sedan chair had arrived at the gates of the Ho residence. Instantly, the gathering fell silent, and Song Wan led the way to the entrance to welcome him. After a brief interval, a small sedan chair was seen approaching in the distance. Once it came to a stop, everyone bowed their heads in greeting. Song Wan noticed a pair of black official boots emerging from the sedan, followed by a voice, sharp and hoarse with age, commanding, "Rise, why are you all standing there?" The voice, though grating, elicited no outward display of discomfort from anyone. Duan Yiding stood before the sedan, a young eunuch hurriedly stepping forward to assist him, while Jiang Xingjian remained at his side, his expression tinged with respect. This man was notoriously unpredictable, necessitating cautious hospitality. Song Wan adjusted her shawl and stepped forward to stand beside Jiang Xingjian. Duan Yiting's gaze swept over her briefly before inadvertently drifting to the almost unobtrusive Jiang Yan, only to retract his attention. The assembly was uncertain of his purpose for today, and hesitated to speak. Only Lin Jiayue, standing at the back of the line, stared wide-eyed, but did not anticipate the old eunuch's keen perception as he immediately turned his gaze toward her. Startled, Lin Jiayue blinked and then lowered her head. My grandmother has not been well of late, which is why she could not meet with Lord Yin. I hope you can forgive her. It matters not. As soon as the words left his lips, Duan Yiting turned and settled back into the sedan, calling out to return to the residence. In an instant, everyone in the whole residence, young and old alike, stood frozen in place. Jiang Xingjian's complexion turned pale, while Song Wan slightly furrowed her brow. Though Duan Yiting had surpassed his 60th year and his body had become notably frail, his feet appeared remarkably large. However, having encountered few men throughout her life, aside from her father, brothers, and Jiang Xingjian, she found it difficult to draw comparisons. Dismissing this peculiar thought, Song Wan lowered her head and fiddled with her shawl, silently pondering whether it had played a role in this situation. Jiang Xingjian hastened to catch up, seemingly intending to offer some explanations, but he was unable to intercept Duan Yiting before he reached the outer courtyard. A wave of anxiety washed over everyone in the whole residence, while Song Wan stood quietly to the side, finding solace in the midst of turmoil. Lord Yin has always been so capricious. There is no need for the whole lord to worry. Jingwei, who had previously served in the palace, responsible for matters of court banquets, reassured Jiang Xingjian she had dealt with Duan Yiting before and knew that, although his temperament was volatile, he had refrained from violent acts in recent years, thus encouraging Jiang Xingjian to remain calm. Thank you, Auntie, for your guidance. The whole lord is too courteous. Having been managing the household affairs of the whole residence these past few days, Jingwei had developed a favorable impression of Jiang Xingjian and was naturally inclined to offer words of comfort. Since Lord Yin had earlier intended to visit the old lady, it stands to reason that he shares some rapport with her. Perhaps the whole lord should inquire further, it may yield answers. Jiang Xingjian found this suggestion quite reasonable and dismissed the crowd, proceeding to Fu Hengtang alone. At the entrance of Fu Hengtang, Mother Jiang stood blocking the door, preventing him from entering. She had been caring for grandmother Jiang during this period, and no one else in the house had been seen. Mother Jiang's repeated obstructions aroused suspicion in Jiang Xingjian. Mother, is there something you are concealing from me? Of course not. Mother Jiang's eyes darted, avoiding Jiang Xingjian's gaze. Today, when Lord Yin suddenly arrived, he heard that he could not meet grandmother and turned to leave. I wish to know if grandmother shares any connection with him, otherwise, I feel unsettled. Mother Jiang sighed. How could I not know whether the old lady and Lord Yin have any connection? If they did, our residence would not have been nearly depleted over the past few years. You are unaware of how we managed his affairs during the poor harvests. Mentioning Duan Yiting, Mother Jiang was filled with resentment. In recent years, it was unclear whether Lord Yin had grown muddled with age or not, as he amassed wealth with abandon each year. The whole residence sent a substantial sum to the Duan family, yet they had never once encountered Lord Yin in person. During festivals, the housekeeper would visit the Duan residence, only to be sent away empty-handed each time of the year before. Thinking perhaps Lord Yin simply did not regard the whole residence, she secretly halted the monetary offerings. To her surprise, within 3 days, Jiang Man had sent a message through a messenger, saying she was being troubled by the eunuchs in the palace and inquiring whether Mother Jiang had done anything. That ungrateful old man had no descendants. One could only wonder what he needed such funds for. Mother Jiang gritted her teeth in frustration, yet did not dare voice a single complaint. Jiang Xingjian, however, grew impatient with his mother's evasiveness. He knew her nature all too well. Resolutely pushing open the door to Fu Hengtang, he strode in. Upon seeing grandmother Jiang, he was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Grandmother, grandmother. Grandmother Jiang's eyes were deeply sunken, her gaze murky. Upon hearing her grandson's voice, her parched eyelids merely flickered slightly, showing no other sign of recognition. What is happening? Why hasn't a royal physician been summoned? Jiang Xingjian lifted the covers of grandmother Jiang's bed, revealing nothing but a frail skeleton beneath. The once slightly plump old lady had now withered to a mere semblance of skin and bones. As he prepared to lift grandmother Jiang into his arms to summon the house physician, a series of rasping sounds emerged from her throat, gravelly and hoarse. Mother Jiang's eyes reddened as she replied, "Do you think this was my decision? It was the old lady's directive." Tears streamed down her face, and she pressed a handkerchief to her eyes. You have just arrived at the Shinshu camp. If the old lady were to pass away now, you would have to return home to mourn. This newly acquired position would inevitably be for naught. Previously, the whole residence had been in turmoil. Your sister spent considerable time in the palace pleading with the emperor, yet could not secure your release from the Shilin garden. Now that you are in a position to grasp military authority, the old lady would be overjoyed. How could she allow herself to become a burden to you? The old lady's health has long been failing. For the past few days, the house physician has been using animal medicines to sustain her, just enough to keep her alive, but she is no longer herself. The physician has also stated that the moment the medicine ceases, the old lady has treated me as a daughter all my life. Do you think I can bear to see her suffer in this manner? Mother Jiang cried out in despair as she sat on the couch. But what can be done? Marrying a wife who is indifferent to everything, taking a concubine who only stirs trouble, our household lacks both personnel and funds. The money earned from the ice shop and the rouge shop is insufficient to cover even a single bribe for Lord Yin and the princess. Lord Yin requires bribes, and so does the Eastern factory. If you were to lose your position in the Shinshu camp now, what would become of our whole residence in the future? The old lady has stated that this century-old foundation must not be destroyed on her watch. Jiang Xingjian's complexion turned a shade of iron, his fists clenched tightly, his voice hoarse. So the old lady will simply continue to drag this out? Until when? Chapter 82. With change of fortune. After gently placing the old matriarch back onto the soft bedding, John's mother said, "Did you not acquire that contraption for firearms from that little harlot?" The old lady stated unequivocally that regardless of the circumstances, she would wait until you firmly establish your position in the divine pivot camp. When you return home to mourn, the emperor will undoubtedly be moved, and at that juncture, she shall no longer endure. In these past few days, Jiang's mother had shed countless tears, yet even as her tears ran dry, she forced herself to maintain her composure. Carefully tucking the old lady in, she selected several soft goose-down pillows to support her elbows before finally inquiring, "By the way, how is the progress on that firearm? Is it sufficient to win the emperor's favor, making you indispensable?" Jiang Xingjian, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze in silence. The contraption that Lin Jiayue had provided, upon arrival at the divine pivot camp, was quickly discerned by those responsible for arms development. Although the design was exceedingly convoluted, it was evidently just a slightly more powerful firecracker. Such an item, upon its delivery, was dismissed and cast aside, forgotten by all. Fortunately, her addition of tung oil and flour had intrigued the artisans, who were currently experimenting with its potential integration into weaponry. Were it not for the favor bestowed by the fifth prince and the concubine Jiang, he would have likely been reported and expelled from the divine pivot camp by now. As it stood, he visited daily, merely to navigate the complexities of court politics, striving to secure his standing amidst the turmoil. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous that he could use this opportunity to distance himself from the confines of the Shanglin garden. Turning to regard the old matriarch who had raised him, Jiang Xingjian was overwhelmed with sorrow, yet when faced with Jiang's mother, he forced a faint smile and reassured her, "Rest assured, mother, the firearm is quite remarkable. I shall handle all matters at home, and you need not worry excessively." Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother was moved to tears. "That is good to hear, very good indeed." As for the old lady, Jiang Xingjian gritted his teeth, unable to bear looking at the old matriarch, and after a long silence, he finally uttered, "I hope that both you and grandmother can endure a little longer for my sake." With that, he fled in disarray, unable to face the two women any longer. As Jiang Xingjian wandered into the outer courtyard, he felt as though the scorching sun could not dispel the chill that enveloped him. The esteemed family legacy of the Ho residence had persisted for generations. It absolutely could not be brought to ruin under his stewardship. Contemplating Duan Yiding's inexplicable visit in the sight of his grandmother, frail and gasping for breath, Jiang Xingjian felt an immense weight pressing upon his chest, akin to a colossal stone. "Brother, do you not feel well?" Jiang Yan, emerging from the Yuling study, noticed Jiang Xingjian's absent-minded demeanor and pondered briefly before inquiring. Jiang Xingjian snapped back to reality, realizing he had arrived at the entrance of the Yuling study. Rubbing his face to shake off the haze, he asked, "Do you have any matters to attend to today? If not, shall we indulge in a drink together?" Jiang Yan lowered his gaze and replied, "It would be my honor." Inviting him into the study, Xing Zhai and Su Mian prepared a feast for the two, while Jiang Yan produced a jar of wine, placing it before Jiang Xingjian. "A friend gifted this, claiming it to be an exquisite wine that you have yet to taste. I have enjoyed it a few times before, it is indeed of excellent quality." As he opened the clay seal, the aroma of the wine wafted through the air. Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow at the honey-colored liquid within the cup. "Might I inquire about the origins of this friend of yours?" Jiang Yan chuckled. "He hails from humble beginnings and possesses no notable title." Jiang Xingjian took a sip of the wine, savoring it, and then remarked, "This wine is called Mantiangxiang, originating from the imperial palace. I had the fortune of tasting it as a child when I accompanied my father to a banquet there." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Noticing his sincerity, Jiang Xingjian continued, "Those of the rivers and lakes have extensive connections. Perhaps he acquired it through unknown means. To share such a precious item with you speaks to a commendable friendship." After finishing his drink in one go, Jiang Xingjian felt the intoxicating effects taking hold, and amidst his myriad of worries, he became increasingly disoriented, unable to distinguish between the king of Xiang and the divine maiden. "Brother, you are inebriated," Jiang Yan commented, but Jiang Xingjian remained stiff, and after a prolonged silence, he murmured, "At this moment, I find myself envious of you. What is wrong with being a concubine's son?" As a concubine's son, he bore no burden of revitalizing the family, was not subjected to the palace's constraints, and could lead a leisurely life free from societal expectations. "What is wrong with being a concubine's son?" Jiang Xingjian whispered, and Jiang Yan fell silent, his gaze lowered. Did he not also desire the status of a legitimate heir? After a long pause, Jiang Yan poured the remaining wine aside and pointed at the already intoxicated Jiang Xingjian, saying, "Let us escort the whole lord to the long courtyard. Take me back to the long courtyard." Jiang Xingjian murmured softly, as if invoking the name of Song Wan. Jiang Yan pressed his lips together, his expression shifting from crimson to pale at the mention of that name. He stared at Jiang Xingjian for a long moment before darkly stating, "Take the whole lord to Huaisu's chamber." When Xing Zhai went to find Huaisu, she was inside sewing an undergarment for Jiang Xingjian. Once his personal maid, she had now been elevated to the status of concubine, yet little had changed in her daily life. She was aware that Jiang Xingjian's heart might belong to Song Wan or Lin Jiayue, yet she paid no mind to such thoughts. Her affection for Jiang Xingjian was enough for her. As long as she remained by his side, however, Huaisu had never contemplated that she could one day become the one at his side. Watching her beloved in a drunken stupor, Huaisu blushed as she helped him change clothes and clean up. The next morning, Jiang Xingjian woke to a warm sensation in his arms, as if cradling soft jade in fragrant warmth. His mind was still hazy, and he initially thought he was in Lin Jiayue's chamber, but as the fog of his hangover lifted, he realized that the person in his embrace was far more voluptuous than the ailing Lin Jiayue. Jiang Xingjian froze, unable to believe what he was thinking. Wan? Huaisu opened her eyes but did not turn around. She felt both embarrassed to face Jiang Xingjian and ashamed for taking advantage of the situation, all the while suffering from the knowledge that the one she had served since childhood had never held her in his heart. As soon as Jiang Xingjian uttered the name Wanner, he sensed something was amiss. Given Wanner's temperament, she would never allow him to enter her room while intoxicated. How could this be? Jiang Xingjian, lost in thought, rose from the bed, while Huaisu, her face flushed, stared at him in a daze, wrapped in the quilt. Change your clothes. Seeing that he did not inquire about the events of the previous night, Huaisu felt a sudden uncertainty, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Please wait a moment, oh lord. Quickly donning her attire, Huaisu hurried to assist Jiang Xingjian, and just as she finished dressing him, Shizhu arrived to report that Song Yan had been waiting in the outer courtyard for quite some time, uncertain of what urgent matter had arisen. Jiang Xingjian pressed his temples, suppressing a headache as he sought out Song Yan. What is the matter that has you in such a hurry? In hushed tones, Song Yan leaned in to whisper in his ear, it is grave, oh lord. The palace is about to undergo a change. Yesterday, news arrived from the palace that Duking passed away suddenly in the dead of night, and the crown prince has awakened. Though still gravely ill, he has indeed regained consciousness. Jiang Xingjian was taken aback, exclaiming, Duan Yiding has passed away? Did he not visit the Ho residence just yesterday? Song Yan pursed his lips, concern etched on his face. Song Wan learned of these two shocking pieces of news half a day later. Upon hearing of Duan Yiding's sudden demise, she was drenched in cold sweat. He had been well just the day before. How could he have it at gazing at the silk scarf from yesterday? Song Wan, suppressing her fear, instructed Heng Ji to bring a fire basin and burn it to ashes. As she watched the flames consume the fabric, she voiced her worries, a storm is brewing, I hope my aunt will have peace with the third prince. Chapter 83. Letting go. Heng Ji carefully carried the pot of ashes outside to dispose of it, while Song Wan sat silently on the embroidered stool, contemplating matters within the palace. It remains uncertain whether the crown prince's awakening signifies a genuine recovery of health or merely a fleeting moment of clarity before his demise. Should it be the latter, a fierce struggle would undoubtedly ensue in the palace. Conversely, if his condition improves, one cannot predict the ensuing turmoil. The eldest prince enjoys the backing of the empress and her influential maternal family, while his consort hails from a prestigious lineage. Yet, the eldest prince himself lacks the capability to stand firm. Nonetheless, his two factions will surely push him to vie for power. Regardless of whether the crown prince lives or dies, the third and fifth princes will inevitably find themselves at the center of controversy. Song Wan lowered her gaze and gently caressed the table before her, then spoke, Heng Ji, please fetch my dowry list. Previously, she had procured items from the capital shops and sent everything that could be converted into cash to Song Fusho. Now, the only items remaining were those bestowed upon her by her aunt within the palace. Among them were countless exquisite jewels and precious ornaments, a treasure trove in its own right. Naturally, she had no intention of leaving her aunt's gifts to fill the coffers of the Marquis's residence. Find an excuse to discreetly send the items bestowed by my aunt to Langposi, so she may secure them in a safe estate, she instructed. Miss, what do you mean? Heng Ji inquired. Song Wan sighed, regardless of the crown prince's fate, both Empress Jiang and my aunt have their grievances. If I share an understanding with Jiang Xingjian, perhaps the Marquis's residence will spare us some consideration and refrain from using me as a pawn. However, if Empress Jiang finds herself in a precarious position or seeks to undermine my aunt, she will undoubtedly use me as bait. Miss, what shall we do? Hen Gu knelt before Song Wan in a flurry, grasping her hand with a face full of worry. Song Wan gently stroked her hair and smiled softly, should that day truly come, I will certainly ensure your safety. She would devise a means to send Heng Ji and her sister away from the Marquis's residence, allowing them to live out the remainder of their lives in peace. Heng Ji's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she began to speak, but Song Wan waved her hand to silence them both. You two must keep your contract safe. If the time comes, my dowry will be given to you. Miss, I do not want it. I shall not leave. Even if the Marquis's residence were to seize me to threaten them, madam, I would rather perish before you than allow you to travel alone. Enough, enough. Heng Ji shot an angry glare at Hen Gu, twisting her arm. What ill-omened words are you speaking before the miss? Tenderly, Song Wan touched Heng Gu's arm and said, you need not worry. We are merely preparing for the worst, though I believe we shall not reach such a dire outcome. Having a contingency plan is always prudent. Both Heng Ji and Hen Gu understood their mistress's nature and could only respond with teary eyes in agreement. The room still held some items brought from Song's residence, and the two began to slowly organize them. Miss, where should I place these books gifted by the second master? Heng Ji asked, prompting Song Wan to recall the gifts from Jiang Yan. She stepped forward to examine them and suddenly exclaimed, two rare editions. Heng Ji remarked, Manager Lu is indeed superior to Aunt Lu, she even understands the value of rare editions. Song Wan nodded, the second master possesses commendable literary talent, knowledge, and demeanor, placing him among the elite of aristocratic youth. I can only surmise that Manager Lu's discernment is not far behind. However, the cost of these few books must be substantial. Please take 200 taels of silver and find a reason to send them to Manager Lu. The books in her hands were precisely those she had long desired but had yet to procure. She wondered how Manager Lu had come to know of her preferences. These volumes truly delighted her. Carefully placing them in her treasured box of rare editions, Song Wan secured the lock. "Miss, how shall we deal with these items?" Henggu inquired, pointing to several wooden carvings and white jade hairpins tucked away in the dressing table, as well as some faded floral lantern bracelets and other trinkets. Song Wan glanced at them and extended her finger. "All of it should be stored in that corner box." That box contained worthless items that were difficult to manage, such as the previous gifts from Empress Jiang and some tea bricks and Xingjian paper brought by Madame Song. Selecting a wooden box at random, Henggu swiftly tossed everything inside with a decisive motion, the lid clicking shut as it landed in the corner. The room instantly felt much fresher, and Song Wan reclined on the beauty couch, her heart lightened. Oddly enough, despite knowing she might become a target for Empress Jiang to control the Song residence and her aunt, she felt no fear, only a sense of relief and tranquility. "Let us take a stroll in the courtyard," Song Wan suggested. She changed into a refreshing, understated long dress and stepped outside with Hengji and Hengwu, perhaps buoyed by her good mood that day. Even upon seeing Lin Jiayue seated in the courtyard, no ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. Xianbai and Cheng Hong stood by her side, and Song Wan overheard Cheng Hong say, "Why is Aunt still embroidering? Do you know that the Marquis arrived last night? What are you doing?" Lin Jiayue suddenly stood up, her temper flaring unexpectedly. "Do you not see me embroidering? Why must you keep chattering and disturb my work? Do not speak to me about anything, you are being a nuisance." Only after she finished did she notice Song Wan looking at her in surprise. Lin Jiayue's heart jolted, and clutching her bamboo embroidery frame, she hurried toward the Xiuyan Pavilion. In a daze, Song Wan caught sight of the chaotic design stitched upon the frame, its form and colors entirely unrecognizable. Song Wan furrowed her brow and quietly instructed, "Go ask the matron on night watch what the Marquis did yesterday." Hengji nodded and quickly left. Returning shortly, the matron said the Marquis drank with the second master yesterday and, after becoming intoxicated, stayed in Huaisu's chamber. No wonder she is acting so irrationally, Song Wan mused, recalling Lin Jiayue's earlier declarations of eternal love upon entering the Marquis' residence. With her head bowed, she suddenly understood why Aunt Zhou had met her end and why Aunt Zhang reacted so strongly. "Let us return. In a few days, we must enter the palace to pay our respects to the various ladies, and it is time to prepare gifts for them." Losing her interest in the scenery, Song Wan turned and made her way back inside. On the day of her palace visit, Song Wan had asked Hengji to help her select a gown of pale yellow smoke gauze, adorned with a cloud-patterned enamel hairpin. Her attire, though not ostentatious, exuded elegance. Since today was not the mid-autumn grand banquet, Jiang Xingjian did not accompany her, and Song Wan relished the freedom. The atmosphere within the palace, once austere, now brimmed with joy as the 8th month ushered in festive cheer, replacing the previous undercurrents of tension with merriment and harmony. Before reaching the Changxing Palace, the sound of melodious silk and bamboo instruments floated through the air, enchanting Song Wan's ears and uplifting her spirits. The wife of the Marquis of Changyang has arrived. The little eunuch delivering the message bore a joyful expression, and upon seeing him, Song Wan broke into a gentle smile. The last time she entered the palace, he had guided her in greeting the various ladies, and seeing him again felt quite familiar. "Greetings, Your Excellency." "Madam, no need for such formalities. The ladies have awaited your arrival for some time, please, proceed." With that, the little eunuch led Song Wan into the Changxing Palace. Chapter 84 of the Imperial Banquet. Song Yuning awaited anxiously within the palace, beside her sat the upright Xianbai. Upon catching sight of Song Wan, both rose to their feet in unison. "Wan-er." Song Yuning approached Song Wan, and before she could perform her respects, she firmly grasped her and exclaimed, "Why are you dressed so simply? Did your aunt not bestow upon you numerous adornments last time? Is there not a single piece you fancy? Cage, go to my dressing box and fetch the jeweled hairpin and the gilded floral crown, and also bring the palace attire prepared yesterday." Song Yuning gently caressed Song Wan's cheek, her heart aching profoundly. Even within the palace, she had heard the rampant rumors, and thinking of the girl she had raised since childhood being bullied in the Marquis' residence filled her with pain. "Buyer, come here and pay your respects to your sister." "Aunt." Song Wan hurriedly pulled her hand away, hastily bowing to the third prince. "Do not be so formal, sister. We are all family, such politeness only distances our affections." Though Shenbai had yet to reach the age of 10, he displayed a remarkable sense of propriety and was exceptionally clever. He gently assisted Song Wan to rise, smiling as he said, "If I were to receive such a bow from my sister, I fear I would be scolded by mother." "You mischievous boy." After tenderly touching the third prince's cheek, Song Yuning playfully urged Shenbai to find a place to entertain himself. Buyer is spirited and respectful towards his aunt. He bears a striking resemblance to your elder brother in his youth. How I wish he were as worry-free as your elder brother. Leading Song Wan to the vanity, Song Yuning removed the hairpin from her head and personally placed the floral crown bestowed by Cage upon her. As she gazed at Song Wan in the bronze mirror, tears suddenly welled in her eyes. "Back then, your aunt disallowed your marriage, yet you insisted on it. Do you now regret your choice?" "I do not." Song Wan smiled softly, her lips pressed together, her eyes reflecting a playful softness that only appeared in the presence of Song Yuning. The most futile words in this world are those of regret. Wan-er never dwells on the past but instead focuses on the future. Moreover, with my aunt to protect me, I have no fear. Song Yuning forced a smile in response. If your aunt could protect you, you would not still be languishing in the Marquis' residence. Both were acutely aware of each other's struggles, and to spare their familial hearts from further sorrow, they swallowed their pain in silence. After assisting Song Wan in changing into palace attire, Song Yuning sighed. What truly transpired the day Lord Yin visited the Marquis's residence? How could he suddenly perish? I heard from the palace eunuchs that when he was discovered, it was as if his life force had been drained, and in a single night, he lost all vitality, his body appearing so shriveled and unrecognizable in the daylight. Song Wan looked up in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by this strange occurrence. She lowered her gaze in silence, and the consort, seeing this, dismissed those nearby. She recounted Duan Yiting's actions on the day of his visit to the Marquis's residence, as well as her own incident involving the flower water, her expression laden with concern. I wonder if it could be my doing. Ridiculous. Song Yuning scoffed coldly. If such trifling tactics could bring Lord Yin to such a fate, he would have met his end countless times over the years. Fear not, for this is no concern of yours. From your account, it seems nothing extraordinary occurred that day. It is likely he fell victim to someone's cunning. The nature of such a tragic demise remains a mystery. Gently patting Song Wan's hand, Song Yuning's eyes reflected her worry. Now that everyone in the palace is on edge, how can your aunt be at ease with you so far away in the Marquis's residence? Wan possesses means to protect herself. Aunt need not worry, however. The favor of Consort Jiang grows ever stronger, sometimes even overshadowing the Empress. With the current shift in power, one cannot predict how she will act against you. Concerns of the palace need not trouble you. Simply focus on safeguarding yourself. After adorning Song Wan anew, the young girl now sported a vibrant complexion, her ruby lips and bright eyes far more resplendent than when she had first arrived. Song Yuning felt somewhat comforted and took her hand, leading her out of Changshin Palace. Consort Jiang, unable to best me in the palace, now seeks to meddle in the affairs of the Marquis's residence. Wanner, let your aunt show you how to reclaim your dignity today. Song Wan obediently followed behind her, refraining from offering any words of consolation, allowing the consort to vent her frustrations. In the imperial garden, the fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air. Not only were the 6 palace ladies present, but even the matriarchs and young ladies from slightly more prominent families in the capital were elegantly attired, creating a spectacle of floral beauty. As soon as Song Yuning entered, numerous guests gathered to pay their respects. Jiang Man, seated beneath the Empress, cast a cold gaze upon the two. Consort Jiang, you have arrived rather early? After greeting the Empress and several other noble ladies, Song Wan approached Jiang Man, saying, this humble servant pays her respects to Consort Jiang. Standing behind the consort, Song Wan smiled as she bowed. Why have you only just arrived, Wanner? This palace has awaited your presence for quite some time. Affectionately drawing her close, Jiang Man smiled and continued, you have not entered the palace for a while, and this sister found it harder to see you than to meet the Emperor. Thankfully, you appear well, which puts my mind at ease. Having summoned a cushioned stool for herself, Jiang Man invited Song Wan to sit beside her with a beaming countenance. Song Yuning smiled brightly. Indeed, Consort Jiang dotes on you far more than I, your own aunt. Even when you entered the palace without paying your respects, she never held it against you. Knowing that your health is fragile, the many matters of the Marquis's residence are not yours to worry about. Your aunt is not as capable as the stewardess who manages affairs outside the residence or the palace officials who oversee internal matters. Quickly, should you not thank Consort Jiang? You have been married to the Marquis for so long without offering her a cup of tea. Truly, you lack in etiquette. As Keish presented a soft cushion, Song Yuning received it with a smile, tossing it playfully towards Jiang Man. Song Wan, lifting her skirt, knelt gracefully. Keish then offered a cup of tea. Wanner greets Consort Jiang, wishing you longevity. Jiang Man's expression darkened as she stared at the tea presented before her, unmoving for a long while. Though the surrounding guests appeared preoccupied with their own conversations, they discreetly observed the unfolding scene. As Song Wan knelt before Jiang Man, several high-ranking matriarchs silently speculated about Jiang Man's youthful impetuosity and inability to maintain composure. Nearly having lost a few rounds to Song Yuning, she seemed unwilling to preserve any semblance of face, pushing the cup of tea, which should have been offered 6 years prior, into Song Wan's hands in a most foolish manner. Furthermore, the audacity of an outsider meddling in the internal affairs of the Marquis's residence drew contempt from all. Jiang Man smirked, her smile strained as she accepted the cup and took a sip. Should you not assist the Duchess of Changyang to her feet? Keish helped Song Wan rise, and Song Yuning sighed softly. Consort Jiang's affection for the Duke of Changyang extends even to you. How generous she is. Not only has she not chastised the wayward maid for disgracing all women, but she has also generously provided her with funds to open a shop. Should the Emperor become aware, he would surely commend Consort Jiang for her approachability and her connection with the people. Jiang Man's eyes narrowed, revealing her displeasure. It is improper for a consort to meddle in commercial matters, and she found herself at a loss for justification. Song Yuning continued to lament. It is said that this woman possesses remarkable abilities, garnering considerable favor from both Consort Jiang and the Duke, producing exquisite items. Creating ice in summer is one thing, but the products from Huanyan Studio are truly astounding. I have heard they are not easily obtainable, regardless of whether one is from the royal family or a noble house. Even offering gold may not guarantee a purchase. Jiang Man's expression grew increasingly grim. If Consort Yuning desires, I could send you a set tomorrow. Song Yuning replied, how could I accept such a generous gift from Consort Jiang? Moreover, with the Empress and the other esteemed consorts present, how can I presume to claim them for myself? Jiang Man clenched her fists, forcing a smile. What treasures in this world could not be obtained by the Empress? Huanyan Studio is merely a small cosmetics shop, hardly worthy of the ladies' attention. However, since Consort Yuning has brought it up today, I shall have someone deliver some to the esteemed ladies tomorrow, for your enjoyment. Thank you, Consort Jiang. Song Yuning's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Song Wan, saying, "See, consort Jiang is always so generous. I truly admire her disposition." The Duke of Changyang must have inherited consort Jiang's spirit. Having survived 6 arduous years at the border, he could have easily distinguished himself upon returning to the capital. Yet, he humbly rises at dawn, and now he finally seizes the opportunity to advance, joining the divine pivot camp. Through such twists and turns, he has never shown any sign of distress. With such a husband, your aunt is genuinely happy for you. With a sudden burst of laughter, it was unclear who had made the sound of the Empress, seeing that the two had exchanged enough banter, finally spoke up, inviting everyone to take their seats. Chapter 85 of the Eastern Palace. The Empress granted mooncakes and fruits, yet most were disinclined to savor them, still immersed in the sharp exchanges of words from concubine Yun moments earlier. Song Yuning was not one to relish verbal skirmishes. Her veiled commendations and scorn directed at the Jiang family's concubine Tong today were born out of considerable vexation. Song Wan recalled her aunt's earlier impassioned rhetoric, her words twisting and turning like a serpent, and could not help but smile wryly. Reflecting on Jiang Xingjian's prolonged association with the unruly crowd of the Bureau of Nurturing, and the effort expended merely to secure a position in the Shinshu camp, she let out a long sigh over the capriciousness of fate. Originally, he could have returned to the capital in peace, leveraging the old marquis's military achievements and the political maneuverings of concubine Jiang to secure a significant post, yet, after all these convolutions, he had sullied the century-old reputation of the Marquisate and tarnished the name of concubine Jiang along with the 5th prince, all for a position in the Shinshu camp, leaving one to wonder what he truly sought. Song Wan pursed her lips with a faint smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Old Madame Jiang possessed a far-reaching vision, yet Jiang Mu was ever impatient with such calculations. With a forthright disposition, Jiang Mu had rarely entertained any convoluted thoughts. Since the old marquis had taken Jiang Xingjian away from the Marquisate, she had been sheltered under the old madame's wing, untouched by the tempests of life. It seemed that before her marriage into the Marquisate, two had shielded her from the gales within. Raising her gaze to the visibly agitated Jiang Man, Song Wan felt a pang of sympathy. Jiang Man's temperament bore a striking resemblance to that of Jiang Mu, yet she possessed a touch more resolve and cunning. Had Jiang Man grown under the old madame's tutelage, she would undoubtedly be 100 times more formidable than she was now. Taking a piece of mooncake bestowed by the Empress, Song Wan slowly brought it to her lips. Her aunt's words today served both to vent her frustrations and as a reminder that, with a mother like Jiang Man, the 5th prince's prospects were likely limited. This was likely the reason the Empress had refrained from intervening. Having observed the spectacle for so long, setting down her jade chopsticks, Song Wan surveyed the assembly, silently contemplating the intricate web of alliances behind each family. The Empress, seated high above, observed every movement with keen eyes. "Your Majesty." A eunuch with a sharp chin approached the Empress. "The time has come." The Empress nodded, her eyes calm and deep as water. "Go ascertain whether he is dead or alive, whether he is truly paralyzed, or if he has merely been deceiving me all these years. Additionally, investigate the rouge shop mentioned by concubine Yun." She would not bring it up repeatedly without cause. The eunuch bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly departed for the Eastern Palace. The Eastern Palace was desolate and cold, having been silent for 8 years, but recent news of the Crown Princess awakening was like a boulder cast into a still lake, stirring up a flurry of ripples. Xinxian Yu wore a solemn expression as he rekindled the fire in the now cold earthen stove. The water boiled, releasing wisps of steam. Hearing some unusual sounds from outside, he turned and reclined back onto the golden couch. "Sun Sun Gonggang, where is the Crown Prince?" The palace maid trembled in fear, never having imagined that the chief eunuch by the Empress's side would suddenly appear in the Eastern Palace. Weak in the knees, she knelt and replied, "The Crown Prince is still paralyzed." In the inner chamber, Sun Yu strode into the Crown Prince's chamber, but upon entering, he abruptly halted. A foul stench pervaded the Eastern Palace, compelling him to cover his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Gong Gong. A frail little eunuch emerged from the inner chamber, and Sun Yu swept his gaze over him without acknowledging his presence. He hurried to the Crown Prince's bed, observing the man who lay there, frowning and silent. "Your Highness," calling out twice with no response. Sun Yu snorted in annoyance and reached to pull back the bright yellow bedding covering the Crown Prince. However, just as his hand was about to touch the Crown Prince, he hesitated and withdrew it. "Why does it smell so bad in here?" The little eunuch appeared dazed. "Smell? The servant does not know." "Ha, to have long dwelled amidst the stench of fish without noticing. Indeed, the sage does not deceive me." Sun Yu pointed at the bright yellow blanket, lifted. The little eunuch pulled back the blanket to reveal the Crown Prince's knees. "Pull it all the way back." The Crown Prince has been paralyzed for many years, and all his needs are taken care of here, so he has not been able to change enough. Sun Yu pinched his nose and looked down at the Crown Prince's exposed legs, from ankle to knee. They were marred with scars, each ankle bearing a half-palm width of iron shackles. These marks had sunk deep into the flesh, likely the result of being bound in one place for years as a hostage. Other scars were distinguishable as lash marks and burn wounds, while the older ones were in various stages of healing, leaving them unidentifiable. Sun Yu scrutinized the Crown Prince's face, suddenly asking, "Since the death of Lord Yin, has the Crown Prince awakened at all?" "Once, but in recent days, he has returned to his previous state, showing no further reaction." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He curled his fingers and aimed for the Crown Prince's knees, but just before contact, he retracted his hand once more. He had always been fastidious, and the filth was simply unbearable. Surveying the Crown Prince's chamber, Sun Yu noticed the earthen teapot on the table bubbling away and stepped forward to pour its contents onto the Crown Prince's legs. In an instant, the man's flesh turned crimson from the scalding water, blisters forming rapidly on the skin. Sun Yu's gaze remained fixed on the Crown Prince, who remained as still as death, not even flinching. Dropping the teapot, Sun Yu declared, "Take good care of the Crown Prince, that if you do so well, there will be rewards." With that, he covered his mouth and nose and exited hastily. As the little eunuch saw him leave, he hurried forward, asking, "Master, are you all right?" Xinjian let out a cold laugh. "I am fine." Not he had endured tortures such as saws and cauldrons before. Being scalded with hot water was nothing in comparison. Dismounting the couch, he crouched down and retrieved a small vial of fragrant oil from within, pouring it over his legs. "Master, I have medicine here." Using a bamboo stick to pierce the blisters on his legs, Xinjian replied, "The Eastern Palace is no longer safe. Do not bring such things into the palace to avoid alarming the snake." After hastily tending to his wounds, he donned a set of eunuch's clothing, stooping as he left the Eastern Palace chamber, while the little eunuch lay down on the couch, shedding his own garments. "Jirong, stop!" Xinjian halted, his head lowered. The little palace maid said, "Did Sun Gonggang come just to see if the crown prince is dead or alive? The Eastern Palace has become unstable. I intend to ask Aunt Chi to arrange for me to change courtyards. Would you accompany me?" "Thank you, but no need." Ignoring the little maid's protests and stomps, Xinjian bowed and departed. Duan Yiting's sudden demise had caught him off guard. He had thought he had a year or so to scheme carefully, yet now he found himself in a predicament. Without Duan Yiting's endorsement, leaving the palace would not be so simple. Xinjian sat in a dark corner of the wall, chewing on a blade of grass, and sighed. The vast wealth accumulated by Duan Yiting was now in his hands, and the Eastern Bureau was also a close ally. Although he had entangled himself with a few noble scions outside the palace, those who could genuinely support him in court were nearly non-existent. Spitting out the grass, Xinjian frowned. Though he possessed silver and several eunuchs at his command, maintaining the crown prince's position was proving to be quite a challenge. This truly was rather troublesome. Chapter 86 Pregnancy. As dusk descended, Xinjian rose from the corner and exited the Eastern Palace. Having navigated the depths of the imperial court for many years, he was well acquainted with the dark and secluded paths throughout. Before long, he arrived at the imperial garden, where a banquet was being held, attended by the ladies and young women of the capital. Xinjian possessed little knowledge of the prominent families in the capital, especially those of high status. For years, he had been unable to leverage his identity as the crown prince to approach anyone. Although he had avenged himself against Duan Yiting 3 years prior and had even assumed his identity to deceive others, he seldom appeared in public to avoid being exposed. Today, he was determined not to miss the opportunity to recognize those present. He moved along the wall to the back of the rockery, quietly observing the gathering. Most attendees were supporters of the third prince, though the first prince had the backing of his maternal family. The notorious scandal that had engulfed the harem was well known to all. Despite the emperor's efforts to shield the empress from public disgrace, many were still aware of the truth. Originally, the factions had presented a divided front, but ever since Jiang Xingjian had returned to the capital after feigning death, the reputation of the City Yang Marquisate residence had plummeted, and those fickle supporters had hastily flocked to the third prince's banner. Recalling his encounter with Lin Jiayue at the City Yang Marquisate residence, Xinjian couldn't help but scoff. In just a few months, a century-old noble family had been reduced to infamy, causing upheaval that even implicated the fifth prince's foundation. Such talent was rare. Who knew how many more existed in the world? If he could gather a few capable individuals under his command and send them to the first prince's maternal family, the Song clan, it was likely that within 3 years, he would firmly secure his position in the Eastern Palace. As he pondered how to cultivate someone with the talents of Lin Jiayue, Xinjian noticed Song Wan and her maid approaching not far from him, admiring the palace lanterns. This secluded corner allowed him to observe the crowd without revealing himself, prompting a slight raise of his brows as he wondered whether Song Wan's actions were intentional or inadvertent. He withdrew into the shadows, concealing himself. "Miss, there are riddles on these lanterns," Hengwu said, pointing at several lanterns with a smile. "I can recognize these characters. Why don't you take a guess?" Song Wan turned to look at the lanterns on the corridor, the hazy candlelight illuminating her delicate features, enhancing her already exceptional beauty to an ethereal level, as if she were a dream. A distinguished lady, a rare beauty indeed. A phrase crossed his mind, and it dawned on Xinjian why Jiang Yan was so infatuated with his sister-in-law, consumed by thoughts of her. "Miss, Emperor," Song Wan said with a soft smile. "Flawless as white jade. Darkness. Vibrant and colorful." Hengwu covered her mouth in astonishment. "Miss, your extensive reading has rendered these riddles effortless for you." Song Wan laughed lightly. "It's still a matter of thought, though I did arrive at the answers rather quickly." Her laughter was light-hearted, a stark contrast to her previous cautious demeanor at the Marquis's residence. Once the banquet concluded, Consort Yin dispatched someone to escort Song Wan back to the residence. Upon alighting from the carriage, she noticed an unusual expression on the face of the matron in the inner courtyard, who avoided her gaze, behaving strangely. Song Wan summoned a maid from the courtyard to inquire about the day's events within the residence. The little maid returned, reporting, "Esteemed miss, it appears that Lady Lin from the Shoyan Pavilion fainted in the courtyard earlier today. After summoning the estate doctor, it was confirmed that Lady Lin is with child." Song Wan furrowed her brows in surprise. Jiang Xingjian had never allowed Lin Jiayue to take any contraceptive medicine. How could she already be pregnant with the eldest son now? "Has this been reported to the madam?" The maid nodded. "The madam is already aware." "That is good to hear. You have worked hard." Hangzhi saw the little maid off and then turned to assist Song Wan in removing her hair and makeup. The three of them did not mention Lin Jiayue's pregnancy again. Whether the eldest son would be born or not had little bearing on their lives. While Song Wan settled down to rest, Lin Jiayue, on the other hand, tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. She cradled her belly, alternating between tears and laughter, causing her two maids, Qianbi and Qinghong, to worry greatly. "Is there something amiss, auntie?" Lin Jiayue murmured. "I don't feel anything yet. They say morning sickness doesn't occur until after 3 months, and the estate doctor mentioned that I am still too early to sense anything." As she spoke, she began to laugh. In this world, I finally have blood relatives, a child connected to me by blood. I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl, and whether they will resemble the Marquis or me. Qianbi and Xinghong exchanged glances, both lowering their heads in silence. If it is a boy, I hope he can learn some martial skills so he may roam the world, doing righteous deeds and witnessing the magnificent landscapes I have yet to see. And if it is a girl, Lin Jiayue's eyes reddened, and she pressed her lips together, unable to continue. A wave of melancholy surged within her. I will have to teach her needlework. Taking a bamboo embroidery frame from the basket, Lin Jiayue began to stitch with a vacant expression. Seeing her engrossed in her work, Qianbi, who had sewn a piece of soft gauze onto her arm, approached to intervene, but before she could speak, Xinghong held her back. Xinghong shook her head, signaling her not to interfere. The two of them quietly retreated. Qianbi remarked, although Auntie often speaks foolishly and seems a bit mad, she has never been harsh with us. Seeing her in this state now, my heart aches. Xinghong bit her lip. Do not dwell on it, these matters are beyond our control. The Marquis has not visited Auntie's courtyard in several days, and he is likely to come tonight. We should find a place to hide. Hide from what? Are you foolish? Xinghong whispered urgently. This child cannot be kept. It is likely that the Marquis will bring medicine to induce a miscarriage tonight. What will we do then? Though they dared not intervene, the thought of witnessing Lin Jiayue's suffering pained them. I will find an excuse to go to the old madam's courtyard to avoid this. As for you, I cannot dictate your actions. With a heavy sigh, Xinghong turned and left the Shoyan pavilion. Jiang Xingjian returned to the residence well past midnight, expecting that all the courtyards would be at rest. However, upon entering the inner courtyard, he was informed by the matron on duty that the madam had been waiting for him and insisted he first go to the Fuhengtang hall. Though puzzled, Jiang Xingjian complied. Upon seeing him, his mother furrowed her brow tightly. Do you know that Lin has become pregnant? Jiang Xingjian was taken aback, then furrowed his brow in distress. He had forgotten to give Lin Jiayue the contraceptive medicine. The Marquis's residence had been in chaos lately, and with no matriarch overseeing such matters, how could he, a man, be expected to remember? I thought you were, his mother sighed. Had I known you did not intend for her to conceive, I would have had the estate doctor administer a potion to terminate the pregnancy today, thus eliminating this calamity. Jiang Xingjian remained silent, his heart heavy with worry. After a long pause, he finally replied, I will handle this matter. There is no need for you to fret, mother. This child cannot remain. Do not let compassion sway your decision. Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together and turned to leave. When he arrived at the Shoyan pavilion, Lin Jiayue had not yet fallen asleep. She sat before the candlelight, lost in thought, while Qianbi stood nearby with drooping eyelids, seemingly in a stupor from fatigue, not even noticing Jiang Xingjian's entrance. He cleared his throat softly, and only then did the two of them come to their senses. Upon seeing him, Lin Jiayue's face lit up with a bright smile. I know you have been busy lately, so I did not wish to disturb you, but I thought you would come today, so I have been waiting. Jiang Xingjian, we are having a child. Chapter 87. The secret. This feeling is truly marvelous, Lin Jiayue remarked tenderly as she caressed her abdomen. I have no family in this world, and now with you and our child, it seems as though my life has been filled. She gazed up at Jiang Xingjian and inquired, do you like him? Are you looking forward to his arrival? Jiang Xingjian remained silent, prompting Lin Jiayue to lower her head. I suppose you must like him. No one can resist loving their own child. Shall we choose a name for him? What characters do you think would be suitable? Just as she spoke, Lin Jiayue's complexion suddenly turned ashen, and she crouched to the ground. Qianbi was startled and jumped up, while Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow. What is that sound? What is it? The image of Jiang Jing being carried out of the courtyard flashed in his mind, along with the pale hand hanging limply from the bamboo frame, and the splatters of red from Aunt Zhou's tragic demise. Lin Jiayue cradled her head, trembling with fear. Jiang Xingjian turned to Qianbi, who hurriedly gestured that it was not her doing. After searching the room for a while, they discovered that a string of pearls hanging on the washstand had snapped, causing the pearls to tumble into the copper basin. Qianbi hastily gathered the items, and Jiang Xingjian lifted Lin Jiayue into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and cautiously asked, Is it Jiang Jing? Has Jiang Jing returned with Aunt Zhou to look for me? I didn't mean it. I never intended to cause their demise. It was merely the beads that broke. You needn't worry. Jiang Xingjian gently stroked her head and sighed softly, Rest well and take care of yourself. Lin Jiayue nodded blankly, and after soothing her to sleep, Jiang Xingjian left for Huaisu's quarters. Upon entering, Huaisu promptly rose to assist him in removing his outer robe and brought over a cup of warm tea. Jiang Xingjian took a sip and handed it back to Huaisu. My lord, the blue salt for rinsing your mouth. After rinsing, Jiang Xingjian lay on the couch, allowing Huaisu to press his forehead. Neither spoke, yet Jiang Xingjian felt an unparalleled sense of ease. Who in the household knows about Jiayue's pregnancy? Huaisu replied, The lady of the Lanting courtyard and the madam should be aware. The other courtyards and physicians would not divulge it. Tomorrow, inform the household to keep their lips sealed. Huaisu paused, My lord, do you intend to keep this child? Jiang Xingjian did not respond, closing his eyes in a deep slumber. Observing his sleeping visage, Huaisu bit her lip, filled with concern. At dawn the next day, two nurses accompanied Lin Jiayue. One was Jiang Xingjian's wet nurse, Granny Li, and the other had served Jiang's mother for many years. Upon their arrival, they fortified the Shoyan pavilion as if it were an impenetrable fortress, allowing no one to enter or exit. Seeing this arrangement, Song Wan understood that the other party had resolved to keep the child. Stopping her pruning of flower branches, she shook her head with a faint smile. Hangji, witnessing this, remarked, "Miss, is the lord out of his mind?" Song Wan lowered her gaze, intently focusing on the flower branch in her hand. With such a display, he must be considering that no one should know of the lord's illegitimate son. Perhaps he plans to seal off the Lanting main courtyard, preventing my entry, so that after 10 months, the child can be presented to me as if he were a legitimate son. In doing so, the lord would have a legitimate heir, and any rumors outside would naturally dissipate. Miss. Hangji's complexion paled. Is he not afraid that once the household learns of this, he will face severe consequences? It is merely speculation. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why Jiang Xingjian would choose to keep this child. The reputation of the Jiang household was already substantial enough to deter the entire capital's aristocracy, and now, it was not only the marriage prospects of the young ladies and young masters within the household that would be jeopardized, but even the Empress Jiang and the fifth prince were significantly affected. In such critical times, to stir the pot with an illegitimate son would yield nothing but disaster. Even if Jiang Xingjian cherished Lin Jiayue and was reluctant to part with the child in her womb, he would not risk the reputation of the Empress Jiang, the fifth prince, and the century-old foundation of the Jiang household. Thus, Song Wan found it incomprehensible. The only conclusion she could draw was that the Jiang household was on high alert for these 10 months, preventing her from conveying messages to the Song household. Should Lin Jiayue face complications during childbirth, she might end up with a fate of dying in labor, allowing the child to rightfully inherit the bloodlines of both the Jiang and Song families. However, Song Wan refrained from voicing this thought, fearing it would cause Hengji and Hengwu undue anxiety, leading them to take rash actions. Today, let us summon Granny Lang into the household to discern Jiang Xingjian's true intentions. Hengji nodded and hurried off to relay the message. While waiting in the courtyard alongside Hengwu, both of them felt a deep sense of urgency. To Song Wan's surprise, the news was indeed sent without any obstruction to in the evening. Granny Lang entered the household, somewhat astonished. After considerable thought, Song Wan instructed her to deliver a letter to Song Fu, detailing the matter of the illegitimate son. Once all was complete, Granny Lang remarked, "A few days ago, the master was assigned to the civil selection and administrative department and promoted to the 5th-ranked doctor. He instructed me to inform the eldest madam, so you need not worry." "Is that so?" Song Wan smiled tightly. "My brother is indeed talented, he would shine wherever he goes." The two exchanged a few more words regarding matters outside the household before Granny Lang took her leave. After her departure, Song Wan mused, "I could convey the news of the illegitimate son to the outside world, indicating that Jiang Xingjian harbors no such intentions. This truly is a peculiar situation." Hengji nodded. "I too believe the lord would not dare to confuse the bloodlines of the Jiang and Song families. If the truth were to come to light, the master and the eldest son would not easily forgive him." Song Wan's brows knitted in concern. It is difficult to discern his thoughts and actions. "It leaves me quite unsettled." Jiang Xingjian's conduct was not only beyond Song Wan's comprehension, but also left Jiang's mother and Jiang Yan in a state of bewilderment. However, Jiang's mother, accustomed to being hands-off, truly set aside her concerns after her son reassured her not to worry, focusing instead on attending to old Madame Jiang in hopes of prolonging her life. Jiang Yan employed his own methods to assist Song Wan in eliminating threats. As Qingjai entered the room with a new inkstone, she heard Jiang Yan state, "The Jiang household should not have an illegitimate son. Today, you should seek out Qianbi, she knows what to do." "I understand." Setting the items on the desk, Qingjai headed to the storeroom to retrieve some gold and silver embroidery threads. Before today, she had not known that Qianbi was associated with the second master, suggesting that he had already placed his pieces on the board when Lin's mother first entered the household. Contemplating this, Qingjai's eyes reflected admiration. Arriving at the door of the Shoyan pavilion, she sought out a low-ranking maid from the Lanting courtyard to fetch Qianbi. Before long, Qianbi stood inside the room, and Qingjai spoke to her through the window. "A few days ago, during the household's customary allocation, I heard you mention that Lin's mother lacks gold and silver embroidery threads. I have a surplus this month, so I brought some for her." As she handed the items to Granny Li, before they could be received, Qianbi responded, "Thank you, Miss Qingjai. Our madam has been rather lethargic lately and has not engaged in embroidery for some time. However, the Shoyan pavilion has indeed run out of gold and silver threads. I still owe An Huaisu 2 bundles. Might I trouble you to spare this portion for me?" Qingjai nodded, handing the items to Granny Li for her to pass on to Huaisu. Upon returning to the Yuling study, Jiang Yan was focused on his brushwork. Qingjai announced, "Master, Qianbi mentioned that Huaisu has already taken action before us." "Huaisu?" Qingjai nodded, but Jiang Yan frowned deeply. "Assist her if necessary." "I understand." Seeing Jiang Yan wholly absorbed in his painting, Qingjai cautiously exited the study. Jiang Yan skillfully sketched a graceful figure, his strokes fluid as if each line had been practiced countless times. The person's features were etched into his very being, and with every detail he revealed, he felt a rush of warmth to his ears. As the image of his beloved leaped to life on the paper, his expression shifted to one of bittersweet longing. Carefully rolling up the artwork, Jiang Yan sought out a brazier to set it alight slowly. The ashes danced and scattered, disappearing from the world, much like the unutterable thoughts concealed within his heart, destined never to see the light of day. Chapter 88. For my brother. Upon learning that Jiang Xingjian had ensured the safety of his illegitimate son, Song Fu felt as though the Duke of Qingyang's residence had become a decaying fish, with no solid timber to be found from top to bottom. His concern for Song Wan's predicament had already weighed heavily on him, and now he had completely abandoned any hope that Jiang Xingjian might have a change of heart. The mere act of safeguarding his illegitimate son suggested that Jiang Xingjian had long harbored intentions of severing ties with the Song family. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in his desire to remove Wanner from the duke's household. Previously, Jiang Xingjian had repeatedly humiliated the Song family, leaving Wanner in a state of disgrace, and he had contemplated taking drastic measures to extricate her from the duke's residence. Had it not been for his father's insistence and Jiang Xingjian's numerous oaths, he would never have let the matter rest so easily. Suppressing the anger that simmered within him, Song Fu hurried to the study to seek out Song Lanen. Upon his entrance, he found Song Lanen engrossed in official documents, and he leisurely set down his scroll. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Song Fu replied, "Father, are you aware that Jiang Xingjian has fathered an illegitimate son with that concubine, and intends to keep him? This child shall never see the light of day." "You are worrying unnecessarily," Song Lanen stated. "How can you be so certain? What if he insists on keeping this child?" A shadow crossed Song Lanen's face. "Even if Jiang Xingjian wishes to protect this child, the palace will not allow it. Your temperament is currently too volatile. How can you fail to see such a trivial matter clearly? You ought to concentrate your thoughts on your career rather than fixating on the affairs of the duke's residence." Hurt by his father's words, Song Fu pressed his lips tightly together, disappointment flooding his heart. When he first learned of Jiang Xingjian's misfortune at the border, he had proposed that his father intervene and dissolve the marriage alliance with the Duke of Chengyang, yet his father had refused, citing his mother's dying wish. It was from that moment that Song Fu realized Wanner could not withstand his father's ambitions, nor the significance of official reputation. With a stern expression, Song Fu eventually stated, "Neither Jiang Man nor Jiang Xingjian regards the Song family with any respect. They have repeatedly disregarded Wanner's reputation and life. What use is such a familial connection? Moreover, the political landscape in the palace is shifting. It is common knowledge that Wanner is a vulnerable point for her aunt. Should circumstances arise." He was interrupted by Song Lanen, whose gaze was grave. "You speak incessantly of Wanner. How is it that she is your sister, yet Song Yao and Song Nian are not? What of the other members of the Song family, including the second and third branches, such as Song Yanai, Song Zhao, and your cousins? As the daughter of Song Lanen, if she were to tarnish the reputation of our family, how do you think outsiders would perceive me as the head of the Song clan?" Song Fu countered, "If my family were to jeopardize the goodwill between the two families without cause, it would indeed be inappropriate. However, the duke's household has acted with impudence. If the Song family turns a blind eye to these transgressions, would that not further tarnish the integrity of the Song name? Should we set such a precedent, would it not communicate to the world that the daughters of the Song family can be maltreated after marrying out?" Song Lanen replied, "Then what do you propose we do with Wanner?" "I wish to gather the relatives of both families as witnesses and compel Jiang Xingjian to draft a letter of divorce." Song Lanen regarded Song Fu in silence. The crown prince has awakened, and the situation in the palace is changing. Although the fifth prince remains inexperienced, Jiang Fei harbors considerable ambition and will undoubtedly take action. Your father has been slow to address the affairs of the duke's residence, perhaps wishing for Jiang Fei or Jiang Xingjian to act against Wanner, thereby revealing to the world their insidious methods and flawed character, even to the extent of harming a sister-in-law. Is it not possible for the Song family to remain unscathed by such machinations? Once Jiang Fei resorts to such vile tactics, she will surely lose the support of the people. If my father wishes to achieve victory without conflict, he may even incite Jiang Fei to take action against Wanner himself. The mere thought of this filled Song Fu with indignation, and he longed to bring Wanner back to their residence immediately. Noticing his son's fervent rhetoric, Song Lanen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is this how you speak to your father? Have the teachings of the sages been lost on you? Or do you believe that because you have entered the Ministry of Personnel and attained the rank of a fifth-grade official, you can detach yourself from the Song family and establish your own household? I would not dare." "Dare? I see your courage is quite ample." Song Lanen scoffed, "A mere fifth-grade official has made you so arrogant as to speak to your father with such disrespect. Do you think this position was granted without merit? If you were not a scion of the Song family, how could you occupy such a position?" Song Fu asked, "Is it your intention to imply that this official position was arranged by the clan?" Song Lanen let out a cold snort, neither affirming nor denying the assertion. To extricate Wanner from the duke's household is not an insurmountable task. Closing the documents before him, Song Lanen rose. "As her father and the head of the Song clan, how could I allow personal desires to jeopardize the entire clan? Your thoughts in this matter are truly disappointing. Furthermore, as the legitimate heir of the Song family, the responsibilities of this clan shall eventually fall upon your shoulders. If Wanner were to return home now, how would you position yourself, and how could your marriage prospects align with those of noble families? In the future, you will inherit the position of clan head and must support the family's standing. Thus, the next matriarch of the Song family must not come from a lowly background. Do you think I do not consider these matters?" Song Fu lowered his gaze, uncertain whether his father's intentions were sincere or whether he was merely using Wanner to exert control over him. He stood with his hands at his sides, allowing Song Lanen to dictate the conversation. Song Lanen stated coolly, "I have already selected a candidate for your marriage. Once both families settle matters regarding the Song household, everything else can be discussed." "What family has caught your fancy, father?" "The ninth young lady of the second branch of the Duke of England's estate." "What do you think of her?" Song Fu raised his gaze to meet Song Lanen's, and after a lengthy pause, he nodded slightly. "I will defer to your judgment, father." The Duke of England was the son of the Duke of Qi, both of whom had perished in the battle against the southern Qing 40 years prior. The Duke of England's wife is the current Emperor's paternal aunt, Princess Iha. Princess Iha has 2 sons and a daughter. The 9th young lady is the daughter of the 2nd son. However, her father passed away early, and her mother, overcome by grief, followed suit. As a result, the 9th young lady has been raised by Princess Iha within her chambers. Rumor has it that the 9th young lady is greatly favored by Princess Iha, and her maternal uncle, Yen Tongfu, who serves as a deputy in the Ministry of War, dotes on her immensely. In theory, her status is far beyond what the Song family can match, but no one in the capital has ever seen this 9th young lady. It is said that she suffers from a speech impediment and speaks rather haltingly. Out of pity for her, Princess Iha has never allowed her to meet guests. Despite her noble lineage, it would be impossible for such a woman to become the mistress of a household. However, Princess Iha is known for her strong-willed nature and high standards, and very few young men from prominent families can catch her eye, let alone those of lesser means. It is evident that my father must have exerted considerable effort to establish a connection with Princess Iha to bring this marriage proposal to fruition. Song Fu lowered his gaze, concealing the emotion swirling within. Has my marriage already been decided? May I bring Wan back to our residence? If it is inconvenient at home, I can arrange for her to stay elsewhere. Song Wan smiled faintly. Once you have wed, you will be able to handle such matters independently. Chapter 89. Constance. After the 9th young lady of the Duke of England, Ming Xiang, had her engagement established with Song Fu, no one informed Song Wan. It was only when the marriage contract between the two families had been exchanged, leaving no room for negotiation, that she learned of the news. This revelation came during a small gathering in the palace on the occasion of Consort Yun's birthday, when a eunuch from Changxing Palace conveyed the consort's edict, and it was then that she understood her father had arranged such a match for her elder brother. As her mind wandered back to the current circumstances of the Duke of England's household, Song Wan involuntarily furrowed her brow. Heji's expression was equally somber, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. He Wu could not help but speak up. Miss, are you aware of the 9th young lady from the Duke of England's household? Song Wan nodded. The 9th young lady is somewhat of a latecomer. It is said that the 2nd wife of the Duke of England has been married for many years without bearing any children, yet she shares a deep bond with her husband. The 2nd master has never taken a concubine, and only when they neared 30 did they finally manage to give birth to the 9th young lady. After the 2nd master passed away, the 2nd mistress followed him a year later, leaving the 9th young lady to be raised solely by the matriarch in the household. It is rumored that she has some speech difficulties, having been mocked by the household servants during her childhood, and for many years she has rarely been seen in public, well protected by the eldest princess. He Wu glanced at He, murmuring, such a young lady, how could the master consider her for the eldest son? The 9th young lady's maternal uncle is the esteemed Lord Yen Tongfu. My father has his own calculations, Song Wan said, her fist clenching slightly, unable to suppress her disappointment. She had always understood that a noble maiden like herself was primarily valued for forging advantageous marital alliances for her family, and thus, regardless of her father's decisions, she had never harbored any resentment. While the plight of women was arduous, such was the fate of daughters in this world, and she bore no grievances. However, Song Fu was different. Her elder brother would one day have to establish a household. Whether in the court or in the inner chambers, without a capable mistress to manage the family, he would likely face more troubles than joys in the future. Though few could stir up trouble like Lin Jiayue, even a personality like Jiang Mu's would be sufficient to cause concern. Moreover, the 9th young lady was not well versed in socializing, which would significantly diminish her elder brother's support in his official career. Song Wan clutched her skirt, feeling a heaviness in her chest. The eldest princess is now of advanced age, while the 9th young lady has only just reached maturity. It is likely that her upbringing has been filled mainly with affection and indulgence, and she may not have acquired much skill in managing household affairs. Though born into a noble family, she has lacked the guidance of strict parents since childhood and is naturally unaware of how to navigate the complexities of life. Having lost her mother at an early age, Song Wan had no one to teach her the subtleties of propriety and decorum. Were it not for the hardships of living alone in the Marquisate, compelling her to seek knowledge from various sources, she still would not know what sort of person she was meant to become. Having tasted the bitter fruit of such a lack of guidance, she held little faith in this marriage proposal. Even if her father valued the eldest princess's status and the connections behind Lord Yen, it should not come at the expense of the matriarchal position of the Song family. As the eldest princess aged, one could only wonder whether the emperor would still hold the Duke of England in favor after her passing. Furthermore, Lord Yen was merely the maternal uncle of the 9th young lady. The Yen family had numerous daughters, and even among Lord Yan's own legitimate and illegitimate daughters, there were more than 3 or 5. She truly could not fathom how much interest they would have in her elder brother. This marriage held little benefit for the Song family or her elder brother. I wonder what father is thinking, Song Wan said, a faint sorrow shadowing her brows. Yet, with the engagement already settled, all other considerations were in vain. As Consort Yun's birthday required her to enter the palace alongside Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan felt increasingly disheartened. He Wu, noticing her mistress and He both in low spirits, dared not speak much, merely organizing the attire for Consort Yun's birthday celebration. That night, as Song Wan lay down to sleep, He Wu discreetly pulled He aside on the embroidered couch outside, whispering her inquiry. Sister, the eldest master is to be wed. What nonsense are you spouting? Such matters should not be mentioned again. After covering He Wu with a quilt, He curled up in a corner, shedding silent tears. It was only natural for a woman to develop feelings for a young master as precious as the eldest son. Yet, she had always known that no matter how disreputable the world might be, there were no suitors who would take a maidservant from their sister's chamber. Thus, He had long understood that her myriad emotions were but empty musings. Pulling the quilt over her head, she wept in secret, determined to think no further. On the day of their entry into the palace, the weather turned cooler. After arranging her hair and makeup, Song Wan found Jiang Xingjian waiting for her outside. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they had seen each other, and today she noticed how gaunt Jiang Xingjian had become, though she could not discern the cause of his distress. She refrained from asking, and he too avoided the topic. The two of them enveloped in a silence akin to that of strangers who had never met. Jiang Xingjian cast down his gaze, observing how Song Wan stood with her back straight, her hands resting cautiously on her knees, exuding an air of vigilance. Suddenly, he recalled their last visit to the palace, when their knees had brushed against each other in the carriage that day. The atmosphere had been charged with unspoken feelings, stirring his heart with restlessness. Yet now, Song Wan regarded him with the wariness reserved for venomous creatures, devoid of the previous warmth and tenderness. In the same carriage, along the same path, their hearts were now worlds apart. It was not until they entered Changxing Palace that they both managed to summon smiles, appearing as if they were a long-married couple, inseparable and harmonious. Having arrived early, after paying their respects to Consort Yun, Jiang Xingjian prepared to accompany the eunuch from Yanqing Palace to see Jiang Fei. Originally, he had invited Song Wan to join him, but she had declined. "Today is your aunt's birthday, it would suffice for you not to be present, but it would be inappropriate for both of us to be absent. You rarely find opportunities to reminisce with Jiang Fei. Why not take this chance to spend more time with her? There is no need to rush back, your aunt will not hold it against you." Jiang Xingjian fell silent for a moment before turning to leave. Jiang Man awaited Jiang Xingjian in Yanqing Palace, still seething from the humiliation inflicted upon her by Song Yuning in front of others. Had it not been for the bigger picture, she would have sought a pretext to deal with that person. "How is grandmother?" Jiang Xingjian inquired, shaking his head. "I fear she cannot hold out for much longer." "Does the princess have any means of delaying matters?" Jiang Man waved her hand, visibly agitated. How could she, deep within the palace, have any control over her grandmother's life or death? However, seeing Jiang Xingjian's emaciated figure recently, her heart ached. "Let us try to delay for a few more days. If that proves impossible, we can hide grandmother's body in the ice cellar, and when the time comes for the funeral, we can find an excuse not to open the coffin. I have made some arrangements within the palace." Song Yuning and Xinxian by Jiang Man lowered her gaze, her words trailing off. "Do not worry too much. If you become unwell, it will be my sister's fault," Jiang Xingjian remarked. "That is something I should say to my sister." The two siblings exchanged a knowing smile. Jiang Man replied lightly, "I know that the Lin family has welcomed a child. Technically, this infant should not be kept, but since it is your first child, if you wish to keep it, then so be it. Find a secluded place to send her away to carry the child. Once the situation stabilizes, we can bring her back later." Jiang Xingjian replied, "I know what to do, my brother has his own plans." Chapter 90 of The Concubine. After Jiang Xingjian departed for the Yanqing Palace, Song Wan was left alone. Although today was a family banquet, she had arrived early, coinciding with the presence of other concubines who came to present gifts to Song Yuning. Feeling disinclined to engage in pleasantries, she sought a tranquil spot in the garden to quietly admire the scenery. "Madam of Jiang Marquisate, I have brought you some refreshments," announced a eunuch, who had previously crossed paths with her, as he approached with a silver-inlaid lacquer tray, arranging the treats before her. "Thank you, eunuch. I must apologize for troubling you again after your prior assistance," she replied graciously. The young eunuch, his face beaming with a smile, responded, "Madam, you needn't say such things, it is my duty to serve." Observing Song Wan rise to speak with him, he felt a sense of comfort. "My name is Changping. You may call me by my name henceforth." "Thank you, eunuch Changping," she acknowledged. In the palace, it was customary to elevate those of higher rank while belittling those of lower status. Although Changping held a respectable position in the Changxing Palace and was seldom addressed disrespectfully, he had witnessed enough duplicity among the lower ranks, where outward reverence often masked disdain. Having navigated such intrigues for a long time, it was no exaggeration to say he possessed discerning eyes. He quickly recognized that Song Wan genuinely respected him, prompting him to be more attentive towards her. In a secluded corner, one admired the flowers while the other kept company. Concerned that Song Wan might find the atmosphere dull, Changping noticed several young eunuchs entering the courtyard, carrying wooden boxes. "Ah, madam, do you see that hunched figure? Does he not resemble the young eunuch from the Eastern Palace we encountered last time?" Song Wan looked up and found him somewhat familiar. Before she could respond, Changping called out to the eunuch, "Come here, greet the madam of Jiang Yang Marquisate." Upon hearing this, Xinxian Yu approached, bowing slightly. "I pay my respects to the madam of Jiang Yang Marquisate." His voice was indistinct and husky, leaving Song Wan in a predicament. She had no intention of jesting at the expense of these unfortunate souls, yet she felt compelled to reciprocate Changping's kindness. Thus, she rose and inquired lightly. Noticing the young eunuch struggled to respond, her heart ached with compassion. Today, Hengji and Hengwu had not accompanied her into the palace, leaving her without any silver or gold to bestow upon the servants. Pausing for a moment, Song Wan retrieved a banknote she had intended to use for the eunuchs of Changxing Palace. "You have worked hard. Please take this to buy some tea for the gentleman later." Her hand, delicate and smooth as if sculpted from jade, bore nails that were a pristine pink, flawless in every regard. Xinxian Yu, glancing down at his own fingers, which were bruised and swollen from a recent mishap, was momentarily entranced. Instinctively, he extended his hand but then hesitated, retracting it. Song Wan's hand remained outstretched, and he subconsciously wiped his palms on his tunic before gingerly accepting the banknote. "Thank you, madam." After bowing, Xinxian Yu followed the other eunuchs out of the courtyard, leaving Song Wan to continue her reverie on the stone stool. Before long, two unfamiliar figures entered Changxin Palace, a stern-looking middle-aged woman clad in a bright coral-embroidered garment, her hair styled high and her gaze piercing. Trailing behind was a round-faced young girl, perhaps still in her tender years, her cheeks flushed with a natural rosy hue, appearing quite adorable and charming despite her lack of cosmetics. What delighted Song Wan most were the girl's bright, clear eyes that radiated an innocent charm. As the woman entered the courtyard and spotted Song Wan in the corner, she smirked derisively, dismissing her presence as she strode past. The young girl, however, shyly paused to offer a respectful greeting to Song Wan, unaware of each other's identities. It was only when the girl entered the inner hall to pay respects to concubine Yun that Song Wan surmised she must be the ninth daughter of the Duke of England, Mingxiang. Reflecting on the girl's innocent and charming visage, Song Wan could not help but smile. Such a delicate and endearing girl would surely be favored by her elder brother. Remaining seated, Song Wan awaited the arrival of the Duke of England's entourage. The woman who had entered earlier must be the current Duchess of England. Despite her seemingly arrogant demeanor, she appeared to possess a sense of decorum. Indeed, within a short while, Mingxiang approached, her cheeks flushed from embarrassment as she was accompanied by a maid. Rarely accustomed to receiving guests and unfamiliar with Song Wan's temperament, Mingxiang found herself at a loss, especially since the woman before her was the future sister-in-law. Though she was a few years younger than Song Wan, technically she ought to address her as sister, yet her own status would be slightly higher once she married into the Song family. Caught in this dilemma, Mingxiang's nervousness deepened, her face reddening. Observing the beads of perspiration forming on her nose, Song Wan gently inquired, "Are you the ninth daughter of the Duke of England?" Mingxiang's eyes widened in surprise, sparkling as she regarded Song Wan, as if questioning how she knew. With a subtle smile, Song Wan extended a small, intricately crafted bat-shaped ornament towards her, adorned with vibrant colors and embellished with gemstones for the bat's eyes. "I am unsure of your preferences, so I crafted this based on what I have read." As she presented the ornament, Mingxiang's eyes transformed into crescent moons, her delight and shyness unmistakable as she carefully accepted it. Thank you. Cheng Yang, she stammered, her voice soft and timid. "Please enjoy your tea," the maid beside Mingxiang offered as she presented a cup to her. Yet, as the conversation was interrupted, the innocent joy in Mingxiang's eyes began to fade. She lowered her gaze, removing a pendant from her collar and handing it to her maid, before putting on the bat ornament gifted by Song Wan. After completing these actions, she shyly smiled at Song Wan. Feeling an unexpected surge of tenderness, Song Wan drew the young girl close, cradling her gently until the celebration for concubine Yun concluded and the guests departed. Mingxiang remained by Song Wan's side, regrettably not uttering a single word, causing Song Wan to feel both heartbroken and anxious. She lamented the girl's suppressed instincts and worried about her ability to manage the Song household in the future. When Jiang Xingjian came to escort Song Wan, it was already after the banquet had ended. Under Changping's guidance, they departed from Changxin Palace, while the Duchess of England watched their retreating figures with a cold scoff. Once Mingxiang settled into the carriage, she revealed a hint of softness, saying, "Aunt, it seems you and the Madam of Jiang Marquis get along quite well?" With a bright smile, Mingxiang nodded enthusiastically. "That is good to hear." Upon returning to the Duke of England's estate and seeing Mingxiang to her room, the Duchess scoffed, "The master must have lost his senses to propose such a match for Xiang'er. I cannot fathom what your mother sees in that Song Fu," hastily seeking a connection with Song Lanan. After an initial inquiry, they were turned down, and now, with Wanqin set to marry the daughter of General Jinwu, Song Lanan has suddenly agreed to both marriages. How could a family so opportunistic treat Xiang'er well? As her words fell, a young lady with a pleasing countenance interjected, "Grandmother's judgment should not be mistaken, little Xiang'er is the apple of your eye." Though the Song family may be somewhat mercenary, Song Fu must be a good man. Moreover, Master Song values the connections with the Yen family and the military ties with our house. Is not father also banking on the third prince? In the end, it is a mutual benefit, and neither party is truly at a disadvantage. The Duchess's expression softened slightly. "Tomorrow, I shall seek someone to instruct Xiang'er in managing household affairs." Perhaps. Mingxi shook her head. "Grandmother has protected Xiang'er her entire life, what skills has she learned? Instead, it would be wiser to find one or two capable loyal servants to accompany her as dowries, to assist Xiang'er in managing the household and prevent concubines from overshadowing her. We cannot allow the Song family's stepmother to wield authority over the household." After some contemplation, Mingxi added, "Madame Song's maternal family has a half-brother with 2 unmarried daughters. It seems these 2 might be intended for Song Fu. Your mother is hastily elevating Xiang'er. We must first devise a way to dispel the Song family's intentions of taking a concubine." Chapter 91. Coercion. The autumn breeze, cool and gentle, occasionally fluttered the gauzy curtains of the carriage, imparting a chill to Song Wan. Jiang Xingjian observed her rigid posture and slight frown, and he pulled out a soft blanket from the hidden compartment of the carriage. "Thank you, my husband," she murmured, draping it over her shoulders, yet her demeanor remained as indifferent as ever. Jiang Xingjian clenched his hands tightly, turning his face away. She was perpetually like this, neither angry nor irritable. She could dismiss her grandmother's dying words with ease and refer to him as my husband with such nonchalance. Most of the time, Jiang Xingjian found it impossible to decipher her thoughts. Song Wan was unlike Lin Jiayue, when angered, would call him out by name, cry, and make a scene. When they shared tender moments, she would tease and flirt, but Song Wan never acted in such a manner. Jiang Xingjian even felt that if one day he were to suddenly perish before Song Wan, she would merely regard him with that same cool, detached gaze, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Feeling vexed, he raised his hand to lift the carriage curtain for some fresh air but quickly recalled something, carefully pressing the curtain back down. Upon their return to the Marquis's residence, Song Wan simply said, "Husband, you should rest early, before turning to leave." After a day in the palace, she felt utterly exhausted. When she returned to the lawn courtyard, Hengji and Hengwu helped her remove her makeup and prepare for bed. With heavy eyelids, Song Wan struggled to remain awake, only regaining some semblance of alertness when Hengji dabbed her face with a cloth. "Miss, there was a disturbance at the Xiuyan Pavilion today." "What happened?" Hengji replied, "During the day, Lady Lin suddenly ran out in a frenzy, claiming she heard the sound of drums. I could see that she was gravely ill." "Indeed," Hengwu interjected, frowning, "you have not witnessed Lady Lin's state. It is said she has been like this every night, causing both Nurse Li and Aunt Lu to lose sleep. They barely managed to take a nap during the day before this incident occurred. I heard from the little maids in the courtyard that everyone at the Xiuyan Pavilion has been driven to the brink of madness by Lady Lin's antics. Even Nurse Li, while dozing, claimed to have heard strange noises." Upon hearing this, Song Wan's brow furrowed slightly. "Nurse Li heard it too?" Hengji knelt beside her, whispering, "Miss, could it be related to Lady Huaisu?" "Unlikely," Song Wan replied. "Huaisu has served the Marquis since childhood and is utterly loyal. Although I cannot ascertain whether she harbors any jealousy, she would never act against the Marquis' offspring without Jiang Xingjian's command." "Could it possibly be the Marquis?" Song Wan shook her head in confusion. "If Jiang Xingjian wished to terminate the pregnancy, a simple bowl of miscarriage medicine would suffice. Why complicate matters so? It seems that Lady Lin is suffering from hysteria." While the three were engaged in conversation, another uproar erupted from the Xiuyan Pavilion. Observing Hengwu's eager expression, Song Wan quickly advised her to remain in the courtyard and avoid seeking out the commotion. The lawn courtyard was tranquil, with everyone, from the masters to the servants, peacefully asleep, while the Xiuyan Pavilion was in disarray. Lin Jiayue, clutching her abdomen and covering her ears, cried in panic. Her emotional state was already unstable due to her pregnancy, and now, with continuous shocks, her health worsened. When Jiang Xingjian entered, he found her eyes vacant and hollow, her frail frame barely revealing a small bulge in her abdomen, which was quite alarming. He furrowed his brow and approached her, lifting her back onto the bed. "Are you unwell?" "Xingjian, I am afraid." Jiang Xingjian reassured her, "It is merely your inner demons at play, focus on nurturing the child." Gently caressing Lin Jiayue's abdomen, he softly remarked, "You have been sleeping poorly and eating little. Will this not affect the child within you?" "I do not know, I do not know." "Do not keep asking, if you inquire daily, how am I to know?" Lin Jiayue cradled her belly, her anxiety palpable. "I eat well and rest properly. The child will be fine." As she cried, tenderly stroking her belly, she suddenly resolved to rise from the bed. "I shall eat something." Summoning Qianbi to have the kitchen prepare a nourishing dish, Lin Jiayue, after testing the silver needles one by one, finally began to eat. However, her appetite was poor, and she could only manage a few sips of soup before feeling full. Seeing this, Jiang Xingjian expressed concern, "You cannot survive on so little. If you do not eat more, how can the child be healthy? What if complications arise during the birth? Do not say that." Lin Jiayue abruptly overturned the dishes on the table, the warm soup scalding her as if jolted back to reality. She cried, "I am sorry, that was not my intention. I am just so frustrated." Jiang Xingjian, "You always speak of problems with the child, and it drives me mad." Jiang Xingjian stood silently, his gaze downcast. "I am only worried for you, and for our child." I know. Lin Jiayue tugged at her hair, the dark strands tangling around her fingers and falling out. Frustrated, she shook them off and returned to the table, stuffing pastries into her mouth. Jiang Xingjian observed her in silence. Eventually, when she could no longer bear it and retched, he gently approached her, rubbing her back. "Eat slowly. Do not torment yourself like this. If you weaken, the child will not fare well either." Lin Jiayue shivered, her agitation and frustration, coupled with an urge to lose control, causing her vision to blur. Yet, upon glancing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, an image that resembled neither a person nor a ghost, and then at Jiang Xingjian, who remained as warm and graceful as ever, she swallowed her turmoil. However, the more she suppressed her feelings, the closer she felt to madness. Lin Jiayue pushed Jiang Xingjian aside and rinsed her mouth before lying back down. Jiang Xingjian sat in silence beside her, waiting for her to fall asleep. After a long time of her turning her back to him, she finally murmured, "You should rest, do not worry about me. I will stay with you, the night is chilly, I will leave once you have drifted off." Gently stroking her hair, Lin Jiayue slowly closed her eyes amidst her agitation. As the night deepened into silence, Lin Jiayue found herself in a half-dreaming state. Suddenly hearing faint drumbeats outside the window, she felt a surge of fear and panic, yet was compelled by her tumultuous emotions to rush out of the room. In the darkness, there was nothing, only the cold moonlight. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Lin Jiayue cried out, "Jiang Jing, I am sorry, please let me be." Nurse Li and Aunt Lu, witnessing her distress once more, rushed forward to escort her back inside. Thus, they endured a disoriented night, and Lin Jiayue felt as though she had been lost in a long dream. When she finally stirred, Jiang Xingjian was at her bedside, gazing at her with tender affection. "I heard you went out again last night. Did you catch a chill?" Lin Jiayue, her eyes red, shook her head. Jiang Xingjian assisted her in sitting up. "I had the kitchen prepare a meat broth for you. The physician says it will help ensure the safe delivery of our child." Jiang Xingjian, Lin Jiayue's eyes glistened with tears. "Am I in such a poor state? Do you think our child will have problems upon birth?" His constant inquiries about the child weighed heavily on her, amplifying her anxiety. She understood more than anyone in this era, the child in her womb likely would not be healthy, either physically or mentally. "Do you think he will have any issues?" With no prenatal checkups available, and her distrust of traditional medicine where doctors merely felt pulses and claimed to cure ailments, she felt uncertain. Touching her abdomen, Lin Jiayue cried, "Please, say something." Jiang Xingjian's eyelids lowered, concealing the emotions within his gaze. It is said that a mother and child share a heart. As the mother, you should know how the child fares. Do you truly believe you cannot protect him and ensure his healthy arrival into this world? Chapter 92. Miscarriage. Lin Jiayue was plagued by a sense of unease. Previously, Jiang Xingjian had incessantly inquired whether their child would be born smoothly and healthily, which had irritated her to no end. Today, however, she found herself contemplating this very issue with great seriousness. As she gently caressed her conspicuously rounded abdomen, Lin Jiayue closed her eyes. Jiang Xingjian pressed his thin lips together, his expression indifferent. "I shall go to the Shinshu camp. You must take good care of our child." Lin Jiayue shuddered slightly, unable to utter a word. She had spent the entire day lying in bed, while Chen Bai and Qing Hong sat quietly on a small stool by the door, whispering to each other. "Did the mistress cause a scene last night?" Qian Bai nodded. "It was quite tumultuous. The mistress kept insisting she could hear the sound of drums, but I have never heard them." Qing Hong bit her lip. "I wonder if it is because the mistress has been muttering too much. I also feel an eerie atmosphere at night, as if those drum sounds appear intermittently. Do you think it could be that the eldest lady does not want the mistress to don't say such nonsense?" Chen Bai swiftly covered Qing Hong's mouth, frowning. "If anyone hears you slandering the eldest lady, I fear Mama will tear your mouth apart and take your life." Just as the two were grappling with each other, they noticed Lin Jiayue standing silently behind them like a specter. "Lin Yang. I wish to go to the Lanting courtyard." Lin Jiayue drifted outside, but was firmly pulled back by Chen Bai, Qing Hong, and two other maids. "I must seek Song Wan. I have questions for her." Pushing past Mama, Lin Jiayue walked out on her OWNI in the Lanting courtyard. Song Wan was preparing fragrant pills with Hung Ji and Hung Wu. Hung Ji took clean agarwood and ground it into granules using a silver mortar, while Hung Wu mixed by Ji with fragrant powder. In front of Song Wan lay honey, and she was meticulously rolling the fragrant pills. The three of them were engaged in lively conversation about the recipe for the fragrant pills, when they suddenly noticed Lin Jiayue approaching, accompanied by a group of maids and matrons. Upon seeing Lin Jiayue, they were momentarily taken aback. The once vibrant figure now appeared nearly skeletal, her body devoid of flesh, save for the pronounced bulge of her abdomen. Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly and extinguished the burning fragrant pill with a fragrance shovel. Lin Jiayue casually took a seat and seemed to drift into a trance. The three servants exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of her intentions. Although they had grown accustomed to Lin Jiayue's occasional fits of madness, since Jiang Jing and Aunt Zhou's passing, she had remained quiet. Today, however, she seemed to have rekindled her erratic behavior. Song Wan observed Lin Jiayue, her expression filled with confusion. "Do you think I am mad?" In an instant, Song Wan felt as if her thoughts had been laid bare, and she set down the fragrant pill, asking, "What troubles you?" Lin Jiayue remained silent, her gaze cast downward. After a long silence, she finally murmured, "You are right, I should not dismiss the servants, nor meddle in Jiang Jing's marriage. I have wronged them." With that, she left, her spirits seemingly shattered. Song Wan and the others exchanged glances, bewildered by her latest outburst. Upon returning to her chamber, those who had been watching over her relaxed their vigilance. Old Madame Lu and Li Mama took the opportunity to catch up on sleep in the inner room, while Chang Hong had vanished to avoid work, leaving only Chen Bai to keep Lin Jiayue company. "Lin Yang, it is time for your meal." Lin Jiayue replied vacantly, "Chen Bai, do you think the child within me will be born healthy?" Chen Bai lowered her head. "Why do you ask such a thing, Yang?" Lin Jiayue murmured to herself, "Perhaps it cannot be. My health is poor, there are no physicians here, and I lack experience. What if the child is born incomplete, or missing limbs?" Jiang Xingjian is greatly concerned, and I believe his worries are not unfounded. Moreover, even if the child is healthy, he will merely be an illegitimate son. Do you understand what it means to be an illegitimate son? Tears streamed down Lin Jiayue's face as she cried. An illegitimate son is like Jiang Yan. He must call the wife mother, and his birth mother must address him as second master. Upon seeing him, Zheng Auntie must bow to Jiang Ong when she sees him. She calls him fourth master, while Jiang Ong calls her Zheng Auntie. The marriage of an illegitimate son is not something I can decide. He must serve tea to the legitimate wife upon marriage, and if he has a son, I must also refer to the legitimate master. It is better to have an illegitimate son than an illegitimate daughter. If a daughter is born, then all is lost. An illegitimate daughter, like me, can never leave this courtyard. She cannot even read the tale of Ying Ying." Lin Jiayue laughed through her tears. "Am I losing my mind? Chen Bai, what do you think I should give birth to him for? To bring suffering and hardship upon myself? Chen Bai, help me find a physician from the estate." Lin Jiayue summoned the estate physician, requesting a potion for miscarriage. Her mind was in turmoil, failing to notice the physician's calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this day. Before long, Chen Bai entered with a bowl of crimson medicinal soup. Lin Jiayue did not even glance at it. She tilted her head back and drank it down. In less than half an hour, she felt unbearable pain in her abdomen, writhing on the bed. The physician approached, cut a slice of ginseng aged 50 years, and placed it in her mouth before turning to leave. Chen Bai, hearing the anguished cries from within, felt a deep sense of panic. After pondering for a moment, she rushed to her own room, wrung a scattered collection of pearls, and prepared a large bundle of calming herbs. The Shuiying pavilion was small, yet the sounds of the woman's suffering echoed in every corner. Huaisu, in the adjacent room, retrieved an old rattledrum from under the bed and placed it in a bronze basin to ignite. The Yang Marquis residence could not possibly allow the birth of a legitimate heir, for that would utterly ruin the Marquis' reputation. Remembering that he had just engaged in intimacy yesterday, Huaisu took out a packet of contraceptive soup from the cabinet and began to brew it herself. When Jiang Xingjian returned to the Yang Marquis residence, the Shouying pavilion had fallen into a hush. He proceeded to Lin Jiayue's chamber, observing the slumbering figure on the bed with a detached gaze. Such an outcome could indeed be deemed mutually satisfactory. Upon hearing of Lin Jiayue's miscarriage, Song Wan was taken aback. Only after confirming that it was Lin Jiayue herself who had requested the miscarriage potion from the estate physician did she come to an understanding. So it is. Song Wan murmured, her complexion paling. Jiang Xingjian's order to secure the Shouying pavilion was not to protect Lin Jiayue but rather to prevent the scandal of an illegitimate heir from reaching the public. Until the child was born, the Song family would not dare to raise an alarm. From the very beginning, this child had no chance of being born, thus he had no fear of the Song household discovering the truth. Song Wan's thin lips pressed together, her shock rendering her speechless. After a lengthy silence, she finally murmured, to be unaware of the consequences is to invite calamity. It turns out he does not harbor hatred towards Lin Jiayue for leading the Marquis' residence to such ruin. He only understood that those who plot on a grand scale must remain unseen, that he knew precisely where to strike to inflict the deepest pain upon a woman, and that when all in the capital awaited the opportunity to seize the Marquis' family by the throat, he knew how to preserve his own reputation and retreat unscathed. Song Wan sat despondently upon the embroidered couch, finally realizing today that the heroic husband she had imagined in her youth was, in fact, a thoroughgoing scoundrel. Chapter 93 Self-Rescue. Although Song Wan had long lost her affection for Jiang Xingjian, the mere thought of having once admired such a person left her feeling as if she had sullied the sincerity of her childhood heart. Hong Ji, having come to understand the intricacies of the situation, could not help but feel a chill for her young mistress. Miss, is this all orchestrated by the Marquis? Song Wan shook her head. He doesn't even need to arrange anything. Lin Jiayue is shallow in thought, loud in demeanor, and never conceals her desires. Her joys and sorrows are laid bare upon her face, making it exceedingly simple to manipulate her. Knowing her intentions and peering into her heart, one can easily sway her by fulfilling her wishes and desires, and the reverse holds true as well. Jiang Xingjian understands her affections towards him and must hold the child in her womb in high regard, which is why he forced her to abort the child. Were it not for his growing resentment, he wouldn't have needed to expend such effort. With a hint of agitation, Song Wan gathered her hair and continued, he desires both reputation and wealth. Hence, he suppresses her while simultaneously wishing to avoid her complete hatred. Instinctively, Song Wan pressed her hand against her heart. Miss, are you unwell? No, I am going to write to my elder brother. Suppressing the chill and frustration within her, Song Wan penned a letter detailing Lin Jiayue's miscarriage, and after some thought, added a few lines to inform Song Fu that the ninth miss of the Earl's household was an exceptionally charming and beautiful young lady. In the final sentence, Song Wan expressed her concerns about Mingxiang's potential fear of social interactions, suggesting that Song Fu find several younger, well-mannered maidservants to accompany Mingxiang, so she would not feel anxious or fearful upon her marriage into the Song family. Though she had her own worries, she refrained from mentioning them, aware that as a married woman, she could no longer meddle in her family's affairs. After delivering the letter to Song Fu, she received a reply only 7 or 8 days later. As Song Wan read the contents of the letter, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Song Fu wrote that he had persuaded their father to bring her back to the household, but there were still obstacles preventing immediate action. He urged Song Wan to take care of herself and to protect her well-being within the Marquis' residence. He also mentioned that the formalities had been sent to the Earl's household regarding Mingxiang, but only briefly touched upon the subject. In noble families, the period from engagement to marriage could span anywhere from 1 to several years. Song Wan had rarely seen such a swift arrangement as her brother's. An expedited marriage often led to perceptions of the woman as lacking in decorum and overly eager, especially for someone of the Earl's standing. From the sparse lines in Song Fu's letter, she sensed his urgency regarding the marriage, and with a moment's reflection, realized that this haste was likely connected to her own circumstances. Tears welled in Song Wan's eyes, her heart heavy with bitterness. In ordinary families, daughters often brought support to their fathers and brothers, yet in her case, she seemed to be a burden to her brother and aunt, causing them worry and compromise. Since childhood, she had detested being left behind, yet now she had become a liability to those closest to her, filling her with an inexplicable sorrow. Miss, what did the eldest master say in his letter? Seeing Song Wan's pale countenance, Hong Wu hurriedly approached her. Song Wan folded the letter and softly replied, my brother wishes to bring me back to the household. Hong Wu blinked, her round eyes widening in astonishment. Isn't that a good thing? It may be a good thing for me, but it is merely a compromise made by my brother with our father. Enough of this talk. It is better to focus on practical matters. Song Wan instructed Hong Wu to fetch a ledger, and she carefully examined its contents. It contained records of individuals who had purchased cosmetics from Huanyansai, with noble women comprising the majority. Though not exhaustive, it was sufficient for her to draft some plans. Madame Tan's maidservant visited Huanyansai 4 times in a month. There may be an issue there. I wonder if she has been afflicted by lead poisoning. Long-term use of red powder can result in dark blemishes on the skin, necessitating a larger dosage to cover them. The other powders cannot conceal these dark marks. If this is indeed the case, Huanyansai must have encountered a problem. Perhaps the manager is too afraid to speak up, and the Tan family wishes to keep it quiet. Song Wan held the ledger, murmuring, last time, my aunt mentioned Huanyansai in the palace. Someone must have taken note. There is no benevolence within the palace, one can only speculate when someone has played their hand, merely biding their time for the right moment. Tomorrow, let us spread word that Jiang Fei has been exceptionally generous, claiming that the precious powders sent to the palace by the marquis were never used by her, but entirely bestowed upon the servants. Additionally, let's find a few women to spread rumors on the streets, asserting that a relative of theirs employed by a wealthy family experienced problems after using the powders gifted by the nobility. Song Wan tossed the ledger into a copper basin to soak it. Let us first see if anyone takes action. If they do, I shall provide them with a timely opportunity, or if not, I will find someone to approach the Tan family. Hung Ji nodded in agreement, but Hung Wu interjected, Miss, this is a turbulent time. It would be wiser to wait for the eldest master to bring you back to the household. Why risk provoking those treacherous individuals? Ever since she learned of Jiang Xingjian's treachery, even towards Lin Jiayue, Hung Wu had refused to utter the title of marquis. In ordinary times, those two were affectionate, one calling the other my dear, while the other incessantly mentioned Jiayue. How could one have anticipated such venomous betrayal in so short a time? They had once cherished her upon returning to the household, willing to tread upon her for the sake of their beloved. How had their affection turned so swiftly into animosity, as if they wished for each other's demise? The more Hung Wu pondered, the more fearful she became, gripping Song Wan's hand tightly. Miss, I fear he may do you harm. If he is so cruel to his own flesh and blood, who knows what he would do to you? Perhaps we should continue as we are, awaiting the eldest master's arrival. After all, he mentioned it would only take a year and a half. Upon hearing this, Song Wan's brows lifted, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Silly Hung Wu, even if my brother wishes to rescue me from this predicament, I must first extend my hand. Otherwise, I might end up dragging him down with me. Seeing Hung Wu heed her words and nod obediently, Song Wan smiled faintly. If her brother were truly assured, he would directly state when and where he would fetch her, without mentioning any obstacles. By informing her, it seemed that he was uncertain, wanting to reassure her while fearing false hopes. One must understand that power is hard won and even harder to maintain. As long as the situation remains unclear, and the highest chair in the court remains unoccupied, her father would not easily offend Jiang Man or the Marquis' household. The world is ever-changing, in the court's ebb and flow. Who can say that today's purple robe will not become tomorrow as shackles? Even if the Marquis' household suffers greatly, it does not mean they cannot rise again. With her head bowed, Song Wan felt bitterness rise in her throat. She did not resent her father for abandoning her, rather, she worried that her brother might turn against their father for her sake, which would be her greatest failure as a daughter and sister. If I can escape this cage by my own strength, I shall strive not to burden my family. Otherwise, I cannot find peace within. Hung Ji and Hung Wu shared her sentiment, and the three of them sighed in unison. Chapter 94. Awakening. Days passed without any news regarding the rumors surrounding Huanyanzhai in the capital. Just as Song Wan was preparing to take matters into her own hands and seek out the Tan family, she unexpectedly received a decree from the Empress Dowager summoning Lin Jiayue. It was then that she realized her aunt's casual remarks had actually been taken to heart by the Empress. Send someone to the embroidery room to fetch a new outfit. You two shall accompany me to the Xiuyan pavilion. Miss, if Lin Yang enters the palace with her temperament, could it not lead to a calamity for you? What of the Marquis? Will he accompany us into the palace? If Lin Yang Hengwu babbled incessantly, she feared entering the palace, feared meeting the Empress, but most of all, she dreaded being in Lin Yang's presence. What if Lin Yang were to lose her composure in front of the Empress? The repercussions could be dire. Miss, I fear she may succumb to her madness again. Upon hearing this, Song Wan sighed silently. The Empress's decree must be adhered to. I am a matriarch of the Marquis' household. How could I allow a concubine to enter the palace alone? Hung Ji, ever efficient, immediately instructed a second-tier maid to go to the embroidery room. When they arrived at the Xiuyan pavilion with the garments, Song Wan found Lin Jiayue sitting in the corridor, lost in deep thought. Having just lost her child, her body had yet to recover, and though the autumn chill was not severe, a frail constitution could not withstand it. Moreover, the trials she would face upon entering the palace were uncertain. Song Wan felt a pang of compassion and turned to Qianbai, saying, "Why not drape a cloak over Lin Yang?" Hearing her voice, Lin Jiayue slowly lifted her head. "You have come to find me. What is it?" "The Empress has summoned you to the palace, and I shall accompany you." Hungji and Hengwu helped Lin Jiayue into the room, assisting her in changing into new attire. "Bring some food and prepare some hot soup." "I cannot eat." Song Wan replied softly, "You must eat something. Who knows when you will have the chance again." Lin Jiayue then seemed to regain her senses. "What does the Empress want with me?" Song Wan frowned. "Are you aware that lead powder is toxic?" "What is lead powder?" Song Wan's eyes widened slightly, as if she had never anticipated such a question. "The powder used at Huanyanzhai comes from the Yenshan workshop." "You were not aware? What is lead powder?" Song Wan was momentarily taken aback. She prided herself on her intelligence, yet inexplicably, every encounter with Lin Jiayue left her feeling bewildered and disoriented. After a prolonged silence, Song Wan stated, "You do not know what it is, yet you use it in your shop to sell to others?" Lin Jiayue's gaze was hollow. "It is merely a branded product. The profits are substantial, and I do not need to know what it contains." Unable to comprehend the absurdity of her words, Song Wan resolved to inform her that the powder was poisonous and that someone in the palace had likely discovered this. Only then did Lin Jiayue appear somewhat flustered. She had once harbored no fear of authority, but that was in the past, before the deaths of Jiang Jing and her child. Now, she understood pain and fear alike. Song Wan observed as Lin Jiayue became lost in thought once more until Hangji and Hengwu finished dressing her and arranging her hair. Lin Jiayue then spoke softly, "A few days ago, I could not sleep. I asked Qianbai to fetch some calming medicine, but the physician did not provide any." That single, ambiguous statement made Song Wan grip her handkerchief tightly. After a long pause, she replied, "The physician must examine your pulse, document your symptoms and prescription on red paper, and then send it to the pharmacy for the attending doctor to record your case. Only then can you obtain the medicine." "I see." Lin Jiayue's eyes grew red as she murmured. Once Hengji and Hengwu had finished preparing her, she followed Song Wan, her skirts trailing excessively. Once they were alone in the carriage, Lin Jiayue suddenly inquired, "Has someone truly died from lead powder?" "Lead powder harms the skin, prolonged use can be deadly." Her Huanyansai had been operating for a short while. It was not yet at a level where it could claim lives. Seeing the guilt in Lin Jiayue's eyes, Song Wan chose to remain silent. While she could usually discern the thoughts of an ordinary person with ease, Lin Jiayue remained an enigma. As silence enveloped the carriage, just before they arrived at the palace, Lin Jiayue asked again, "Am I destined to die this time?" "I do not know. Is there any way for me to survive?" Song Wan lowered her gaze, her mind racing through possibilities. If danger truly lurked, today, all blame would surely fall on Lin Jiayue. Such an outcome was not her desire. The higher-ups harbor suspicion, while those below, I do not understand. Speak plainly. Song Wan pressed her lips together for a moment before saying, "Those in power are often suspicious. The more you deflect blame, the more you appear guilty. Conversely, if you take full responsibility for all the wrongs, you may find a way to extricate yourself. Are you not trying to deceive me?" After saying this, Lin Jiayue chuckled to herself. "You would not lie to me. You have no interest in deceit. You must think me foolish to have ended up in such a predicament." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, but Song Wan perceived a flicker of clarity within them. The Lin Jiayue of old had seemed like a pearl dulled by dust, a heart blinded by ignorance, yet now, she appeared to possess a modicum of discernment. Turning her head slightly, Song Wan lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and gazed outside. In matters of success, one must strive for accolades. In failure, blame must be deflected, such as human nature. Those in the palace possess keen minds. The more you act contrary to their expectations, the less they will comprehend your true intentions. Whether the lead powder had truly reached the hands of the empress remained uncertain. As for Lin Jiayue, she was of little significance. Neither the empress nor the other consorts would regard her highly. Their focus lay on Jiang Man. Today's summons was merely a formality. However, the consequences of this formality were difficult to predict. Should she employ the right strategy, perhaps she could secure her life. Song Wan released the curtain and let it fall. As the two entered the palace, they were immediately taken to the empress's chamber. Upon entering the hall, Song Wan discovered that a dozen concubines were already present, including both Jiang Fei and her aunt, as well as the long-absent Rong Guifei. Furrowing her brow, she led Lin Jiayue inside. After paying their respects to the assembly, Song Wan stood to the side, while Lin Jiayue stood alone before the group. "You are Lin, the fragrant powder from Huanyansai was created by you? Do you know how many people this has harmed? What is your intention in bringing such a toxic substance into the palace? Are you aware of the punishment for poisoning the empress?" Lin Jiayue, her eyes reddening, cast a sorrowful glance at Jiang Man, who was infuriated by the look and nearly crushed the incense table with her grip. Replying to the empress, "It was I who created it, entirely my doing." With a thud, Lin Jiayue knelt down. "It is all my fault. It is my infatuation with the Marquis that has led to this. All blame lies with me. I merely wished to assist the Marquis's household in earning some silver." Before the palace attendants could inquire further, Lin Jiayue took all the blame upon herself, not once mentioning Jiang Man. Moreover, she spoke with great affection for Jiang Xingjian, recounting their love at first sight and the vows they had made, presenting herself as utterly devoted and unwavering. Having been ill for some time, her shamelessly open discussion of her affection for Jiang Xingjian provoked frowns and narrowed eyes from the assembled ladies. Yet Song Wan was taken aback by her words and actions, as it seemed Lin Jiayue was not as foolish as she had once believed. Chapter 95 Joint Inquiry. Lin Jiayue's madcap demeanor was undeniably genuine, prompting the empress to coldly command the summoning of Jiang Xingjian. Jiang Man's heart simmered with anger, nearly causing her to grind her teeth to dust. Initially, she had believed Lin Jiayue to possess extraordinary talents, capable of conjuring ice from thin air on a summer's day, and wielding firearms. She had thought her a true recluse of some noble lineage, only to discover she was a complete fool. Rising from the status of a legitimate daughter of the Marquis to a concubine in the palace, Jiang Man had encountered countless individuals, yet had never seen anyone of lowly origins daring to speak so brazenly to a royal consort. With shameless audacity, she had deceived the heir of the Marquis into taking her as a concubine under the pretense of possessing firearms, assuring him that she could amass wealth beyond measure with toxic lead powder. How could she have the gall? How could she? Jiang Man placed her hand firmly on her knee, gripping it tightly. Before long, Jiang Xingjian was brought forth, and upon sighting him, Lin Jiayue immediately cried out for her brother Xingjian, prompting a derisive smirk from consort Yun, who covered her lips with a handkerchief. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow but soon regained his composure. "Brother Xingjian, I am so sorry, your error has caused you trouble." Her sickly pallor, coupled with her tear-streaked, bloodshot eyes, rendered her pitiful. "Brother Xingjian, you would rather neglect your true wife than see me saddened. I have brought you misfortune, and I am unworthy. Your Majesty, it is entirely my fault. All these matters are on me, so please do not blame Brother Xingjian. He is innocent, his only fault lies in loving me too much." Song Wan, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She was mortified for Lin Jiayue and for herself. It was utterly inappropriate for a young lady to utter such words in public, yet after a brief moment of discomfort, she shot a deeply contemplative glance at Lin Jiayue. Lin Jiayue was astute. In this moment, she knew that binding herself closely to Jiang Xingjian was essential to avoid being discarded as a pawn. This heartfelt declaration left Jiang Xingjian feeling a prickling unease. Witnessing Lin Jiayue's tear-soaked, bloodshot eyes, he suppressed his anger and shielded her protectively. Her performance today suggested an unwavering loyalty between them, and he could not, in this crucial moment, abandon her to placate the Empress's wrath. What would the world think of him? Jiang Xingjian's temples throbbed as he concealed Lin Jiayue behind him, adopting a defensive stance. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, why I have been summoned? The Empress gestured, and the palace maidservants recounted the incident involving the lead powder sold by Huan Yan's studio. Jiang Xingjian maintained a stern expression. Your Majesty, please consider Jiayue as a woman of the inner quarters, and thus cannot possibly know that the lead powder is toxic. While she assists in managing a few shops, all transactions are handled by the shopkeeper and have no direct relation to Jiayue. It is my failure in management that allowed this lapse, Jiang Man interjected, her tone mournful. How Lin Jiayue fared was of little concern to her. Her priority was ensuring that Jiang Xingjian did not face repercussions, as the Marquis's residents could not bear the stigma of harming imperial consorts. Is it enough for Consort Jiang to simply lament her lack of oversight and shift the blame for harming a palace consort? Your words are misguided, Consort Rome. The water powder from Huan Yan's studio was not intended for the palace. It was Consort Yun who, for reasons unknown, clung to the Marquis's residence. Did she not realize that the water powder was problematic before insisting that it be sent to other consorts? Song Yuning interjected with a laugh. Consort Zhang's remarks are indeed amusing. To blame the buyer for the sale of tainted goods from her own shop is quite the stretch. Were it not for Consort Zhang's greed, repackaging inferior items meant for courtesans and selling them at exorbitant prices, this humble little rouge shop would have escaped my notice. By the way, Song Yuning blinked, has Consort Zhang's shop made quite a profit? I wonder what a mere palace consort requires with such vast sums of silver. The Empress cast a detached glance at Jiang Man, who appeared somewhat frosty. Consort Yun, why speak in such a peculiar tone? With Her Majesty present, it is up to her to determine whether the Marquis's residence has been wronged or if there are ulterior motives at play. How could Consort Jiang, so astute, be so easily framed? If the fifth prince were truly as humble as she claims, how could he be so keen and quick-witted? Just days prior, the fifth prince had been reprimanded by the emperor for his lack of diligence in studies, and now Song Yuning sought to poke at her vulnerabilities. Jiang Man's expression darkened ominously, and just as she prepared to retort, a eunuch announced the emperor's arrival. As Emperor Wenwei entered, everyone rose to pay their respects. Following a command to rise, silence enveloped the room. What is the meaning of this uproar? Song Wan cast her eyes downward, avoiding direct contact with Emperor Wenwei, while Lin Jiayue's curious gaze flitted about. The maidservants recounted the events leading up to this moment, and the emperor inquired, has the water powder been delivered to the palace? Due to palace matters, the empress began, only to be interrupted by Emperor Wenwei. So it has not been delivered? Then why all this fuss? The empress's face darkened, while Jiang Man's eyes glinted with derision, and her aunt remained impassive, with the other consorts appearing unfazed. It was evident that Jiang Man's ostentatious behavior stemmed from her exclusive favor with the emperor. The Marquis of Changyang makes a valid point. Lin Jiayue is merely a woman of the inner quarters, lacking such prowess. It is likely the shopkeeper who has committed these transgressions. Such deceitful scoundrels ought to be thoroughly punished. Summon the shopkeeper of that rouge shop for 80 strokes of the cane, confiscate the goods, and return the money to the citizens. They and their descendants shall not engage in trade again. In just a few sentences, Emperor Wenwei had rendered a judgment on the matter. Song Wan stood by, feeling a heaviness in her heart. The correspondences she had shared with her aunt and the empress were swiftly dismissed. To escalate such a trivial matter into a grand inquiry is sheer folly. As Emperor Wenwei prepared to depart, the empress, her countenance dark and stormy, proclaimed, this tainted rouge has no connection to the Changyang Marquis's residence, yet the Marquis's indulgence in a favored concubine at the expense of his wife is indeed a fact. Since it is a fact, the empress should administer punishment. Can you not handle such a trivial matter? Everyone may disperse. With that, Emperor Wenwei strode out, leaving the empress looking pale and furious. Ever since the first prince's moral failings were exposed, she had not been able to stand tall before Emperor Wenwei. After reproaching Jiang Xingjian, she departed in a huff. As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Jiayue knelt with tear-filled eyes. Brother Xingjian, are we safe now? Some lesser-ranked consorts lingered, casting cold sneers at her display, filled with disdain. Lin Jiayue feigned ignorance, timidly hiding behind Jiang Xingjian, unable to shake off his presence. Song Wan maintained her composure, unhurried and undisturbed. Though she could not directly confront Jiang Man, after today, the entire world would recognize Jiang Xingjian's profound affection for his concubine, willing to brave the dangers of the palace for her sake. With the recent turmoil surrounding the Marquis's residence and Jiang Xingjian's indulgence in a favored concubine, it was clear to any observant eye that the Marquis's household was filled with fools of the most mediocre intellect. Casting a glance at the increasingly delicate and clingy Lin Jiayue, Song Wan silently concluded that today's ordeal had not been in vain. Chapter 96. Lighting the lanterns. Upon returning to the Yanqing Palace, Jiang Man forcefully overturned the hexagonal incense burner on the incense table. What a scheming empress, Song Yuning. They have conspired together to ensnare me in injustice. Eunuch Chang softly comforted her from the side. Your Highness, why must you be so enraged? In truth, they have accomplished nothing against you. It is merely a desperate struggle for survival. What do you know? Jiang Man grasped the incense table, suppressing her fury. Their intentions are not aimed at me, they seek to tarnish the reputation of the City Yang Marquisate and my Shu'er. Today, Song Yuning incessantly speaks of Shu'er as if she were the mother of a mere servant, mocking my limited talents and the fact that I have not borne a son of exceptional gifts. The Empress summoned Ear into the palace. Do you truly believe she wishes to harm him? She merely desires to see him humiliated, to demonstrate to all that the City Yang Marquisate cannot produce a worthy heir. As her anger escalated, Jiang Man abruptly knocked over the incense table. The competition for the crown was fierce and relentless, with the eldest prince ahead in the race and the half-living crown prince occupying the eastern palace. Even though years of intense rivalry in the harem had resulted in the demise of many princes before birth, the existence of Xingjian remained a thorn in her heart. The third prince, despite his tender age, was already displaying remarkable prowess, and his popularity in court was rapidly increasing, with more than half of the ministers rallying behind him. The current emperor, weak in character and lacking in great talent, had only ascended the throne due to the fierce competition among his elder brothers, many of whom had met with tragic ends. The court was well aware of the emperor's ineptitude, and the several princes had achieved little of note. Thus, since the birth of the third prince, they had consistently placed high hopes upon him. Her Shu'er, being still so young and lacking the years of scheming experience that his elder brothers possessed, faced a dire situation. If she did not strive for her son now, they would surely fall behind once the third prince matured and the situation became irrevocably set. Originally, she had devoted considerable effort over the past 7 or 8 years to ensure that Shu'er could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xingjian, only to find that a lowly born woman had turned the Marquisate upside down within mere months, ruining their reputation. Now, she had also implicated herself in Shu'er. Jiang Man seethed with anger, regretting her trust in Lin Jiayue. Has there been any response from Yan Zhijian? Eunuch Chang replied, Lord Yan claims he is unworthy and lacks the qualifications to be the fifth prince's tutor. Your Highness, I believe Lord Yan is merely an inflexible scholar, indeed unfit to instruct the fifth prince. Though he may be pedantic, his knowledge is profound. More importantly, he is upright and incorruptible. If Shu'er were to study under him, he would surely achieve success. Jiang Man's hands curled slightly, her brows furrowed with intensity. I value his adherence to the duties of a teacher and his strictness in instruction. If he were a sycophant, I would look down upon him instead. His refusal is likely due to concerns regarding the Marquisate's tarnished reputation and my son's limited talents. The Empress and Song Yuning, humph. Jiang Man sneered coldly, are they not adept at finding opportunities to undermine others, breathing the same air? I shall provide them with the chance to embrace each other as they descend into the abyss, to discuss their sisterly bonds. It is high time to stir those two compatriots of yours residing in the eldest prince's estate. Eunuch Chang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Casting aside her shattered jade bracelet, Jiang Man's expression darkened. Song Yuning, with her sharp tongue, could only engage in petty gossip, employing the typical tactics of women from the inner chambers. Today, they might tarnish her name with slander, but what could they truly do? She simply found it tiresome to engage in verbal disputes with these harem women. Let those two enjoy the winds of fate. Should the third prince perish, will not this world belong to Xingjian? The crown prince, long incapacitated, was destined to meet his end sooner or later. Presently, Xingjian and Shu'er's reputations were comparably poor, yet Xingjian held the position of the legitimate heir and was nearly 2 decades older than Shu'er. If someone were to push him forward now, he would surely be tempted to. It was not inconceivable that the fool might act rashly and bring that old man down. Jiang Man lightly brushed her skirt, her eyes glinting with cold determination. Do they truly believe the City Yang Marquisate is comprised solely of fools? Convey to Ear the matters of the eldest prince's estate. I do not wish to see Xingjian survive past this winter. Eunuch Chang complied and turned to leave. Song Wan returned to the estate with Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue, the three of them sharing a carriage in a suffocating atmosphere. Lin Jiayue nestled against Jiang Xingjian, oblivious to his rigid demeanor. Xingjian Gij, Jiayue is so frightened. Song Wan lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, reminding herself internally to maintain decorum. The carriage was already cramped, and with an additional person, it felt even more confining. Lin Jiayue leaned entirely against Jiang Xingjian, pouring forth her worries, fears, affection, and gratitude. In just one day within the palace, Lin Jiayue appeared transformed, her earlier frailty replaced by a vitality and fervor that bewildered onlookers. It is all Jiayue's fault. The rouge shop will surely close down now. Xingjian Gij, do not fear, Jiayue has also prepared a sundry shop. Jiang Xingjian pressed down on Lin Jiayue, his tone grave, you have yet to recover. There is no need to concern yourself with such matters. How can that be? Do you no longer trust Jiayue? I understand my mistakes, this sundry shop will not be like that. Xingjian Gij, grant Jiayue one more chance. This time, I will only be responsible for the design. Once the items are made, you can assess their quality before allowing them to be sold. Trust me, give Jiayue an opportunity to make amends. Jiang Xingjian's expression darkened, yet Song Wan fervently hoped he would acquiesce, eager to learn Lin Jiayue's future intentions. Undeniably, Lin Jiayue's previous endeavors had piqued her curiosity, a sensation she had seldom experienced. Upon arriving at the Marquisate, Jiang Xingjian hurriedly disembarked. During dinner, the family received news that Huan Yanzhai had been confiscated by the emperor, and the shopkeeper had not survived the 80 lashes, passing away prematurely. When Xingjian reported this news to Jiang Yan, he merely commented with indifference, what a pity. Send some consolation money to his wife and children, and escort them out of the capital. After issuing his orders, Jiang Yan resumed his meal, not mentioning the matter again. He had placed some individuals under Lin Jiayue's command, intending to assist her when necessary. However, the current developments far exceeded his expectations. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yan set down his jade chopsticks, having lost his appetite. 5 days later marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, and this year the emperor had chosen the third prince to light the palace lanterns at the Tengshan building in Dongzheimen. On that day, the entire household would undoubtedly be mobilized for the occasion. Jiang Yan felt a sense of discomfort as he upsetly rubbed his itching fingertips, suppressing the agitation within him, since that person had ceased managing the Marquisate's affairs, and the old matriarch had fallen ill and exempted the household from morning and evening prayers. He had not seen her for quite some time. The mid-autumn lantern lighting might be his only chance to see her before winter's onset. With this thought, a trace of tenderness flickered in Jiang Yan's gaze. He approached the redwood wardrobe in his chamber, eagerly and attentively selecting the garments required for that day. Chapter 97. Our breach of contract. Before the grand mid-autumn banquet, the residence of the Marquis of Changyang was bustling with preparations for mooncakes and fruits, and the hanging of lanterns and changing of silk decorations. Song Wan, along with Hengji and Hengwu, sat in a room pasting flowers onto lanterns. Noticing the elegant design, she picked up her brush and wrote a few characters. Just as she was engrossed in her task, a young maid came in to report that Madame Song had arrived. Prompted to tidy up, Song Wan made her way to the main hall of the Lantern courtyard. The previous day, Song's mother had sent word with an invitation, but Song Wan was perplexed as to why she would visit during this festive season when the Song household was typically occupied. After welcoming her mother inside and pouring her tea, Song Wan obediently took a seat nearby. After a delicate sip, Madame Song sighed and said, "I would rather not have come to seek you, but the situation at home has left me with no choice." Her gaze fixed on Song Wan, she candidly stated, "Do you know what furor has done to ensure your departure from the Marquis of Qingyang's residence?" Song Wan lifted her head to meet her mother's gaze. "The marriage to the Duke of England has already been arranged. Your elder brother has exchanged wedding gifts with Miss Jiao, and the formal invitation has been sent. Your father has instructed him to visit during the Mid-Autumn Festival, yet he steadfastly refuses." Furrowing her brow, Song Wan remained silent. The Song family placed great emphasis on propriety, and the Duke of England's household being the family of her brother's fiancée made a visit during the festive season imperative. Now that the marriage was settled, it was even more essential to pay a visit. Failure to do so would not only tarnish the Song family's reputation for propriety but would also be akin to openly insulting the Duke's family. If this were to occur, the two families would be left with enmity rather than kinship. You have known etiquette since childhood, you should understand that this behavior is most inappropriate. Recently, your brother has been preoccupied with finding a residence in the capital, even going so far as to defy your father, which weighs heavily on my heart. 4 has just entered the Ministry of Personnel. If it becomes known that he is acting in defiance of our father for the sake of his sister, not only will your reputation suffer, but his career will also be jeopardized. Madame Song took out a land deed from her bosom and gently pushed it towards Song Wan. 4 has chosen a residence for you, not far from Jichong Temple in the outskirts of the capital. I inquired about it earlier. It is a remarkably beautiful and serene place. I know you and your brother have always been close, and I am aware that you would never consent to his reckless behavior. Within the Song household, matters can be discussed, but to bring shame upon ourselves externally is simply unacceptable. Your mother does not wish for you to become a burden upon your family's reputation as a married woman. Moreover, even if you do not consider your own circumstances, you must think of your future children and your brother's future offspring. To tarnish the name of your brother's unborn child with accusations of filial impiety, I believe you cannot bear it. In a few days, the grand mid-autumn banquet will take place, and before entering the palace, your brother will also go to see the lanterns. If you happen to see him, do offer some words of persuasion. Once Madame Song finished speaking, she rose to leave, but Song Wan said, "Mother, you have yet to finish your tea. Why not stay a while longer?" Knowing that there was more to be said, Madame Song sat back down. "I know my brother's character well, he would never defy our father. Furthermore, he has always held his promises in high regard, and he would not agree to the Duke's marriage only to retract it midway." Picking up the land deed before her, Song Wan smiled gently. "Indeed, it is a splendid location. My brother has gone to great lengths." Carefully putting away the land deed, Song Wan looked at her mother. "Mother, you married our father later in life, and you may not fully comprehend my brother's temperament. However, as a member of the Song family, your repeated assertions of disobedience and recklessness are rather unbecoming. Before outsiders can tarnish our reputation, why must you hastily label my brother as unfilial? You claim that my brother refuses to visit the Duke's residence, yet why do you not mention that the commitments made to him by our family were not fulfilled? Since the family has already breached the contract, it is only natural for my brother to act as he does." Madame Song frowned deeply at her words. "Are you suggesting that you support your brother in leaving the Marquis's residence? Do you not know that in the Song and Su families, no woman has been discarded or divorced for 100 years? Song Wan pressed her lips tightly together, clutching her handkerchief. Seeing her distress, Madame Song softened her tone. "It is not uncommon for a woman to face difficulties in marriage. Do not think that you alone will encounter such trials, even the most noble experience discontent at times. You have yet to bear children with the Marquis of Changyang. Once you do, all will be well." Song Wan lowered her gaze, remaining silent. What woman in this world does not face challenges? If every minor issue led one to demand their family to bring them back home, society would descend into chaos. Mother urges you to be patient. Child understands. Song Wan rose to escort her mother out of the Lantern courtyard. Hongji stood by, carefully waiting but not daring to approach. Hengwu, with an impatient temperament, hurriedly asked, "Miss, does this mean it is settled?" "Settled?" Song Wan murmured. "In the past, I was solely concerned about not tarnishing the reputation of my family and kin, thus I endured and adhered to my duty. But now, my concern for this empty reputation has led to my brother being constrained. As long as I remain in the Marquis's residence, my brother will be anxious for me and will continue to be restrained. For the sake of my life and peace, I cannot bear the thought of my brother being led around by the nose for eternity. I find it utterly unacceptable. I have sacrificed my own name and family honor, yet I have only caused harm to my closest brother. What sense does this make?" Song Wan picked up the land deed from the table and smiled lightly. "The household knows I value reputation and family, and thus they use this to manipulate me. They also understand that my brother values feelings and promises, forcing us into a mutual entanglement, a balancing act, and mutual shackles. They truly play a clever game." Handing the land deed to Hongji, she instructed, "Find out where this location is." Hongji took the deed and went out to inquire. In the Lanting courtyard, her dowry had nearly been sent away, and now the only thing she hesitated to part with was the room full of books. Looking at the study, Song Wan reluctantly began to pack away some rare editions that would be difficult to find again. She felt guilty towards the young women of the Song family, but her brother and aunt were more important than anything else in the world. If the mundane world truly could not accommodate her, she would shave her head and become a nun, thus providing the Song family with an explanation. In any case, even if death were to come, she would never again allow anyone to manipulate her to control her brother. Song Wan picked up her brush once more, confidently inscribing characters on the lantern, dismissing all other thoughts. After completing the lanterns and hanging them throughout the Lanting courtyard, the day of the mid-autumn banquet arrived early in the morning. Song Wan rose to begin preparing the clothing and accessories needed for the grand evening. As she was to first visit the Tian Tower to watch the third prince light the lanterns before attending the banquet in the palace, she prepared 2 sets of headwear. "Miss, this garment sent from the embroidery room, why has it unraveled?" Hengwu brought the clothing over, only to discover a foot-long snag on the collar, its cause unknown. "See if it can be repaired. If not, we shall wear the brocade skirt with floral patterns that aunt sent before." "I shall take a look." Just as Song Wan nodded, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, unbearable in intensity. In a matter of moments, beads of sweat began to surface on her forehead. Hongji, with concern in her eyes, hurriedly instructed the young maid in the residence to fetch the physician. "The eldest young lady has consumed something incompatible, which has led to this condition." The physician had Hengwu bring forth the food that Song Wan had eaten earlier, examining each dish before pointing to one. "This is the bitter and toxic plant known as lilu. Lilu is cold and poisonous. The eldest young lady is suffering from the effects of this substance. Who possesses the audacity to poison our young lady?" Chapter 98 Assassination. Hengwu bit her lip in anger and strode towards the small kitchen, soon returning with 2 young maidservants in tow. "Miss, I have inquired, and it was these 2 little girls who caused this trouble." Seeing that Song Wan was about to address the matter in the courtyard, the house physician pointed at the apothecary boy to prepare the medicine, while he himself took his leave. The 2 maidservants trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground and sobbing, "Esteemed lady, we did not mean to." It was Huaner who, in her ignorance, harvested the wild leeks to treat her own sore, not realizing she would bring it to the small kitchen. "This herb resembles the green onion closely. Having never seen it before, I mistakenly included it in your meals, but I assure you, I had no intention of poisoning you." The 2 young maidservants, merely in their teens and of the lowest rank in the household, quaked with terror from the incident. They knelt and banged their heads against the ground, soon causing a pool of crimson to bloom upon their foreheads. "Rise, let this matter be settled today. From now on, you shall attend to the cleaning duties in the courtyard and avoid the kitchen altogether." With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the 2, while Song Wan clutched her abdomen, enduring the pain. Hengwu, in tears, lamented, "Miss, it is all my fault for not managing the small kitchen properly." Song Wan shook her head. "It is not your fault. The shortage of hands in the courtyard is not something you could control. The small kitchen had originally been overseen by Granny Zhao, and after sending her and the fragrant herbs away from the residence, the household had been left understaffed. Furthermore, with Lin Jiayue having sold off numerous servants previously, all the courtyards had been left lacking, and the situation had become quite chaotic. Her thoughts had also been preoccupied with matters beyond the Lanting courtyard, so it was only natural for oversights to occur. The pain in her side was somewhat bothersome but not critical. The only real concern was that today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, and she wondered if her condition would hinder her participation. "Help me up, I must attend to my hair and makeup." "Mississippi." Hongji assisted Song Wan to her feet and took a soft cloth to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. "Miss, you have taken the physician's medicine, yet you do not seem to improve. What shall we do?" "It is of no consequence, I can endure." The lanterns for the Mid-Autumn Festival were traditionally lit by the emperor himself, in hopes of ensuring peace and prosperity for the realm. However, since the ascension of Emperor Wenhu, this task had been delegated to the princess. It was one of the most significant occasions of the year, and as the wife of the Marquis of Chengyang, Song Wan's absence would surely draw criticism. Yet, this was not her primary concern. More pressing was her desire to seize this grand feast as an opportunity to meet with Song Fu, for she had matters to discuss with her elder brother. As Song Wan sat on the dressing stool, Hongji began to assist her with her makeup. Hongji placed a floral adornment on her forehead, but before long, it would be stained by the cold perspiration. "Miss, this is truly unacceptable. Who has ever taken medicine only to feel worse?" At this point, Song Wan was too weak to sit upright, let alone endure the discomfort of her dampened inner garments. The autumn air was already crisp, venturing outside in such a state would surely invite illness. Hengwu was in a flurry of anxiety when, just then, Jiang Xingjian entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he spotted Song Wan's pale lips and her gaunt, pained visage. Jiang Xingjian frowned. "I heard from the physician that you mistakenly ingested poison. Are you feeling any better now?" "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I have improved somewhat after taking the medicine." "You do not appear to be much improved." He stepped closer, placing the rouge from her hand onto the vanity. "You must rest within the confines of the estate today. Your condition is concerning, and it would be a greater misfortune to offend the emperor." At his words, Song Wan lowered her gaze in silence. Jiang Xingjian's worry for her decorum before the court was understandable, given the recent scandals plaguing the City Yang Marquisate, one more scandalous than the last, more riveting than the most dramatic of operas. He must have feared further blunders, though she longed to see Song Fu. Jiang Xingjian's words made it clear that should she insist on attending, it would appear as though she harbored ulterior motives. "Then I must trouble you to convey my regards to the various ladies. I truly cannot attend today due to my illness." "I understand, rest well." With that, Jiang Xingjian turned and made his way to the Shoyan Pavilion. Inside the Shoyan Pavilion, Lin Jiayue examined the garments sent from the embroidery room, her brow furrowing. The vivid green of the dress resembled wild leeks come to life, rendering it utterly unappealing to her. Were it not for her intention to publicly showcase her affection for Jiang Xingjian today, thereby solidifying her position against any rumors of his favoring a concubine over his legitimate wife, she would never deign to wear such a garment. Suppressing her distaste, she reluctantly donned the new skirt, just as Jiang Xingjian silently entered the room. "Xingjian, brother." She stood before him, clutching the hem of her skirt with a sweet smile. "Do you find my dress to be lovely?" "Quite pleasing to the eye." Jiang Xingjian settled into a wooden chair, scrutinizing Lin Jiayue. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "Today, there will be many citizens gathered at Dongzaimen to admire the lanterns. If we delay too long, we may find ourselves unable to secure a carriage. If you are ready, we should set out." "Two of us?" Lin Jiayue blinked in surprise. "Is the lady not joining us? She has mistakenly ingested something and cannot attend today." After stating this, Jiang Xingjian inquired if Lin Jiayue was prepared to depart. Lin Jiayue nodded, though a sense of unease began to stir within her. In the past, she had regarded Song Wan with disdain, believing her to be lacking in every respect. However, times had changed, and she now found herself compelled to acknowledge that Song Wan, despite her aloof and haughty demeanor, was remarkably astute and adaptable. Thus, she found it hard to believe that Song Wan, with her caution, would err on such a significant day. Lin Jiayue lowered her gaze, concealing her concern. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, "Of course, I am ready. Let us go, Xingjian." As Lin Jiayue walked behind Jiang Xingjian, she observed his increasingly solemn expression. When she saw that he was distracted, she extended her hand to press firmly against her hairpin. "Xingjian, would you lend me your arm?" The pair reached the inner courtyard, where a small sedan chair awaited them. Lin Jiayue smiled and extended her hand. Jiang Xingjian grasped her hand, preparing to assist her into the chair, but as he turned, he frowned. "Your dress is soiled." "Ha?" Lin Jiayue responded in confusion. "Where?" Jiang Xingjian's countenance darkened as he gestured with his eyes toward the stained area. "Ah. I have just started my monthly cycle." She reached behind her and quickly showed him the bloodstain on her hand. "I shall change into another outfit." "No need, you ought to rest within the estate." "Xingjian, are you upset?" "I will change quickly, just wait for me." Before she could finish, Jiang Xingjian strode out of the inner courtyard. Seeing him leave alone, Song Yan approached. "My lord, today the plan has changed. Send the archer home." Song Yan nodded, understood. Jiang Xingjian then asked, "Is everything else prepared?" "All is set, the barriers have been moved back several feet to ensure no innocent lives are at risk." Jiang Xingjian nodded and mounted his horse. The outcome of today's lantern ceremony would determine the victor and the vanquished. Chapter 99. An encounter. The ascending heaven tower, soaring 9 stories high and spanning 3 zhang in width, is typically guarded by the imperial army. It is only during the grand festivities of mid-autumn that its great doors are ceremoniously opened, allowing for adornment. On such auspicious occasions, the emperor, or a member of the imperial lineage, ascends the tower to beseech the heavens for blessings upon the realm, ensuring peace and tranquility for all living beings. Prior to the revelation of his moral indiscretions, the eldest prince would represent the royal family in this sacred rite. However, since his indiscretions were uncovered by Emperor Wenwei after he was discovered mingling with the palace maidens, he has been deprived of this esteemed honor. In recent years, the duty of lighting the lanterns at the ascending heaven tower has fallen to the third prince, Bai. Opposite the tower stands the most opulent tavern in the capital, where one can gaze upon the happenings within the tower from afar. Yet, the Tsuiwei building is not a place for the common folk, especially its top floor, which is perpetually reserved by the city's elite. Given the standing of the Marquis of Chang'an, it would be expected that they could secure a room on the top floor. However, due to the recent tarnishing of the Marquis's reputation, they have been excluded from such privileges. Jiang Xingjian arrived at the second floor of Tsuiwei building, his expression dark and forbidding. Upon entering, he encountered Jiang Yan, who turned with a gentle smile, yet, this smile quickly faded upon realizing that only Jiang Xingjian had arrived. A sense of unnameable irritation boiled within Jiang Xingjian. Jiang Yan, hands clasped behind his back, inquired, "Did you come alone today, brother?" Jiang Xingjian nodded. Grandmother requires assistance, and mother needs to remain to care for her. Your sister-in-law is unwell and could not attend. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, then turned to gaze out the window. However, he could not help but tighten his grip on the railing, as if struggling to contain his own agitation. Xingjai, observing this, offered him a cup of tea. Your Grace, tea. Jiang Xingjian glanced at Jiang Yan, then withdrew his gaze, filled with apprehension as he looked towards the ascending heaven tower. Both harbored their own calculations, oblivious to the other's distress. The room fell into silence, and Jiang Yan soon lost his patience. I just saw an old friend and wish to pay my respects. Do as you wish, there is no need to concern yourself with me. Jiang Yan nodded and prepared to depart, only to hear Jiang Xingjian add, today is chaotic. If you have no business, it would be wise to return to the estate early and not wander the streets aimlessly. I understand, brother. As Jiang Yan stepped out, he furrowed his brow in confusion. The gravity of Jiang Xingjian's words lingered in his mind, prompting him to reconsider his plans and head back home. Just as he descended from Suiwei building, he spotted Xiao Jie on the third floor. Jiang Yan was not surprised to see Xiao Jie here, but his presence in the upper chamber raised some questions. You should return, I will go upstairs to take a look. After sending Xingjai back to the estate, Jiang Yan proceeded to the room where he had seen Xiao Jie. He had known Xiao Jie for quite some time. Although they had collaborated on numerous ventures, he remained unaware of the man's true origins. All he knew was that Zhao's surname was Xiao, and he occasionally spoke with a southern accent. At first, Jiang Yan had assumed Xiao Jie to be a scion of a noble family from the southern kingdom, but after Jiang Xingjian mentioned the scent of incense, he began to suspect that Xiao Jie's identity was far more complex. The foreign accent, coupled with the imperial tribute wine, and now his presence at Suiwei's third floor, piqued his curiosity. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, Xiao Jie seemed unfazed and promptly ushered him inside. The room contained only Xiao Jie, who smiled lightly and filled 2 cups with wine from the jar on the table. What is there to be curious about? This Suiwei building is, in fact, mine. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. If I am not mistaken, Suiwei building has connections to the Eastern Bureau. Indeed, you are not mistaken, Xiao Jie replied with a carefree grin, offering no further explanation. Jiang Yan, perceptive and understanding, chose not to press the matter further. After some light conversation, Xiao Jie, having consumed a significant portion of the wine, noticed that Jiang Yan's cup remained untouched. What is it? Are you afraid I might poison you? Not at all. Pushing the wine cup aside, Jiang Yan's gaze softened. I promised her that I would refrain from drinking. At the sight of his expression, Xiao Jie clicked his tongue and pinched his cheek, feeling a pang of bitterness. He had seen Song Wan a few times. Although she was indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, he could not comprehend why Jiang Yan was so affected by her. To be so absorbed in love, what folly! Xiao Jie shook his head. Women are like venomous snakes. Best to avoid them, yet you find yourself ensnared, truly a foolish one. Recalling his own injuries, a shadow flickered in his eyes, as the alcohol stirred a hint of murderous intent within him. Jiang Yan, hearing this, spoke with a tinge of melancholy. No one understands her virtues, neither Jiang Xingjian, nor you, nor anyone else, only I know. Xiao Jie, puzzled by such sentiments, drained his cup in one gulp and stepped onto the balcony to gaze at the ascending heaven tower. Not far from it, a bright yellow sacrificial platform was occupied by members of the royal family. To prevent any covert assaults, this altar was situated far from Suiwei building. Xiao Jie squinted, his expression inscrutable. What are you watching? I am observing whether she has arrived. Jiang Yan scoffed, of course she has not come. Emperor Wenwei was known for his timorous nature. It was said that the brutal power struggles among the princes in the past had terrified him, and throughout his lengthy reign, he had seldom ventured beyond the palace walls. Today would be no exception. Xiao Jie withdrew his gaze, speaking earnestly. What kind of person do you believe he is? Cough. Before Jiang Yan could respond, a light cough echoed from the adjacent chamber. Both turned to see a gentle-looking man emerging from within. Second Master Yan. Song Fu greeted Jiang Yan with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with kindness. In earlier years, when Song Wan was living in solitude at the Marquisate estate, she had written to him expressing gratitude for the care she received from the second household, thus Song Fu held a favorable impression of him. Lord Song. Upon seeing Song Fu, Jiang Yan instinctively straightened his posture, his previous disdain vanishing, replaced by a demeanor of respect and obedience akin to a child before an elder. Xiao Jie regarded Song Fu, silently noting his upright demeanor and the air of a noble gentleman. After a moment's thought, he too addressed him as Lord Song. I have prepared some food and wine in my chamber. If you gentlemen have no pressing matters, please join me for a drink. Xiao Jie turned to Jiang Yan, seeking his approval. Jiang Yan smiled. Since Lord Song has extended an invitation, I would be remiss to decline. The two entered Song Fu's chamber, where they found a table adorned with light dishes and an array of pastries, alongside 2 bags of loose crisp candies. The wine, too, was a fruit brew more suited for ladies' palates. Jiang Yan's gaze swept across the table, mentally noting the offerings. Upon spotting the 2 bags of loose candies, a faint smile graced his lips, and his cheeks flushed slightly. He had never known that she enjoyed such treats. Xiao Jie, undeterred by the spread, set down 2 jars of wine on the table and called for the waiter to bring forth meat dishes before taking a seat and exchanging pleasantries with Song Fu. Observing Xiao Jie's carefree and somewhat reckless demeanor, Song Fu began to develop a favorable impression and poured wine for both men. Xiao Jie, with a smile in his eyes, cast a curious glance at Jiang Yan, pondering whether he would accept the wine poured by his sister-in-law's brother. Chapter 135. After receiving the wine bowl, Jiang Yan softly remarked, "This wine ought not to be left untouched, but I have been unwell of late, and truly, it matters not, I shall have someone bring tea instead." Song Fu retrieved the wine bowl back to himself, yet there was not a trace of displeasure upon his countenance. Xiao Jie, observing this, raised his bowl in a toast, deftly steering the conversation past the matter. The three individuals, all remarkably adept at navigating social intricacies, engaged in a lively discourse, enjoying each other's company. Moreover, Xiao Jie had his own designs, nurturing a desire to cultivate a rapport with Song Fu, with Jiang Yan facilitating their interactions. Within half an hour, the trio were calling each other brothers, their camaraderie flourishing. After 3 rounds of wine, the bustling atmosphere outside Dongzaimen began to stir, prompting Song Fu to smile and take his leave from the two. The time for lighting the lanterns was fast approaching, and he still needed to pay a visit to his aunt and the third prince. Both Xiao and Jiang answered in unison, and the three arranged for another grand drinking session before Song Fu departed the private chamber. On the bright yellow altar erected for the Mid-Autumn Festival, numerous members of the court had already taken their seats. With the emperor absent, the first prince occupied the position of honor, followed closely by the third prince, while the fifth prince stood beside him. The empress and several other consorts were seated to the west of the ascending heaven pavilion. As Yunfei and Jiang Fei settled into their seats, they exchanged knowing smiles. The mid-autumn banquet and blessing ceremony was exceedingly elaborate. The attendees sat in silence on the altar for nearly an hour before the Minister of Rites concluded the invocation and invited the third prince to ascend the pavilion to light the lanterns. Despite his youth, the third prince, Xingjian, already exuded an aura befitting a sovereign, his every gesture commanding respect. After paying his respects to Yunfei and the third prince, Song Fu remained nearby, awaiting the lantern lighting ceremony. At that moment, he noticed Xingjian approaching the ascending heaven pavilion with a retinue of guards, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. A sense of shared pride. As the third prince reached the base of the pavilion, Song Yuning glanced at an inconspicuous eunuch in the distance, who nodded slightly before quietly retreating, the purpose of his departure unclear. Yunfei is indeed fortunate to have given birth to such a gifted child as the third prince, Jiang Man suddenly interjected as she observed Xingjian stepping into the pavilion. She was aware that the first prince would surely take action today, although she had not gleaned the specific details of the plan. It did not diminish her excitement. As long as Xingjian met his demise, the means were inconsequential. Song Yuning replied with a smile, not to be compared with Jiang Fei's good fortune. Though the fifth prince may be somewhat dull, he ultimately brings less worry. Ha, your words are as sharp as ever, Yunfei. I wonder, however, if you can maintain such fortitude. After exchanging a few playful jibes, their gazes soon converged upon the ascending heaven pavilion. Gradually, a figure emerged atop the pavilion. The third prince, Xingjian, raised his torch and began to ignite the grand dragon and phoenix lantern. The lantern illuminated the night sky, casting a radiant glow. Xiao Jie and Jiang Yan stood not far from Song Fu, both appearing rather disinterested. Perhaps it is due to having indulged in too much wine earlier. I shall step away for a moment. Jiang Yan nodded, diverting his gaze from the pavilion. For reasons unknown, his thoughts turned to the box of sweet pastries that Song Fu had brought to his chamber. In such an occasion, it was clear that Song Fu had brought them for someone particularly cherished. A wave of regret washed over him for having been oblivious to this before. As Jiang Yan scanned the surroundings, he spotted a sweet shop not far away. Without a second thought, he made his way over, only to be abruptly halted by Jiang Xingjian. Where are you headed? I'm merely going to take a look at the lanterns, Jiang Yan replied. Jiang Xingjian was about to insist he return to the when a sudden sound pierced the air from the distance. Assassins, I must find the fifth prince. With that declaration, Jiang Xingjian dashed towards the royal altar. Before Jiang Yan could comprehend the situation, he witnessed an arrow hurtling toward the first prince atop the altar. The first prince, in a state of panic, hurriedly pulled a maidservant beside him to shield himself from the arrow. What is happening? Where did the archer come from? Was it not ordered for them to withdraw? The maidservant atop the altar was clad in a bright green gauze dress, adorned with a vibrant moon-blue shawl. Song Yan was equally bewildered by the unfolding events, and before she could respond, she found herself ensnared by the crowd. Ah! A timid consort gasped, prompting Jiang Xingjian to break free from the throng to investigate. He beheld the arrow piercing through the maidservant's head, striking the first princess. Xingjian writhed in agony on the ground, his wails of despair echoing through the crowd. Suddenly, someone shouted that Nanxing had come, sending the populace into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. In the chaos, some were trampled underfoot, their lives extinguished. The area before Dongzaimen was instantly packed with people, shoulders pressed together, legs entwined, while the palace guards found themselves rooted in place, unable to move an inch. Under the cover of night, Xiao Jie stealthily discarded his sunsetting bow into the crowd, blending into the shadows. The first prince was struck by the arrow, and on the altar, Jiang Man and Song Yuning suppressed their shock, each rushing toward the third and fifth princes. The fifth prince, shielded by a eunuch, was crying out for his mother. Jiang Man's heart raced with worry, prompting her to quicken her pace. Just as she was about to scoop up Xingjian, a low-ranking eunuch suddenly charged from the corner. The eunuch dashed toward the fifth prince, seizing him and leaping off the altar. Sure. Jiang Man's eyes blazed with fury, instinctively reaching out to grasp the fifth prince. Though a fall from the altar would not be fatal, the throngs of people were surging forward, making the situation exceedingly perilous. Jiang Man watched as the eunuch clutched his chest, quickly rising and fleeing, while Xingjian lay motionless on the ground. As the crowd surged closer, the barriers meant to separate them were systematically toppled, and the guards surrounding the perimeter were firmly held back by the masses, fearing being trampled into the ground. Seeing no one able to save Xingjian, Jiang Man knelt, preparing to leap from the altar. Your Highness, you must not go. Chief Eunuch Chang grasped Jiang Man, but with a sudden plunge, he jumped down himself. Jiang Man saw her child lying on the ground, unresponsive, while countless citizens clamored to ascend the altar seeking refuge. They jostled and shoved forward, and she even caught sight of someone stepping heavily on Xinjian's leg. Mother, with a loud wail, the child cried out, and Jiang Man bit her lip in anguish, preparing to leap to rescue him once more, only to see Jiang Xingjian breaking free from the crowd, shielding Xinjian beneath him. He curled himself around the child, pressing him tightly against the foot of the altar. Xinjian was firmly wedged between the altar and Jiang Xingjian, his injured leg causing him to wail incessantly. Jiang Xingjian gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of many climbing over him to reach the platform. Jiang Man was being forcibly pulled back toward the palace by the eunuchs, and in the blink of an eye, she could no longer see the two. In the distance, Jiang Yan found himself swept into the crowd, immobilized. In his panic, a hand reached out from the throng, grasping him tightly. Come with me. At this moment, only by ascending to higher ground could they hope to escape. Xiao Jia's expression was grim as he dragged Jiang Yan toward the ascending heaven pavilion. Jiang Yan, delicate and refined, was no match for Xiao Jia's towering physique and strength, leaving him utterly defenseless in this tumultuous situation. Xiao Jie, however, charged ahead, forging a path for the two. After much struggle, they neared the ascending heaven pavilion. Xiao Jie urged, find somewhere ahead to climb up. Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted from the top of the pavilion. Third Prince! Jiang Yan exclaimed in alarm, and Xiao Jie looked up to see the frail figure of a child tumbling down from the ascending heaven pavilion.